Hello all, welcome to this detailed session on core Java programming, which is essential for all the developers and testers who are into this IT world. Okay, it may not be always developers and testers, even other people, okay, who are generally into the IT world need to learn this core Java programming. So coming to developers, okay, Java programming or any other programming language is a mandatory thing for them to get started with, right? So even coming to the software testers, when software testers have to do the UI automation or API automation or mobile automation or whatever the automation, a programming knowledge is required. And as we already know, core Java is one of the important programming languages that is being used in most of the companies by most of the projects. Okay. Hence, in this session, okay, whatever your goal may be, okay, you are a developer, you are a tester, you are any role, okay, especially if you are a tester, okay, you want to do automation. One thing that generally stops people from doing automation is they are afraid of programming, guys. Okay, they are afraid of programming. Okay, only core Java programming is required for automation, guys. Okay, you don't have to go behind. Okay, core Java programming is enough, and that too I am going to teach the core Java programming in this session starting from ABCDs. It's going to be too much easy, guys. Okay, in a very detailed manner, in the easiest way, with all the practical demonstrations, even the installations that I am going to cover in this session. Okay, you don't have to refer any book or you don't have to refer any other resource while you're going through this session. Okay, it's going to be a lengthy session, but it's worthful. Okay, all the installations, all the things needed. Okay, just start here, guys. You'll be by the end of this session, you'll be confident in core Java programming. Okay, whatever your role may be in IT industry, if your role requires this Java programming knowledge, that to core Java programming knowledge, this session is for you. Okay, so let's get started without any delay. So just let me give a kind of heads up what topics at a high level I'm going to cover in this session, so that you will have a index kind of thing in your mind before you get started with this listening to my lectures. Okay, getting started session will be there. Okay, after that, understanding the Java program. So you may be new to Java programming, so you have to understand some keywords for that understanding the Java programs. Then compiler errors. You should know something about compiler errors and compiler and all those stuff. Then print statements, comments, variables, data types, operators, and literals, which are the basic building blocks to get started with the programming. Not only Java, any programming language. Then methods, then local and global variables, classes and objects, constructors, this keyword, overloading, inheritance, overriding, packages, modifiers, different modifiers, you see. Very important topic this is. Interfaces, wrapper classes and primitive data types. Is Java 100% object oriented or not will be answered in this session. Arrays, very important topic again. Then strings, then exception handling mechanism, file handling, collections framework. Okay, I'll end with collections framework. This much is enough, guys. This much is enough. Okay, so if you are a beginner and you want to learn or get some confidence in core Java, these are the topics I'm covering as part of this session. Some topics are not covered. You can do your own R&D, guys. After this session, you are free. Okay, you understand Java. You already got a confidence in Java. No one will stop you in exploring few other topics that I'm not covering in this session. Okay. So with that note, let's get started with the getting started session of core Java programming made easy for beginners in jail. So let's get started. Okay, let's move into the mind map mode. So in that too, this getting started one. Okay, getting started with the Java. What is Java and all those stuff? I'll start now. So what is Java, guys? Okay, in this getting started session, the first topic is what is Java. Okay, so what is Java? I'm going to cover in this session. What is Java? Java is a programming language. There are many programming languages available in the market, okay, used by developers, testers, or any other people who belong to the IT industry have to learn any of the programming languages. Okay, Java is one of the popular, okay, one of the most popular programming languages available in the market. So what are the other programming languages apart from Java we have in the market? Okay, let me give you some examples of different programming languages apart from Java we have. Okay, so we already know that Java is one of the programming languages and most important programming languages used by most of the projects in the market. Apart from Java, people are also using Python. Okay, then C Sharp, .NET or something you can say. Then we have Ruby. People are using JavaScript also nowadays. Okay, then Perl, PHP. Okay, Perl, PHP. Many programming languages are there in the market. These are the major ones. The first five ones are the major ones. Perl, PHP. PHP is also used, guys. Okay, so in WordPress or whatever it is, PHP is the main programming language while web designing and all those stuff. Okay, so apart from Java, Python, C Sharp, Ruby, JavaScript, Perl, PHP, we have R programming. Many are there. Okay, so the list is very big, but I'm going to cover only core Java. Okay, in Java, core Java part I'm going to cover in this session. Okay, for the beginners to get confidence in Java and to get rid of their fear of Java learning. Okay, this is mainly for the beginners, guys. Okay, okay, who are actually new to Java, or for the people who want to just revise their knowledge, because you see in engineering or whatever the college you have learned, you may have learned Java, but right, in bits and pieces, and you don't actually remember the exact things that are real time and all, like don't have a proper hold of that. You don't have the enough confidence. Okay, so partially you have the knowledge. Okay, or you're completely beginner and you don't know anything about Java, then also this session is good for you. Okay, so fine. Now you understood what is Java. Java is a programming language. Okay, Java is a programming language, one of the most important programming languages available in the market, used by most of the projects. Okay, so in this session, I'm going to talk about a bit about REST Assured API also. Okay, this is not if it is not your topic, guys, you can ignore this. Okay, so especially the software testers, guys. Okay, they have to use this Java programming not only for Selenium automation, which is generally used for UI automation purpose. Okay, I'm talking in terms of testers, guys. Remaining all people can follow the remaining topics. Okay, so but for the people who want to automate at the API testing using REST Assured automation tool, then also Java programming is required, guys. Core Java knowledge is required. Okay, then also if you are into automation, if you are a software tester, okay, if you're not a developer, you are a software tester, okay, and you want to automate some applications, it may be you have the application, or it can be the API of the application, it can be the web applications, it can be mobile applications, whatever it is, you should have the programming knowledge, like Java programming knowledge, etc. Okay, Java plays a major role. Okay, and REST assured automation is nothing. Okay, REST assured automation, which is generally used for automating the API testing, is nothing without Java, guys. Okay, nothing without Java. So let me give an example in case of automation for software testers. For other people who came to this session with an intention of developer mindset or whatever the role, you can ignore whatever I'm trying to explain now. Okay, this is just for the testers. I'm giving a message for the software testers here. Okay, so let's say there is swimming pool, guys. Okay, this swimming pool is, let's say this swimming pool is either a Selenium automation or REST assured automation. Okay, swimming pool is a either a Selenium automation for automating the web applications, or REST assured automation, or APM for mobile automation, or whatever that automation tool that software testers use. Okay, if the swimming pool, if there is no water, can we swim in this swimming pool? No, right? If there is no water in this pool, is it possible for anyone to swim in this pool? No, right? We have to fill this with water, right? This swimming pool should have water. This water is nothing but the programming language. This much importance the programming language plays in terms of software testers. Okay, in terms of software testers, if they are using any tools like Selenium or REST assured automation or APM or APM, okay, so which requires this water like Java. Okay, this water is Java, guys. This water is Java. Without this Java, you cannot right, swim. Okay, in the swimming pool. Okay, hope you got the idea, like how much important the Java programming plays in terms of software testers, in terms of automation, but even developers and other roles also it plays a major role, guys. Okay, any people who are entering into the IT industry, most of the time they need programming knowledge. Okay, this is one example of software testers that I wanted to give, how the Java plays a role in test automation. So what amount of Java is enough for rest? Again, software testers. This topic is also for software testers, guys. If you are a developer or any other role, you can ignore this question here. So I'm going to answer this question. What amount of Java is enough for rest assured automation? Here, Java at a high level can be divided. Okay. So to understand what amount of Java is enough for rest assured automation for software testers, I have to divide the Java at a high level into two parts. One is core Java, one is advanced Java. Okay. Advanced Java is generally, right, needed by developers. Okay. In developing the applications. But core Java is purely programming, guys. Okay. Purely coding. Okay. So variables, data types, okay, literals, operators, flow control statements, collections framework, arrays, lot of topics like this, which are core programming topics, are part of the core Java. Programming knowledge is there here. Okay, advanced Java is something about developing the applications and all. But do you have to learn both core Java and advanced Java if you are a software tester and you have to automate the uh, automate Selenium automation or rest assured automation or APM automation? No, only core Java is enough. In this session, I'm going to cover only core Java, guys. I'm not going to touch advanced Java. This is a getting started session only. Okay. Uh, I'll be only teaching you core Java as part of this session. Okay. Don't get wrong expectations that I'm also going to teach advanced Java in these sessions. I'm only going to teach core Java for beginners in detail in this session. Okay. Just be aware of that. Fine. Next. Then how to install Java and configure Java in our machines. You see, now you understood what is Java. Java is a programming language and what is the purpose of Java, especially for software testers. Not only for software testers, for developers and other roles who are into the IT field who need to learn core Java for their job requirements. Okay, that you understood till now. But now, in order to write Java programming, first I have to install Java in my machine. Java is a software, guys. Okay, Java is a software. Java comes as a software, and I need to install Java and configure that in my machine. I need to install Java in my machine, download, install Java in my machine, and they later configure. How to do that? Okay. So this one I have already done in the previous session of this series, but that's okay. Since I am taking this session as a separate independent topic, I'll be covering this again. Okay. So if you already have learned this as part of rest assured automation, like how to install Java and how to configure Java as part of rest assured automation or Selenium automation, if you already learned, no need to go through this Java installation and configuration. Okay, fine. So if you are new to this and you just started this session separately or independently, that's the reason I am covering this installation and configuration part. Otherwise, you can skip this part. Okay, if you already know how to download, install, and configure Java, then you can skip it out. Okay, fine. So this is a practical demonstration that I am going to do. Simple. So first we have to understand is before installing or downloading Java in our machines, first thing that we have to understand is what is the version of the Java we have to install in our machines. There are a lot of versions of Java available in the market. Java software comes in different versions and there are different types of Java also. Okay, let me explain. Okay, everything I'm going to explain, guys. Okay, from scratch. So Java comes in two varieties. Varieties also. Okay, what are the two varieties, guys? One of the variety is JRE variety. Okay, one of the variety is JRE variety. Another variety is JDK variety. Okay, one variety is JRE variety. Another variety is JDK variety. Okay, Java runtime environment. Okay, Java development kit. Like that, it comes in two variants. Okay, so if you go to the website of Java, okay, simply go to Google. Okay, open a new tab. I go to Google and search for Java here, Java, and you'll get java.com. Okay, and from this official website of Java, if you try to download Java, which variant of Java will be downloaded? Which variant of Java will be downloaded? JRE version of Java will be downloaded. But do I want to download and install JRE version of the Java? No, I'm not going with this. Okay, as part of this session, I'm not going with JRE version. Okay, I don't want JRE version. Okay, because I need to do some programming and all those stuff. For that, JRE is not enough. Okay, if you go to the official website of Java and try to download Java from the official website and think that that is enough, that is the wrong thing, guys. Okay, that is the wrong thing. That's the wrong thing. Okay, so maybe JRE is required when you have to run some softwares which need Java to be installed before running those softwares. That much. But programming wise, development kit wise, we need a development kit. We are going to write programs in Java. So that's the reason, guys, we need JDK. Okay, then how to download and install JDK? I don't want to download JRE, so I'm going to discard this official website. Then what is the process for downloading the JDK version of Java? Simple, guys. Here, whatever you want, you ask Google, right? It will give it to you. Simply type Java here first. What is the variant of Java you want? JDK you want? Okay, JDK variant you want. But now is a problem. You want to download it, that's fine. You want to download Java JDK download, but different versions are there. We are not, I have not explained anything about Java versions already, right? Java versions I didn't cover. What are the different versions of Java we have and which version of Java we have to install? All these things, okay? Before I download any Java JDK here, I need to be specific with the version, which version I want to download of Java, okay? For that reasons, I'll just Google search instead of Google searching for Java JDK download. I'll just Google search for Java versions. That's it. Two words, Java versions, and I will get a Wikipedia page here. Just go for the Wikipedia page saying Java versions history. Just click on that link, guys. You will get a table here in this Wikipedia page which maintains all the different versions of the Java. Okay, starting from the first release of Java, which happened in 1995 year. You see you see how many years happened since Java has been introduced into the market. Okay, it's longer than we think. Okay, it's 2022 while I'm recording this video. Okay, so, but Java, the first version of the Java is 1995, guys. Okay, 1995. It's almost 5 years. Then 20, 25 years, 27 years almost. Okay, 27 years, guys. That's a too much period, right? 27 is a too much period. Okay, so most of the people may age, okay, who are into this session may age less than this 27 years, okay. But I also know that there are maybe some people who are like 35 years and all who may be also attending this session. That's fine, okay, because they have to learn Java for their requirement in their IT, okay, IT role, whatever they are serving at this right moment, okay. Anyhow, but let's get into the topic. JDK beta was the first version of the Java that got released. You don't have to buy hard this. I'm just giving a heads up, okay? Our main intention of coming to this table is to figure out which version of Java we are going to use or download and install in our machines. That's the main intention. I don't want you guys to buy heart all these versions, okay? No one by hearts. You see 1995, then 1996, 1997, 1998, 2000, 2002, 4, 6, July 2011, all are in pink boxes. Okay, there is a reason why they're in pink color boxes or reddish kind of boxes. Okay, they are non-LTS versions. They are not LTS versions. But you see, for the first time, Java SE 8 came here with the LTS. LTS stands for long-term support. Long-term support. That means, you see, if you install any software, the company behind the software is not giving you the updates. Okay, stopping the updates. Okay, for these versions of the Java, you're getting updates only for 6 months. After 6 months, you have to upgrade your Java to the next version. But coming to the Java SE8, still people are using, even though there are a lot of versions that got introduced into the market, latest versions, still there are people in the market who are still using Java SE8 because Java 8 version is getting the support till 2030, guys. 2030 year. Okay, 2030. It's 8 more years are left out. Okay, too much of time. So people are still using Java SE8, the long-term support. That is called as long-term support, guys. Okay. Whenever we have to choose a version of the Java, go with the latest LTS version, guys. Okay, latest LTS version. So Java SE8 is also used by a lot of people, and they are continuing using because they know that they are going to get updates regarding Java till December 2030. No problem. Then later Java SE9 got introduced into the market. Then 10 got released into the market. 2017, 2018. If you observe the kind of duration in which these Java versions are getting released into the market, you just see here from here September 2007, then March 2018. 6 months of gap. In 6 months of gap, next version came. So here this doesn't get any updates. You see this field is gap. There is a gap here. That means you can treat it as they don't want to write anything. They are not going to give any support. 6 months of support is max. Okay, until the next version comes, it has a support. Okay, the updates will come, but after that it will stop. Once Java 10 updates got stop for Java 9 like that. Okay, then Java 11 again after again after 6 months from March to 2018 to September 2018. Just calculate that it's 6 months of time period here. Okay, Java 11 SE 11 LT is also LTS version, guys. It also has a support till 2026. Okay, it has support till 2026, guys. 4 more years are left out here. Okay, 4 more years are left out here. Then 12 got released. 13 these are not LTS versions. Every 6 months they are getting changed. Then Java AC 17 got released into the market, okay, on September 2021. Okay, last year, guys, last year. It's almost an year now because this is August when I'm recording this video. So almost 11 months, around 11 months back, it got released into the market. Okay, so it's a LTS version, and this is the latest LTS version available at this time for me. Okay, 28th August 2022 when I'm recording this video. Java SE 17 LTS version is the latest LTS version we have. Okay, no matter how many versions come, the programming concepts, everything will remain same, guys. Whenever you have a latest version, right, just go with the latest version of LTS, guys. Okay, I want you guys to stick to LTS because it you can get updates. Okay, you see, they're going to give updates till September 2029 or later. They are saying they're not confirmed. Okay, even beyond 2029, they are going to give updates for this Java 17 LTS version. Okay, so then March 2022 already 18 version got released, but this is not the LTS version. Okay, then 19 version, 20 version, 21 is yet to be released, guys. Okay, this is the latest LTS version we have, but 21 is going to come in 2023 next year, guys. Next year September. Okay, again, you know, almost 1 year, 1 month of time is there for this to happen. So till then, people who are watching this video, if by your time this one is available, you go with this version. If it is 2023 in your time September, then this is already released, you can go with this version, no problem, guys. Don't worry about versions, Java programming concepts remain same. Okay, just you have to install a different version of the software, that's it. Okay, don't think too much about the versions and this old version, latest version, like that. That's not at all required. Okay, so same Java programming concepts will be there. Maybe some extra additional topics will come in 21 that you can learn separately. That's not a big deal. Okay, fine. Anyhow, so for now, I stick to Java AC 11, 17. Sorry. So, okay, Java AC 17 LTS version I'm going to stick to. So I'll go into the new tab and here Java JDK 17 I will type because that is a LTS version and press enter. Then I got something in the search results saying Java AC 17 archive downloads from Oracle. Let's click on that link. It has taken us to the Java 17 archive downloads, and you see there are multiple versions of Java development kit 17 also. 0.4.1 is the latest version, and older versions are 0.4, 0.3.1. I told you, right, they are going to give updates. Okay, initially they released Java JDK 17 as Java SE development kit 17, but they didn't stop there. Okay, they're giving updates. Okay, again after some days they gave the update, and updated version 17.0.1 came, and 17.02 got came, 17.03 got came, and 3.1 came, 3.4 came, 4.1 came, and by this time 4.1 is the latest. But maybe at your time, if you are still trying to use 17, 4.1 may not be the latest version in Java JDK 17. It may not be the latest update of Java JDK 17. Whatever the latest update available under Java JDK Kit 17, you just take with that. Okay, just go with that. Okay, you don't have to stick to 4.1. Okay, whatever that comes later, because this is the time changes and you see versions keep on coming. Okay, so in this page, whatever that is there, if you are using JDK 17, then go with the latest version. So in this latest version, guys, my machine, I have to confront before you that this is Windows 11 machine I am using. When if you are using another older version of Windows, right, this is Windows 10 or 8.1 or 8, no matter. Okay, it doesn't matter, guys. Okay, so operating system matters here. This is Linux, so it's not applicable for me. This is Mac, is not applicable for me. This is Windows, guys. Okay, only three options for Windows. In that, I'll go with the installer option. Okay, this one, Windows x64 installer option, and there is a link to download here. Let me download this link. Okay, let me download this link. So let me click on this link, guys. Windows x64 installer. It's getting downloaded, guys. Exe file is getting downloaded. It doesn't take much time. So almost 19 some seconds. Let's wait for the. You see, I'm going to practically demonstrate the downloading installation. So you have to be a bit patient. Okay, here, because sometimes downloading will take time, sometimes installations will take time. You have to be with me. Okay, but sometimes if it is taking too much of time, I'll pass the recording and then resume the recording for you. Okay, it got downloaded anyhow by the time we spoke. Show in folder, just double click here, that's it. Okay, just double click on this exe file. In a while, I'm going to get a confirmation dialog saying yes or no, user access control dialog, yes or no. I'm just going with yes. I'm just selecting yes there, and installation wizard will come here. Okay, welcome to the installation wizard for Java AC development kit 17.0.1. Okay, so that's all. Before I install anything, guys, okay, I'll go to the C drive here. This is 64-bit version, guys. Whatever I'm downloading here is a 64-bit version. Okay, so it will get installed in the C drive programs files folder, guys. Okay, there are two program files folder, program files and program files x86. So it's going to go inside the uh, program files folder because it is 64-bit. Okay, if it is 32-bit, okay, no one is using 32-bit of Java nowadays. Okay, if you're going, if anyhow in later when you try to install any other software which is 32-bit, it generally gets installed in this x86. Okay, like folder will be created in x86 folder. But now since it is 64-bit, we're going to see the Java folder coming up in the program files folder. You see, I'm just typing J here and nothing is coming there. Okay, let's not worry about that now. Then let's proceed with this installation wizard of Java. Click on next. You see program files folder. This is the location. See program files folder. Under that, a Java folder will be created. At this moment, Java folder is not there. It will be created, guys. And under that, the version of the Java that you are trying to install with that name of the version of the JDK, another folder under the Java folder will be created. Okay. So click on next. The moment I click on next, you see Java folder is already created while this is installing. Okay, Java folder is created, guys. So let the installation finish up. It will not take much time. It will not take much time to install Java in our machines. Okay, so much less time, right? Just click on close button, guys. Okay, installed successfully. Successfully installed this version. Close. Now let's go to the C. In which folder? Program files. We already know. And in that Java folder got created under that JDKs, the version of the JDK that we have installed, and in that we have this other folders. Okay, that's fine. Now, guys, I have shown you how to download and install Java, the required version of the Java, the required variant of the Java that is required for writing the Java programs. I told you, I explained you, I showed you. Okay, I demonstrated before you. But there is one more thing left that is known as configuration. We have to also do a configuration. Okay, so how to do the Java configuration? I'm going to show you right now. Okay, you now know that this is the place where the Java got installed in your machine. Copy this folder path, C program files Java. Just copy this folder path where the Java got installed in your machine. Just click on this. If you are using the latest versions of Windows, you got this extra additional features to search something on your machine. And here type environment. Okay, environment. Don't give spelling mistakes. It will not give environment variables. Okay, if you type environment variables, let's wait. It's loading again. Yeah, environment variables. So it's gone. Let me type it again. Environment variables. Okay, when I say environment variables here, you see edit the system environment variables is coming on the top. This is the easiest way, guys. Otherwise you have to go to control panel and find this option by yourself. Okay, in your machine, if you're using an older version of Windows machine, then you have to go manually, you have to go to the control panel and search for this option. This edit the system environment variables option you have to search for. Okay, if you don't find, you can Google it out, guys. Okay, if you're using any older version, if you're using Windows 10 or Windows 11, it's very easy. You just search here and then type environment variables, you'll get this option. So easy to do that in the latest versions of the Windows. But if you are still using the older versions of Windows, I recommend you to Google search to find out this option in the control panel. Okay, so this is a shortcut for me. Just type here, you are getting the option from the control panel. Click on this, select this, and here we'll get a dialog like this. Okay, we'll get a dialog like this, system properties dialog. You see, by default, since we have type for environment variables, advanced tab is already selected. Advanced tab is already selected. You don't have to select it specifically. And under the advanced tab, environment variables tab is there, button is there. Click on that environment variables button. Okay, and here there are two sections: user variables for this user and system variables. I have to go with the system variables, guys. Okay, we have to go with the system variables. Then click on new. Just click on new, guys. Okay, the moment you click on new, you have to give the variable name. That is, you have to give Java underscore home. Okay, as a variable name. And here we need to give the path, guys. Okay, you remember the path, right, that I copied here? Okay, where the Java got installed, that path, that Java home path we have to give here. Okay, just better to give this Java underscore home in capital letters. Okay, divide these two words with underscore and give the path of the Java where it got installed, that is JDK 17.0.4.1. Okay, folder. Select OK, guys. So Java underscore home got created. One more step is there to finish up the configuration. That is, we have to find a pre-existing system variable. Okay, Java underscore is something that we have created, but by default in your machine under the system variables, a path system variable will already be there. You don't have to create specially. Okay, just be careful while you are editing this path. Okay, don't disturb anything that is already there. Okay, so Just select that path and click on edit, guys, and you will get this existing ones. That's okay. You ignore these existing ones. Click on new and paste the path. Paste the same Java path, guys. Okay, whatever the Java path is, there, C program file Java, but this path will not end here. Again, put a backward slash, and there is a bin folder here. Okay, you have to give the path till bin folder. Okay, say bin folders. Okay, slash bin. This extra part you have to give and say okay, and say okay. And say okay. And if you go inside the bin folder, guys, there is a compiler file and all those. Okay, Java C and all those things will be there here. Okay, you see Java C and all those things are there. That's the reason we are giving this path in the path system variable, and you closed it and everything. The configuration part is done, guys. This is how we have to configure Java in our machines. Now, the final step, guys, to see whether the required version of Java has been successfully installed and configured in our machine or not. The final step that we have to do is open the search again and open the command prompt. Okay, if you're using older versions of Windows or something, you somehow Google search and open the command prompt in your machines, guys. Just open the command prompt anywhere and type a command known as Java-version. That's it. Okay, what's the command? Java-version. And if you are getting the installed version, whatever the version of Java that you have installed just now, the same version, if you're getting like 17.0.4.1, if you're getting, that means we are good. Okay, that means we are good, guys. Okay, with the Java installation and configuration, we are good. So hope everyone is clear with this. Okay, how to download, install, and configure Java and check whether the required version of the Java has been installed in our machines. We have to check. Now, the next part is Eclipse IDE installation and launching. Okay, why this Eclipse IDE is required for this Java programming and why we have to download and install it and launch it and use it. Everything I'm going to explain in detail in this session. Okay, so let's get started with the Eclipse IDE installation. So let's install this Eclipse IDE. Okay, so first I need to talk about editors, guys. Okay, so in order to write any programming language, we need editors. Okay, so Java, though we have installed Java, okay, in the previous part, I have explained here, demonstrated here, we have downloaded and installed Java and also configured it and make sure that the right version of the Java has been installed in our machine. But the problem here is it doesn't come by default with any editor. Okay, Java software is installed. Okay, it supports us in giving us a Java library using which we can write the Java programs. But the problem here is it doesn't come with any editor. Though you have installed Java, you will not have a Java editor to write the Java programs. We have to depend on some third-party editors. Okay, editor can be as simple as a notepad in your Windows machine. If you type notepad here, you see you have not installed this notepad software in your Windows machine. Any Windows machine comes by default with this notepad software. Okay, so let me type it again, notepad. And if I open the notepad, you see it looks very simple, basic editor. This is okay. It's a very basic editor. Okay, it has very few file options, edit options, and view options. That's all. Okay, and it's a basic editor, guys. We can still use this notepad for writing the Java programming, but it is not recommended. Okay, it's coming. This notepad is an editor which is coming by default with the Windows operating system, but this is not the expected editor that you can use for writing the Java programs. Here is a place if you want to write something like this public class name and all those programming code in Java, if you want to write, it's not a good idea because this is not an intelligent editor or an advanced editor which can be used for writing the Java programs. That's where some advanced editors have come into the market. Okay, these are the third-party editors, guys, because when you install Java, no editor comes by default. So you have to install your own editor where you can write your Java programs. Okay. And also we cannot use any third-party editor which comes by default with Windows operating system like Notepad, which is a very basic editor to use or for writing the Java program. So we depend on some kind of advanced editors like advanced intelligent editors like Eclipse IDE or IntelliJ, etc., etc. There are many editors available in the market, guys. Okay, advanced editors, and most people use. Okay, if you are really getting started with Java programming or if you're working in most of the companies, the projects use Eclipse IDE. Okay, and but IntelliJ is also a good editor, guys. It's an advanced editor than Eclipse IDE, but that much of advanced level of editor to use at this moment is not necessary since we are getting started with Java. First, you try out the Eclipse IDE and later you can migrate to IntelliJ. Okay, so with that reasons, guys, I'm sticking out to the Eclipse IDE editor, okay, for writing and running the Java programs. I can run the Java programs. This Eclipse IDE is an intelligent editor which provides me all the options where I can create the projects. I can maintain multiple files of Java files in a single project. I can write the Java programs. I can run the Java programs, okay, which will be more clear for you in the upcoming topics. Okay, while we go further, it will be clear for you like how the Eclipse IDE editor is a better choice for writing the Java programs. It will be clear. I cannot explain in theoretical mode here. Okay, so you'll practically experience that in the coming parts. Fine. Okay, so without any more delay, let's download and install this Eclipse IDE editor. How to download and install the Eclipse IDE editor? First thing that we have to do is, in order to download and install this Eclipse IDE editor, a prerequisite software need to be installed, that is Java, which we already have installed just now, right? We have downloaded and installed Java in our machine, and now we are installing Eclipse IDE. This is the process, guys. Okay, if you directly try to install Eclipse IDE without installing Java before it, then you will not be able to use Eclipse IDE, or you will not be able to, okay, install it properly or whatever it is and use it for Java programming. The Eclipse IDE editor requires Java software to be installed. Without Java software, we'll not get Java library. Hence, we'll not be able to use Eclipse IDE for our programming purposes. And we cannot launch it also. Okay, when we try to launch Eclipse IDE without installing Java software beforehand, then we are going to get an error saying that there's no Java software installed in your machine. You cannot use Eclipse IDE kind of message may come. So with that thing, guys, just be aware that don't directly install or download or install Eclipse IDE. First install Java, then go for Eclipse IDE. That is the first step. Now, how to install this Eclipse IDE? How to download and install? For that, guys, I'll just simply use this Google Chrome and say download. Whatever I want to do, I just Google search. Okay, Eclipse IDE. Okay, Eclipse IDE. That's it. Okay, just these three words I have to type, and I'll get this link, guys. Eclipse download the Eclipse Foundation. Click on this link, and I'll be taken here. Download Eclipse technology that is right for you. At this moment, this page looks like this. Maybe in future, we don't know, this website design may change. Okay, as per 2022, the page is like this, and they are we are taken to the eclipseide.org downloads page, and they are showing us, you see, an Eclipse IDE software version. Okay, so this may change in future. The UI may change, and don't depend on the websites to be same always. Okay, you can Google search, guys. Okay, if this process is changing, whatever the process I'm explaining to download and install Eclipse IDE is changing, the way the website is there and it's changing, you can Google search every time and you will get the solutions. Okay, but for most of the period, guys, after 2022 also, I believe that this website will look similar. Okay, hoping that what is the latest version of Eclipse IDE I need to download. Okay, so they are already providing the latest version, and which is released in 2022 only, and in the June month. Okay, the June month it got released, guys. Okay, now it's August. So tomorrow when you are watching this recording, it may not be 2022-06. It may be anything. It can be 08 or 09 or whatever it is. Okay, so just take the latest version, whatever that is available. Even the UI changes of the application, or even the version of the Eclipse changes, go with the latest version of Eclipse IDE. Okay, click on the download thing. Okay, just click on the download button. You'll be taken to this page. Okay, not always, because the design may change, the website design may change. So for now, it's taking me there. I'll just click on the download. My ultimate goal is to download the Eclipse IDE. Okay, the latest version of the Eclipse IDE. So it's getting downloaded, guys. It's showing me like 1 minute, sometimes 2 minutes. Okay, let's wait for it to get downloaded. After that, I'll show you how to install. Okay, how to install this downloaded version of Eclipse IDE. Okay, guys, I have actually passed the recording and now have resumed, so that I don't wanted to waste time while this Eclipse IDE exe file is getting downloaded. It took some time for me to download. Okay, I'll go to the location where it got downloaded, my machine, in the downloads folder. By default, it got downloaded. I'll just double click on this Eclipse IDE exe file. In a while, I'll get an installation wizard using which I'll install the Eclipse IDE in my machine. So let's wait for the installation wizard. You see, installation wizard has appeared, Eclipse installer. And you'll be provided with some options, guys. Okay, in a while you will be provided with some options, different variants of Eclipse IDE they will be providing you, and I'll show you the best variant that you have to select in the next step. Okay, let's wait for the installer to show us those options. Now the Eclipse installer is trying to show us some options. These are basic option, guys. Okay, I don't want to go, I will go back. Okay, I don't want to go with this basic. You see here, this enterprise edition is more advanced than this basic edition. Okay, why to go with an basic version? Okay, if you see here, if I expand like this and see here, this particular second variant of Eclipse IDE has a lot of components, right? Than compared to the first one, because it's coming only in single line, but this many lines are, two lines are there even after expanding. So we'll go with a better version of variant of Eclipse IDE. I recommend everyone to go with the enterprise Java. Okay, Eclipse IDE for enterprise Java and web developers. Okay, instead of going for normal Java developers, we'll go with Eclipse IDE for enterprise Java and web developers. So that will not be deficient with any functionality of the Eclipse IDE. All the options of Eclipse IDE will be there for us. Okay, and that too for free. You don't have to pay any amount. Okay, you can donate it if you want, but it's, they are giving it for free. Okay, the community is running on the donation part. Okay, fine. Anyhow, let's select this option, guys. Second option, enterprise Java and web developers. And you see here, there are two things coming up before you hit the install button here. First, it is this Eclipse IDE installer is recognizing where exactly the Java is installed in our machine. In C program files under the Java folder JDK 17.0.4.1. This is a version of the Java we have installed, right? So it's automatically detecting. We don't have to do anything else. Okay. Without this Java, we cannot install Eclipse IDE. Second thing is installation folder where the Eclipse IDE is going to be installed in my machine, and under the C users Arun Motor Eclipse folder. Okay, with this at this location, it's going to be installed in my machine. Okay, it's going to be installed in my machine. So we don't have to do much, guys. Okay, we don't have to even remember the installation folder. We don't require that. Just click on the install. That's it. In a while, it will take some time for the installation to complete. It will take longer time. Okay. Uh, let's see how. So you will get a message here saying that okay, if it's taking longer time, you will get a message here. Let's wait for the message to come. Otherwise, I will just wait for the installation to complete. Okay. Sometimes it will take long time. Okay. So for now, most of the part is completed here. Let's see how it goes. If it's taking more time, we'll definitely get a message here saying that Eclipse IDE is taking longer time than expected. You see, the installation process is taking longer than usual. Has already come. Now, what I will do is I'll pause the recording and resume the recording once the installation is done. Okay, while when the next screen comes, I'll resume. Okay, it has taken a lot of time. It's still taking. So almost there, guys. The message has been gone that it's taking longer time. Most probably, yeah, it's completed. Installation completed successfully. Okay. We have the option provided here to create a startup menu entry. Let that be there. I'll go with the default options. Create desktop shortcut. On my desktop, a shortcut will be created. That's also fine. So I can launch it from here, guys. I will show you how to launch, and I'll show you the best way to launch. Okay. After that, I'll show you the best way to launch. Okay. First, I'll just click on the launch button here so that Eclipse IDE will launch for the first time. Okay. The Eclipse IDE is launching in our machine for the first time. So it will take us to the welcome screen because it's the first time we are launching the Eclipse IDE. So before going to the welcome screen, it may display you a workspace path. So I'll talk about the workspace path first, and after that, once we decide with the workspace path, then it will take us to the welcome screen. Now you see a workspace path is being shown here. This is a default workspace path. Since I have been using Eclipse IDE from long time and many projects are there at this default location, I want to change it. You can, in your case, you can directly go with these guys. Okay, if you are a beginner and if you have never installed Eclipse IDE, you don't have to change this path. Okay, just for my case, I'm changing the path. You can also change the path if you don't want the projects, because what is this path actually? First of all, what is this workspace path? So using this Eclipse IDE, you are going to create some Java projects and run some and write some Java programming code in the Java projects. Those Java projects are going to be stored at this workspace in your machine. In your machine at this location in C drive users folder around my username, and then at this folder, projects are going to be whatever the projects I created in this Eclipse IDE editor are going to be stored in this location. That's what. If you don't want the projects to be created at this default location suggested by Eclipse IDE, that is C drive and all the stuff, you can go to any other drive. You can select, you can browse and select any other drive, any other location, any other place. That's okay. Okay. So I'll just say browse, guys. Okay. If you want to change the location, browse and go to this folder name, go back a bit and create a new folder where I want to do that. So it's Java, core Java, core Java detailed. Okay. core Java in detail, or core Java made easy, or whatever I feel like giving the folder name I'll give, and select this folder location where the projects will be stored. Okay, whatever the projects I am going to create will be stored at this location. You can go with the default if you don't mind. And if you want it to be the projects to be, if you don't have enough space in your C drive, and if you want to create them in the D drive or whatever it is, you can go with the D drive always. Not a problem, guys. Okay. So you can change the path here, and this is the place where exactly the projects, Java projects that you're going to create in Eclipse IDE will be stored. And click on launch button, guys, and don't select this option, because next time if you want to change this workspace, you'll not get this. Whenever you launch Eclipse IDE, every time it will show the workspace. So better not to select this option, because it will give us a flexibility of maintaining multiple workspaces or changing the existing workspace. Okay, so you can maintain multiple workspaces also here, guys. Okay, there is a drop down here. At this moment only one workspace is there, but tomorrow if you want to create multiple workspaces and create multiple projects, divide the projects across multiple workspaces, that is available. So every time I launch Eclipse IDE, I want this workspace option to be displayed, so I will not select this option and directly click on the launch button. The Eclipse IDE will launch for the first time, and I'll be shown with an welcome screen now. Okay, so let's wait for the welcome screen to be appeared in Eclipse IDE. So let's wait, it's launching. The workspace has been decided. Now only the thing is that it has launched for us for the first time, where we can see the welcome screen. You see, Eclipse IDE is showing us a welcome screen because we are launching it for the first time. I don't want to, right, if you are really interested, you can go with this contents on the welcome screen, but I don't want that you to do at this moment, because anyhow I'll be training you what to do and all what not to do. Okay. So I just closed that welcome screen, and I'm provided with this project explorer where the projects can be created, and created projects will be shown here. And whatever the files that I open in here in the project explorer will be opened here. Okay. So I don't want to do any more changes here. I simply want to close this because the reason I am closing that is I will show you better options to launch Eclipse IDE next time. Okay. You see, I'll add the Eclipse IDE to the taskbar. You see, by default, that the taskbar doesn't have the Eclipse IDE, but next time onwards, you should not depend on this. Uh, you see, you can search here if you want. Okay, this is another way, Eclipse IDE, and then you can launch it from here. You don't want to depend on that. Why to take extra step there? I simply add it to the taskbar, so that you just click on the icon on the taskbar and it will launch. So much easy, right? I'll go to the desktop, guys. A shortcut has been already created on my desktop. Eclipse IDE for enterprise Java and web developers. Okay, Eclipse IDE for Java. This shortcut has been created already. Okay, so using the shortcut, I can right click and say this is Windows 11. So I have to say show more options to see all the options, and I can pin it to taskbar. This is the way. Or if you don't want to, if you have not created shortcut, let's say you have not created shortcut, and if, you don't know how to add this to the taskbar, in that case you click on the search button. Okay, for only one time just search Eclipse IDE, and this option will come. Right click here and you will get pin to taskbar. Anything, guys, so using the shortcut or by using this option, just say pin to taskbar, and Eclipse IDE icon has been added to my taskbar. Every time you want to launch, just click on this icon, guys, and Eclipse IDE will launch. So the same workspace is being shown. I don't want to change the workspace. Click on launch button. Eclipse IDE will launch in a while. Okay. You see, this is the easiest way. No matter how many times I close, I click on this Eclipse IDE icon and it will launch. Okay. So what else is left out? I wanted to show you how to download, install Eclipse IDE, the latest version, and also how to launch it. So this part is done, guys. Now, guys, before completing this getting started part and moving on to the understanding Java programs, only one thing, one sample program I want to show you. Okay, you don't need to really understand the Java program here, but you will get an idea like how to create a Java project in Eclipse IDE and how to execute a sample Java program in Eclipse IDE. Okay, fine. So create a Java project in Eclipse IDE and executing a sample program in Eclipse IDE. So let's go with this last topic of the getting started part. So, and after that, we'll move on to the understanding Java programs. So fine, anyhow, creating a Java project in Eclipse IDE. So we have launched Eclipse IDE, guys. Then how to create a Java project? Simple, guys. Just click on this file, select this new option, and go to the project option here. Okay. So what I have to do? Click on file, then select new option, then select project option. Then this new project dialog will come. So here there are a lot of folders here. There is a Maven folder, there is a Java folder and all those stuff. So I don't want to create a Maven project. I want to create a normal Java project. So I'll go with the stick with the Java folder, expand that. And under that we have the Java project option available. Okay. Or you can even simply search here saying Java project here. It will be filtered and coming on the top and you can select also. Click on next by selecting the Java project here. And it is asking you for the project name. So I'll simply say that first Java project. Okay. First Java project. You see here, when I'm creating the Java project, observe that I'm giving the name of the Java project in a proper way. Some naming convention is there. It's very important, guys. Okay, naming conventions are also important. So lot of people ignore this naming conventions. Okay, they write, they give the project names in such a way that the other people get irritated. If you don't create the projects in a proper naming convention and give it to your seniors or some people, right, to review your code or whatever it is, they will feel like, okay, this guy doesn't even know the naming convention of how to name the Java projects. So now let's learn about the naming convention. So important that is. Okay, so it will not give you any errors, but the thing is that you'll get a bad impression in your projects. Okay, when you're working on. So better to give proper naming conventions. Here, how many words are there in this project? 3 words. First, Java project. 3 words. First is the first word. Java is the second word. Project is the third word. 3 words are there. If you clearly observe, each and every first letter of the first word is in capital letter. What do we call this naming convention as? It is upper camel case. Okay, we call this as upper camel case. Okay, so I'll search for upper camel case here in the Google. You'll get to know like what is upper camel case. Upper camel case. Like that, you just Google search in Google, and okay. So this is not the upper camel case. Okay. So go to images, guys. Otherwise, go to images. Upper camel case. There may be another camel here, a dark color camel. You see, which has multiple bumps here. Okay, these bumps, and you see here 2 words are there. Camel case. 2 words are there. First letter of the first word and second letter of the first word both are in capital case. Okay, this is called as upper camel case. Whereas this one is not the upper camel case. It's the lower camel case. You see, first words, first letter is in lower case, but from second word onwards, it is starting in upper case. Okay, this lower camel case we generally call, and this is upper camel case. So which naming convention we have to follow? This light brown colored camel case or dark brown color camel case? Dark brown color one, where all the words first letter, even though it is the first word, also will be in capital. That is called as the upper camel case, guys. Okay. So that is a upper camel case. Okay. So we have to give the project name in the upper camel case, first Java project like that. Okay. And here it is choosing the Java SE, whatever the Java we have installed, that version it's selecting. So we don't have to do any changes. Just click on finish, guys. Okay. Just click on finish. Nothing to be done. Project will be created in a while. So you see, when I'm creating this Java project, I'm getting this dialog saying new module info.java, create module info.java, some kind of dialog is coming. So I don't recommend this, guys. Okay, don't create this module. Okay, you'll be in trouble. Okay, so if you're following the session properly, just be attentive here at this point where I'm saying that when you get this dialog, simply say don't create. If you say create means some things may not work for you as I'm explaining. Okay, I don't prefer creating this module for now. So simply say don't create, guys. Okay, and another dialog came up immediately. Okay, when I said no to the module, another dialog came saying open associated perspective. Remember my decision and say open perspective, guys, for this case. Okay. Okay, so this perspective is designed to support Java development. We want to write the Java program, so we are okay with that. It offers a package explorer. Yes, it offers a package explorer. We want a package explorer, type hierarchy, and JavaScript. These all are required. So remember my decision and say open perspective. It will not come again because we selected to open commit only one time. But now you see uh, the project has been created, guys. Okay, first Java project has been created. Okay, with the given name, that is first Java project has been created. So here I wanted to create a Java project in Eclipse IDE and execute a sample Java project. So I created the Java project now, and I will write the Java program and execute the sample Java program here. So how to do that? Before doing that, so this project I can expand. I will see some components here. Okay, when I expand this Java project, I am getting JRE system library and SRC. Okay, so how this JRE system library is coming? This JRE system library is nothing but the Java library. This is Java library, guys. Okay, why Java library is coming? Who is adding this Java library when I create this Java project? Eclipse IDE, guys. Okay, Eclipse IDE knows that it's very intelligent that when I create a Java project, it's not just creating a dummy folder here and asking us to do everything our own. Okay, it's automatically adding the Java library. How this Java library is coming? Because we already have installed Java in our machines. Okay, Before coming to this Eclipse IDE installation, we already have installed Java. So Eclipse has already detected as Java. And when we are creating the Java projects in Eclipse IDE, Eclipse is automatically adding the library of Java to the Eclipse IDE projects. Okay, Eclipse IDE. This will not happen with the normal Notepad editor and all those stuff. Okay, so here Eclipse IDE, in Eclipse IDE only we can create the projects, guys. In normal Notepad we cannot even create the projects. And we created the Java project, and automatically Eclipse IDE is adding the Java library. Why Eclipse IDE is adding the Java library to this project? Because we don't have to reinvent the wheel. Okay, understand this statement, what I'm saying. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. Already the developers of Java, okay, from which company they belong to? Oracle company. From where we have downloaded Java? Oracle website. Okay, so Oracle is a company behind this Java. Okay, the developers of the Oracle company are developing this Java software for us. Okay, they have already written lot of code for us. Okay, we don't have to build the entire thing from scratch. For example, guys, let's take a real world example of building a building, constructing a building. Okay, so for constructing a building, what is required? Cement is required. Sometimes some blocks are required. Okay, nowadays it's more even advanced where you are directly getting whatever you want in the market. Okay, so yeah, you're just fixing up the things. Okay, it is not taking much time for the people to build a building. Why? If you want something like a pillar, okay, you want a pillar, you are get ready-made pillar is coming. Okay, if you want to get big size bricks, you don't have to build a entire wall using the normal bricks. Okay, so a kind of material is nowadays coming in the market where you just with the help of the cranes, right, you will just drag that item, and then right, you can build the walls, and all those construction thing can happen bit faster. Okay, you just fix the things up, you just fix the items up. Okay, that's it. You don't earlier it used to take a lot of time. You have to filter the cement, and you have to create a material out of that, and you have to put on the red color bricks, and then only you can build it. Okay, the way of construction has been improved now, where ready made material is coming. Okay, the complete wall you are getting, the complete window you are getting, you don't have to right, put the wood and do all those stuff. Okay, it's very, everything is ready made, and it's very fast for the builders to build the buildings and sell them in the market. Okay, so similarly here Java library is also same thing. They are already providing something for you to use. Okay, you don't have to uh, just prepare the cement, filter it, and do all those stuff, and paste it, and then put it. Okay, to create something, right, ready made thing is popular now, right? So here also the developers of Java are providing a lot of things. Okay, if I go to this java.base, one of the jar file, here I'll explain more about this jar files and all this library and all later. But this is a jar file, guys. It's a zip file. Okay, in terms of Java, it is a zip file. Why Java developers have provided this jar zip files, Java archive files, jar files? They want to zip this right, packages. Okay, these packages. Okay, each and every package contains a lot of predefined classes. For example, if you go to java.lang, it contains a lot of Java classes. Okay, if I go to one of the class, one of the popular class here, let's say string class. Okay, already the Java developers have written this code for the string class here. Okay, I'm just clicking here, it'll open here. You see, all this code has been written. I don't have to reinvent the wheel. Okay, I'll directly use a string class. I can directly use a system class. Okay, whatever, it is already made ready for me. Okay, this library, on the top of this library, I'm going to write the Java programs. I don't have to start from scratch, guys. Okay, already Java developers have written a lot for us. Okay, this is just a sample, guys. Under the zip files, we have packages. Under the packages, we have, I'll explain more about packages later. Okay, under the packages, we have these files that we have to use in our Java programming. That is what is Java library, guys. Okay, without Java library, you cannot write the Java programming. Okay, you are not a scientist or an inventor to create a program from scratch, right? You have to depend on some existing libraries created by the existing developers of the Oracle company, so that you can use them, and use them for your programming purposes. Okay, you'll understand more about this library when I do the Java programming later. But where I have to write the code, where I have to write my Java code, that is under this SRC. SRC means source. Under this, we can create files, and we can write the code. Okay, we can create our own user-defined Java class files. Here, predefined Java files are there, class files are there. But here we can create the user-defined Java files, and then write the code in the Java files. Okay, right click on this src, select new and select the class option here. Okay, what I have to do, I don't have to right click on the project, I have to right click on src, then say new and say class, this option, class option. The moment you say class option, new Java class dialog will come. Here we have to give the name of the class. Again, the same thing, guys. We have to follow a naming convention for naming this class, which should be same as the naming convention of the project itself. Okay, that is upper camel case. Same upper camel case should be followed. First Java, I'll say, give simple names. First Java class, I'll say. Okay, first Java class. I'll go with the default options here. The public is by default selected. I will not change that. Okay. So since you are new to Java, what I'm going to do in addition is I'm going to select this checkbox option, guys. Okay. Since you are new to Java, if you are new to Java, you select this option. Okay. You don't understand what is public static void main now. I'm trying to auto generate the code, guys. Okay. This Java class will be program code will be auto generated for the with this name first Java class. I'll show you right just after clicking on the finish button. Some public class name will be created as a code. I'll not be writing the code. I'm just giving the class name here, and Eclipse IDE will automatically auto generate the code for me. And also, if I select this public static void main, this main method will be the code for this main method. I'll explain what is method in the upcoming sessions. Don't need to worry, guys. Just blindly follow something for a while. Okay. This main method code also will be auto generated inside this class. Okay. Just simply click on finish without touching anything. You see a lot of code has already been written, right? You see public class name, under that main method has been written, under that main method has been written, right? I didn't so you see by default some comment has come, I deleted that. I without explaining I deleted. This is called as a comment, guys. I'll explain more about comments, but I don't want comments. Okay, this much part is enough, but the font size is not good. For my training purpose, I have to increase the font size. You may be okay with this font size when you are writing the Java programs, but I am not okay because I'm a trainer. I'm explaining the Java programming for you, and the font size is very less, means some people may not be able to view this code in your machines, okay, properly. So how to increase the font size of this Java programming code? Simple, guys. There are options there. There's a window option here. Click on the window option. Just go to the preferences here under the window option, and here you'll get a general option, expand that. You'll get appearance option, expand that. Colors and fonts, select the colors and fonts under the appearance. And here we have the basic option coming, expand that. Go to the last option, text font, select that. Click on edit. And then here we have to give the font size. I'll generally prefer 18, guys. Okay. Say okay. This is the preview. This is the preview how the size of the code will be there. Apply and close. That's it. So now you can see, right, this tabs we don't need. You can minimize if you want, and you just focus on the package explorer and this part where I opened this Java file and it has been created here. Okay, fine. Now what next? So some code has been auto generated. I have not written the code inside this main method. This is starting of the main method. I'll explain more about the main method later. Here I'll write some line statement here. Okay, this one also blindly follow for a while. I'll be writing like system. Where is the system? System is already, okay, the code for the system is already developed by Java developers. Okay, I'm reusing that. You see, if you go to the Java library here and go to the java.base java.lang, here there is somewhere we have the system class that I'm reusing here. It's a predefined class, guys. System is a predefined class which is already developed by the Java developer. This is the class. System.class. I'm reusing that. When I say system dot, I'm getting out here. Okay, out. Okay, if you expand this, somewhere you will see out here. You see under system we have out. Don't worry what is out. Okay, again say dot. Under this out, again we have some more options like print ln option. Okay, print ln. It is a method. It is one of the method. Okay, this is also already developed by, okay, somewhere print ln. If you see, it will be there somewhere. Okay, uh, maybe in the out. Let's go with out. In the out, there will be, you see, a lot of methods will be there. You see, already Java developers have done all this. Okay, somewhere print ln will be there. Okay, similar way, somewhere control F and say print ln, enter. Okay, okay, somewhere it is there here, guys. Okay, so I cannot show you right away, but it is there somewhere. Okay, that's why it's coming. Anyhow, I'll close. I don't want to dig deep and confuse you. So this is one of the Java statement I have written. All the Java statements in Java end with semicolon symbol. Like in English, right? In English, all the English statements end with a full stop, right? Similarly, in Java, the statements inside statements of Java will end with semicolon. You don't have to understand this code right now. I'll explain each and every part, each and every piece of this code I'm going to explain. This is just a sample code so that I can show you like how exactly the Eclipse IDE you can create the Java project, how exactly you can create a Java file, and how exactly you can run the Java file and all the stuff. Okay. So the moment when I'm writing this Java code, automatically Eclipse IDE is compiling this code in the background to see if there are any syntax mistakes. You see, English also has a grammar, right? If you don't follow the grammar, like if you don't put the comma at the required place or whatever it is, if you don't write the sentences properly, grammatical mistakes will come. A syntax kind of mistakes will come. Upper first letter, for example, in the statement, first letter of the first word should be in capital. If you don't do that, that is a grammatical or syntax mistake of English. Similarly, Java also has some rules and regulations. But by othering to that, we have to write the code. Okay, if anywhere we are not following the rules, okay, Java compiler will give you errors. For example, here, if I don't put the semicolon, immediately an error will come. You see, I'm getting an error here saying syntax error. Okay, who is giving this error? Java compiler. Immediately it is giving. In the background, that means, guys, Eclipse IDE is very intelligent. This editor is very smart that it's automatically compiling. If you use some normal editors like Notepad, right, you have to manually compile. Okay, the Notepad kind of editors you have to manually compile by yourself. Okay, the Notepad editors you have to, for example, the same code, guys. Okay, let me provide double quotes here and write my name Arun Moturi here. I am the trainer Arun Moturi. Okay, my name is Arun Moturi. This is the code, guys. Okay, I'll copy this code. Okay, without Eclipse IDE, how to do is something I'm going to show you. Okay, copy this code and I'll go to the downloads folder where I don't see much nonsense here. So the less number of files are there. I'll create a folder here. I'll right click and create a new folder. I'll say demo, some demo Java folder or anything I'll want to create. Under that, I'll paste the file. This is the first Java class file that I have created here. Okay, I want to run this file. I'll open this file. How to run this file? How to run this Java file without Eclipse IDE editor? Editor is very smart, intelligent, I told you. So here, for this file, in order to run, compiling should happen. Okay. So how to run this file first of all? You see, at the location where this first Java class file, Java source file is available, I'll select this location and type cmd here. A command prompt will open at the same location where this first Java class file is available. Here I'll say Java C and first Java class dot Java I have to give. Okay, this is one of the command. Okay, if you're not using Eclipse IDE editor and you are writing this Java code in Notepad and saving that as Java file and then you want to run it. Okay, first you have to compile it, guys. Java C you have to say Java C. If you don't compile this manually and directly say Java and first Java class, this is the command for running, guys. Okay, without compiling, I'm not compiling. First I'm running. You see, could not find or load class, first Java class is coming. Okay, class not found exception. So you cannot directly run it. So what we have to do? Simply select this cmd. First compile it. How to compile? Java C command. Java C followed by first Java class you have to write and and say dot Java, guys, and press enter. So it has compiled, guys. It will not give any output, but you see for this Java file dot Java file, a dot class file has been created. This is called as compiling. What is this dot class file? Why it is being created? You see, things will go deep. Okay, I compiled it. I compiled the Java file and I got a dot class file. What is dot class file? Right click. If I open this first Java file here, open with some notepad or something, you will see the Java programming code, public class, whatever the code that is auto generated by Eclipse IDE, that code you are seeing here, right? The auto generated code of Eclipse IDE you are seeing here. Okay, system.out.println and Arun motor is coming. So you can understand what is this is in plain English. But if I right click on this dot class file and I'll say open with and the same notepad, if I say you will not understand anything. Okay, it is not Chinese, it's not Japanese, it's not anything Korean or not thing. Okay, some kind of symbols that only your machine can understand. Okay, this machine code or byte code you can say. So what's happening here is Java is a platform independent programming language. You have to understand this. What is Java? Java is a platform independent programming language. What does it mean? You write your Java code, okay, in Windows machine and you can run that in other operating system like Mac machine or Linux machine. You don't have to write it again for Mac or Windows, Mac or Linux machines. Okay, if you're writing your Java code in Windows machine, you can simply run the Java code in Mac or Linux machine. How? Because what happens? Let's say you have written this Java first Java class Java code in your Windows machine, and you copy this file into the Mac machine, and in the Mac machine you install Java software. Okay, in Mac machine you install Java software. When you install Java software, Java compiler also will be installed according to the Mac machine. Okay, and that Java compiler, you will compile, guys. Before running the code, you will compile like this. Okay, Java C first Java class.java. A class file will be created. This class file can be understood by your computer. That is Mac machines. If you are compiling that Java code in the Mac machine, a JVM, Java virtual machine related to that Mac machine will be installed along with Java. Okay, here in Windows machine, I installed Java. So a JVM related to Windows machine will be installed in my machine. Okay, and that JVM of my Windows machine can understand this bytecode and run the code. The machine code, guys, is nothing but we are converting that English code to the machine code that machine can understand. Who is helping us in understanding the machine code to the machine? JVM of Java. Okay, when you install Java, a JVM will be installed. Okay, JRE plus JVM will be installed. Java virtual machine will be able to understand this dot class file. JVM of Windows will be running. If you are running this Java file after compiling in this Windows machine, JVM of Windows will run this dot class file. With the help of dot class file, the program will be run. But if you copy this Java class file in Java file into the Mac machine, if you're writing this program in Windows machine and copying that into the Mac machine, and you have to also install Java software in Mac machine, in that Mac machine, JVM related to Mac machine will be installed. And similar way, you'll open the command prompt there and compile that. A dot class file will be created. And who will understand the dot class file? That bytecode of the dot class file, which machine can understand? JVM of Mac machine will understand, and it will run that. No matter where you write the code, it can be run in Mac machine or another operating system. That's why Java is a platform independent programming language. And these are all the theoretical part. Okay, we'll go into the programmatical part soon. But you have to understand that to run a Java class file, you have to first convert that into the class file. Okay, to run a Java file, it should be converted into the bytecode. Inside the dot class file, bytecode will be there. That JVM of this Windows machine that came when I installed Java in my machine will be actually running this Java class file, and using the bytecode, the program will run. Okay, so here manually I compiled it. Okay, for the JVM to understand this Java code, okay, to run it, I have manually compiled it using the Java C command. But in Eclipse IDE, do you have to manually compile it? No, I'll come to that later. Okay, so now anyhow, if I have to run it, Java, since I already compiled first Java class, I'll write first Java class, I'll write and press enter. You see, the output is coming, Arun Motori. This output, right? Whatever I wanted to print it. What is that thing? System.out.println. When you run this code, I want this my name to be printed in the output. The same thing happened in the command prompt. But this is a tedious process to use the command prompt. With Eclipse IDE, it's more simple, guys. Okay. Even though you change like this, immediately compiler is giving you the compiler error. For example, here, if I open with Notepad and remove the semicolon symbol here, okay, semicolon symbol here, save this. You see there is a mistake, syntax mistake. Is the Notepad immediately giving you the error, compiler error? No, because I have to manually compile. Okay, so until and unless I manually compile here like this CMD and say Java C first Java class dot Java, I have to say, then I am going to get a compiler error here. You see, I have to manually compile, saying that at the line 6 of Java program, semicolon is expected, or after Arun Motori, the statement has been given, compilation failed. So once the compilation passes only, the dot class file will be created. Again, edit that, open with Notepad, then put a semicolon again. You see, this much of process is required if you use the normal editors. Okay. Now CMD say, and say Java C first Java program dot class. Sorry, Java file. Okay, enter. Maybe some mistake here. Okay, in Java C first Java program. What's the problem here? I think I gave everything fine. Nah? I'll delete this class and I'll just do it again. CMD Java C Java C, first Java class dot Java file. It got compiled. Now Java first Java class to run it. It will work now. Okay, you see, that's what compiling is happening automatically, and it's not happening automatically. I have to manually in command prompt. Okay, but coming to Eclipse IDE, you don't have to manually compile, guys. Okay, if you remove semicolon, immediately the compiler of Java is running. Okay, Eclipse IDE is running the Java compiler for us dynamically while I'm writing the code, and it's immediately giving the error saying that there is semicolon expected. Okay, but this is a Java file, right? This is Java file, but where is the dot class file? Can you see any dot class file in this project explorer of package explorer or project explorer of this Eclipse IDE? We only see the Java file, but where do we see the Java class file? Okay, for the compiling happening automatically means in the background, Eclipse IDE is using the Java compiler to compile this code and create the dot class file, but that dot class file is not visible under this project. Okay, that is there in this Eclipse IDE. So if you have to really see, we have to go to the location where these projects are stored. What is the location, guys? uh, you remember the workspace, right? We can go to the workspace, or you can right click on the project like this. Okay, you can right click on the project like this to go to the workspace. Properties, select properties, and here under the resource, first option, you see the project location under C drive users folder. Okay, core Java made easy. This is the workspace, right? I gave under that first Java project. Okay, go just click on that. You will be directly taken to the project in my machine. Okay, so whatever the project you created in Eclipse IDE, okay, whatever the project you created in Eclipse IDE is stored in the form of a folder here in my computer machine and at this workspace location. Okay, no matter how many projects you create, all this will be created in the form of the folder. So what is there inside the project folder? What should be there under the project folder? This SRC is there. Okay, SRC. How the SRC will look like? Let's see. SRC also will look like a folder, guys. SRC is also looking like a folder. Apart from SRC, we have bin folder, but this bin folder is not visible here. You see, in this project explorer, only SRC folder is there. Under that Java class file is there. Okay, go inside the SRC folder and you will find the Java file. This is a Java file, guys. Okay, right click on this file and say properties. You'll see this is a Java file, .java file. Okay, and but I told you that in Eclipse IDE, when you are writing the code, automatically the compiling is happening, and dot class file will be created. Where the dot class file will be created, you see another folder is maintained, known as automatically maintained, known as bin folder. Inside this bin folder, the dot class file will be automatically created by Eclipse IDE. We don't have to manually compile like command prompt. Okay, that's what is another advantage of Eclipse IDE, using this editor like Eclipse IDE, where you don't have to compile the code. Eclipse IDE will use Java compiler to automatically compile the code, and it will create this bin folder in your project workspace and of the project, and in the bin space dot class file containing that bytecode. Open with notepad, you will see the bytecode again. Okay, this bytecode will be understood by the JVM of the Java. Okay, and which is specific to the Windows machine, or you can run in another operating system also, which makes the Java platform independent thing. Okay, so you understood it, right? What is compiling and all those stuff, what is JVM and all those stuff. Okay, this basic knowledge is required. Okay, basic knowledge is required. Now let's run it, guys. Okay, so compiling is done. I'll save I save this file, and then in order to run this, there are multiple options. I can right click on this Java file and say right click run as Java application. This is one way, or I can directly run in on this code, right click on this code and say run as Java application, another way. Or you see there is a run option here, run first Java file. Okay, first Java class.java file. This is another way. So I generally prefer right clicking on the code and say run as Java application, so which is easy for me. And in the output, you see in Eclipse IDE only we are getting the output. We are not getting the output in the command prompt. We are getting the output in the console tab of the Eclipse IDE. Okay, this is the output. Whatever I wanted to print it, that got printed. Okay, whatever I wanted to print it, that got printed. Whatever the text you give here, that is getting printed. Okay, this is a sample program only, guys, to get started. Don't worry if you don't understand any of these keywords, and if you're afraid like what exactly this code is and all, because I'm going to cover each and everything of this code in the coming things. Okay, the coming things. Fine. For now, getting started part is over. Getting started part is over. We'll be moving on to the understanding Java programs now. Okay. The next part, understanding Java programs, will start. Understanding the Java programs. So I'll explain. So you'll get more clarity of the Java code that is auto-generated here. Okay, what is this? And so slowly we'll build up, guys. Okay, slowly we'll build up. We are not in a hurry. Okay. Now we are in a position to understand the Java program because we installed Java, we installed Eclipse IDE, we have run a sample Java program. Now let's understand the Java programs bit by bit. Okay, slowly, so that you'll get slowly your confidence on Java will increase, guys. Okay, no need to think that Java is difficult now. Okay, it's going to be very easy for you after completing these few sessions of mine. Okay, so let's continue. So in order to understand the Java programs, we have to understand these statements, guys. Okay, one by one. So I'm not going to help you in understanding the entire Java programs right away. As I mentioned you, it will take some time, guys. Okay, so while we go through the topics, it will be more clear for you. So the topics that are not clear for you, the code that is not clear for you, you have to be a bit patient. Okay, you have to blindly follow few things for a while. You have to auto generate the code. You have to blindly follow few code for a while. Okay, whatever that is covered, right, automatically it will increase your knowledge or confidence in Java. Okay, so anyhow, the first statement for understanding the Java programs that you have to know right now, in Java programs we have to enclose everything inside a class. Okay, I'll be writing this for you. In Java programs, in Java programs, we have to enclose everything, everything inside a class. Okay. In Java programs, we have to enclose everything inside a class. What does it mean? You see, here we have a class. This is what is a class, guys. Okay. Public class, class name. Here class is starting. Here class is ending. So this is the body of the class. Okay. So understand step by step, guys. Okay. This is the body of the class. So whatever the code you are going to write in Java files, that code should reside inside the class. Everything should be enclosed. Okay. Everything should be enclosed inside a class. So this is the starting of the class, this is the ending of the class. You see, this particular code is inside the class. Whatever the other code you are going to write regarding the Java programming, that code should also come inside the class. That is the first statement. Okay. Syntax. You just see the syntax, guys. Public class, class name. So you also have to understand these few keywords here. So don't worry about what public is. Okay. Public, you blindly follow for a while. Okay. For a while, you simply follow what is public. Okay. The time will come. There is a topic known as modifiers. Okay. That will come here in the bottom. Okay. If you see here in the topics list, okay, don't want to overwhelm you, but I just want to show you topic known as modifiers. Okay, there is a topic known as modifiers. As part of the modifiers, okay, there are types and all those stuff. Here we have something known as public that will come at the right time. Okay, but for now, don't worry about that public. What is public means and all. Don't worry about that. Okay, that's not the right way of learning, guys. Okay, that's what is not the right way of learning. For now, we are going step by step where you just understand whatever that need to be understood. Okay, so don't worry what is public. That will be covered at the right time when time comes. Till then, blindly follow. But this keyword you can understand right away. Okay, that is a class keyword. If you want to create a class in Java, you have to use which keyword? Class keyword. If you want to create a class in Java, you have to use class keyword, guys. Class, class name. Class, class name. The name of the class should be followed by which keyword in Java? Class keyword. It's a predefined keyword, guys. Okay, this is a predefined keyword. If you want to create a class in Java, you have to say class, class name, and provide the open curly braces and ending curly braces. Open curly braces means starting of the class. Ending curly braces means ending of the class. But in order to mention or create or write a class in Java, before the class name, you have to provide a keyword known as class keyword. Without this class keyword, we cannot create class in Java. So you understood what is a class keyword now, why it is required now. Everything in Java will reside inside the class. But in order to create a class, we have to use class keyword. This class term is used as a syntax to create or define a class in Java. If someone asks you how to create or define a class in Java, immediately you have to mention that there is a predefined keyword in Java known as class keyword. Okay, using that, we'll create a class in Java and there is a starting curly brace and ending curly brace where the class will start and where the class will end. Okay, so this is the first statement. Okay, on our journey of understanding the Java programs. Next statement. In Java programs, execution starts from main method. Let me write that for you. Okay. Next statement. In Java programs, execution starts from where? From main method. From main method, the execution will start in the Java programs. Okay. Here, if you see inside this class, this is the starting of the class. Everything will be enclosed inside the class, and whatever that is currently or right now enclosed is nothing but the main method. What is the method? Don't worry. Okay, blindly understand that this is the main method for now. What is a method that I'm going to cover, guys? Okay, as part of another topic. Okay, there's a method topics. You see, there's a method topics that is coming on the way. At that time, you'll understand what exactly the methods are. But for now, blindly assume that or blindly believe that this is a main method, guys. Okay, so inside the main method. Okay, so fine, don't worry. Okay, the inside the class, everything will be enclosed inside the class, and this is the main method. Main method is also enclosed inside the class, and this is the starting of the main method. This is the ending of the main method. Don't worry what is public, what is static, what is void. Okay, these three keywords you don't worry now. Only worry about this. Only focus on this main term here. So which stands for the main method. What is the method also will be explained later. Okay. So this is starting of the main method. This is ending of the main method. But the main thing that you have to know right now is execution in Java starts from main method, not from the class. If you run this class, if you run this file, if you run Java application, the execution will start from the main method, not from the class. That you have to understand. The control will come here. Okay, the programming control will come here, and the statements inside the main method will be executed. Run this code, right click, run as Java application. The execution will start from the main method, and this is starting of the main method. Inside the main method, whatever the statement is there, print statement, whatever the text that you provided inside the statement, print statement in double quotes, that got printed in the output. The code got executed, guys, and the output got printed, and this is the ending of the main method. That's it. Execution will start from the main method and end at the end of the main method. That's it. Okay, that's the next thing that you have to understand in Java. In Java programs, execution starts from main method. Main is a method. Syntax of the main method. Okay, what is the syntax of the main method? Public, static, void. Main. You don't worry what is public, what is static, what is void. Uh, this will be covered as part of the modifiers. This void will be covered as part of the methods. Okay, all the topics will be covered to you, and this is a place from where the execution will start. Okay, in the Java program, from the main method, the execution. There are different type of methods also, guys, but main method is a method where the execution starts. Okay, other method the execution will not start. We'll cover. I'll cover more about methods later. For now, blindly follow the remaining stuff. Okay. Next statement. All the Java statements in Java should end with semicolon symbol. What is the statement? All the Java statements in Java should end with which symbol? Should end with semicolon symbol. Okay, all the Java statements in Java should end with which symbol? Semicolon symbol. Like in English, when you write paragraphs or whatever the chapters are, whatever you write, guys, everything will be broken down into a set of statements, right? In a paragraph, there will be multiple statements, and at the end of the every statement, there will be a full stop, right? In English, according to the grammatical thing about or grammatical thing or syntax about English, the statements in English should end with a full stop, but the Java statements in Java should end with a semicolon symbol. What is an example of the Java statement? So far in the written code, example of the Java statement is system.out.println, guys. Okay, and it is ending with a semicolon symbol. If I remove the semicolon symbol, immediately the compiling will happen and the error will come. Compiler error will say that there is syntax error according to Java, and you should complete this statement with semicolon symbol. It's saying again, if I put semicolon, the compiling is automatically happening and the error is gone. Compiler error is gone. Okay, I'll talk about more about compiler errors and give you more examples of the compiler errors later. But for now, you understood, right? All the statements, Java statements in Java should end with semicolon symbol. Okay. If you remove the semicolon symbol, for example, if you remove the semicolon symbol from this print statement, what happens? It's giving you the compiler error. Java is not accepting that. All the Java statements should be written inside the methods. Okay, we cannot write the Java statements outside the methods. Here, what is the method we have in here? Only main method we have. So whatever the Java statement you have written inside the main method. This is starting of the method, this is the ending of the method. Inside the method, this statement is written. If you try to write this statement outside the method, immediately you are going to get the compiler errors. Okay, you're going to get the compiler errors if you write this statement outside the methods. Within the method, if you write, you'll not get the compiler errors. Okay, Java, simple thing, guys. Okay, so here I'll write Java statements needs to be written inside what? Inside methods only. Outside the methods, you should not write. Even though you try to write this Java statement directly under the class outside the method, you are going to get some errors. You will not even understand, guys. Okay, over the mouse, you will not know. Even though you Google search, also you will not understand what these errors are. Syntax error, okay, circular bracket. It's giving you something, some nonsense kind of messages. It's giving you. You see a lot of things. No one will understand what is this, and no one will know what the problem they have done. So make sure that all the Java statements you write inside the methods. Okay, that's the another important statement you have to understand in Java when you're understanding the Java programs. Fine. So we generally write code which is nothing but a set of statements inside the methods. Okay, the logic, the code, the program, actual programming logic will be written inside the methods, guys, in Java. Okay, and those will be in the form of the statements, and this statement should end with the semicolon symbol and cannot be written outside the methods. Okay, if you write outside the methods, you will not even understand why what the compiler is communicating with you, because you will see a lot of errors saying this and that. Okay, you will not understand even though you Google search also. So be aware of that and make sure that you write all the Java statements inside the methods. Now, I've explained a lot about how to understand the Java programs here. And coming to here, keywords like keywords like public, static, void. I didn't cover everything, guys. I didn't make you guys understand the complete code here. I didn't even explain what is public. You have to blindly follow for a while, okay? Till the time its turn comes. Okay, public turn comes, modifiers topic will not understand, but this part you covered. Okay, this part of understanding is covered. The starting also we covered. Again, coming to public and also static, modifiers topic should come. We have to wait for that. Okay, we should not hurry up in understanding these terms. We can blindly follow. We can blindly follow this and write the statements here and write the logic here and execute the programs. Okay, void also in methods I will cover. So this and string of arcs also will be covered later. Okay, so everything will be covered later, guys. Okay, so everything that I have not covered as part of understanding the Java programs, whatever that you have to understand at this point of time regarding the Java programs, I covered. But some things I cannot help you guys in understanding right away, because this needs a systematic learning. So when the time comes, you will learn it. Okay, let's be patient. So understanding the Java programs is done, guys. Now compiler errors. Okay, now let's talk about the compiler errors, guys. Let's talk about the compiler errors. Java compiler errors will be displayed when we make syntax mistakes in the Java code. Already we have experienced one compiler error where if I remove this simple semicolon symbol, the compile automatically Eclipse IDE is using the Java compiler to compile this program and Java code, and immediately it's giving you some syntax error saying that you have to put semicolon to complete the block statement. Okay, otherwise you'll get compiler. One of the example is already covered. There are more examples I can give you. Okay, so if we are not following the syntax, that is rules and regulations of Java. Java is very strict, guys, and it is going to give you the compiler mistakes, compiler errors for the mistakes you make in the Java code. So few examples of these mistakes are example 1, example 2, example 3. Coming to the example 1, all the Java statements in Java should end with semicolon symbol, which I already covered. Remove the statement semicolon from the end of the Java statement from this print statement, and see that you are going to get the compiler error, which I already demonstrated just now also. Coming to the example 2 now, Java is case sensitive, guys. Okay, case sensitive means whatever the predefined stuff that you are using in Java. For example, here, what are the predefined stuff you are using? Public is a predefined thing in Java. Okay, class is a predefined thing. This is user defined thing. First Java, this is the name of the Java class which we have given, so it is a user defined thing. And this public, this static keyword, this void keyword, okay, this main method name, okay, the string of string something, or the system, this out, this println. Lot of things we are not reinventing the wheel. Rather, we are using some keywords or some kind of stuff that is already developed or written the code by the Oracle developers. Okay, for while developing this Java library. Okay, so according to the Java, if Java says that this public should be the p letter, the first letter of this public keyword should be in lowercase, it should be in lowercase. If you give uppercase, you see immediately you are going to, Java will not recognize that. It will give you the compiler error saying the public is expected here. You are giving capital P, which is not accepted by Java. Case sensitive, guys. You see class, just give C, capital C, same error. Okay, here class lowercase c is expected. Okay, similarly here capital S is there. What if I give lower cases? You see, it's not accepting. Okay, so it's not accepting, guys. You have to give capital S. So whatever that need to be in uppercase should be in uppercase. Whatever this, things that should be in lowercase should be in lowercase, guys. Then only Java will accept. Okay, so Java is case sensitive. Replace S with S in that system class, right? System is a predefined class in Java, and you have to, okay, if you replace capital S with lowercase, immediately you are going to get the compiler error. Okay, that's have demonstrated just now. Okay, so now another case where you may get compiler error. These are not the three final examples where you get compiler error. More compiler errors also can come, but this is not the right time to explain all the hundreds of examples for getting the compiler errors. We'll learn it naturally while we go through the next topics. Okay, so example 3, remove any of the closing brace. You see, here in the Java program, starting brace and closing brace should match. If the class is starting here, it should end somewhere. Okay, this is the closing brace. The class, if the method is starting here, the method should end here. Okay, so if there is any mismatch between the starting number of starting braces and number of ending braces, for example, if I remove one of the ending brace here, immediately I'm going to get a compiler error saying that syntax error inserts this closing brace to complete class body. It is saying, okay, it's closing the method, but it's not closing the class body. So again, put the closing brace here, the error will be gone. Okay, you can also remove the starting brace, still you will get the same kind of error saying that, you see, uh, starting brace is expected. Okay, starting curly brace is expected. Then the count of the starting and ending braces should match, otherwise compiler errors will. These are few examples of we getting the general compiler errors, guys. Okay, if you know these basics, right, these basics, your confidence will rise a bit. Okay, that's the reason I took those three examples, so that a lot of people make these common mistakes. They consider they write something in uppercase, lowercase, okay, reverse, and they forget to put semicolon at the end of the Java statements, or they 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 give a different count of starting and ending braces, because of which compiler errors may come. Okay, now the next topic, we'll go with the next topic, guys, that is print statements. Next topic is print statements. Okay, so what are these print statements in Java? Already we have seen one of the print statement in Java, that is nothing but print ln. But let's explore the print statements in detail now. Okay, let's explore the print statements in detail now. What are the print statements we have? Print statements in Java are used to print the program output in the console. The purpose there. Okay, first of all, what is the purpose of this print statement? Okay, the purpose of the print statements in Java is used to print the program output to the console. You see, whatever the text I am providing inside this print statement, that is print ln statement here, system.out.println, inside the circular brackets, whatever the text I provide here and run the code, that particular text. Okay, always save, guys. Always save means it will not ask me again to save the files. You see, whatever the text I gave here, this print statement is printing. That is the purpose of the print statements in Java. Okay, the purpose of the print statements in Java is to print this particular text, whatever the text that you gave here. Okay, the below are the two types of print statements in Java. You see, I only gave you one example, one type of, I showed you only one type of print statement, that is print ln statement. But there's another variant of the print statement that we have to see. What are the different types of, okay, print statements in Java? There are two types, print and print ln. Okay, we are using the print ln, but there is also print. What is the difference between the print and print ln? You have to understand now. Okay, uh, so let me write some print statements here, print ln statement, system.out. You'll understand this. Okay, I'll write down something like this. My name is Arun Muturi. Okay, another print ln statement I am writing. I am teaching Java programming, core Java. Okay, I am teaching core Java as part of this session. Okay, system.out.println. Okay, I am damn sure that this session is as, okay, damn sure that you will become an expert in core Java after this session. Okay, like the three statements I have written, but these three print statements are println variation. That means what? After printing this particular text, let me put a full stop also so that it looks good. Okay, after printing this particular text, okay, after this particular print statement printing this particular text that I provided in the double quotes, the control will move to the, in the output, the control will go to the next line, and again this text will be printed, and the control will go to the next line in the output console, and the control will go to the next line, and this statement will be printed, and control will go to the next line. So after printing every text, the control is going to the next line. Run this code, you see all these three lines will be printed in multiple lines. Run this code, you see all these lines got printed in multiple lines. Okay, my name is Arun Motri got printed. After this got printed in the output console, the control went to the new line because of the println variant I have used. I'm teaching core Java as part of this session, then control move to the next line because of println. This statement is also println. I'm damn sure that you will become an expert in core Java after this session also. The control has moved to the new line. You see the cursor is blinking here. That means control has moved to the new line. Here, ln you have to read it reverse. This ln portion of the print ln statement you have to read in reverse. Here ln means nl. N means new line. N means new, L means line. You have to read in reverse. Okay, new line. Print and go to the new line. Print and go to the new line. What if I remove this ln from here and go with the other variant of the print statements where ln is not there? Okay, where ln is not there. 1 minute. Here I'll just remove the ln, guys. And if I run this code, what will happen is all the statements are going to be printed in a single line. You will see that now. Okay. Because after printing this text, it's not moving, the control is not going to the new line. You see, my name is Arun Motori dot. I am teaching core Java as part of this session. I'm sure that you'll become an expert in core Java after this session. Okay. All the three statements got printed in the same line. This is what is the difference between print and println. Println has this extra two words, that is ln, which you have to read in reverse, that is nl, that means new line. Okay. Print means normal print and not going to the next line. Now, the next thing about the print statements is printing a number and text. Okay, there is a concept known as literals, guys. Okay, which I'm going to cover here as part of this variables, data types, operators, and literals topic is there. Whatever the thing that I'm going to print here is a string literal. Okay, a sequence of words are there. Okay, statement is there that you are printing. Such kind of text, if you want to print in the output, okay, I'll remove this other statements. Okay, so it can be print or println, guys. I generally habituated to use println every time, so I'll go with the println. Okay, so this particular, if you want to print a text, you have to surround with double quotes. Okay, you have to surround with double quotes, then only the text between the double quotes will be printed. Run this code. You see, my name is Arun Motri got printed. If I remove the double quotes, is it possible to print this text? If you want to print the text using the println statements, okay, it should be surrounded with double quotes. Otherwise, the compiler is giving you error. Another example for compiler error where if you try to print some text, you see, it's not able to understand. Okay, it's not able to understand how to solve this. Okay, you have to provide double quotes, guys. Okay, you have to provide double quotes. Then it will be treated as a string text and it will be printed in the output. Okay, now it will work. If you want to print some string text like this, it should be surrounded. The text should be surrounded by double quotes in Java. Okay, I'll explain more about this literal types later. But what if I want to print a number? What if I want to print a number? Let's say 9 I want to print. Is there any error coming here when I'm trying to print a number 9? Because in Java, for numbers in Java, you don't have to surround the numbers in Java with double quotes. Okay, you can directly print that. Text in Java should be surrounded by double quotes in order to print that. But okay, numbers in Java need not be surrounded by double quotes. Okay, run this code, 9 will be printed as it is in the output. You see 9 got printed. So these are called as literals, guys. I'll explain more about literals later. For now, this much of knowledge is enough. Okay, this much of knowledge is enough, guys. Printing the number and text is enough. And the final thing about the print statements is you have to understand the shortcut for print statements. Okay, so I'll be using the print statement like anything. Okay, every time I have to type everything complete system dot out dot print ln, then provide some text or number here. Okay, this is a very tedious process, right? It will take a lot of time because this is a general statement. Print statement is a kind of statement in Java that is used mostly. And if you have to type it every time, that's a bad practice. Okay, so rather there is shortcut, guys. Okay, so whenever I have to type print statement, print ln statement, I'll type sysout control space. That's it. Sysout control space. I just need to say sysout. Okay, I don't have to type the entire system.out.println. Just give this sysout and say control space. You can also, another shortcut is also there, syso, only 4 letters, control space. Still you will get either sys, okay, sysout or syso. Okay, anything is fine. Okay, any of the shortcuts you can use. So here I'll write down sys o. This four. This shortest way. Control plus space. Okay, control plus space bar you have to press simultaneously. Okay, after typing syso, immediately when the cursor is blinking here, just press control key and space key on your keyboard simultaneously. Okay, at the same time. Or you can also use sysout plus control plus space. Okay, this is also fine, guys. This is also fine. Save this. I'll save this mind map. Fine. So these are the shortcuts, guys, because every time we are going to use print statements, it will take a lot of time for us to write the print statements. Okay. So if you use these shortcuts, it will save our time. Okay. So this is all about the print statements in Java, guys. Okay. We are learning one by one. There are two variants I told you, print and println, and different ways of printing the literals like numbers and text. For text, you have to surround with double quotes. For number, you don't have to surround with double quotes. And also there is shortcut for print statements. This one is better, I guess, right? SYSO is better for a lot of people. Only 4 letters you have to type, and you have to simultaneously press control and space together keys, and it will be written. Next part is comments. Next part is comments, guys. Let's get started with the comments now. Okay, very simple topic, guys. Let's get started. So what exactly are these comments? Comments provided in a Java program won't be executed and are generally used to explain the underlying code. What is the purpose of the comments? I'm going to explain first. The main purpose of the comments. Okay, let me type that down for you here. The main purpose of using comments in Java programming is to, okay, is to explain the underlying code. Okay, you see, a real world example I'll take. Okay, so let's say there is a cricket match going on. Okay, there is a cricket match going on, and somewhere nearby there is a room or something. There two people are sitting here. We generally call them as commentators. Okay, they keep on uh, shouting, like shouting or speaking or whatever you call. They keep on saying, describing the match, like how the match is going, what's happening in a match. These two people just sit in this room and then, right, talk about the match, like how the players are doing. Is there any wicket taken, or it is any six hit, or okay, if the fielder has done a good job, okay, uh, or batsman is doing a good job, whatever it is. The fielders are actually playing here. Okay, so the fielders are actually the players are there. Okay, the batter, batsman, bowler, the fielders, everyone is there here. Okay, these people are actually part of the game, and they're actually this is nothing but the Java code. Assume that this part is a Java code, but these commentators, are they playing the game? They're only commentating. They're not part of the game, right? These players are playing, but these two commentators are not the players. They are actually describing. Okay, they're commenting about the match. Same thing about comments in Java also, guys. The main purpose of using comments in Java is to explain the underlying code. Here we already have some underlying code, guys. Okay, for example, here this is some underlying code. Okay, so let me explain this underlying code for you. Okay, this is very simple example, but in real time you have complex programs written where comments are compulsory. Because otherwise at some point of time you will further edit the code, or if you share that code written by you to your seniors or any other colleagues, right, they'll not be able to understand the code the way you have written. Okay, the reason behind that is your code doesn't have comments. Your code has comments, then they can understand. You also after a period of time may forget what you have written. So the comments explain the underlying code. Okay, they are not, they will not be running. Okay, when you run this program, the comments will not be running. But the main purpose why you are providing the comments in this program along with this running code, runnable code, is to explain the underlying code. Okay, so there are two types of comments, guys. Okay, before I explain how to write the comments there in the program, okay, there are two types of comments. One is single line comment, other one is a multi-line comment. Coming to the single line comment, the syntax is double forward slash, okay, followed by the text. This text that is followed by this double forward slash becomes a single line comment. Okay, the life of this text will be up to the single line. The second line cannot be a comment. Okay, so only one line can be commented using this way. But if you want to write multiple line comments, okay, the comment should be spread across multiple lines. In that case, you have to start the comment with / asterisk and end the multiple lines with the asterisk / Okay, I'll show you practically now. I'll start with the single line comment. The below is a sample Java program. Okay, sample Java program. This is one single line comment. If I type something here, okay, class keyword is used in Java to create or define Java classes. Okay, Java classes. You see, this one is not treated as a comment, guys. Okay, only up to here the green color is there. Okay, but I want this one also to be a comment. So again, I have to give double / another single line comment. Another single line comment I'll write. Okay, everything in Java, whatever we learned so far, everything in Java is enclosed inside a Java class. Okay, inside the Java class. These are the three statements I wrote, but for each and every statement I have written single line comments. Instead of doing that, you can convert this into / asterisk, remove this single line comments, remove the line comments, and at the end of the multi-line comments, you put the asterisk or star /. You see, this is a multi-line comment. If you want to, you see, this purpose of the comments is to explain the underlying code, but not to run. If you run this, you will not see any change in the output because comments will not be executed, guys. Okay, you see, still Arun Motor got printed. Is there any effect on the comments? No. Okay, you see, this is single line comment. This is a one of the variant of the print statement in Java. Okay, you see, the single line comment will not be run or executed. It's like a running commentary, guys. Okay, while you're writing the code, it's like a running commentary, like the commenters are doing in the cricket field. Okay, fine. So next one, you understood all about comments, right? There are two types of comments, single and multi-line. They will not be executed, but there is another purpose to the comments, guys. Okay, there is another purpose to the comments. You have to understand. This is the main purpose of the comments. Okay, other purpose of using comments. Some developers, some testers or developers, automation engineers, or any other people who belong to the IT field who need to work on the Java programs, okay, may use comments for other purpose also. What is that other purpose the comments may be used for? Okay, let me show you. Let's assume that I'll remove this and explaining the underlying code example from here. Let's say this is a simple program, and here there are two lines. There are two lines. My name will be printed how many times this time? 2 times. Okay, let's run this code. My name will be printed how many times? 2 times it will be printed. Arun Motor. Print ELN means new line. Okay. So, but one time I don't want to run this code. Second statement I don't want to run. So simply what I did, instead of removing this code, because tomorrow I need this statement again, this logic I need again tomorrow. So instead of deleting this code, simply I converted this code into a comment. Now run this code. How many times my name will be printed? Only one time. The commented code will not be printed. Again, if you need this back, remove the comment, uncomment that statement and run this. Another purpose where the developers or testers or anyone who belong to the IT field, okay, may comment the code when they don't want to run such piece of code for that particular period of time. Okay, and again when they have to run this, they will uncomment and run it. Okay, this is another purpose of the comments, guys. The main ultimate purpose of the comments is to explain the underlying code, so that over a period of time lot of code will be written, and the programmers or other automation engineers or other IT people, guys, or you itself over a period of time may not be able to understand what is the logic you have written. Okay, so the comments plays a vital role in explaining the underlying Java programming logic or statements. Okay, that's the main purpose. Other purpose is to comment out, so that that piece of code may not run for that period of time. Again, when you want to run it again, you can uncomment it and run it so that it will run. Okay, those are the purposes of the comments. So hope guys understood what exactly the comments are and what are the main purpose and other purpose the comments provides, and the types and variants of the comments like single line and multi-line comments. Okay, now we are going to moving to the next topic, that is called as variables, data types, operators, and literals. Okay, so let's get started with this topic. So let's get started with the variables, guys. Okay, let's get started with the variables. So there are 4 topics here, as you can see: variables, data types, operators, and literals. Okay, these are the basic building blocks. You can say the first level you have to finish up before you move to the advanced topics of Java. Okay, they are like ABCDs of Java. You can say variables, data types, operators, and literals. Very basic level. Okay. So what we can do is, in order to store the data into the variable into the programs, we need to use variables. Okay, and data types, operators, and literals. That is the main purpose, guys. Okay, why we have to use variables, data types, operators, and literals in Java? So that we can store the data into the Java programs. So I'll show you practically how this can be done. One example I'll give you. Don't think that you understood or not, but this is how it looks like. Okay, int a is equal to 5. If I say this one statement, this one Java statement, using which I am storing some data into the variable known as a at a high level. Okay, I'll explain each and everything. This is a data type, this is a variable, this is an operator, and this is a literal. Each and everything I'm going to explain in detail, but this is what it looks like. If you want to store data into the variables in Java programming, this is a state. This is one of the example statement we have to write. Fine. In order to store the data into the Java programs, we need to use variables. Yes, we have used a variable known as a. What is that variable? I'm going to explain depth later. Okay, data types. Int is one of the data type. What are the different type of data types we have and all those stuff I'll explain here. Then operators. This is one of the operator, guys. Assignment operator. I'll explain more about operators here. Okay, this is the point where I'm going to explain about the operators in detail. And here phi is a literal type, guys. Okay, phi is a literal. Last one. You can call it as literal or data, whatever it is. So what are the different type of literals we have and all I will explain. So by the end of this part, right, you will understand completely the purpose of the variables, data types, operators, and literals, and how they are collaborating with each other to store the data into the Java program. Because in Java programs, we have to store our data, external data. It can be name or it can be, you see, number or whatever it is. Okay, location or whatever it experience or whatever it is. We have to store into the program. For storing that, we need all these 4 items. Okay, how these 4 items will collaborate with each other so that the data will be stored into the Java programs is something we are going to see, which is very important topic, guys. Okay, for everyone. Example. I'll show you example. You see this example I already have written here. Int a is equal to 5. Here int is a data type, a is a variable, is equal to is the assignment, and 5 is a literal. Okay. Then diagram. Diagrammatic representation also is there. As you can see here, when I divide int a is equal to 5, I can draw this here for you if you want, so that you can remember it easily. So if I'm writing int a is equal to 5, put a semicolon here at the end of the Java statement. Okay, here int is a data type. Okay, here int is a data type. Int is a data type. The next one, here a is a variable. A is a variable. Okay, and here is equal symbol is the operator. This is the operator, guys. Okay, is the operator. And now finally, here 5 is the literal. This has the 4 items. Together, they are allowing us to store data into the variable. Okay, into the Java programs, if you want to store some data, these 4 items are required. Data type, variable, operator, and literal are required in Java, guys. Okay, the diagram is same, guys. The same. Okay, you see, data type, variable, assignment operator, and literal. So I'm going to demonstrate a program which stores the data into a variable and prints it. Okay. So here already I have stored some data, say 5 into this program. Okay. That 2 into this variable. Okay. So let me explain. So I'll be explaining about these variables, data types, operators, literals in detail. But for now, just blindly follow a bit, guys. Okay. So if I say system.out.println a, what will be printed in the output? What do you think will be printed in the output? A will be printed in the output, or the value that is stored into this a will be printed in the output. So when I print this variable a, here a is a variable, guys. Okay. So when I print this variable a, the data that is stored in this variable a will be printed in the output. So what will be the output? 5 should be the output for us. Okay. So 5 should be the output. So we got the output, guys. We got the output. Okay. Now let's explore. Let's explore more about these variables, data types, operators, and literals in detail. Starting with the variables first. Okay. Starting with the variables first. Variable is nothing but a name provided to a reserved memory location. What is a variable? Let me write down here. So what is a variable? Variable is a name provided to a reserved memory location where data is stored. Okay. Variable is nothing but a name provided to a reserved memory location where data is stored. For example, if I say int a is equal to 5, so what happens? Let's say, let's take the example of int a is equal to 5. Assume that this is a computer, complete computer memory. Assume that this computer memory is divided into multiple slots. Okay. The computer memory will be very huge. Just for representation purpose, I am just only representing at a high level. Okay. Assume that this complete computer memory, I am dividing into multiple slots. Okay. In each and every slot, you can store the database. Okay. In each and every slot of this computer memory, okay, you can store the data. Let's assume that this entire computer memory, and I'm breaking down into slots at a high level. So fine. Once these are the different slots, guys. Each and every slot has an address. Okay, memory address. For example, this slot has 10110 something like this, and this slot may have 01011. Okay, or this slot may have 01010 like this. Different memory address will be there. Is it possible? For example, if I say int a is equal to 5 and 5 is stored in this memory slot, okay, this block having this memory address 01011. Okay, is it possible for everyone to remember this memory address? For example, you have a mobile phone, and in your mobile phone you have hundreds of contact numbers of different people. Hundreds of contact numbers of different people you have. Do you remember each and every mobile phone number of each and every person that you for which you have stored the number in your mobile? No, right? You generally add a name to that. Okay, remembering the mobile numbers is not so easy. Hundreds of numbers are there. Remembering each and every number is not a good way of doing the stuff, and it's not possible over a period of time. If you remember also, you'll forget, right? It's not possible. So so what we are doing, while saving the number into our mobile phone, we are giving a name to it, right? Similarly, here in one of the memory slot, this data 5 got stored, and that has a memory address that we cannot remember. So what we are doing is, we are we are um we are providing a name to this memory, reserved memory location where data is stored. Okay, this is the reserved memory location where data 5 is stored. To this reserved memory location, we are giving a name known as a. Here the statement int a is equal to 5 means we are giving a name to this reserved memory location having some memory address where data is actually stored. So these are what is a variable, guys. What is a variable? Variable is nothing but a name given to a reserved memory location where the data is stored, because we cannot remember the memory address of that particular data. Okay, that memory locations, memory address we cannot remember. So we are creating a variable which is nothing but a name provided to a reserved memory location where data is stored. Okay, to access this data from this memory location or address, we need to use this variable. Okay, clear? Variable is a name provided to a reserved memory location. Okay, so this is a diagram, guys. This is a diagram. Okay, so for example, int a is equal to, if you say, okay, to this memory reserved memory location where data 2 is stored. Okay, variable a is, okay, variable a having the name. This is nothing but the name provided to the reserved memory location so that you can access this variable later. Okay, the same diagram that I have drawn there for you to understand. So this is what is a variable, guys. This is what is a variable. And when you say system.out.println, a means what happens? This this name provided to the reserved memory location will access this memory location, and whatever the data is there, that will be retrieved by this variable name a and will be printed in the output. Okay, this print statement will retrieve the value of this variable a that is stored in the reserved memory location for which it is named, and will print the value stored in the variable here, like this, stored in the memory reserved memory location to which this a variable name is pointing out to in the output. Okay, that's what is happening. Hope you understood till here. Okay, that is called as the variable, guys. Okay, so so out of these four items, that is variables, data types, operators, and literals, I covered variable now. Okay, now you understood what is a variable, which is nothing but a name provided to the reserved memory location where data is stored. Now let's talk about the data type. Second item is the data type, guys. What are data types? Okay, we can define the variables with the different data types, guys. For example, here the variable a is defined or declared using which data type? Int data type. But there are other data types also using which we can declare this variable. For example, here I am storing a is equal to 5. If I say boolean data type, what's happening here? I'm declaring the variable a with the boolean data type, but I'm trying to store integer numerical value into this variable. So is Java allowing you? No, it's not allowing you. Rather, Java is giving you a compiler error. It's a another example for compiler error, guys. You see, I told you, right? While we are going through the sessions, lot of different compiler errors will come and we'll understand the programs accordingly. The compiler has automatically compiled here and given as a compiler error stating that type mismatch cannot convert from int to boolean. This literal type is integer literal, but this variable is declared as boolean. Okay, so this is not compatibility saying. But if I again change it back to the int data type, now it is allowing. Okay, because you are storing the integer literal into the variable which is declared using the int data type. So this is the importance of the data type. Java is kind of strict, guys. Okay, whatever the data type you have used for declaring the variable, so accepted values only will be accepted. You cannot store anything into the variable. Okay. So for example, if I say store true into this variable, you are getting error because the data type of this particular variable is int. Okay. This variable is declared with int data type. You can only store integer values. Okay. Non-decimal integer values you can store like this. Okay. Int a is equal to 9 or whatever it is. So that's the importance of the data types, guys. Okay, we can define the variables with different data types based on the type of the data to be stored. Based on the type of the data that you want to store into the variable should be declared with that particular type of data type. The below are the different data types in Java. Okay, I told you, right? Int is one of the data type, boolean is one of the data type. Like that, many different data types are there. Byte, short, int, long, double float, char, boolean. These are the different data types in Java. Okay, byte, short, int, long, double float, char, boolean are the different data types. Let me write down that for you so that you can remember. Byte is one of the data type. Byte short, int, long, float, double, char, boolean. These are the different data types we have. Total 8 data types. How many data types? 8 data types we have in Java. Okay. Byte short, int, long, double, float, char, boolean. Okay. Assigning another value to same variable. Okay, I'll explain about these, guys. Okay, now we understood what are data types, right? You have to give the proper data types to store the accepted values into this variable. Okay, if I have to store this numerical integer value 9 into this variable should be declared with in data type. Other than int, if I try to use any other different data type like boolean or whatever boolean something like that, then I'm going to get a compiler error because some data types are not compatible. Okay, we'll learn more about compatibility between different literal types and data types later, but for now this much you have to understand about the data types. Okay, so what more about the data types? Assigning another value to the same variable. For example, here int a is equal to 5, let's say, and in the next statement a is equal to 9. If I say, what will be the output? So when I print a here, either 5 will be printed or 9 will be printed. First, in the first statement, when the declaration is being done, I am storing 5 into the variable, and in the next statement, when I am okay, in the next statement when I am like giving another value to the same variable. Okay, so here declaration is happening and also initialization is happening, and after that here I am assigning another value to this variable. Now if I try to print a, what will be printed? 5 or 9? 9 will be printed, guys. Okay, the latest updated value, that is 9. Okay, instead of 5, 9 got printed. If this has not happened, 5 would have been printed, but we have updated the value of the variable a. So what's happening in the computer, you have to understand. So you see, earlier a was pointing to 5. Now in the next statement I was saying a is equal to 9. The moment I say a is equal to 9, a new value is being updated to this variable a. That means, let's say 9 is being stored here somewhere here. Okay, now a is no more pointing to 5, guys. The moment you say a is equal to 9, a is no more pointing to 5. This connection will be lost and a new connection will be made between this a and 9 here like this. Okay, so this old connection is lost, guys. This connection is lost already. Okay, the moment you say a is equal to 9, this connection is lost, and now a is referring to the reserved memory location where 9 data is stored in this memory. Okay, in this reserved memory. So now if you try to print a is not pointing to 5 anymore. Even though 5 is there, that will be cleared by the garbage collector later. Okay, in Java we have a garbage collector concept. Okay, if there is a dislink between the variable and the data or whatever it is in the memory, right? That memory slot will be wasted. So after a period of time, what happens is automatically Java garbage collector will come and clean this data from this memory location because a is no more pointing to 5. But currently a is pointing to 9, guys. So that's the reason when I print a here, the current value, that is 9, is getting printed in the output. Okay, 9 is getting printed in the output. So hope you guys understood what exactly, okay, assigning another value to the same variable. The latest assigned value will be stored into the variable, and old reference will be lost. Old reference to the result memory location will be lost. Now let's talk about creating multiple variables of the same data type. Creating multiple variables of same data type, guys. Okay. So what I mean to say here is I'm trying to store like this, guys. Okay. Int a is equal to 5, int b is equal to 10, int c is equal to 15. Okay, int c is equal to 15. So I am creating multiple variables like a, b, c having the same data type. Okay. Now instead of how many lines I have written? 3 lines. Instead of writing 3 lines, I can sum up them in a single line. How? Just put a comma here because these variables are also having the same data type. Why to create extra lines? Okay. Why just put a comma and separate them? This is also fine. Int a is equal to 5, b is equal to 10, c is equal to 15. I print out the values of these 3 variables. The values of the variables will be printed. Okay. System.out.println c. Okay. A, B, C. For A, 5 will be printed. For B, 10 will be printed. For C, 15 will be printed. Guys, run this Java application. 5, 10, 15 got printed. Done. Okay. Like this. So creating multiple variables of same data type. Here A, B, C are the multiple variables which are having the same data type int. Done. String is not a data type in Java, guys. Okay. String is not a data type in Java. Okay. String is not a data type in Java. So for storing, I told you, right, for different data types, we have byte, short, int, long, double, float, char, boolean, we have. I'll explain more about these data types now. Apart from this, we have something known as string also. Okay. For example, if I'm storing some data like this, first one is what, guys? Byte. Oh, so here byte, short, long, int, these 4 items, guys, these 4 items will store numerical values. Numerical, non-decimal, non-decimal values will be stored, data will be stored. Coming to the double and float, or you can take it the float onto the top and double to the down based on the size and all. So if I take these two things, these 2 items are numerical decimal values. Okay, they allow you to store numerical decimal values. Okay, numerical. This is actually numerical. Okay, like this. Now char will store character values. Okay, character values, single characters. Where boolean only has a possibility of storing boolean values like true or false. Okay, only 2 possibilities. Either you can store true into this boolean variable, boolean declared variable, boolean data type declared variable, or false into the boolean data type declared variables. These are the different data types we have. So let's start using all the data types. Byte a is equal to 5, I can say. Okay, then short b is equal to 10, I'll say. Done. Int c is equal to 15, I'll say. Then long d is equal to 20, I'll say. No problem. Okay. Numerical non-decimal values are being stored. But what is the difference? You see, I can store 5, 5, 5, 5 here. But what is the difference between byte, short, int, long? The size, guys. Okay, the size of the number that this byte, short, int, long will allow you is different. Okay, byte is 1 byte, that is 8 bits. That is 2 power 7, 2 power 8, you can say 256 numbers can be stored. Okay, that can be divided across negative and positive values like minus 127 to 120. Minus 128 to 127, like that. Some range will be there. Okay, so if you want to see the ranges, we can see the data types and ranges. You can see. Okay, I don't want to go deep, so I didn't mention that ranges there. Data types and ranges in Java. Okay. You see here, byte is means 1 byte, that is 8 bits. What is the range of the numbers? 2 power 1 byte means so one byte means 8 bits. 1 byte means 8 bits. So it will be like this, guys. Somewhere here it will be like this. 1 byte is equal to. So what is the difference between byte, short, int, long? The size, guys. Byte size is 1 byte only. Okay, byte size is 1 byte. That is nothing but 8 bits. Okay, you can convert 1 byte into 8 bits in computer language, you know, right? 2 power 8. Just calculate the 2 power 8. 2 power 8. You will get a number like 256, guys. 2 into 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 2. Okay, so 2 multiplied by 2 multiplied by 2 by multiplied by 2 2 2 2 6 times happened, right? 1 2 3 4 5 6, and then 7, and then 8. Okay, 2 to the 4, 4 to the 8, 8 to the 16, 16 to the 32, 32 to the 64, 64 to the 128, 128 to the 256. Okay, 256. So total 256 values can be stored, but this have to be divided between negative and positive. So it will be like this, guys. Formula will be like this. Okay, if it is two, it's a 8-bit means 2 power 7 2. You can say 2 power 8 minus 1. You can say 2 power 8 minus 1 to 2 power 8 minus 1 again minus 1. Okay, that means 2 power 8 minus 1 is 2 power 7. Here 2 power 8 minus 1 is again 7. Okay, here minus, guys, minus 2 power 8 minus 1 to 2 power 8 minus 1. 8 minus 1, 8 minus 1 are 7. So 2 power 7 is 128 minus 128. Here this is also 128 plus 128 plus 128 minus 1 is 127. So the range is minus 128 to 127, like that. Okay, 1 byte means 8 bits. You have to calculate the range like this. Okay, similarly, if you go with the short, guys, it will be the double the size of byte. The short will be the double the size of byte. That means it will be it is 1 byte means it is 2 bytes. So the range will be like this, guys. Okay, minus 3 to 7682. If you calculate properly, it will come to minus 32,768 to 32,767. Okay, so let's focus on byte, guys. Byte, which is the range is minus 128 to 127. You see, if I give 127 here border value, it will take no problem. But if the moment if I give 128, I'm getting a compiler error saying that cannot convert from into byte. This is no more in the range of the byte range. Okay, you can give minus 128. Okay, up to you can give 0, you can give 127 only. Maximum value is 127. Behind 127 value you cannot give. But if you get a situation where, okay, but if you get a situation where you have to store a value which is greater than this 127, then this statement won't, this byte will not work out. We have to go with the next one, that is short, which is capable enough in storing a bigger number, which is in the range of minus 32,768 to 32,767. Okay, so you can give a maximum value of 32767. Okay, just see here 32767. But here I cannot give 32767 because 128 itself is not being taken. How can it take 32,000? Okay, fine. This is what is it. More than 32767. You give 8 also, you'll get a compiler error saying that cannot convert from into short. Okay, up to 32767 only is possible. Now, if you go with the next one, that is int, guys. Int. If you go with the int is double the size of the short. Int is double the size of the short. That means it is 1 byte. This is 2 bytes. Int is 4 bytes. 4 bytes means, you know, right? 4 bytes. Okay. 4 8 is 32 bits. 32 bits. Okay. So it will have a bigger number, guys. 2 power 32 means it will go with a bigger number. Minus 2 14748 3648 2 2 14748. If you have to give a this kind of bigger number, you have to go with the int. Mostly, guys, this number is enough. Okay, just don't give commas there. Remove the commas. It will store. You say it is storing, but you cannot give more than that number 8. It will give error saying that integer is out of range. You can give up to only this much, but this number is more than enough, guys. Okay, if you are a software tester and if you are automating some Selenium automation or API automation or APM mobile automation or whatever it is, you generally don't require a number greater than this much. Generally, that's the reason, guys. The most used data type for storing the integer values is int, guys. Okay, we generally don't use byte, short, and long. We just stick to integer. Okay, long is generally used for a very bigger number like scientific applications. Okay, if there is scientific applications which are beyond, you know, right, scientific calculations will give very big numbers. In such cases only, it's very rare to come across long using long, guys. Okay, so you see this much of big number, this much of big range. Long is double the size of the int. It's 8 bytes. 88 is a 64 bits. Okay, 2 power 64. You just imagine how much space it has to store the values. Okay, but out of these four things, int is something that we generally use. Okay, just focus on int, guys. Byte, short, int, long, I explained. In that, int is a major one we generally use. Okay, so byte, short, long you can ignore. Okay, you don't have to worry much, but you should have a basic knowledge whatever I covered. Now coming to the float and double, guys, both store the numerical decimal values. Again, the same difference. Float is half the size of double. Double is the double the size of the float. That's the only thing. They both store the decimal values. They are capable. For example, if I want to store 5.5 here, I'm getting a compiler error because the variable is declared with which data type? Integer data type. But I am storing which type of value? Decimal value, which is not accepted by the variable of the integer data type. It has to be either float or double. So if I give double here, guys, the problem will be resolved. You see, the moment I say double C is equal to 5.5, floating point, that is the values having the numerical decimal values can be stored into the double. Okay, float and double, numerical decimal values. Fine. The below are the different data types in Java. So in that float and double. So float has a different size and double has a different size. Okay, double has a double the size. You can see here. Okay, it's taking us here. Let's see. Yeah, float is 4 bytes and double is double the size, 8 bytes. Okay, both store the fractional values. Okay, that is decimal values. Okay, so that's fine. I'll talk about more about literals later. After that, I'll explain about float. Okay, so float has something. I'll tell you later. Okay, and also long also. Okay, so if I have to store this long value, for example, if I want to store this bigger number, I have to give long, right? Long d is equal to something I gave. Put a semicolon here and remove the commas because I copy pasted this one. You see, you are going to get an error still. Okay, though this is in the range of the, let me do 9223 223 372 036 854 775 807. Okay, all the numbers I gave, but still I am getting an error because this number is in the range of the long. But the problem is this literal type is integer literal type still. Okay, integer is out of range is coming. The right side one is not a long literal, it is an integer literal. Byte can store the integer literal, short can store the integer literal. Int data type also can store the integer literal, but long data type cannot store the integer literal. Within the range it can store. Within the range. Within the range of the integer literal it can store. But this one is not a this one is an integer literal. Integer literal cannot have this much of range. Maximum integer literal range is up to 2147483 But this is out of the range of integer literal. To convert this into the long literal, we have to append a letter known as L here. Okay, either lowercase L or capital L. Yeah, capital L is better so that you can differentiate the number from the character. Okay, so you can store a long literal here, guys, long literal into the variable. Okay, so that's what is the thing, guys. Okay, within the range of integer literal you can still store. For example, if I can store this one, no problem. Integer literal range it is there means it long, you'll not get any error. But out of the integer literal, okay, if I give 8 here, immediately I'm going to get an error saying that integer literal is out of range. I have to convert that into long literal type. You see, there are different literal types that I'm going to cover. So this is one of the literal type. Okay, similarly, double, if I talk about double d is equal to 5.5, it will store, guys, because by default here capital D is there or lowercase d is there, which is optional, guys. Okay, by default if you give 5.5 here decimal value, it is a double literal type. It is a double literal type. But the moment I say float here, you will get an error because the literal type is double and the data type is float. So float can only store the decimal values which are of which literal type? Floating point literal type. You have to add capital F or lowercase f at the end of the decimal value, then only float. But float is of the size of the double. Double can store more. So generally in real time, guys, like out of byte short int long, we have chosen int, right, because of its enough amount of numbers used by general applications. Similarly, most of the people when using this, when storing decimal values, right, instead of why to give capital F at the end and all the stuff, just to overcome that problem, they generally go with double because in double, the literal type is kind of having some sort of freedom where you don't have to append that with you don't have to add a capital D or lowercase d here. It's not compulsory, it's optional. So people stick to double, and also the size of the double is double the size of the float. Okay, so people use int here and double here. Okay, even though we have 8 data types, generally in programming we generally use int and double the most because of its benefits. Now we have the char data type. Char c is equal to char c is equal to, it's a single letter character, guys. Okay, like this. Okay, you can either give a only single character should be there. You can give a number surrounded by single quote or a letter surrounded by single quotes, or you can give a symbol surrounded by single quote. Anything is fine, but it should be surrounded by single quotes. This is called as a character literal. Character literal can be stored into the character data type variable. Okay, and finally we have the boolean, guys. Finally we have the boolean. Boolean boolean b is equal to, I can store only true or false. Apart from true or false, I cannot store anything into this variable, guys. Okay, only two possible values, that is true or false. and the size will be very, you see, 1 bit. 1 bit means it's not even 1 byte, it's 1 bit. That means only two spaces, 0 1, 0 1 spaces, right? 1 bit means only two possible values in machine language, 0 or 1. Okay, so that means only two values, either true or false, can be stored. Fine. And now we have one more interesting thing known as string, guys. Okay, we have one more interesting known as string. It looks like a data type, but it's not a data type, guys. Okay, string s is equal to, if I say in double quotes, Arun Motori, this is a string literal, guys. So we have used in the print statement, if you remember, the string literal text surrounded by double quotes. Okay, it looks like a data type, but string is not a data type in Java. String is a predefined class in Java. I will prove that. You see, string is a predefined class in Java which belongs to java.lang package. Go to the Java library, java.base, java.lang. Under that, just search for string here. Somewhere string class will be there. Okay. So here string class is there. You see, string is a predefined class in Java, guys. It's not a data type. Okay. All the remaining byte, short, int, long, float, double, char, boolean, okay, which are storing different type of literals are data types. But string, coming to string, it is not a data type in Java, guys. It is a predefined class in Java, as I showed you in the library of Java. Okay, as I showed you in the library of Java, it is a predefined class in Java. It looks like a data type, but it's not a data type. So don't get confused. String is a predefined class in Java. It's not a. I'll explain more about predefined classes and all that later. Okay, so more about classes, why classes are there in Java. So slowly everything will be clear for you guys. But in order to store data into the variables, we need to learn about data types, variables, operators, and literals. So we have learned about variable already, and data types, different data types. Okay, along with the string predefined class also we have learned. Now operators. Okay, here one of the operator we are using is the assignment operator, equal operator. Okay, so what we do here is operators. You take operators are just symbols, guys. Okay, so we have to learn about operators now. Operators is also a very big topic. Okay, let me complete that. Operators are just symbols used to perform operations on the provided data. So let's take an example of operator, okay, which I am calling as a symbol used to perform operation on the provided data, right? So fine. Let's say I have two data, 5 and 4, and if I want to perform addition operation, I'll put a symbol known as plus symbol. So 5 plus 4, which is equal to 9. Okay. Since everyone knows mathematics, it's very easy to understand the operators. Okay, in Java, it has its own symbols for performing the operation on the different values. Okay, you see, operator is nothing but a symbol, guys. As you can see here in this 5 plus 4, this plus is a symbol, right? It's nothing but a symbol. Operator is nothing but a symbol, guys, in other words. Okay, and what about this 5 and 4? What we call this 5 and 4 as? This 5 and 5, 5 and 4 are operands. Okay, this is an operand, and this is an another operand. Okay, operand. These are operands. This is an symbol. Fine. 5 plus 4. Plus is a symbol and 5 and 4 are the operands. Fine. Operators are just symbols used to perform operation on the provided data. But in Java, there are different type of operators. All the operators are symbol. For every operator in Java, there is a symbol, guys, that I'm going to show you. Okay. So here is a diagram which contains a complete list of operators. Okay. Let me expand this diagram for you. So we'll use this diagram, guys, I will use this diagram to demonstrate about the operators. Okay, you see, operators in Java can be categorized further. Okay, so there are arithmetic operators, a set of operators which fall into the arithmetic operators category. Then we have relational operators which fall into the relational operators category. Then logical operators. There are 3 logical operators. You see, each and every operator in yellow color is having a symbol here. Then we have the assignment operator. Operators, this is normal assignment operator, this is compound assignment operators, and finally we have other type of operator, that is conditional operator, question mark, colon symbol. Okay, all these operators I am going to demonstrate to you now, okay, at a high level. And in future, if you want to refer this example code here, here is the link for the example code, guys. Okay, you just type https://bit.ly/3pq68hv in the Google, you will get the link to the example code. Okay, but anyhow, let me demonstrate this code for each and demonstrating each and every operator we have in Java. First, we'll go with arithmetic category of operators. First category, arithmetic operators. How many operators are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Total 7 operators are there. Okay, first we'll see the addition operator, which is demonstrated using the plus symbol. Okay, which is symbolized using the plus symbol. So what I will do here is I'll just give two values, int a is equal to 5 comma b is equal to 4, two variables, multiple variables having the same data type. Okay, now what I will do is system.out.println, I'll say a plus b. I'll simply say a plus b, guys. That's it. Here, which operator I have used? I've used plus operator, addition operator. This is nothing but the addition operator, guys. First operator for which plus symbol. What will be the result? The result will be 9. Okay. So just not to waste your time, I'll go with other operators. That is subtraction operator. The hyphen symbol, we have to use hyphen symbol for subtraction operator, guys, for hyphen symbol. So if you're able to not see, I'll just increase it a bit more. Okay, so that you can see it more clearly. Let me try max size of this image. Yeah, subtraction operator, we have the hyphen symbol. So system.out.println a minus b. Okay, that is 5 minus 4, we'll get the result as 1. As everyone knows, I'm just believing that everyone is good with mathematics at least. You don't have any programming knowledge, but in school days you have studied the mathematics, right? That basic knowledge is enough. Okay, so for multiplication, Java is having a symbol known as asterisk symbol. Okay, asterisk symbol. Some people call it as star symbol or asterisk symbol. So that is for multiplication. System.out.println a multiplied by b. That is 5 into 4. That is, we'll get the result as 20. Then we have division operator, forward slash symbol. System.out.println a divided by b. If you divide this 5 by 4, how many times you can divide this 5 by 4? Only one time. 4 ones are 4, not more than one time. So the result will be 1, guys. Okay, one number of times. That is, you can divide 5 with 4 one time. Okay, then we have modulus operator, guys. We have modulus operator, that is percentile symbol. System.out.println a modulus b. Modulus actually gives you the remainder, guys. After dividing this 5 by 4, what is the remainder? 4 ones are 4. 5 minus 4 is equal to 1. 1 is the remainder. So you'll get the output as 1. Okay, that is modulus operator. So these 5 operators I can explain together. We can see the results, guys. Let's see whether our results are matching or not. I'll just drag it this right side. So just compare the results. First 9, yes, addition. Then subtraction 1 we got as a result. Multiplication 20 we got. Division we got 1, and remainder also we got 1. Okay, this is fine. Now let's move on with the increment and decrement operators. Okay, increment and decrement operators I'm going to demonstrate. So I'll say system.out.println. You'll understand this, guys. Okay, I'll say a plus plus. This plus plus symbol is nothing but the increment operator. This plus plus operator is nothing but the increment operator. This will increment the value of a by 1. So if the value of I is if the value of variable a is 5, the value that is stored in the variable a is 5, then the value of a will be incremented by 1. The 5 will become 6. But what do you think will be the result of this statement? The result will be still 5, guys. Okay, that's what is a surprise. So you may be asking me, we have used increment operator, so 5 plus 1, 6 should come. But the problem here is this plus plus symbol is provided after the variable. So it is called as a post increment operator. It's not a pre-increment operator, it's a post increment operator. What does it mean is print statement will first print the value of a, current value of a, that is 5 will be printed. After that it will increment. In the next statement, if I try to print the value of the variable a, here 6 will be printed because it got incremented. Okay. After the statement, the value of a got incremented. After printing, the value of a got incremented. That's why you are getting 5, 6 as the output here. Okay. You see, you'll get the 5, 6 as the output. Now, what if I put this plus plus symbol before a? If I put this plus plus symbol before a, what will happen? In this case, guys, first increment will happen. After that only printing will happen. The value of a is 5. First it will be incremented to 6. 5 plus 1 is equal to 6. Then printing 6 will happen. The next statement also print of a will be 6 only. 6, 6 will be printed. You see, the output will get 6 and 6. Okay. So this is a pre-increment and post-increment operator, guys. Similarly, we can use pre-decrement operator. That means the value of a will be decremented first and then printed. That means current value of a is 5. 5 minus 1 is 4. So 4 will be printed here. And here also 4 will be printed. Okay. Here also simply 4 will be printed. You see 4 will be printed. We got the same output. Now if I put this, this is decrement operator, guys. Okay. Post decrement. Okay. Pre-decrement is done. Post decrement. Decrement means it will minus by 1. So a minus minus. But the thing here is this is the post decrement. First, The print statement will print the value of a, guys. That's current value of a is 5. Then it will decrement the value of a by 1, that is 4. The next statement 4 will be printed. 5 4 will be printed now. Run this code, you will get 5 4 in the output. So this is what are the increment and decrement operators. So this is what is arithmetic operators at a high level, guys. Okay, fine. Now let's go with the relational operators. Okay, they are for comparison, guys. Okay, comparing two things. If you want to compare two things, two variable values or something, you can use the relational operators. So let me show you. Let me demonstrate you the other category of the operators in Java, that is relational operators. So there are around 6 1 2 3 4 5 6. Very easy, guys. Okay, it's very easy to understand. Int a is equal to 5, b is equal to 9, c is equal to 5, d is equal to 4, e is equal to 3. Some values I give. Let's see. If required, I'll create more variables and values. I'll say system.out.println a greater than b. Sorry, a equal to b. A equal to b. Okay, a equal to b. Then I'll say system.out.println a equal to c. Then system.out.println a double equal to t. Okay, then you say the value of a is 5, the value of b is 9. Is 5 equal to 9? No. You will get the result as false. Either true or false, you will get the Boolean value will be coming as output, guys. Okay. When you are comparing two variables here using the relational operators, you will get a Boolean value either true or false. This statement is false because a is not equal, 5 is not equal to 9. So it's false. Then coming to a and c. A and c. Okay. 5 equal to 5, true. 5 equal to 5 is true. Okay. Then a equal to d. A is 5 and d is 4. 5 equal to 4, false again. Okay, only in case of second statement it is true, guys. Remaining two statements it is false. Very simple to understand. False, true, false, as we got the answer. Now let's move on to the not equal to operator. I'll simply change it to not equal to b, not equal to c, a not equal to c, not equal to d, like this. Okay, so now a not equal to b, 5 is not equal to 9 is true, correct? Yes, 5 is not equal to true. A not equal to c, 5 is not equal to 5 is false. They are equal. You are saying not equal, so false. You'll get an opposite of result. A not equal to d, 5 not equal to 4. Yes, true. This is true because 5 is not equal to 4 is true. So true, false, true should come. True, false, and true should come, guys. Let's see. Yeah, true, false, true came. So two operators are done. Now greater than operator. Okay, let's change it to greater than operator. A greater than b, a greater than c, a greater than d. Okay, a greater than d. Three things. Okay, a greater than b, a greater than c, a greater than d. Now 5 greater than 9. True or false? 5 is not greater than 9. 5 is less than 9. So false. A greater than c. 5 is greater than 5. 5 and 5 are equal. They are not greater than. So false again. Okay. Then 5 greater than 4. 5 greater than 4. Yes, this is true. Last one is true because 5 is really greater than 4. Run this. You'll get false, false, true. As okay. Now go with opposite operator, that is less than operator. Less than operator, guys. Let's go with the less than operator. Now a less than b, 5 less than 9 is true. Yes. So a less than c, 5 less than 5. 5 and 5 are equal. So false. Okay. It's not less. A less than d. 5 less than 4 is false. 5 is greater than 4, but not less than. False. Okay. True, false, false should come as the output. True, false, and false. Yes, done. So we have completed 4 operators here in the relational operators. Now greater than or equal to and less than or equal to symbols are there. First I'll go with the greater than or equal to. Then I'll explain the less than or equal to afterwards. Okay. Greater than or equal to, greater than or equal to. Either greater than or equal. Okay. Any of these things should be true. Okay. Then it will become true. Either greater than should be satisfied or equal should be satisfied to get the result as true. A greater than or equal to B. 5 greater than or equal to 9. 5 is neither greater than 9. 5 is neither equal to 9. So false. A greater than or equal to C. 5 is not greater than 5, but 5 is equal to 5. One of the condition is true. So it is true. Either it should be greater than or equal. Now in the third case, 5 greater than or equal to 4. 5 is greater than 4. Okay, but not equal to 4. But at least one condition is true. So it will become true. False to true should be the result. False to true. Okay, now reverse one. Less than or equal to, less than or equal to, and less than or equal to. Okay. Now run this code. Reverse options will come. 5 less than or equal to B. 5 less than or equal to B. One condition is true. Okay, it's not equal, but it's less than. So this one will become true. Then 5 less than or equal to C. At least equal is true. So true. 5 less than or equal to 5 less than 4 is false. 5 equal to 4 is false. So it will come as false. Okay, done. So we are done with all the operators in the relational operator section. True, true, false. Done. Okay, true, true, false. So relational operators is completed, guys. Now let's go with the logical operators. Okay, third category of the operators, that is logical operators. So here we have the logical AND operator, logical OR operator, logical NOT operator. Logical AND is double ampersand symbol. Logical OR is double pipe symbol. Okay, logical NOT is negation symbol. Okay, negation mark symbol. Okay, opposite. So I'll directly explain, guys. System.out.println true. Here you can give an expression like A greater than C, which results in true or false also. But just to make it easy and faster, I'm giving like this: true and true. If both sides are true, then only it will be true. In all the remaining cases, this logical AND operator will return false. If one of the side is false, means it will become false. Both the sides should be true to result in true. System.out.println true and false. This will result in false. Okay, this will result in false. System.out.println false ampersand ampersand true. Okay, this will result in false. Okay, both the sides should be true, then only true. Otherwise, in all the other cases, false. Then last one is false ampersand ampersand false. Okay, logical AND operator, that is also false. Okay, this is also done. Now you say true and true, only true, remaining all false. This is logical AND operator. Both the sides should be true. So and if it is true only, then this can be condition expressions, guys, like A greater than B, A less than B. You can write it here instead of directly giving the Boolean values. Okay, that's okay. Now I will use a logical OR operator, that is double pipe symbol. So both the sides should be false to become false. Otherwise, if one of the side is true, it will become true. Okay, it is an opposite of the logical AND operator, where in logical AND operator both the sides should be true to become true, but in logical operator both the sides should be false to become false, remaining all cases true. Here false and false, only true, false. Okay, both the sides are false, then only false. If one of the side is true, it will become true. If one of the side is true, it will become true. Since both are true, true. Okay, true, 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 false should come. True, 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 false. Now last one is very simple and easy, guys. Very easy. So what I will do is I'll say not of true and not of false. Not of true will become false. Not of false will become true. That's it. Okay, run this code. Not of true will become false and not of false will become true. Okay, false and true. Opposite. It will give you the opposite. Now the next category of the operators is assignment operators. Okay, already one of the assignment operator we have already seen. This assignment operator we already seen, right? Int A is equal to 5. Then A is equal to 9. Here we are using the assignment operator for initialization. So one more thing coming into my mind, guys. When you say int A is equal to 5, there are two ways. Here, the single statement, you are declaring the variable and you are initializing the value to the variable. Okay. Here both declaration and initialization. Okay. Both declaration and initialization in a single statement. You can also do this declaration and initialization in multiple statements. That is int A, you can say A is equal to 5, you can say. Okay. Here we are breaking the, instead of writing in a single line, we are breaking that single line into two lines, where in one of the line we are declaring the variable with int data type, and here we are initializing. First time if you are assigning the value to the data to the variable, that is called as initialization. Initializing the variable, and this can be written in a single line. Okay, you don't have to write two lines. Int A is equal to 5 is also same. This is declaration, this is initialization. For the first time if you are assigning the data, that is called as initialization. That is possible with help of the assignment operator. Then if I say A is equal to 9, if I say A is equal to 9, okay, this is initialization. This is not initialization. Okay, this is not initialization. This you can say updation or something. Okay, updation. This is called as initialization. Initialization, updation. Okay, updating the data that is stored in the variable. Okay, so you can also call that as reinitialization. Okay, some people call this, if you are updating the data in the existing variable which is already initialized, we can also call that as reinitialization. Also, some people call that as reinitialization. Okay, reinitialization or updating. updating data. Okay, this is called as initialization. And this initialization and reinitialization or updation are possible with the help of which operator? Assignment operator, simple assignment operator. This is called a simple assignment operator, guys. Okay, that technically it is called a simple assignment operator. Okay, so apart from simple assignment operator, under the assignment operators we have compound assignment operators like plus equal to, minus equal to, multiplication equal to, division equal to, and modulus equal to. Okay, so so what is this plus equal to, minus equal to? Let's say I'll do something like this. Yeah, I'll do something. A plus is equal to 4. If I say, what will be the output? System dot out dot println A. If I say, if I try to print the value of A, what will be the output? Internally, guys, this is called as a, this one is compound assignment operator. Plus equal to is a compound assignment operator. It will be, the statement we can be internally described as A is equal to A plus 4. A is equal to A plus 4. What is A plus 4? A is 5 and A is 5 and 4. 5 plus 4 is 9. So 9 will be stored. A plus is equal to 4 is nothing but A will be A will be updated to 9, guys. Okay, so you will get 9 in the output. You will get 9 in the output. Similarly, A minus equal to. It's very simple now. Okay, this is also compound assignment operator, which is equal to, which is nothing but internal equal to A is equal to A minus 4. That is 5 minus 4. That is 1. 1 will be printed in the output. Here 1 will be printed in the output. Done. Then A multiplied, multiplication is equal to 4. That is equal to A is equal to A into 4. Okay, which is a full form. This looks like a shortcut and this looks like a full form. So 5 for the 20, 20 should be the result. So same thing applies for division also. A divided by is equal to 4. A is equal to A divided by 4. One time you can divide. So you will get the output as 1. Then modulus also you can use. Modulus equal to compound assignment operator. A is equal to A modulus 4. Reminder will come as 1. As you already know. These are the different compound assignment operators. Okay, very simple to understand. And finally, a last operator is left in this topic. Last category under other operators category, that is called as conditional operator, which is nothing but question mark and colon symbol together. Okay, how to use conditional operator? Let me answer. Yeah, I'll say int a is equal to 5, comma b is equal to 4. Okay, int a is equal to 5 and b is equal to 4. So conditional operator. Okay, question mark and equal to I have to colon, question mark and colon I have to use. So how does conditional operator work is, in conditional operator, before the conditional before providing the question mark symbol or colon symbol, you have to give condition expression. That is either a greater than b or a less than b, and some kind of condition expression you have to give. Like this kind of condition expression you have to give, followed by question mark symbol. And if this condition is true, then you should have one value here. Let's say if this condition is true, I'll give Arun, let's say, and colon, I'll give Motori, like this. You see colon symbol is coming here, guys. Okay, so based on this condition, this value or this value will be assigned to, this is string, right? This is string literal. I can store into string s. So what will be the output, guys? Okay, if I print s, what will be the output? If I say s, what will be printed in the output? What string will be printed in the output? A greater than b. Yes, 5 greater than 4 is true. So if the condition is true, the left side of the colon symbol will be taken into consideration. Arun will be stored into the s and Arun will be printed in the output. You see, Arun got printed. Now if I give 2 here, 2 greater than 4 is false. In this case, right side of the colon symbol, that is motor, will be assigned to yes, and motor will be printed in the output. Okay, so this may not be string literal always. It can be any type of literal. It can be, for example, 9, and it can be like some 8, let's say. And here I'll say, since based on the values, I have to give the data type here. Int b I'll give, and I'll print b here. If a is greater than b, sorry, already b is there. C I'll give. Int c is equal to a greater than b. 2 greater than 4 is false, so it will take the this one 8. So 8 will be assigned to C, and when you print C, 8 will be printed in the output. If I give some 5 here, 5 greater than 4 is true. So it will take this one. 9 will be assigned to C, and C will be printed as 9. This is what is a conditional. Okay, what is this, guys? This is called as conditional operator. Conditional operator. Okay. So with this, guys, we are done with the different operators. Okay. With this, we are done with the different operators. The complete example code that I demonstrated here is available at this link, guys. Okay, you can type this link by looking at this video, passing this video, and typing this link manually into the okay, browser, and you will get the example code. Fine. Now, so here we are done with three things already. Variable we are done, data types we are done, operators we are done. Assignment operator is also done as part of the operators. Now last one is literals. It's very easy, guys. We have been discussing about literals. It's not only the variable which is declared, but also the value that is assigned to the variable also has a type. Okay, that is a literal type. Literals in Java are the representation of the numeric, Boolean, string, and character data. So what are the different type of literals? Integer literals. Integer literals will look like this. Numerical values in the range of, these are integer literals. Integer range this is. Okay. This is into 4 bytes. 4 bytes. Okay. 48 to 32 bit. Long literals. Long literals will have L at the end. Capital L. Okay. You see capital L or lowercase l at the end. These are long literals, which are like 8 bytes, which are the double the size of integer literals, 8 bytes, and that is 8 at 64 bit. Okay, this much of value. So this is the integer literal range. You can integer literal range. If integer literal range is going outside this, that cannot be any more integer literal. You have to append L at the end. Okay. Then floating point literal, decimal value which is ending with some letter known as F, lowercase or capital F. Otherwise, it will be treated as a decimal literal. Okay. Normal decimal value 123.456 without anything. It's optional, guys. It's optional to provide D or capital D at the end, lowercase d or capital D at the end. Without also is nothing but the double literal. Okay, by default. You can either give that or not give that, up to you. Boolean literals will be true or false only, guys. Okay, true or false are the Boolean literals examples. Character literals are a single character. It can be a symbol or number, or it can be a alphabet. Okay, lowercase or uppercase alphabet. Anything surrounded by single quotes is called as a character literal. And finally, we have the string literals. Okay, string is a data type. It's not a data type, guys. Okay, coming to the every literal type, we have a data type, but for string literals, we cannot store that into the variables of the data types. We have to store that into the object reference of the predefined class known as string. Okay, string is a predefined class in Java. So, but literals that we can store into the object reference of the string class are the text surrounded by double quotes. Okay, here single quotes is character literal. Double quotes surrounded text is called as a string literal. These are the different literal types we have in Java, guys. Apart from this, we have escape sequences like slash n, slash b. Okay, that also comes into the literals only. Slash n means new line. Okay, I will cover when time comes. Okay, during file handling, we may have to use slash n or something like that. Okay, I may cover that at that time, but you don't have to focus too much on that escape characters or sequences. Okay, so fine. These are all about the variables, data types, operators, and literals in Java. We are done with this topic. So still now getting started is done. Understanding Java programs, compiler errors, print statements, comments, variables, data types, operators, and literals. Lot of topics we have done. Now we are moving on to the, okay. So there is one thing that is missing in this sessions. What is that thing after variables, data type, flow control statements? Where are the flow control statements? I think they should be there, but somehow they are missing here. Okay. So let me add them up and then we'll continue with the session. Okay, so variables are literals and methods I am talking about, but where are the flow control statements? Next topic should be the flow control statements, guys. Okay, after this we should have flow control statements. Flow control statements. Flow control statements are, there are three categories of flow control statements. I'll explain more. Just give me a second. I'll just update this map and then we'll continue with the session. Okay, I'll pause the video and then resume the video. Okay, I have updated the mind map here with the flow control statements. So let's get started with the flow control statements now. So flow control describes the order in which statements will be executed at runtime. Okay, let me explain you in a diagrammatical fashion. So without flow control statements, how the programs will be executed, and with flow control statements, how the programs will be executed. That's what I'm going to demonstrate now. Okay, let's assume this is a Java file, and here there is a lot of code here. Okay, a lot of code written here. There's a lot of code written here. And if you're not using any flow control statements, how the code will be executed? First line will be executed first. After that, second line will be executed. Then third line, then fourth line, then fifth line, then sixth line. In an order they will be executed, right? The code will be executed in an order without any change in the flow. Step by step, line by line, statement by statement, the code will be executed. But if you are using the flow control statements, this will not happen. This way of the execution of the code will not happen. Okay, there are different type of flow control statements, guys. Based on the different type of flow control statements we are going to use, as the name speaks, they are going to control the flow of the execution of the code. The code will no more be executed in this sequential fashion where the after step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, like that. Rather, the code may be jumping from here to here, or the same lines of code will be repeated 10 times. Okay, somehow the flow of the execution of the code will change. That's why the name is given to these statements as flow control statements. Flow control describes the order in which statements will be executed at runtime. Okay, there are different types of flow control statements and be categorized as below. As I already mentioned, there are different types of different categories of flow control statements. This is also very important, guys. This is the first level of Java: variables, data types, operators, literals, understanding the first level of Java. And going to the next level of Java, you have to understand the flow control statements, okay, which will be very helpful. These flow control statements will be very helpful for us in programming, okay, core Java programming. They play a vital role. So we have to understand the flow control statements which change the flow of the execution of the code during the runtime. Okay, what are these different flow control statements and how are they categorized? How are these flow control statements categorized? For that, here is a diagram, guys. These are the different flow control statements. Let me maximize this diagram so that you can see it full. These are the different flow control statements. Hope you are able to see. Flow control statements at high level are categorized. Okay, the statements which change the execution of the code flow are categorized into selection statements, then iterative statements, then transfer statements. Three categories: selection statements, iterative statements, and transfer statements. You see, I am going to explain these selection statements, iterative statement, transfer statements in detail. Okay, coming to the selection statements, we have if else, if else, and switch case. I will practically demonstrate all these four for you. Then we have the iterative statements where we have while, do, for, and for each. Then we have transfer statements, that is break, continue, return, try, catch, finally. So in the iterative statements, for each statements will be explained after explaining arrays and all those stuff. Okay, they cannot be explained now. So only while, do, and for I will explain as part of the iterative statements. And when the time comes, I'll explain about the for each. When the required topic comes, I'll explain about the for each. Okay. Coming to the transfer statements, I will cover only break and continue. Coming to return, try, catch, finally. Coming to return, I'll explain during methods. That is the next session, next part. Okay. And coming up topic, return is coming, will be covered in the methods, and try, catch, finally will be covered in the exception handling. Okay. Somewhere here, exception handling is there. Yeah, here is the topic we have. Then these three keywords will be covered there. Okay, so flow control statements which change the execution of the code during the runtime. Okay, flow of the execution of the code during runtime can be categorized into selection statement, iterative statements, and transfer statements. Under selection statement, we have if else, if else, which under iterative statements, while, do while, and for each. Under transfer statements, we have break, continue, return, try, catch, finally. Okay, I'm going to cover most of the flow control statements now. Okay, so let's go with the first category of the flow control statements, that is selection statements. The first category of the flow control statements is the selection statements, guys. Selection statements have one or more conditions which return either true or false when evaluated. Okay, what are selection statements? What is this first category of the flow control statements? They contain one or more conditions. Condition expression like A greater than B or A less than B. Such kind of condition expression, one or more, can be there in the selection statements, using which, okay, these condition expressions may result in either true or false. If you say A greater than B, that may result in true or false. Based on true or false, okay, uh, the statements will be executed. Okay. Selection statements have one or more conditions which are written either true or false when evaluated. Based on the returned value, the set of code will be either executed or will not be executed. Okay, something like that. Okay, so which set of code should be executed, all will depend on the conditions. These are the selection statements. Anyhow, I'll show you some diagrams and all those stuff. Anyhow, so when the condition is true, okay, the set of code will be executed. When the condition is false, the set of code won't be executed. Something like that. Okay. So if A greater than B is returning in true, using the selection statements, the code inside that selection statements will be executed. Otherwise, the code inside the selection statements will not be executed. So it will be more clear for you guys if you are theoretically facing any difficulty while I'm reading this topic for you, don't worry, because everything is going to be done practical so that it will be more clear for you, these definitions and all. So what are the different type of Java selection statements? I already mentioned here under the flow control statements. If else, if else, and switch are the 4 selection statements. Okay. Different selection statements are if else, if else, and switch case. Okay. So these 4 selection statements I'm going to practically demonstrate so that you will understand this statement now. Okay. Can have one or more conditions which either return true or false. Based on this returned value true or false, the code will be either executed or will be skipped. Fine. Coming to the first selection statement, that is if statements, guys. Okay. Coming to the first selection statements, that is the if statements. So code inside the if decision making statement will be executed only when the condition provided inside the if decision making statement return true. Okay. So let me show you a diagram so that you'll understand this statement properly. Coming to the if statements, they will be like this, guys. Okay. So let me expand this so that you can see it big. So you see here the execution is continuing like this. The program code is running like this, and there is a if condition. If this condition is true, if this condition is true, the code inside the if statement will be if block or if statements, if selection statement will be executed, and the execution will continue. If the condition is false, then what happens? The route is changed. As you can see, this code will be skipped from execution. It will not be executed. The code inside the if selection statement will not be executed. So what is the syntax for this if selection statement? The syntax is very simple, guys. Okay, if circular brackets, in that some condition expression like a greater than b, or okay, like that some condition expression will be given. This is starting of the curly braces is starting of the if block, and this curly braces is the ending of the if block. In between that statements are there. Based on this condition expression, the evaluation of the condition expression, like if this condition expression results in true, this blue color statements inside the if block will be executed. But if the condition return false, this blue color statements inside the if block will not be executed, they will be skipped. Now let me practically demonstrate program. Okay, based on the syntax, let me demonstrate a program where where I will show you if the condition is true, how the statements inside the if statements are getting executed, and if the condition is false, how the statements inside the if statement if selection statement block or if block are not getting executed. Okay, so I'm going to demonstrate the two things for you. Okay, it's very simple, guys. There's nothing much. Let's keep this int a is equal to 5 and b is equal to 4 as it is. I'll write the if. You now know the syntax, right? If circular brackets, here we have to give a condition expression a greater than b, and this is starting of the if block and this is ending of the if block, starting of the if block and ending of the if block. Here I'll write some some statements inside the if block. Okay, this is the body of the if block, guys. This statements inside the if block body will be executed based on this condition. That's what I mean to say. Okay, I'll say a is greater than b. Okay, here also one more just to create dummy statements here. You can have only one statement also, you can have multiple statements inside the if block. The same thing I'm copy pasting it. Okay, so at the end of the if block, I'll write down system.out.println end of the program. Okay, this is the end of the program, right? No matter what, whether this selection this statements inside the if block will be executed or not, okay, this print statement will be printed for us. Okay, so what I am going to do is I'm going to run the program. So you see, if a greater than b, 5 greater than 4, true or false? True. Since it is true, a is greater than b, a is greater than b will be printed 2 times, and end of the program will be printed. That means if block will be executed. Run this code. A is greater than b, a is greater than b, and end of the program. What if this? I'll give this 2 here. Is a greater than b? 2 greater than 4? No, false. Since this condition expression is resulting in false, the statements will not be executed. Okay, the statements will not be executed and it will be skipped, and this end of the program will be printed. Okay, directly end of the program will be printed. End of the program will be printed. Done. Fine. So that's one thing, guys. That's one thing. So this is all about the if statements. Okay, if statements. If the condition is true, the code inside the if block is getting executed. If the condition is false, the code inside the if block is not getting executed. Now, if else statements. The next selection statements we have here is after if statement, if else. Okay. So it is an extension of the if statements, guys. Okay. You can see here what I'm trying to do here. I'll write else here to the existing if, and here I'll write down system.out.println a is less than b. Okay. System.out.println. Just for the sake of having multiple statements, I'm writing this same statement twice. Okay, you can have one or multiple statements here, or you don't have to have the statements also, it's okay. Okay, So that's fine. Now what will happen, guys? Okay, I'll give 5 here. What will happen? In case of 5, what will happen? 5 greater than 4, true. So if block will be executed, else block will be skipped. It will not be executed. Because the condition is true means if block will be executed. A is greater than B, A is greater than B, and end of the program will be printed. Run this code. A is greater than B, A is greater than B, end of the program. What if I give 2 here? In this case, the condition expression will result in false. 2 greater than 4 is false. So if block will be skipped and else block will be executed. This is an extension of this statement where, okay, one of the block, either of this block will be executed, guys. Either this block or this block will get executed. Okay, A is less than B, A is less than B will be printed and end of the program. This block will be skipped from execution. Run this. You see the flow of the execution of the code is being changed already. Okay, A is less than B, A is less than B, end of the program. Based on the condition expression, things are happening. Okay. If else statements, while using, already I demonstrated the if else statements, which is an extension of the if statements. While using if else decision making statement, code inside the if block gets executed when the if condition is true, and code inside the else block gets executed when the if condition is false. That happened already. Okay, this is a diagram, guys. You see, based on the condition, if the condition is true, code inside the if block will be executed. If the condition is false, the code inside the else block will be executed. Syntax. What is the syntax? We already have seen the syntax. If condition as an extension of the if block, at the end of the if block, curly brace, else block will start, and this is starting of the else block, ending of the else block, and statements will be there. If the condition is true, these statements inside the if block will be executed. If the condition is false, these statements inside the else block will be executed. Okay. Already I have demonstrated the if else decision making statements already, so I don't have to do anything. This part is already done. Now let's move on to the third selection statements, that is if else. Till now, guys, we have only one condition. Either you go with the if statements if one condition is there, or you go with the if else statements. Here also only one condition expression is there. If condition expression, only one condition expression is there. Okay, even though there are two blocks, but one condition expression is there. But coming to the if else statements, we can have more than one condition expressions. Okay, if else statements contain more than one conditions. We can have more than one conditions, guys. If the first if condition return false, the code inside the if block will be skipped and the control will be taken to the next condition. So condition after condition you are checking here. So till now you have only one condition, but now you are going to have multiple conditions in this if else statements. Okay, if the first condition is false, the next condition will be checked. If that next if condition is false, next if condition will be checked. Okay, and the last block will be else block. Okay, last block will be else block. Okay, if all the if else conditions returns false, the code inside the else block will be executed. Okay, okay. So here is the diagram. You'll understand more if you see the diagram here, how the flow of the execution of the code will change if you are using the if else statements. You see, first if condition. Okay, so still I think I need to make it big so that you can see better. You see, if the first if condition is true, the code inside the if block will be executed. Remaining all things will be skipped. But what if this condition is false? Then immediately next else if another if condition is coming here, else another if condition is coming, this condition will be checked. If this condition is true, that block only will be executed, remaining all will be skipped. Okay, anyhow this got skipped because of false, and this block got true means only this block will be executed. But what if this block is also false? Then next else if condition will be checked, and again true, only this block will be executed, remaining all will be skipped. Or if this condition is false again, next condition will be verified. If this condition is true, only this block will be executed. If this condition is false, then all this got skipped so far. So finally, else block will be executed. Okay, that's what is the diagram, guys. Syntax. What is the syntax? So here is how we have to write the if else selection statements. If condition, as an extension, you will write the else. Another if condition comes, starting and end. You see here multiple if blocks are there. Okay, followed by else keyword. Okay, finally else block is there. Okay, if this condition is false, next condition will be checked. If this condition also false, this block will be skipped and next condition will be checked. If this condition is also false, finally else block will be executed. Okay, but if this condition is true, the statements inside the first if block will be executed, remaining all will be skipped. If this condition is false and next condition is true, then these statements will be executed, remaining all blocks will be skipped. Okay, if this both two are false, then this is true means only third block will be executed, remaining all blocks will be skipped. If all the three are false, then finally else block will be executed. Okay, let me demonstrate a program for this so that you can understand. Okay, let me demonstrate this if else statements for you, which is a third selection statement, guys, which is the third selection statement. under the flow control statements category. So let me remove all the stuff. Let me put end of the program, and remaining all I will remove. Int a is equal to 9, b is equal to some 8, c is equal to 6, d is equal to 3, e is equal to 1, something like this. Okay, I gave some random values there. If a is less than b, if a is less than b, then write down here system.out.println a is less than b. Else another if condition, starting of the second if block and ending of the if block. Okay, so here I will say b less than c. System.out.println I'll say b is less than c. Okay, b is less than c. Now another else if, c less than d. You see here multiple condition expressions already came. Okay, that's the use of the if else if. Okay, if else if else selection statements. Okay, system.out.println I'll write down c is less than d. Else if d less than e. Okay, another condition expression came. I'll write down system.out.println d is less than e. Okay, finally I'll write down the else block, and he'll write down system.out.println e is the list, e is the list. Okay, like this I have written the code, guys. So just tell me, guys, what will be the output in this case? You say this first condition expression will be checked. If a less than b, 9 less than 8 is false, so this block will be skipped. Next condition will be checked. B less than c, 8 less than 6 is false, this block will be skipped. C less than d, that is 6 less than 3, again false, this block got skipped. D less than e, 3 less than 1, again false, so this block got skipped. Finally S block will be executed. E is the list will be printed in the output. On this program, E is the list and end of the program will be printed. Okay, done. What if I give 5 here? What if I give 5 here? What will happen in this case? So first condition, let's see. 5 less than 8, true. So A is less than B will be printed. Remaining all blocks will be skipped and end of the program will be printed. Okay, A is less than B and end of the program. That's it. Again, let me change it to 9 and here I'll change it to 5. Okay, so what will happen in this case? The first condition will be false because 9 is less than 5 is false. So first block will be skipped, but B less than C, 5 less than 6 is true. So B is less than C will be printed and remaining all blocks will be skipped. End of the program will be printed. End of the program will be printed. B is less than C and end of the program. Okay. So what if this is also something like this, and now I'll write down here I'll write down something like 10 here. Let's see. In this case, what will happen? This condition is false. 9 less than 8 is false. B 8 less than 6 is false. 6 less than 3 is false. But D less than E is not false. 3 less than 10 is not false. So D is less than E and end of the program will be printed. Okay, like this, guys. Like this, if else selection statement works. It has multiple conditions. So hope you understood. I gave you all the examples. Okay. I first showed you the else block, how it got executed, and skipping all the if blocks and all those stuff. Okay. In between block also executed. So finally, we have the fourth selection statement, that is the switch case. Finally, we have the switch case, guys. Let me explain about the switch case, which is the last selection statement flow control statement. Okay. So in order to understand switch case, you have to understand one real world example. Okay. So first, let's read this statement. After that, I'll give you a real world example. Then you will understand switch case. Based on result of a condition expression, switch case chooses one of many possibilities. Okay, this is the statement. So in order to understand this statement, you have to understand what I'm trying to explain here. Let's say, guys, a real world example I'm going to give. Let's say this is a hotel, and this hotel has a kitchen where chef is actually preparing the food. Okay, a chef is preparing the food here in the kitchen area, and there are some tables placed. Table 1, table 2, table 3, table 4. Let's assume. Okay, and you went to this hotel. Okay, this may be hotel or whatever, bakery or whatever you call. You just went there and sat on one of the table. Immediately, one server came. Okay, server or okay, a person came to your place and asked for the order. What do you want to eat, sir? Okay, like that, the person is asking. So this person, okay, sitting on the table is ordering pizza. Okay, is ordering pizza. This person is ordering pizza means the waiter will go to the kitchen and bring the pizza. If the pizza is available, bring and serve the pizza only. If you are asking for burger, burger will be served. If you are asking for pasta, only pasta will be served. If you are asking for noodles, noodles will be served. Whatever you ask, that only item should be served, right? So what if you are asking for pizza and other item is served? That is a good thing? No, right? So this one, if you want to demonstrate, if I want to demonstrate this kind of thing based on a choice, that particular something should happen. Okay, that condition expression should happen or something, right? If you want that, okay, I'll tell you something. So based on what you ask, that only thing should be served. That is possible with the help of the switch case. Okay, that's possible with the help of the switch. Based on the result of the condition expression, one condition expression will be there, guys. That condition expression may result in pizza, burger, noodles, or pasta, or whatever it is. If pizza is asked, pizza should be served. Okay. Out of many possibilities, whatever you are asking, that possibility should be given to you. Whenever you go to a hotel, a menu will be given to you, and in that whatever you ask, that item will be served to you, right? Same thing here also. Let's see the diagram of the switch case, how it looks like. This is how the switch case looks like. Switch condition expression. Okay, its syntax also looks the same. Condition expression. This condition expression may result in pizza, pasta, something like that. Case pizza, case pasta, case burger, case something. Okay, default case is there. If none of the cases matches, default case will be arrived. Okay, so this code which related to the case will be, if it is condition expression is matching with the case, then this code will be executed. Remaining all cases need to be skipped. If this condition expression is matching with case to code should be executed like that and so on. Okay, and syntax. Let's see the syntax now. Switch condition expression. Case 0, case 1, case 2, case 3. Case can be any result of the condition expression. If the condition expression is matching with any of the cases, that particular case will be statements will be executed. Here break is there. Break statement we have used, it will take you out of the switch case. Okay, so I'll explain more about the break later, but this is what is the syntax, guys. Okay, if you're asking for pizza, pizza only should be served. If you're asking for pasta, pasta only should be served. If you're asking for burger, burger only should be served. Such kind of thing, guys. Okay, the result of the condition expression need to be a integer or character or a string, guys. Okay, you can make this condition expression result in either a integer, string, or character. Okay, I'll give you an example of a string so that it will be very easy. You can also try with integer and character. Okay, so I'm going to demonstrate the switch case, guys. So same hotel example I'll take. So here I'll write down string food is equal to, string food is equal to, like this I'll write, food or food item, whatever it is, food item is equal to, if I write pizza here. Okay, now I have to write the switch case. What is the syntax of the switch case? Switch case looks something like this. Switch, circular brackets, condition expression need to be given here. This condition expression is nothing but this food item or whatever it is. It can be string or integer or character. Now I am taking an example of the string. Now here inside the switch case, I have to write the case. Case first item, it is a string, right? So I'll write burger, let's say, case burger. If it is burger, system dot out dot burger, here is your burger. Okay, server is serving you, here is your burger. Okay, and at the end of this statement, I'm going to put a break statement. Okay, so once the burger is served to you, if the food item is matching, this food item is matching with the burger and the server is burger is served to you, you have to come out of the switch case. That's why break statement. Next case, burger, pizza, system dot out dot println. Here is your pizza. Okay, again break statement. Case, then I'll say pasta, system dot out dot println. Here is your pasta. Okay, then break statement, then case, what noodles, let's say noodles, last item, let's treat this as a last item, system dot out dot println. Here is your noodles, here are your noodles. Okay, here are your noodles, and say break statement. Then default case, system dot out dot println, we only serve either burger, pizza, pasta, and noodles. Okay, this is only we serve. We don't serve other things. Here break statement is not required because this is the last case. Anyhow, we'll come out of the switch case, whatever matter. Now I'm asking for pizza, guys. So food item. Pizza is stored in the food item. Food item, pizza is matching with burger case? No, it's not matching. This will be skipped. Is pizza matching with this pizza? Yes. So here is your pizza, and break statement, once it is encountered, you'll come out of the switch case no matter what. Remaining all cases will be skipped because of the break statement here. Okay. What if you ask for noodles, let's say, noodles. In this case, noodles, burger not matching, skip. Noodles, pizza not matching, skip. Noodles, pasta not matching, skip. Noodles matching, this will be executed and break statement. What if I give something that is not there in this list? What if I give something that is not there in this list? For example, if I give, what do you call, noodles is also done, right? Burger, pizza, pasta, sandwich, I'll say, sandwich. Okay. If I give sandwich, then sandwich is neither matching with burger, pizza, pasta or noodles. So default case will be executed. If I run this code only, we only serve burger, this statement will be printed case in the default case. Okay. If I give burger here, immediately the first case is matching, only this case will be executed and remaining all will be skipped because of the break statement. But here is your burger, that's it. Okay. If I'm asking for pasta, okay, third item, pasta is not matching with burger, pizza is also not matching, these two will be skipped. Pasta is matching here, here is your pasta, and break statement will come out of the switch case. Right click run as Java application. You see, here is your pasta. Okay, like that case. Now, what if I remove the break statements? I remove the break statement, and if I'm asking for pizza or something, okay, let's say I'm asking for pizza. So what's happening here is pizza matching with burger, no, this case will be skipped, no problem. Pizza matching with pizza, that's fine. Here is your pizza will be printed, but break statement is not there, so it will fall down. Pasta also will be executed. So you're asking for pizza, but the waiter is serving you pizza, pasta, even though you are not ordering noodles. And also finally they are saying we only serve burger, pizza, pasta and noodles. Okay, you see how crazy the output will come. Here is your pizza, here is your pasta, here are your noodles. We only serve burger, pizza, pasta and noodles, you are saying. Okay, that's a problem. That's the importance of the break statement, guys. Otherwise you will fall down from top to bottom. Okay, so hence we have to put break statement in all the cases. Okay, all the cases we have to put the break statement. This is what is a switch case, guys, nothing much. Okay, this is what is a switch case. I demonstrated it for you. Okay, so these are the first category of the flow control statements. If you go to the top, flow control statements have selections statements. In that I completed if else, if else, that is if else and switch case, 4 completed. Now next category of the flow control statements, while, do while and for. For each I will not explain now. When the time comes, I'll explain the for each loop. Okay. For now, I'll explain while, do, and for. For each will be explained along with arrays and collections. Okay. So these 3 loops I am going to cover now. These are called as looping statements or iterative statements, whatever it is. So selection statements are over, guys. The selection statements category is over. Now let's move on to the iterative statements category. Okay. Let me expand this. These are the iterative statements. So what are the iterative statements? Iterative statements help us in executing the same block of the code multiple times. Same lines of the code need to be executed multiple times. For example, I want to print my name 10 times. Okay, I want to print my name 10 times. What I will do, system.out.println, I'll print my name 10 times. Arun Motori, I'll give. Okay, copy this and paste it 10 times. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. What if I have to print my name 100 times? I have to print this statement 100 times. What if I have to print my name 1000 times? I have to print this statement 1000 times. Okay, that's the problem. This is not a correct approach. Okay, so it's very tedious for me to copy paste this statement even 1000 times, right? To get my name printed 1000 times in the output. So this is not the correct approach. Hence, you see, even though my name got printed here 10 times, but if I want to print my name 1000 times, just imagine how much work I have to do. Okay, so I'll be writing this statement only once, but my name need to be printed 10 times. That's what is a requirement. So how to do that? That is possible with the help of iterative statements. Okay, iterative statements execute the same set of code until the loop condition is satisfied. So how this is possible is, so instead of writing my name, print statement that many number of times, will be using this looping or iterative statements. A loop condition will be there. The condition is true. The code inside the loop will be executed. Again, the condition will be checked. You see, condition is checked again. At the end of the loop, the condition is checked again. At the end of the block, the condition is checked again. The condition is again true. The same block will be executed for second time. Again, the loop condition will be checked. And if it is true again, third time, fourth time, fifth time, if the condition is false, we'll come out of the finally will come out of the loop. This is how the iterative statements will be executed. Okay, this is how the iterative statements will be executed. There are different types of iterative statements. Okay, there are different types of iterative statements. As you already have seen, flow control statements have selection statements, and similarly we have iterative statements. We have while loop, do while loop, for loop, and for each loop. Where for each loop will be covered later for you, not as part of this topic, but later when the arrays concept and collections topic comes, I will cover the for each loop. For now, I'll cover while loop, do while loop, and for loop. While loop, do while loop, and for loop. For each loop will be covered later, guys. Okay, will be explained later as it is generally used with arrays and collections. Okay, when these topics come, where is arrays topic here? See, arrays topic is somewhere here. Okay, during that time, for each loop will be explained. Also, during the collections framework topic also, for each loop will be explained. Okay, but for now, I'll be explaining only the while loop, do while loop, and for loop as part of the iterative statements. Okay, so let's go with the while loop now. The first iterative statement, while loop. While loop executes the same block of code multiple times. That is iterative statements. That is until the Boolean condition runs false. Until the condition becomes false, loop condition becomes false, we'll be iterating. While loop tests the condition before executing the code in the loop body. Okay. So diagram is there. So before the code inside the loop body is executed, the condition of the while loop will be checked. Okay, this is how the diagram is. So while condition, if this condition is true, the code inside the while block will be executed. Again, the condition will be checked. If it is again true, it will be executed again and again and again until the condition becomes false. It will come outside. Okay, simple. What is the syntax of the while loop? This is how the while loop looks like. While condition statements. Until this condition is becoming false, these statements will be executed that many number of times. Okay, the number of time the condition is true, the statements will be same statements will be repeatedly executed multiple times, guys, until this condition finally becomes false. So let me demonstrate the while loop for you. Okay, let me demonstrate the while loop for you. So here I'll write int I is equal to 1. Okay, I am declaring a variable I and storing 1 into this variable I. That's fine. Now I'll write while I is less than or equal to 10. And here I'll say system.out.println, system.out.println, I'll print. What will happen, guys? What will be the output of this logic that I have written? You see, I is equal to 1, 1 less than or equal to 10 is true, so 1 will be printed. Okay, so you may be thinking that here the value of I will be printed. That means from 1 to 10 it will be printed, you may be thinking, but you are wrong. It will go into the infinite loop. The reason behind this is just clearly observe the code here. I is equal to 1, 1 less than or equal to 10 is true. Yes, 1 less than 10 is true, so it is true. Go inside the while loop, 1 will be printed. After that, again the loop condition will be checked. What is the value of I? Did it got change anywhere? No, still it is 1. Again 1 less than or equal to 10 is true. Second time it got executed. Again I is equal to 1. Third time again true. Is there any chance that this condition becomes false? This condition is always true. There is no way that value of I will change. Okay, so run this code, right click run as Java application. You see, 1 is infinitely printing. There is no possibility that this condition is going to become false. So you are not going to come out of this loop, and this loop is going to be executed. This program is going to be executed infinite times until you forcibly stop like this. That's the problem. How to overcome this problem? How to print only the numbers from 1 to 10? Here, guys, after printing I value, just say I plus plus. This is a simple statement you are missing. You are incrementing the value of I by 1. Now, in this case, you see what happens. I is equal to 1. That's correct. 1 less than or equal to 10 is true. That is also correct. True. So 1 will be printed. I plus plus. I will become 2 here. After this statement, I will become 2. When the condition is verified again, 2 less than or equal to 10, not 1 less than or equal to 10. Condition is true. 2 will be printed. I will become 3. 3 less than 3 will be printed. 4. 4 less than 10. 4 will be printed. 5. 5 less than 10. 6 less than 10. 7. 8. 9. Finally, I becomes 10. 10 less than or equal to 10 is also 2. 10 will be printed. 1 to 10 already got printed. Now I becomes 11. 11 less than or equal to 10 is false. Will come out of the while loop. You see, now this time you see only 1 to 10 will be printed in the output. Only 1 to 10 got printed in the output. Okay. What if I give some value like 11 here itself? Now what's the situation? What will be printed? In this logic, what will be printed? I is by default 11. So 11 less than or equal to 10. True or false? False. By default, the condition is false. This loop will not be executed even one time. So just to make sure that we are getting some output, I'm just writing end of the program here so that you can see none of the numbers will be printed. 1 to 10, nothing will be printed. Just end of the program will be printed because the condition is by default false. Okay, when the condition is false, this loop will not be executed even one time also. For the first time itself, the condition is false. The loop will not be executed even one time also. Okay, end of the program, done. So this is what is a while loop, guys. Okay, this is what is a while loop. Now let's move on to the next loop, that is do while loop. So if you understood while loop, understanding the do while loop is not a big deal. Okay, there is small difference. Okay, between the while loop and do while loop. If you understand the difference between the while loop and do while loop, then everything will be in place. So what is the difference between the while loop and do while loop? What is the difference between the while loop and do while loop? Here is a while loop, and here is a do while loop. Okay, here is a do while loop. So what is the difference between the while loop and do while loop? Coming to the while loop, okay, the condition will be there in the beginning. The beginning itself, the condition is there, but coming to the do while loop, condition is there at the exit. You see, if I take a real world example, let's say you are traveling by flight. Okay, you want to travel by flight without boarding pass. Do they allow you to enter into the flight? No, right? That means you are being checked before you enter into the flight for traveling, right? You'll be boarded only if you have the boarding pass. That means condition is there in the beginning. But coming to the do while loop, let's take an example of in India trains, Indian trains. What happens is, even though you don't have a ticket, you can get into the train, guys. Okay, you can go to the platform. Okay, without taking any ticket, you can go into the platform and you can enter into the train. No one will be there to stop you entering the train. You can sit there until one person comes, or if that person doesn't come also, at the exit, when you have reached your destination, when you try to exit, there will be one person standing and checking whether you have really come to this place destination by taking a ticket or not. Okay, so here the condition is there at the end, checking is there at the end. That is what is the do while loop, guys. If you understand the simple logic that condition is there at the beginning, while loop, condition is there at the end, do while loop. That's it, simple. Okay, so how to convert this while loop to the do while loop? Okay, simple, guys. Just take this condition and put this at the end and put a semicolon here and do the do. Just write the do keyword here. That's it. This will become the do while loop. This will become the do while loop, guys. Okay, here you see in the last case, int I is equal to 1. This when this condition was false for the first time itself, the loop didn't execute even once, right? But in case of do while loop, the loop will be executed at least once. Even though the condition is false also, the loop will be executed one time. Just see here, I is equal 11. Is there any condition checked here? No. So you'll go inside the do while loop. Here I got printed, that is 11 got printed. 11 plus 1, 12. I will become 12. Now 12 less than or equal to 10 is false. So will come out of the do while loop. That means at least once the loop will be executed. But in real time, guys, I have not seen anywhere the people using do while loop. Okay, everyone was using while loop. They didn't get a need of using the do while loop. Okay, but knowledge wise, you should know what is do while loop. Okay, so in this case, what will happen? 11 will be printed, end of the program will be printed. Okay, but what if here I is equal to 1? You will get the same output, guys. 1 to 10 will be printed. 1 to 10 will be printed as usual. Okay, the condition is true, 1 to 10 as usual. But if the condition is false, at least once the loop will be executed is the difference. Okay, that's what is the do while loop. Now let's go back to the while loop example only. Let's keep it like this, which will print 1 to 10. Okay, this while loop will generally print 1 to 10, right? That is the example code. Let it be there. Now last loop we have is a for loop case. Okay, last loop we have is a for loop. So let's revise do while loop once, because I completed. Do while loop works similar to the while loop, but the block of the code will be executed at least once, even after the condition is false. You understood now? Unlike while loop, do while loop does the condition after executing the code in the loop. At the end, at the exit, the condition will be checked. You see, you will directly go inside the loop. You see block of code, and then you are checking the condition, right? If the condition is true, again the block of code will be executed. The condition is false, at least once the block of code already got executed and come out of the loop. So that was a diagram, and syntax looks like this. Do will come here and while and put a semicolon at the end, and condition is there at the end. Okay, so at least once the condition loop will be executed. Already demonstrated the do while loop for you. Okay, so now finally we have one more loop left out in this iterative statements, that is for loop. For each loop I told you, right, which will be covered later with arrays and collections framework. For loop I am going to demonstrate. Coming to the for loop, guys, coming to the for loop is the most commonly used loop in Java. Okay, though you have the while loop, do while loop, but most of the people use for loop for its simplicity. Okay, whenever there is a possibility of using both for loop and while loop, right? People prefer for loop because of its simplicity, and you will understand how, why. Okay, so in very less number of lines, you can write the for loop, and also it looks very simple and straightforward. Okay, for loop executes the same block of code multiple times until the boolean condition is false. This is the same thing that every loop does, right? You see, here for condition is there. If the condition is true, for block will be executed. Code inside the for block will be executed. Condition will be checked again. Again, the same block will be executed if the condition is true until the condition becomes false. Will come out of the for loop. Okay. What is the syntax of the for loop? What is the syntax of the for loop? Syntax of the for loop will look something like this. Let me maximize this so that you can see. It will be like this, guys. Okay. For there are three sections here in the for circular brackets. Okay, inside circular brackets of the for loop, there are three sections. First is initialization section, second is condition section, third one is increment or decrement section, and then the code inside that. Okay, let me demonstrate the for loop when the condition is true and all those stuff. Okay, so here, just see here, guys, I'll convert this while loop into the for loop, and here for writing the while loop, we have to write 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 statements. But for loop, within 3 statements, I'll complete, guys. Same for loop, I'll complete in 3 statements. For I'll write this is starting of the for loop, this is ending of the for loop. This part, this declaration initialization part, it will be here. Then this condition part will be here. Put a semicolon, and this incrementation or decrementation part will be here, and the statement will be inside the for loop. That's it. Now, just see here, you will get the same result. You will get the same result, guys. This is how simple the for loop is. You don't have to write this statement separately. You don't have to write this I plus plus or I minus minus separately. Okay. Declaration initialization, condition expression, and incrementation decrementation are part of the single line, and there is no possibility that you will forget now. Okay, when you are writing while loop, there is a possibility of forgetting I plus plus and the loop will go into the infinite loop, but coming to the for loop, there is no possibility of forgetting, because you have to mandatorily write all these 3 sections. Okay, you generally write 3 sections. Okay, it's not mandatory, optional, but you generally write 3 statements. Okay, I don't want to dig deep into that optional thing now, but generally we remember writing. That's what you have to see. Okay, so how this loop will be executed? First, the execution will start from the main method and the for loop will come, and first this declaration and initialization will be done. I will be declared as in data type and I will be initialized with one value. After that, this condition will be checked. 1 less than or equal to 10 is true. Since the condition is true, you'll go inside the for loop. 1 will be printed. Then immediately at the end of the for loop, you'll go to the I plus plus, guys. Okay, incrementation decrementation part. I plus plus. So I will become 2. 2 less than or equal to 10. Again true. We'll go inside the loop. 2 will be printed. At the end of the for loop, again I plus plus 3. Again true. 3 will be printed. 4. 4 will be printed. 5. 5 will be printed. 6. Condition is true. 6 will be printed. 7. Condition is still true. 7 will be printed. 8. Condition is still true. 8 will be printed. 9. True. 9 will be printed. 10. Still true. 10 will be printed. I plus will become 11. 11 less than or equal to 10 is false now and will come out of the for loop. Okay. So it's the simplest version of the while loop, you can say. Okay. So 1 to 10 and end of the program. There are situations where we have to use while loop and you cannot use for loop also. Okay. So there are kind of situations. Okay. I cannot give you an example here at this moment, but there are situations where until it is null, okay, you have to run the loop. Such kind of things we cannot write in the for loop. Okay. While something is not equal to null, run the loop. Such kind of things I have to use while loop only. Okay. So there are situations where while loop has its own importance and for loop has its own importance, guys. Hope you are able to understand. Okay. So we'll get 1 to 10 and end of the program here. And this is how it works. Okay. And you see, if you give I is equal to 11, this condition will become false for the first time and loop will not be executed at even once. Okay. I don't want to demonstrate that. That is self-explanatory. Now for each loop, I told you already multiple times that this for each loop I'm not going to demonstrate now. Rather, I'm going to demonstrate it using when the topic of arrays and collections framework come into picture in the coming sections. Okay. Done. Now we are done with the iterative statements also. Okay. Under the flow control statements, we have selection statements, iterative statements. I covered the selection statements and iterative statements by keeping this for each topic pending, for each loop pending. Now we have the last category of the flow control statements, that is the transfer statements, where we have break, continue, return, try catch finally. The first two things I'm going to cover. Remaining, I have to return I will cover during methods, and try catch finally during exception handling concept. Break and continue I'm going to demonstrate now, guys. Okay. Transfer statements are used to transfer the flow of the execution of from one block of the code to another block of the code, different block of the code. You'll understand how they are going to work. They are going to transfer the execution of the code of the flow. Okay, how? It depends on the what type of transfer statement you are using. There are different type of transfer statements, as you already have seen in the diagram. Same thing, guys. Break, continue, return, try catch, finally. Break and continue are something that I'm going to demonstrate in this session, in this part. Coming to the break, guys, how to use break. Okay, the purpose of the break statement, that is the first transfer statement, is to come out of the statements based on some condition. If you remember properly, we have already used the break statement in the switch case. The condition expression was matching with one of the case, and the case was executed. So break statement were getting executed and we're coming of the switch case, so that remaining cases are not getting executed. If you don't provide break statement in switch case, we have to fall down and all the cases were getting executed, right? So the purpose of the break statement is to come out of the statements based on some condition. Apart from the switch case, we can also use a break statement inside the loops case, like while loop, do while loop, and for loop we can use. So for sample, I'll show you how to use the break statement inside the for loop. Okay, so how to use break statement inside any of the loop, like for loop. I'll take for loop case. Okay, so here already we have the for loop. So what I will do here is I cannot directly write break here. So the problem here is the compiler is very clever that if you write break statement here, this condition is true, you will reach here and you will come out of the for loop. And what is the use of writing this for loop then? That's what the compiler is giving you compiler error, saying that this code is not reachable and don't put the break statement like this. So to overcome that problem, I'll write if condition like this, and if the condition based on some condition only, I'll just write the break statement. If I is equal to 5, then only break. Then only break, guys. Okay. So what will happen? You see how the statement will be executed. You see, in I is equal to 1, I is equal to 1, 1 less than or equal to 10 is true. It will go inside the loop. 1 is equal to 5 is false. Break statement will not be executed. 1 will be printed. Then 2, true, false. 2 will be printed. 3, true, false. 3 will be printed. 4, true, false. 4 will be printed. Finally, I becomes 5, true. And this also has become true. And break statement got executed. Till 1, 2, 3, 4, they got printed. But when I became 5, break statement got executed and we came out of the for loop. That means output will be 1, 2, 3, 4 only. Remaining all iterations will be cancelled. Okay, will come out of the for loop. End of the program. That's what is a break statement, guys. Okay, simple, nothing much. Okay. What about the continue and how it is different from continue? Break is cancelling all the remaining iterations, whereas continue, whenever the break statement has occurred, we are completely exiting the loop. But continue is not like that. It will cancel only the current iteration of the loop. Only the current running iteration of the loop will be cancelled. So in place of the break, I'll put continue, guys. In place of the break, I'll put continue here. So what happens is still 1, 2, 3, 4, no problem. But when I becomes 5, this is true, continue will be executed and it will cancel the current iteration. This part will be skipped. From continue to here will be skipped. Current iteration will be skipped and control will directly go to I++, where 5 is not printed, guys, but I became 6. 1, 2, 3, 4 got printed. When 5 is true, 5 didn't get printed because of cancelling this current iteration and it became 6. Again from 6 to 10 it got printed. That means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is not printed. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 got printed. Okay, only that iteration having the 5 value will not be printed. You see 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, end of the program. That's what is a continue statement. Okay, continue transfer statement. Break and continue, as I mentioned, guys, I'm going to explain only break and continue. The purpose of the continue statement is to skip the current iteration only. Here break statement is to completely come out of the statement or whatever, the loop or something. Okay, so it will continue with the next iteration. Only the current iteration will be cancelled. Here all the other, all when it is occurred, from there onwards all the iterations will be cancelled. Okay, including the current iteration. And coming to the return, I told you, right, I'll be covering the return in the next topic, that is methods. Okay, when I'm explaining methods as part of the next topic. Okay, so I'm going to cover return keyword. Okay, how the return keyword is used in methods, you will understand there. And try catch, finally I'll be covering during exception handling topic, which will be covered here, guys. Okay, so with this, guys, we are done with the flow control statements in Java. Okay, so we have done we are done with the getting started session, understanding Java programs, compiler errors, print statements, comments, variables, data types, operator relators, and also the flow control statement. These two are very important. Okay, they're very fundamentals, you can say. Now we are slowly moving into the advanced topics of core Java, guys. Okay, because Java is a object-oriented programming language. Okay, till now we have not seen any object-oriented stuff here, but soon it will start. Okay, when we reach here, classes and objects topic, the object-oriented will start. Okay, so slowly advanced topics are coming up, and now we will be looking into the methods topic. Okay, now we'll be looking into the methods topic. What are methods and all? Okay, so coming to methods in Java programming, the programming logic need to be written inside methods, guys. Okay, we need to store the data into the variables and write the logic inside the methods. Just understand this. What is the purpose of the methods? Already we have seen one method, right? In this basic code, you see already we are using a main method. The purpose of the methods is to write the logic inside. Okay, this is one type of logic we have written inside the method. But what do we store into a variable? Data. There are two things, variables and methods. Okay, classes in Java enclose everything. It can be variables and methods. While variables store data, methods, okay, methods implement logic. Okay, we have to implement logic inside the methods. So let me expand this class. You can understand. Classes will enclose everything in Java, not only variables and methods. There may be other things also apart from variables and methods that classes will enclose. Okay, so the purpose of the variables is to store data. Okay. For example, here I'll remove all this stuff. Here, this is a method, guys. Okay, this is a main method, and here I'll create a variable int a is equal to 5. I can write like this. Okay. So now this particular class contains a variable and a method. Classes enclose variables and methods. While variables store data. Okay, this data is stored into the variable. What is the purpose of the methods? The purpose of the methods is to implement the programming logic. Okay, here we can write the programming logic, guys. Okay, here we can write the programming logic. So that's what. Okay, so let's say while int I is equal to 1, whatever it is, while I less than or equal to 5. Okay, all this logic I'm writing inside where? Inside a method, but I'm storing the data into what? A variable. Okay, classes enclose variables and methods, while variables store data, methods implement programming logic. So now coming to the special method known as main method. Okay, coming to the special method known as a main method. Main method is a method where the program execution starts. I told you already in the beginning itself. I told you, okay, when we are trying to understand the Java programs in the beginning, okay, I told you main method. There are other methods also available apart from the main method, but main method is a special method where the program execution actually starts and we write the programming logic inside the main method or any other method. Okay, it can be main method or a non-main method. The only purpose of the methods is to implement the programming logic, guys. Okay, the purpose of the methods is to implement the programming logic. Okay, so but the execution will start from the main method. For other methods, execution will not start. So I'll demonstrate creating multiple methods along with the below, guys. Okay, so we'll create multiple methods along with the main method. Okay, so already we have the main method here. Apart from the main method, I'll just remove this variable for now, so it's a distraction. So here we have a main method, guys. Okay, so I'll write down system.out.println starting of main method, and here I'll write a print statement at the end of the main method saying that ending of main method. Okay, ending of main method. Now apart from this main method, I'll create few more methods. Okay, similar to the main method, I'll create other methods, guys. So here how the main method is there. 3 keywords are there. Blindly write down 3 keywords: public, static, void. Now give the name of the method. Other than the main, just give any user defined name. Okay, you can give any name, same say sample one. Okay, so and provide circular brackets here. You don't have to provide string of args here. Okay, it's a normal method. You for main method we'll generally provide string of args, but for normal method you don't have to provide string of args inside the circular brackets. And if you observe the naming convention here, okay, if you observe the naming convention here, the naming convention of the project is upper camel case, the naming convention of class name is upper camel case, but the naming convention of a variable or a method is nothing but it can be a variable or method. The naming convention is what? Lower camel case. So let me write down here so that you will remember. Naming conventions. Okay. Project name, upper camel case, upper camel case. Okay. First Java project is an example. Okay. You see, this is called as first Java project. Every every word's first letter is in capital case. Okay. Then class name, Java file name. Okay. Java file name. Again, upper camel case. Upper camel case. Example is first Java program is a class name I have given. So if I create a variable, okay, if I create a variable, let's say variable name, I'll write variable name. Okay. Uh, lower camel case. Lower camel case. How the lower camel case will be there? I'll show you again in the diagram. Okay. So here I'll say account type 1. This is called as lower camel case, guys. Okay, the first words, first letter will be in lower case. From second word onwards, the first letter will be in capital case. Okay, variable name and method name also same, guys. Okay, method name is also same, lower camel case, lower camel case. Let's say sample 1 is the name of the method. Okay, like this, lower camel case. So let me show you what is lower camel case. Lower camel case. Okay. This is called as lower camel case, guys. Okay, this is how the lower camel case looks like. Upper camel case looks like this. Every word's first letter will be in capital, including the first word. But here the first word's first letter will be in lower case, and remaining all words will be first letter will be in capital case. Okay, so variable names and method names need to be in lower camel case. Okay, lower camel case. That's the naming convention. Oh, so here I'm creating a method, guys, extra method apart from the main method. I'm creating multiple methods. Okay, so sample 1 is one method. System.out.println. Uh, so I'll say inside sample 1 method. Okay, I'll create one more method, public static void sample 2 system.out.println inside sample 2 method. Okay, inside sample 2 method, like this I'll create. Now inside this class, how many methods are there? Method 1, method 2, method 3. One of the method is a special method, main method, where the execution starts, and remaining methods are the normal methods where the execution doesn't start automatically. Okay, now all the methods are residing inside the class or not. Here is the starting of the class, here is the ending of the class. Inside the class only all these 3 methods are there. That's one thing. Main method calling other method. Okay, so what if I run this code? What will be the output? So if I as it is run this code, what will be the output? Execution will start from the main method. From here it will start. It will print down starting of the main method, and it will print down ending of the main method, and execution will end here. Will these methods will be executed? No. These methods, even though you created, there is of no use, guys. These methods are not going to be run. Okay, because execution is starting at the main method, ending at the main method. So nowhere these methods are connected to the main method. Okay, run this code. You see, only main method related statements, starting of the main method, ending of the main method will be printed. These two statements are not getting, those two methods are not getting executed. Okay, so what do we have to do for this, for making these two methods getting executed? Okay, so from the main method where the execution is starting, in one of the line of the main method, you call this method, guys. Okay, sample 1, like this, you call this method. Sorry, sample 1. Okay, you just call this method, and after that you call sample 2 method. Okay, just copy this name, okay, along with the circular brackets, and put a semicolon. This is called as method calling statement. This is called as what? Method calling statement. If you don't explicitly call the methods from the main method, those other methods will not be executed. Okay, these methods will be only executed when main method calls them. Okay, otherwise there will be no connection. So this method calling statements are going to call this method, and method will be executed. This method calling statement will call this method, and okay, run this code. You see, this time you will see a difference. Okay, starting of the main method inside sample 1 method. That means, so execution started from here. Starting of the main method got printed. Sample 1 method got called. That means the control will go to sample 1 method, and it will be executed. Inside sample 1 method got printed here. You see, inside sample 1 method got printed here. After that, again control went back to the same main method. After this method got executed, control went back to the same method. And next statement, sample 2 got called. Sample 2 method got called. Control went back here. inside sample2 method got printed. At the end of the sample2 method, again control came back here, and finally ending of the main method got printed. So that's the flow, guys. Starting of the main method, inside sample1 method, inside sample2 method, ending of the main method. Okay. Let's learn more about methods. Non-main methods calling other methods. Here, in this example, I shown you only the main method calling the non-main methods, right? But I can remove this statement from here. I can make that, you see here, main method is calling the sample1 method. I can make that sample method can call sample2 method. This is not a main method. Okay, but I'm connecting sample1 with the sample2. So when sample1 method is getting executed, sample2 method will be called, and this statement will be executed. Okay, so run this code, guys. So from execution will start from the main method. Starting of the main method will be printed. After that, sample1 method will be called. Control will come here. Then inside sample1 method will be printed. Then next statement will be executed, sample2. Since it's a method calling statement, the sample1 is calling sample2. The control will come here. Inside sample2 method will be printed. At the end of the sample2, the control will go back to the method that called it, that is sample1 method. Okay, here, and there is nothing to be executed, so it is the end of the sample1. So the control will go to the next the statement of the sample1, and the next statement ending of the main method will be printed. Okay, starting of the main method inside sample1, inside sample2, and ending of the main method. Okay, here non-main method is calling another non-main method. Okay, so that is also possible. Now method calling other methods multiple times. For example, here, let's assume that there is only one method, guys, sample1 method. Okay, there's no sample2 method. Just to make it simple to understand, I just removed that method. Now, only one time the main method is calling the sample1 method now. Okay, what will happen? Only one time this main method will be this sample method will be executed. Starting of the main method, sample1 method is called. Control comes here. Inside sample1 method will be printed. Ending of the main method. Okay, what if I copy this and paste it here? Run this code. Right click, run as Java application. Inside sample1 method, inside sir, two times. The same method is being called multiple times. Okay, either it can be main method or non-main method. They can call the other methods multiple times, guys. Okay, you can call them multiple times. Here sample1 method is called multiple times, so every time it is called, this statement will be printed inside sample1 method, will be printed in the output. You see, starting of the main method, inside sample1 method, inside sample1 method, inside sample1, inside sample1, ending of the main method. Done. Okay, next. So creating multiple methods, and I demonstrated a lot of stuff where main method was calling methods and non-main methods was calling other methods. I explained about the method calling statements, and I showed you that how a method can call other method multiple times also. Okay, and also the main thing is that apart from the main method, other methods also exists, and main method is a special method where the execution starts, but other methods will not be executed directly. So main method has to call it, then only the other methods will get executed. And from there onwards, based on the control flow, we can call the other methods from the non-main methods also. Okay, that's what is the thing. Now, demonstrate. This is the starting of the methods, guys. Okay, so let's understand the next point. I'm going to demonstrate single and multiple parameterized methods and passing arguments to those methods. You see here, when this main method is calling sample1 method, okay, we are not passing any data to the sample1 method. Okay, there are no parameters here. Okay, there are no arguments here. There are no parameters here. This method is not taking any data, and this method calling statement is not passing any data to this sample1 method. So now comes the turn where you have to understand that apart from empty parameterized methods, no parameters methods, there exists parameterized methods also. Okay, so what I will do is I'll just remove all this stuff, guys. Okay, okay, I'll just just create a method saying okay, welcome user method I'll create, and here I'll create a parameter like any parameter, int a or string name, like this. Okay, you can give anything. So here, as per the purpose of this method, I'm giving string name. This is one of only one parameter. This is called as single parameterized method. This is called a single parameterized method, guys. Okay, only one parameter is there, that is name parameter, string type. Okay, name parameter which is of string class type. So here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to write something here. System.out.println. Okay, double quotes, I'll say welcome. Welcome what space plus operator I will use and say name. So here plus is not an addition operator. Here welcome is a string, name is also a string. So these two strings will be concatenated here. This plus is not an addition operator, it is a concatenation operator. Welcome, whatever the name that you are passing to this method, that name will be printed. So when you are calling this method, if I say welcome user and don't pass any values, you see an error is coming. The method welcome user has a parameter known as string type parameter. Okay. So you have to pass the arguments it is saying indirectly. Okay. The welcome user, you have to pass the argument, guys. Okay. String argument you have to pass. For example, if I give my name Arun Motori here, okay, the error will be gone. Okay. You are passing the argument here and this method will be called and this argument will go and fall into the store into the go and store this argument will be passed to this method when this method is called and this argument will be stored into this parameter called name, okay, which is of string type. And inside the method we are saying welcome space, this is a string, guys, this is a string literal which is concatenated with string literal will be generally concatenated with whatever the name that has come, that is Arun Motori. So welcome Arun Motori will be combined together. Okay. So here it is not an addition operator, it is a concatenation operator. Okay. Starting of the main method, this method is calling this. This is called as argument. Argument is passed and argument is concatenated with this welcome message. So in the output, what we got? Welcome Arun Motori we got. Okay. When this method got called, this statement got printed as welcome Arun Motori. Okay. When you print the parameter, the argument that is passed to the parameter got printed. That is Arun Motori, ending of the main method. Okay. Finally, the control will go back here and ending of the main method got printed. Fine. Here only one parameter is there and this is called as parameter, guys, whereas this is called as Arun Motor is called as argument. Single argument. This is all single argument. Okay. Single parameterized method requires single argument only. If you don't pass any argument, you will get error. Okay. That's the thing. Now let's talk about multiple parameterized methods. Okay. You can have more than one parameters also. Okay. So what I will do here is I'll create one more method, public static void add three numbers. Okay, add three numbers. I am saying three numbers. Okay, so here curly braces I'll put. I'll say I'll create some parameters, guys. Int a comma int b comma int c. How many parameters are there here? How many parameters are there? Three parameters are there. This method needs to intake three data. Okay, three portions of data. System.out.println. I'll say int sum is equal to a plus b plus c. Okay, here I'll simply say, okay, here I'll simply say addition of three numbers is, okay, addition of given numbers otherwise, okay, or passed numbers is plus the sum. Okay, just understand here what I'm trying to do. This is a string literal. I'm concatenating with the integer literal. Okay, integer variable. So what happens when string is concatenated with integer? It will be concatenated like a string. It will not act like a addition operator. This will act like a, if one of the portion is a string, the left side portion is a string, then the right side will also become a string concatenated as a full string. So addition of the given numbers is, if I pass here add three numbers. If I say 1 comma 2 comma 3, if I give, how many arguments I have to pass? Three arguments. Okay, add three numbers. Okay, so here since there are three parameters, I have to pass three arguments. So here arguments, not arguments, multiple arguments are there. Here three parameters are there. Here three arguments are there. Okay, so one will go into A, two will go into B, three will go into C. 1 plus 2 plus 3 is how much? 6. 6 will go into sum and addition of given numbers is 6 will be printed in the output. Right click run as Java application. You see, starting of the main method, welcome Arun Motori, addition of given numbers is 6, ending of the main method. What if I do something like this? Okay, instead of saying int sum is equal to a plus b, let's see, if I say a plus b plus c, what will be the output do you think will come? Okay, instead of providing the plus sum here, if I say a plus b plus c here, what will happen? So you may expect 6, but it will not be 6, guys. Okay, addition of the given numbers is a string. It will be first concatenated. This string will be first concatenated with a. A is nothing but 1, right? You are passing 1. So addition of given numbers is 1. till then it got converted to string. Till here, addition of given numbers is 1 is string. That will be concatenated with B. B is 2, guys. Okay. Addition of given numbers is 1, 2. 1, 2. It will not be 6, guys. It will not be 3. It will be addition of given numbers is 1 to till here. And that will be concatenated with here. Plus is acting like a concatenation operator because the left side we have the string that will be concatenated with number which will be converted to string, that will be converted to string. So addition of given numbers is 1 to 3 will be printed instead of 6. You see, this time if I run this code, 1 to 3, addition of given numbers is 1 to 3. So I have to put a circular bracket here. If I give the circular bracket here, guys, there is a priority given to the circular bracket. Okay, in Java the priority is given to circular brackets. Whatever that is there in the circular brackets will be added first. Okay, a plus b plus c, 1 plus 2 plus 3, that is 6 will be added, and that 6 will be concatenated with the string. Addition of the given numbers is plus 6. Okay, first this will happen, and after that concatenation with the string will happen. So here we'll get the proper output. Okay, again 6 coming. If you don't give the circular brackets, you will get 1 to 3. Okay, or you directly, if you want to make it simple, you just give sum, guys. It also will give the 6. Okay, so here apart from the methods, guys, you also have to understand this concatenation operator a bit. Okay, how it works and all. Okay, I demonstrated how the methods intake the data in the form of parameters and how to pass data to the these parameters as using arguments. Okay, I demonstrated that to you. Now demonstrate returning the values back to the calling methods. Okay, demonstrate returning the values back to the calling methods. So here what I'm trying to do is this method is intaking data, but now I want to return some data back to the method calling statement. Okay, I want to return some data back to the method calling statement. To make it simple, guys, okay, I'll just remove all these methods and all. Only one method I'll put here, extra method. Add 3 numbers, let's say int sum. Here instead of printing the sum, what I will do is I'll say return sum. What is the keyword I'm using? Return keyword. I told you, right? Return keyword was demonstrated here in the flow control statements. Under transfer statements, you see return statements, return keyword will come, that I going to demonstrate it during the methods topic I was telling you. Same thing, the time has come now. Okay, so for returning the values back to the calling methods, calling statements, we have to use return keyword. So what I have to return, the sum of these three numbers I want to return. Okay, return sum I want to say, but I'm getting an error. Why I'm getting an error? Because there is a keyword known as, in the method declaration, there is a keyword known as void. Void means this method is not going to return anything. Here you see main method is also not returning anything. But here main method is going to call this add 3 numbers method. Okay, main method is going to call this add 3 numbers method 1, 2, 3, like this. Now this method is saying that I'm not returning anything, but here we have written a return statement saying return sum. So there is a conflict. That's why we are getting error. So what we have to do is, what is the data type of the sum which we are returning from this method? Into data type. So here return type should not be void. Void means nothing. Method is returning nothing. In place of void, we have to provide the data type. Okay, of the something that you are returning. You are returning sum means the data type should be int. Okay, the data type should be int. Okay, return sum. It will be returned. And here this method calling statement will get this sum. Okay, if I run this code, what will be the output? You may think that the sum of these three values will be printed. Okay, but it will not happen, guys. Though you are calling this method, though it is this method is returning you some data back, but it will not happen, guys. Just see here, starting of the main method, ending of the main method only will come, but nowhere 6 got printed. The reason behind that is, here you are returning the sum of these three variables, but this method calling statement is not utilizing that. Hover the mouse on this method calling statement. What is the return type here? Int. Int is the return type. So you have to store here int s is equal to, s means sum, whatever it is. Okay, system.out.println. Okay, here just print yes. This time what will happen? You see, what will happen is the execution will start from the main method. Starting of the main method will be printed. After that, add 3 numbers 1 to 3 will be called. Okay, 1 will go into A, 2 will go into B, 3 will go into C, and 1 plus 2 plus 3 is how much? 6. 6 will go into sum, and we are returning sum. The return type is also int because we are returning sum. Okay, how much sum is returning? 6. 6 will be returned to this method calling statement, and that will be stored into the variable s of in data type. And when you print s, what will be printed? 6 will be printed. Okay, this is how we have to utilize the value that is returned by the method. Here method is not only in taking data but also returning the data to the method calling statement, and that method calling statement is storing that data returned by this method into one of the variable of the same data type and printing here. So now starting of the main method will be called and value will be returned, 6 will be printed, and ending of the main method. Okay, you see starting of the main method 6 and ending of the main method. Okay, so this is how methods can return the data also. Okay, return nothing from a method, that is void keyword will be there. Returning int value from a method, you can return the string value from a method also. For example here, okay, so instead of returning sum, if you are returning my name Arun Moturi, let's say, okay, what is the literal type? This is a string, so this cannot be int, guys. Okay, when you are returning a string literal, the return type should be string class. Okay, string class, you see, either data type or string class should be there. Now this method is getting my name in return, so here this should be, what is the return type? Type mismatch, it is string. String is a return type, but int you are writing here. Okay, you cannot store that into int. Okay, you have to say string here, then the error will be gone. Now you can print my name here. The method is returning my name. Okay, you see starting of the main method my name got printed, ending of the main method. Okay, you can return based on the type of the value you are returning. The return type of the method should be the same, and the method calling statement should also store that into the proper data type or proper class like string, etc. Okay, so this is all about methods, guys. Okay, this is all about methods. Okay, so lot of knowledge I have shared. Methods can intake data in the form of parameters, and to that parameters we have to pass the data in the form of arguments. Okay, and also methods not only will intake data but also can return the data, okay, to the method calling statements, and method calling statements can utilize that received returned data. You see, when you go to your birthday, guys, okay, so you will be invited, and you will be invited to the birthday party, and you see, you generally carry some gifts, okay, to the birthday boy or girl. You will generally carry a gift and give it to them, and in return to that, that particular birthday boy or girl will also give you a return gift, okay, for attending the party as a return gift. Okay, everyone knows about the return gift, right? Like that only, methods also do the same thing. Okay, they intake the data and also they return something. Okay, they have the capability of returning something. Not only they intake data but also they can return something like return gift. Okay, so they can receive the gifts, they can return, they can give some return gift also. Okay, so that's all about the methods, guys. That's all about the methods. Now let's move on to the next topic. So a lot of topics have been covered so far. Getting started, understanding Java programs, compiler errors, print statements, comments, variables, data types, operators and literals, flow control statements, and methods. Now let's go to the next topic, that is local and global variables. Okay, I explained about the variables already here. Okay, but I didn't explain about the different type of variables. Okay, here I'm talking about local and global variables. Very simple topic, guys, nothing much. So variable, you already know about the variable here. I already explained. Variable is nothing but a name provided to the reserved memory location where actual data are literally stored, right? But we can categorize these variables into two types. Okay, you see variables can be categorized as other types also, but here at this point of time, the variables can be categorized into two types known as local variables. One is local variables, otherwise global variables. What is the difference between these local and global variables? Local variables are the variables which are created and declared inside the method. The variables which are declared inside the methods or created inside the methods are called as local variables. And the scope of the local variables is up to that method only in which it is created or declared. Okay. But whereas global variables are directly created under the class. Okay. Outside the methods. Global variables are the variables which are created directly under the class and outside the methods. And the scope of the global variables is throughout the class. All the methods can access. I'll show you one example, guys, for local and global so that practically you will understand what is the difference between local and global variables. So here, let it be the main method, and let's remove this. So here in this first Java class, I'm creating a variable. So here, whether I'm creating a variable or method, guys, just for a while, just blindly put static keyword, guys. Okay. Okay, so for a while, and until you understand static keyword, what I recommend is, okay, just blindly follow these rules. Like whenever you're creating a variable inside a class or method inside a class, just provide the static keyword. Okay, static int a is equal to 5. Okay, just put static keyword. Okay, if you're creating a variable directly under the class, put a static keyword. Okay, so whatever the properties that you are directly creating under the class, make them static, guys. Either that can be variables or that can be methods, just make them static. Okay. So here main method is also static. This variable a is also static for a while. Blindly follow that. Okay. Now here inside this main method, I'm going to create another variable int b is equal to 10. Okay. Int b is equal to 10. Now if I say system.out.println a, can I print the value of a? Yes. It is a this is a variable which is directly created under the class and outside the methods, and this is called as a global variable. What is this variable known as? Global variable. What about this variable b? Variable b is created and declared inside the main method. It is a local variable. It's local to main method. Okay, local variable local to main method. But a is a global variable. I can access inside the main method because it is a global. Anywhere in the class I can access. Okay, from here to here I can access. Okay, but b is a local variable. Though I can access the b inside this method. Okay, inside the same method I can access b because this is a local variable. The scope of this local variable is up to this method only. Okay, but if I create another method, public static void, okay, sample1, some other method if I create, now in this method if I say system.out.println a, there's no problem because a is a global variable. Throughout the class, anywhere, any inside any method, you can access this variable a. But if I say system.out.println b, there is a problem. You will get error. Already you are getting error saying b cannot be resolved to a variable. The scope of the variable b, which is a local variable to the main method, is up to this main method only. You cannot access it outside the main method. Hope you are able to understand this. Okay. This is a local variable. The scope of the local variable is up to this method only, whereas the scope of the global variable is anywhere in the class you can access. Any method anywhere inside the class you can access. Outside the class, the different story. But within the class, anywhere in any method you can access this. You see, a can be accessed in this main method and also in the sample one. But b can only be accessed in the main method, but cannot be accessed here in the other method because the scope of the variable b, which is a local variable, is local to the main method, is up to the main method only. Outside the main method you cannot access. But a is directly created another class and outside the method is a global variable and scope is up to this class. Hope you understood what is the difference between the local variables and global variables. The variables which are created inside the methods, okay, are known as local variables and their scope is up to that methods only in which they are created, whereas global variables are the variables which are directly created under the class, directly under the class outside the methods, and they can be accessed anywhere inside the class in any methods inside the class. Okay, inside the class. These are the local variables and global variables. Okay, so though the purpose of these two variables is same, that is to store the data, but the scope is different. Okay, one of the scope is up to the method only in which it is created, that is local variable, but other global variable is a variable which is can be accessed throughout the class. Okay, scope differs. So we are done with the methods and local and global variables now, and let's move on to the next topic, guys, that is classes and objects. Object oriented programming concepts in Java are going to get started now with this topic, guys. Okay, this is going to be continuous, guys. Okay, these topics are going to be a bit continuous. Class and objects, constructors, this keyword overloading, everything is connected at some point of time. Okay, inheritance, overriding. Okay, so object oriented concepts these are. Okay, they are object oriented concepts. So let's do one thing. Let's start with this class and objects and just go in a natural manner. Okay, let's go in a natural manner. We covered a lot of topics already, and these are the remaining topics that are left out. Okay, we have to cover class, objects, constructor, this keyword overloading, inheritance, overriding, packages, modifiers, interfaces, wrapper class and primitive data types, arrays, strings, exception handling, file handling, and collections framework. These are the left out topics which we'll be covering next. Okay, so let's go with this class and objects now. Okay, so let's get started with this class and objects. As we already know, classes enclose properties like variables and methods. It can be any other things also. But in Java programming, whatever the code we write, we have to write inside the classes. Okay, classes enclose variables and methods where variables store the data and methods implement the logic. Okay, class contains variables and methods where variables store data and methods implement logic. And let's dig let's dig deep into this class and objects concepts. Okay, so before I explain anything about class, we have to understand something about objects here. Okay, the main topic is objects here. So let me explain about objects. What are these objects? Objects are, okay, objects are implementation of implementation of real world entities in Java programming. So what are objects? Objects are the implementation of real world entities in Java programming. What does it mean? What exactly these real world entities mean? Real world entities means anything that you see in real world. Okay. Let's say before me, there is a laptop. Okay. Before me, there is a laptop. Okay. I have a mouse. I have a book. Okay. Anything that you see in this real world, book, bag, pen. Okay. Bag, pen, table, chair. Okay. It can be anything, guys. It can be anything that you see in this real world. Okay. Like laptop, book, bag, pen, mouse, table, chair. Okay. It can be a window or okay. If you go to road, you can see a lot of cars, right? Car, it can be a car, it can be a house, it can be a building, it can be anything, guys. Okay. Anything that we see in this real world like this. Okay. It can be animal like a dog or cat or whatever it is. Okay. Anything that we see in this real world, if you want to represent in Java programming, we have to represent them using what? Objects. Represent as objects. These real world entities like laptop, book, bag, pen, and all those stuff, okay, to be represented in Java programming, we have to, okay, represent them as objects. Implementation of real world entities in Java programming is possible with the help of objects, guys. Okay, that's what the objects are. Okay, so programming is not about just writing some logic and all. We have the programming need to be connected to the real world, where in real world there are a lot of entities, real world entities like this car, dog, bag, pen, book, and all those stuff. And these kind of real world entities, they have to come and play into the programming, and that is possible with the help of objects. By creating objects, we can do that. Okay, by creating objects, we can do that. But in order to create these objects, we need classes. Okay, there is a small twist. You are thinking about objects representing these real world entities in Java programming, and then making the programming more realistic, you are thinking. But in order to create these objects, we need what? Classes. Hence, classes are known as template. Okay, class is a template which can be used for creating objects, guys. Okay, you can say class is a blueprint or a template which can be used for creating objects. Without classes, we cannot create objects. Okay. So how to create these template classes, and using these template classes, how to create these objects for representing the real world entities? These are the two questions before us, right? So I'll show you practically, guys. Okay. I'll demonstrate creating a template class. Okay. I'll demonstrate creating a class and using that class as a template for creating objects. Okay. So all this stuff I'm going to demonstrate in this okay topic now. So I'll go to this Eclipse IDE and I'll delete this, guys. I'll delete this. I'll create some realistic classes and all. Okay, I'll delete this class. So I'll refresh once here. Okay, now SRC doesn't have anything. Under SRC, I'll create a class known as car class. Okay, a car class, a car template I want to create. Click on finish. I'm not going to select public static void main here. I'm not going to auto generate this public. You see, this is a template I'm going to create. I don't want to create a normal class. I want to create this class as a template. So since I want to create this class as a template, I gave the class name, and I'm not selecting the public static void main because I want to make this class as a template. Okay, click on finish. Car class got created. Now how to create a template by using this car class? You see, class encloses everything. Okay, in Java files, class encloses everything, that variables and methods and everything, right? So using that variables and methods, we are going to create the template for this class. So how to create the template? For example, what does the class? Car has string. Car has a company, right? For example, Honda. Okay, Honda. Honda is a company behind the Amaze car. Okay, string, model of the car. Model is Amaze. Okay, for one example, if I have to take one Indian car, okay, company of the car is Honda and Amaze is a model of the car. Okay, then we have a lot of things about this car. Okay, if you have to describe the car, it's not just about the company and model, but string, color of the car. Okay, then double price of the car. Okay, otherwise we'll say int price for now, and double mileage. Okay, just for the sake I'm giving double mileage. mileage of the car. Okay. Then int wheels. Int wheels. This price can be double also. This price can be double also. It's better to put double for the price or mileage also because it can be in point something. Okay. So int wheels. Wheels will be in integer format. It will not be in decimal. So we'll go with the int. Okay. For that, company model, color, price, mileage, wheels. I think this much is enough. Okay. This much variables are enough. You can create more, guys. You can create more describing this car template, but I would like to stick to this particular variables for now. Okay. That's one thing. Now, what else I want to do next is what else I want to do next is I want to create some methods. Okay. Public void start car. Start car. Okay. Public void start car. Then here I'll say public void stop car. Some methods I want to create. Okay. Regarding this car template. Public void car details. Car details. Okay. Public void car details like this another method. Start car, stop car, and car details. Coming to the start car, I'll write down system.out.println, system.out.println, car having car from company plus this company, company of the car plus concatenation I am doing, okay, concatenation operator and model, which model? This model plus model has started, okay. Okay, there is some problem here. So I have to put plus here and again start the double quote and end this with double quote. Okay, then it will be okay. So concatenation is happening here. So somewhere here in between the concatenation, we are passing the values of these variables. Okay, fine. Now similarly, here I'll say system.out.println. Almost same, guys, almost same. Has stopped, we have to write. Car from company, this company, and model, this model has stopped. Has stopped. Now here I'll write down all the details of the car. System.out.println. Company of the car is plus company plus this company. Okay. So this is a template I'm creating for this car class, guys. This is a template variable and methods combination. Then system.out.println. Model of the car is model of the car is plus model. Okay. Then color I have to write system.out.println. Color of the car is plus color. Okay. Then price of the car is system.out.println. Price of the car is plus price. Mileage of the car is plus mileage. Then wheels of the car is plus wheels. Okay, plus wheels. That's it. Okay. Company of the car is company. Model of the car is color of the car is price of the car is mileage of the car is. And here I'll put a one print statement just for separation purpose. Okay. You'll understand why I have put this line later. So a template I have created for this car class. Okay. A template for now. By using this template, now we have to create objects. Why we have to create objects? To represent or to implement the real world entities in Java programming, we need objects. But to create the objects, we need this class template. First, we have created the class template like this car class template. Now let's create the objects so that we can represent the real world entities. Okay, so that we can represent what? The real world entities. Okay, so that we can represent the real world entities in Java programming. So how to create objects for this car template? For that, I'll create one more class. Okay, so I'll just call this class as demo class. This time I'll use public static void main. I'll auto generate the public static void main. And I'll just drag this to the right side so that you can see the template on the left side and this demo class on the right side. Okay. So So whenever you have to create objects, guys, you have to create inside the methods. It can be main method or non-main method, doesn't matter. But inside the methods only you have to create objects. Okay. For this car template, using this car template, if you have to create objects here in this another class, you have to create a method. Inside the method only you have to create the objects. Okay. Some people will get confused and create the objects outside the methods directly under the class, and you will get errors. Okay. You'll get errors if you do so. Okay. It can be any method, guys. Any method, inside any method you can create objects for this class template. Okay. So how to create objects for this car template? So for that, guys, how to create means object creation statement by using the object creation statement. Let me expand this so that if I am missing anything, I'll just okay, let's read this. Create a class having the main method say demo inside the same Java class and create. Okay. Okay. We have done all this stuff. Mm, Start car details we created. Now let's create any objects using the car class. Okay, and initialize access and methods of the class. Okay, so I'll tell you guys here for this class template, if you have to create an object inside this main method of the demo class, how to do that is by using a keyword known as new keyword. New is a predefined keyword in Java using which we can create objects for the class. Okay, so what is the name of the class using which we want to create objects? Car. Okay, new car you have to say. This statement will create the object in Java, and you have to end that with circular brackets and semicolon. This statement is going to create an object for the car template. Okay, so the moment you say new car here in the computer memory, let's say this is a computer memory. Let's say this is a computer memory. In the computer memory, some memory space will be allocated for object. Let's say this is object one. New car means object one got created, some memory got allocated to this object. Okay. But as you know, we cannot remember the memory address, right? It will be in zeros and ones. So that's the reason what I do is this object that we have created using the new keyword and followed by the car and circular brackets and semicolon. Okay. That object I would like to save into one variable kind of thing. Okay, for now I'll call it variable, but I'll just change the terminology name later. Okay, I'll just name that as, okay, I'll just name that as any car I will take, let's say SVDI, Swift VDI. Okay, Swift VDI. Okay, SVDI. And here, this looks like a variable, and I have to declare this variable with the same class name, that is car. Car SVDI is equal to new car. Okay, this SVDI acts like a variable, okay, to refer to this memory location. Okay, SVDI is a looks like a variable which is referring to this memory location where object is created for the class. But this SVDI is technically not called as variable. It is called as object reference. What is this? Object. We have to call that as object reference. It's not because this SVDI is not referring to the value that is stored in the memory, computer memory. Rather, SVDI is referring to the memory space that is allocated to this car object. That's why we have to call this as object reference rather than variable. Okay, this is not variable, guys. This is object reference. Okay, so terminology change. We created an object. Okay, now what I want to do is using this object reference. Using this object reference, I can access all these template properties. The car template properties like variables and methods I can access. How? You just see here svdi dot company is equal to, okay, which company? It is a Maruti company. Okay, Maruti company. Then svdi dot using the object reference, because you see, if I'm creating a method here and if I have to access this variables and methods inside the same class, I don't have to create an object, guys. Okay, but from a different class, if I have to access this variables and methods of this car template, then I have to first create an object and assign that object to the object reference. And using the object reference, we have to access these variables and methods. There is no other way. Outside the class, you have to create the object reference. Okay, within the class, you don't have to create. You can directly access this. These are the global variables inside the class. Any methods, you create one more method and you access all these variables. It's okay. You can access like this. Okay. Okay, and you can call this start car method from stop car method from start car. Anything is fine within the class, but outside the class, demo is another class. Okay, so in that, inside one of the method, we create an object so that using the object reference, we can access all these properties of the class. So svdi dot, okay, model is equal. This is how we have to initialize the variables of this class template from a different class out. Okay, from the method. It can be main method or non-main method, doesn't matter. Okay, for now we'll use a main method so that we can run the programs. So Maruti, and what is the model? Swift VDI is a model. Okay, Swift VDI. Then SVDI, object difference dot color is equal to, I'll say it is as red color. Okay, then I'll say SVDI dot price is equal to, I'll say 8 lakh. Okay, 8 lakhs in Indian rupee. SVDI dot mileage is equal to, let's say 24.12. Okay, 24.12. SVDI dot wheels is equal to, number of wheels is equal to 4. Okay, number of wheels is equal to 4. And now I can also call this methods, guys. Okay, after initializing these variables like this using the object reference of this object creation statement, this object creation statement, we created an object here using the new keyword and assigned that object to the variable of the car. Okay, which is called as object reference. And using the object reference, we initialize all the variables of this car template. Now I can call this methods also. How to call this methods? In order to call this methods from outside the class, because demo is another class and car is another class, and within the class we can directly call the methods like start car, stop car, like that we can call. But outside the class, if you have to call these methods, you have to use the object reference again. SVDI dot start car like this. SVDI dot stop car like this. SVDI dot car details. Okay. But here, how many objects I created? Only one object. Okay, which is referred using the object reference known as SVDI. Okay, which is nothing but I am representing a real world entity known as Swift VDI. Okay, Swift VDI real world entity I am representing, guys. Okay, Swift VDI real world entity I am representing. You see, I told you, right, the purpose of the objects in Java is to represent the real world entities in Java programming. One of the real world entities is Swift VDI car. Okay, Maruti Swift VDI car. Okay, so here I represented it already. Okay, using this template only, we were able to represent this, create this object. Okay, without this template, is it possible to create this object? No. Okay, so here, when I initialize all these variables here, what happens is here company is equal to Maruti. Then model is equal to Swift VDI. Then color is equal to red. Then price is equal to 8 lakh. All this data will be stored in this memory location. Then mileage is equal to 24.12. Then wheels is equal to 4. Okay, all the things, right? So here, this is how the values will be stored in this object memory. Okay, company is equal to Maruti, model is equal to 50 color is equal to red, price is equal to 8 lakhs, mileage is equal to 24.12, wheels is equal to 4. All these values got stored. Now I'll create one more object here. Okay, I want to represent another real world entity like as an object in this. So I'll have to create another object here. The moment I say new car here, an object will be created for the car class. So like this. Okay, the memory will be allocated, the computer memory for object 2. Okay, for object 2, and this one I want to assign that to a variable type of thing known as object reference. I want to give an object reference here, HAMZ. Okay, Honda MS kind of thing. Okay, so I have to declare this with a car class. Okay, so object creation statement is complete here. New keyword is actually creating the object and assigning to the variable of the car class, which is nothing but the object reference. Using this object reference, we have to initialize these variables for that particular object. For this object, I've used the object reference SVDI to initialize the variables. But for this object, for this particular second object, I have to initialize the variables using this object reference known as HAMZ. Now, what is the object reference here? HAMZ is the object reference. This object reference is used for referring to this object which is created for the car class template. Okay, so using the object reference HAMZ dot, if I say company, the company is Honda, guys. Company is Honda. Okay, then HAMZ dot model is Amaze model. Then HAMZ dot color is, let's say, gray color. HAMZ dot price is 9 lakhs. HAMZ dot mileage is It's giving 14 kilometers per liter, the petrol vehicle, let's say. HAMZ dot wheels is equal to 4. Okay, wheels is equal to 4. So I have initialized the variables for this particular object, second object, and now I can call this methods also using the object reference HAMZ dot start car. The Honda MS start car will start. If I say SVDI dot start car means Swift VDI car will start. Okay, HAMZ dot stop car, HAMZ dot car details, like this I'll write. Okay, that's it. Now here we have to write something like company is equal to company. These values will be stored in this object memory, guys. Company is equal to Honda, and model is equal to Amaze. Model is equal to Amaze. Color is equal to gray. Then price is equal to 9 lakh. Then mileage is equal to 14. Then wheels is equal to 4. Like this, the values will be stored. Now I want to create one more object. Intentionally, I'm creating multiple objects, guys. 3 objects I wanted to create. So let's create another object for the car class. The moment I say new car, an object will be created by allocating some memory to this object 3 in the computer memory. Let's say this is object 3, and here I want to assign this object to the one object reference known as HI20, Hyundai i20, guys. Okay, simple words. So I have to declare that with the car class, and using the object reference, I have to initialize the variables of this particular object. Okay, so HI20 dot company is equal to Hyundai HYUNDAI Hyundai. Okay, then HI20 dot what is that model? Model is Hyundai i20 is a model. Okay, i20 is a model. HI20 dot color is white color, let's say. Okay, let's say white color. Then HI20 dot price is, let's say it is 12 lakh. Okay, then HI20 dot mileage, so 12 kilometers per liter. HI20 dot wheels is equal to 4. Okay, then using the same HI20 I can call the methods. Okay, Hyundai i20 car started, Hyundai i20 car stopped, Hyundai i20 car details, car details, like this you can say. Now 3 objects I created, guys, like Swift VDI object, Honda Amaze object, and Hyundai i20. Let's give the values here. Company is equal to HYUNDAI. Like this, they are stored in the object memory. This is object memory, guys. Model is equal to, okay, i20 is a model. Then color is equal to white. Then price is equal to 12 lakh. Mileage is equal to 12. Wheels is equal to 4. Okay, like this we have to create the objects. That's fine. That's great. But there is a problem. Okay, now the problem has started. This is working fine. This will work fine, guys. If I run this code, you see their main method execution will start, and objects are created, and in the variables of this car template are initialized as part of the object here, and also the methods are being called. So if I run this code, car will be started with this initialized values, car will be stopped with this initialized values, variable values, and car details also. All the car details of all these initialized variables of that particular object will be printed. Okay, for each and every object, 3 objects are there, those 3 details will be printed. Okay, run this Java application, you will see the output properly. So let me expand this output so that you can see the complete output. Okay, you see this is output, guys. Okay, still it is not okay. You see, car from the company Maruti and model Swift VDI has started and has stopped. Company of the car is Maruti. Model of the car is Swift VDI. Color of the car is red. Price of the car is 8 lakhs. Mileage of the car is 24.12. Wheels of the car is 4. Okay, you now know, right, why I have given this hyphen kind of thing while creating the template here. Okay, now for the second object, car from company Honda and model Amaze has started. You see, the object related values are variable values, initialized values are coming here. Honda MS Grey 9 lakhs and all those stuff. Hyundai i20, Hyundai i20 white 12x, 12 and 4. Okay, this is what. But we have to solve a lot of problems here. You see, if I create 100 objects, for each and every 100 objects, these statements need to be repeated. Right? For every object, I have to write 6 statements here. One for company, one for model, one for color, price, mileage, wheels. For every object, I have to create 6 lines. You see, for second object also, I have to write 6 lines to initialize the variables of that particular object. For third object also, 6 lines to initialize the variables. I have to simplify this process. How to simplify this process? In order to simplify this process, guys, we can create a method, right? We can create a method, parameterize that method, and pass these values as arguments. That will solve the problem, right? So let's try that out. Okay. So let's try that out. Let's create a method, guys. Let's create a method. Here, I'll create a method saying public void what you can say assign data or whatever. You can give any name here, guys. Assign data. Okay. Assign data. And for a while, I'll just close this demo.java for a while and so that you can see this complete file. So here I'm creating a method, guys. So here I want to create the parameterized method which will pass all these variable values. Okay. So I'll give the same things like this string company, string model, string color, then double price, same thing, same variables, double mileage, and int wheels. Okay, int wheels. This is what I have given. Now, what I want to do here is I will call this method from this demo class. Okay, I'll call this method in the car template from the demo class, and while calling, I'll pass the arguments. Now, to this class variable, I want to assign this parameter. So, company is a class variable. Company is equal to this company parameter I have to give. Company parameter I have to give. So, what's happening? A warning message is coming. Why? Because you are assigning the parameter to parameter itself. You are not assigning the parameter to the class variable. The name of the class variable and the name of the class variable and the name of the parameter is same. So one method is you just change it to C here. Company is equal to C. This is okay. Now company is a class variable and C is the parameter. It can recognize. But if I give company is equal to company, is it positive? There is an ambiguity, right? There is an ambiguity that if I double click here, if it is a company here, let's say it is a company, okay. Then in that case, there is an ambiguity where if I double click this one, this is also pointing to the parameter. If I double click, this is also highlighting the parameter. We are assigning the parameter to parameter itself, which is of no use. We have to assign the parameter value to the parameter receives the argument, and that value we have to assign to the class variable, which is not happening here. Okay, because the class variable name and the parameter name both are same. Both are same. So how to solve this problem? So one way is that we have to give a different variable name, but the problem with this is if you give C here, that's okay. Now double click, you see this class variable, and if you double click C, it's highlighting the parameter. That's okay. But the problem here is this is not readable. I still want this to be readable. So I'll put that as company only. Okay, company is equal to company only I'll put. But in order to differentiate this class variable from this parameter, I'll add a keyword here known as this keyword, this dot. When I say this dot company, this is a class variable. The company which is not having the this keyword is a parameter. Okay. Now you will understand the next things. This model both are same. So to differentiate the class variable, this dot model is equal to normal model. This normal model is a parameter. This dot model is a class variable like that. Okay. Using this is the purpose of the this keyword, guys. Okay. This is the purpose of the this keyword. This dot color is equal to color like this we have to write. This dot price. This is one of the predefined keyword in Java. Okay, this is one of the predefined keyword in Java. Use it to differentiate the class variables from the method parameters. Okay, or constructor parameters, whatever it is. Okay, in the coming topic we'll get a constructor also. This dot wheels is equal to wheels. Like this, I will assign. Only one time I have to write the method and I have to assign the parameters to the class variables using this keyword by differentiating the class variables from the parameters. Okay, now I'll open the demo class. I'll just drag this side. So how to overcome the 6 lines and convert that into a single line? SV instead of initializing like this, I'll just call this method known as assign data. Svdi dot assign data, and here I have to pass all the arguments, guys. First argument I'll pass it as Maruti. Second argument I'll pass it as Swift VDI. Okay, Swift VDI will go into the model parameter. This red will go into the color parameter, and this 8 lakhs will go into the price parameter. 24.12 will go into the mileage parameter. And finally, 4 will go into the 4 will be passed as an argument from this method calling statement. Here we are calling the method, okay? Calling the method and passing the arguments, and these arguments will go and fall into the respective parameters, okay? Okay, you see, in single line I was able to do the job, okay? Same thing applies for this one also, guys, okay? This, let me minimize this so that you can see both in a better way. Okay, so let's go with this one. Instead of having the 6 lines, I can do one line HAMZ dot assign data and pass the values. Okay, Honda. I'll pass Amaze here. I'll pass Gray here. Then I'll pass 9 lakhs here. Then I'll pass 14 here. Then I'll pass 4 here. Okay, done. Then remove all this stuff. Done. Third one. Third one is all these values. Okay, single line. How to do that? Just call hi20 dot assign data and pass these values as arguments to the method calling statement, so that these 6 statements may not be required anymore. I20 white 12 lakh, then 12 and 4 finally 4. Okay, so you can delete all these 6 statements now. Using a single method calling statement, we are able to initialize the data now. That's it. So now if I save this and run this code, you'll get the same output, guys. Okay, there will not be any difference in the output, and we are able to. There are some errors, guys. Where exactly the errors are? Maybe here somewhere I didn't put semicolon. That's the reason. Now save this. Now run this code. Right click, run as Java application. You'll get the same output. Okay, you got the same output, guys. Car from company Maruti, model 50, DI, Maruti 50, and all the stuff. Honda Maze Gray, and all the stuff. At a high level, I'm checking this. Okay, Hyundai i20 white 12 lakhs 12 and 4. Everything is fine. Okay, I was able to reduce the number of lines. Okay, for every object I don't have to create 6 statements, for because there are 6 variables, means for every object I cannot, because if there are 100 objects, 600 lines I have to write. So 600 lines I reduce with just 100 lines now. Okay, I don't have to write 600 lines, I just have to write 100 lines. But now another problem came, where I'm in a position where I'm thinking, even I don't want to call this method. Even I don't want to call this method to assign the data to these variables. I want a better approach. Is a method the better approach to initialize the class variables while creating the objects and assigning the data? No, methods are not the effective mechanism. Okay, they are solving the problem where they are converting the 6 lines to 1 line, but still there is a possibility where we can ignore this single line also. This 1 line also will go off. Without calling this method also, I can initialize these variables, and that is possible with the help of constructors. That is possible with the help of what? Constructors, guys. You see that next topic is constructors. I tried with methods, guys. Methods were able to resolve the problem a bit, where instead of writing 6 lines, I am able to write only 1 line. Okay, I just need to call a method, and the method parameters I need to pass the arguments, and in the method the variables, class variables, are getting initialized. But now I am saying that method is not the effective solution for initializing the variables of the different objects. And the best solution for the simplified mechanism for initializing the variables without even calling the method explicitly is nothing but the constructor. Okay, using constructors we can do that. Constructors are similar to methods, guys, but have the below differences. They're similar to methods, guys. Okay, constructors are similar to methods, but they have the below differences. I'll tell you. Okay, I'll just differentiate you. What's the difference between? Let me drag this side so that you can have some space here where I can compare. This side I will say method. This side I will say constructor. What's the difference between the constructor and method? They look similar, guys. Okay, look similar. Look similar. Method looks similar to constructor. Constructor also looks similar. That's fine. Similar. Okay, but here the name of the method can be customized. It can be any name. The name of the method can be customized, but the name of the constructor should be what? Should be class name. Though the constructor looks like method, the name of the constructor should be same as the class name. Should be same as the class name, but method name should not be. It's not compulsory for the method name to be same as a class name, but constructor name should be same as a class name. Though constructor looks similar to the method, the name of the constructor should match with the class name. And also, methods have return type. At least void. Void means the method is not going to return anything. Void keyword will be there at least. Okay, if the method is not returning anything, at least void keyword will be there. If the method is really returning some integer value or something in data type as a return type, or if it is returning some string literal string class will be there as a return type for the method. But here, no return type. No return type for constructors. No return type. Okay, these are few differences between the method and constructor. And method need to be explicitly called. Explicitly called. Okay, in order to initialize the variables, you see from the demo class, we are using the object reference, we are explicitly calling this method. But for constructor, you don't have to explicitly call, guys. Okay, you don't have to call this constructor explicitly. So what I will do is I'll create a constructor, guys. Okay, just before that, let's just see what are the qualities of the constructor. Did I cover everything or not? Constructors have the same name as the class name I told you, but methods can have customized name. Constructors are automatically called when an object is created for the class. I'll tell you about this. That's what I am telling you. Okay, explicitly called, automatically called. Okay, automatically called when objects are created. These are explicitly means explicitly you are calling here. If you see here in the code, using the object reference, I am explicitly calling. But for constructor, when I create an object, you see this is the constructor calling statement. This part is a constructor calling statement. I don't have to explicitly call this constructor. When if I create an object, automatically the constructor is called. Automatically the constructor is called, guys. Okay. So that's what is the thing. Okay. Constructors won't have return type, guys. I told you, right? Methods have return type. At least void will be there. For example, this method has void as a return type, but constructors will not have the return type. They have the same name as a class name. Okay. They are automatically called when you create an object. Okay. So I'll explain more about constructors apart from that after this demonstration. So what I'm going to do here is, so this method I don't want to use. Rather, I want to create a constructor similar to the method public. I should not give the return type because constructors will not have the return type. And the name of the constructors, name of the method can be customized like assign data or anything. Okay, initialize data or assign data or something, anything. But the name of the constructor should be name of the same of the class. So car we have to give and circular. It looks like method, but the name of the constructor is same as the name of the class and the return type won't be there. This is how the constructor looks like, and remaining all are same, guys. Okay, these parameters are same. I'll cut these parameters from here, from the method, and paste into the constructor. And also the same statements which differentiate the class variables from the parameters of the constructor. Okay, these are the parameters of the constructor which doesn't have the this keyword. Using the this keyword means the class variables. Okay, I'm assigning the parameter values to the class variables. Okay, to differentiate the class variables with the parameters of the constructor, I am using this keyword here. Okay, with methods and uh, constructor same. I am just deleting the method now. Now I am left with the constructor. This is called the constructor. I converted the method into a constructor now. So I don't have to call this method explicitly. Now you see immediately I'm getting an error here. Why? Because earlier there was no error because there was a default constructor here. If no constructor is created inside a class, this class internally maintains a default constructor. An empty hidden default constructor will be maintained without any code inside that. But now I explicitly created a constructor having some parameters. So it is expecting some arguments. Okay, the number of parameters this constructor has, when I'm creating an object, it's not accepting this part now because this this cannot call this car class constructor because this car class constructor has some parameters and we are not passing the arguments. So what I have to do is I have to pass all these arguments. Whatever the arguments I have passed using the methods, I have to call from the constructor now. That's it. Okay, remove this statement. So is one statement is also not required now. Okay, just create the object and in the object creation statement, the constructor calling statement, you just give the argument. That's it. Okay, here also same thing, guys. Okay, cut all these arguments and pass them as part of the constructor calling statement. Okay, constructor calling statement, and you can remove this line. Now this even one line is not required for 100 objects you create. You don't have to create any lines. Okay, earlier you have to create 100 lines. Now that 100 lines also got reduced if 100 objects are created. So now just object creation statement itself, this constructor is being called and the values are getting initialized automatically. Okay, when the object is created, and you will get the same output. Okay, this is what is the purpose of the constructors, guys. The main purpose of the constructors is to initialize the data. Okay, if someone asks you what is the main purpose of the constructors, why we need constructors in Java, you have to tell them that to initialize the data. The simplest and easiest way and best way, effective way to initialize the data in data of the objects in Java is constructors. Okay, you should not be using methods. We should be using constructors, guys. So you will get the same output. You see, without any some errors are there. Let's say there is some semicolon or something missing here. Amaze and yeah, semicolon is missing again. Now save this and run this code. Right click, run as the application. Let's see. Yeah, you got the same output. You see, with constructor, we simplified the process of initializing the data while creating the object itself. These arguments are being passed to these parameters of the constructor and they are getting initialized with the class variables and remaining all the story repeats. This is what is a constructor's benefit is. Okay, if you don't pass arguments, the class template will maintain a hidden constructor, empty hidden constructor. Okay, and that empty hidden constructor is called, there is no use, right? Since there is no code inside the empty hidden constructor. So until we create explicit constructors, we don't have to pass any arguments in the object creation statements of the constructor calling statements in object creation statements. But once you create explicit constructor having some specific parameters, then this object creation statement you have to definitely pass the arguments. Okay. Until then, empty hidden constructor will be maintained in the class template, and you are not getting any errors. This is what is all about the constructors, guys. Okay. So the main purpose of the constructors is to simplify the initialization of the variables. Okay, there is no other better way to initialize the variables other than constructors. Okay, don't use methods, guys. Even you have to explicitly call the method if you want to initialize a class variable. But with constructors, when you are creating the object itself, the object creation statement itself is calling the constructor automatically, and you don't need an extra line to do so. Okay, demonstrate without using constructors. Okay, so initialization of the variables with constructors, I told you, right? So with method and without method, I told you. Okay, this keyword is also covered, guys. I completed this keyword as part of this to differentiate the class variables. Okay, the purpose of this keyword is to differentiate the class variables with the either method parameters or the constructor parameters. Okay, so how to use this keyword with method I demonstrated, and what is the advantage I told you. Okay, so the readability is also important. You see, if you give C here, you will not understand what is the C means. Okay, I have to actually mean company here. Here also company I have to mean. The readability is good and I can understand this parameter is all about company. But if I give C here, no one can understand what C means. The readability or understanding is gone. So, but if I give the company, there is an ambiguity company coming where class variable is same as the constructor or method variable parameter. So hence we are differentiating using this keyword. Okay, so that's the purpose of this keyword, guys. Okay. Okay, so using this keyword with constructors, using this keyword with methods, everything I demonstrated in this session. Okay, they look similar to methods, having some differences. Constructors are similar to methods, having some differences, like they don't have any return type, and the name of the constructor should match with the name of the class. But method name can be anything. It may not be the same as a class, and it has a return type at least void. Okay, fine. This called as this keyword, guys. Okay, so I completed the classes and objects and constructors and this keyword. Now we'll be moving to the other topics like overloading, inheritance, overriding, packages, modifiers, interfaces, wrapper classes and primitive data types, arrays, strings, exception handling, file handling, collections framework. These are the remaining topics left out, guys. Good number of topics I covered already, guys. Getting started, understanding Java programs, compiler errors, print statements, variables, data types, operators, literals, flow control statement, methods, local variables and global variables, class and objects, constructors, this keyword. Now let's complete the remaining topics, that is overloading, inheritance, and all those stuff till collections framework we have to complete. Okay, so let's continue. So before I move on to the overloading concept, let me explain something about static keyword. Okay, so actually static keyword comes as part of this non-access modifiers here, but before I move to this other concepts, after this class and objects, constructors, and this keyword, right, I would like to talk a bit or explain a bit about static keyword so that you can understand in the flow. Okay, so I'll cover this static keyword again as part of the modifiers, but let me cover also the static keyword here. Okay, before I start the overloading concept, let me explain about the static keyword here. Okay, so here is the thing. So we have done so far, that is, we have created a class template, right? We have created a class template containing some variables and methods. We created another class known as demo class. Inside that we have the main method. Inside the main method, we created 3 objects to represent the real world entities like Swift VDI car, Maruti Swift VDI car, Honda Amaze car, okay, and Hyundai i20 car. We created 3 objects, and we simplified the process of initialization with the help of the constructor like this. First, we used method, and still method need to be explicitly called, but by using a constructor, when we are creating the object itself, these arguments are getting passed to these parameters of this constructor, and they are getting assigned to the class variables. And so hence the object initialization. Okay. So if I see here, 1 minute. Yeah, if you see here, these 3 objects are created in the computer memory. Some memory is allocated, and each and every object has an object reference. For example, this one also has I20 as object reference, which are referring to these memory locations of these objects, okay, which are created in the computer memory, and these values are stored here. Okay, that's fine. But there is a problem still. Okay, there is a problem, guys. The problem here is we are wasting the memory somewhere here. Okay, if you clearly observe the data that is stored in this individual objects, object 1, object 2, object 3, if you talk about wheels, wheels is equal to 4, wheels is equal to 4, wheels is equal to 4. Same wheels is equal to 4 is repeated 3 times. If there are 100 objects created, assume that in all the 100 places, wheels is equal to 4, wheels is equal to 4, wheels is equal to 4 will be there. Just imagine how much of object memory will be wasted, right? Imagine how much object memory will be, how much memory will be wasted for the same value 4, because all the cars will have the wheels as 4. The cars will have a different company. That's okay. The cars will have different models. That's okay. This can be stored in the object memory. Okay. The cars will have different colors. The cars will have different prices, mileages. But coming to the wheels, wheels will be same across all the cars. All the cars will generally have the 4 wheels only. So why I am wasting the memory in each and every object? So this is not the correct way. We should not be providing these wheels here. This is not a uh, right, variable kind of value. It's a constant kind of thing. Okay, it's a non-changeable thing. It's a common thing, you can say otherwise. Okay, so it's a common one. So what we are going to do here is, for common ones, we'll not be storing in the object memories. Okay, for common things like wheels, we should not be storing in the in the individual object memory. Okay, because object memory should contain all the things that are unique from other things and all the stuff. But wheels is equal to 4 for the wheels is common for all the cars. So instead of providing wheels is equal to 4 for all the cars, what we'll do is we'll move that into the a common memory known as, this is a common memory, guys. Common memory. Okay, we'll move into a common memory. That too will create only once, guys. Okay, like wheels is equal to 4 only once. No need to mention this 3 or 5 times, or no need to mention it the number of times the object is created. Only once we'll create it is a common memory, and this common memory is nothing but the class memory. What is the class in our case? In our case, class is car. That is nothing but the car memory. Car memory. You can also call this as a static memory. Okay, common memory, class memory, or static memory. Okay, so these wheels, now we should not be uh, storing these wheels in the respective object memories. Rather, we have to store in a common memory, that is class memory or core memory, that is static memory or common memory. Okay, so how to do that? In order to do that programmatically, here we have to add a keyword known as static keyword. The moment you make it static, and if you assign some value, say wheels is equal to 4 here, this will go into the common memory. All the remaining stuff will belong to the object memory. And since you said static int wheels is equal to 4, there is no need to assign wheels here. Okay, no need to pass the wheels when you are initializing the variables of the class. And here you can remove wheels from here. Okay, you can remove wheels from here. And also here I don't have to print the wheels of the car is like that. You don't have to print. Okay, just remove that. Fine. So what I will do here is, here also while passing the while calling the constructor and passing the arguments, guys. Okay, I don't have to pass the number of wheels. Okay, because wheels nowhere now, wheels doesn't belong to the uh, object memory. It belongs to the common memory or class memory, that is car memory known as static memory. Okay, That's the purpose of the static, guys. If you want to make any variable or method, even methods also can be made static. If the methods are also common for all the classes, you can make the methods also static. You can also make the methods as static, guys. Okay. So fine. For now, I'm just making the variable as static. And if I want to, you see, along with the car details, if I want to print the number of wheels, how to print the number of wheels? System.out.println. I have to say car dot wheels. I should not be using the object difference, because here, using the object difference, you cannot access wheels. We have removed it from the object memory. Okay, svdi.wheels is not possible anymore. Okay, so if you have to use access these wheels, which belong to the class memory or common memory or static memory, that is car memory. So what I have to do is system.out.println. Using the name of the class, we have to access car.wheels like this. Okay, same thing here also. All the cars will have the same number of wheels, car.wheels. Here also car.wheels. Okay, that's it. Now you'll get the same output. That's the concept of the static, guys. Okay, static means common memory. You will get the same output, 4 you got. Okay, 4 number of wheels, and you can make it more descriptive if you want. Car has 4 wheels, like that you can write if you want. That's okay. But you understood the concept, right? What is the reason behind static? Static means what? Common memory, class memory or common memory. Okay, it does this static stuff doesn't belong to the object memory. It belongs to the common memory. Whereas this company, model, color, price, mileage belong to the object memory, respective object memories. Okay, because they vary from object to object. But wheels doesn't vary from object to object. Wheels is 4 for all the cars. Hence, it is made static, which belong to the class memory or common memory. Okay, fine. So that is the concept of the static, guys. Okay, so hope you understood about static. There are a lot of other stuff related to static. This is the main concept regarding static, guys. But so when you are working with a static keyword, there are some rules and regulations that we have to adhere to. So that I will cover as part of the upcoming topic known as modifiers topic. Okay, till then I am not going to cover. But for now, at a conceptual level, you have to understand why we have to use static. Okay, we have to make the common things as static and access the common things using the class name. Okay, car dot wheels, car dot any static method, like that you have to access. You should not be using the object reference, because the static stuff no more belongs to the object memories. Okay, fine. Now we are in a right position to start the overloading concept. Okay, let's start the overloading concept, guys. It's very simple concept, overloading. So duplicate methods or constructor names are allowed inside the same class as long as their parameters count or declaration or order of the parameters are different. This statement, if you have to understand, let me explain. Okay, so what I'll try to do is I'll just delete this, or I'll create a new class. Otherwise I'll create a new class. I'll say sample class, guys. Here click on finish. It's a sample class. Inside this sample class, I'll create a method. Okay, public void. Okay, public void method one. Some method one. Okay, some random name I gave, like method one. Okay, now this is one method, guys. System.out.println inside method one, like this I have written. Now what if I try to copy paste the same method? I'll try to create the same method here like this. What will happen? You see, both the methods have the same name. Inside the same class, can you have the methods having the same name inside the same class? Duplicate methods can be created inside the same class. Is it possible? The answer is no. Okay. In a different class, you can create. For example, in the sample method, you can create a method one, and demo class also you can create a method one. That's okay, because they are part of the different classes. But in a same class, can you create duplicate methods? No. Immediately you are going to get an error saying that duplicate method one in the type sample class. How to overcome this problem? Is there any kind of is there any kind of way where we can still create duplicate methods inside the same class? Yes, there is a way, and that concept is called as overloading concept. Okay, if you apply this overloading to methods, it's called as method overloading. If you apply this overloading to constructors, it's called as constructor overloading. First, let's talk about the method overloading, where duplicate methods can be created inside the same class, as long as this statement is very important, as long as their parameter count or declaration type of the parameters or the order of the parameters in which they are arranged in the method should be different. Okay, then only duplicate methods are allowed. Here, how many parameters are there? 0 parameters. So what if I say int a? The moment I say int a, you see, okay, the moment I say int a, what happened? It's not giving you error anymore, even though the method name is same. Method name is duplicate, but here 0 parameters, here 1 parameter. This is making the difference. This is called as method overloading. We can create duplicate methods in the same class when it has different count of parameters. What if I copy this part and paste it here? Again, duplicate method will come because here parameter count is matching. Okay, parameter count is matching. So I'll do int a comma int b. You see, error is gone. That's it. Simple. So there are three rules, guys. One is the count of the parameters. Here, 0 parameters, 1 parameter, 2 parameters. If 3 parameters is created, that also will be created. Okay, without any error. That is one way. Second way is declaration. Declaration, guys. For example, I'll copy this one, paste it here. Now, this method have the same name, and at same time they have the single parameter of same data type. What if I make this double? Error will be gone, because the type of this parameter is int. The type of this parameter, even though count is same, the type of the parameter is different. That's why it is allowed. Fine. For example, here if I say double b, int a double b, something like this, and I copy paste this here. I copy paste this particular thing here. You see, duplicate method error will come because same number of parameters, 2 parameters are there, and first parameter type is int, second parameter type is double, which is matching again. So what I will do here is I'll make this double and I'll make this int. You see, the order of parameters is different now. Okay, the order of the parameters is different. So first parameter is int type and second parameter is double type. Second parameter is double and second parameter is int. Order of the types is different here, or order of the parameters is different. So it's allowing you to create this duplicate method. Okay, duplicate method. So this is called as method overloading, guys. What is this called as? It is called as method overloading. We can create duplicate methods inside the same class as long as their parameter count is different. Okay, first thing is what? Either parameters count is different, no problem. Parameter, okay, as long as their parameters count is different, that is one thing. Or data type of parameters is different is the second thing. Third thing is order of parameters is different. Okay, order of parameters is different. These are the three varieties. So now we have method overloading, which I just now covered. This method overloading, guys, whatever I covered is a method overloading. We created the method inside the sample class, and we can have duplicate methods as far as it has a different count of the parameters or type of the parameters or order of the parameters. Okay, now coming to the okay, let me see. Okay, that's fine. This one is already covered. Okay, I explained everything. Now constructor overloading. Coming to the constructor overloading, you remember what is a constructor, right? What is the difference between method and constructor? You remember, right? Constructor looks similar to the methods, but the thing is, constructor doesn't have return type, and the name of the constructor should be same as the name of the class. So let me create one constructor here, public, and it will not have return type. Even void should not be mentioned here, and the name of the constructor should be same as the name of the class. Okay, I created one constructor, system.out.println, inside sample constructor. Okay. Now I'll copy paste this constructor here in the same class. Will it allow? No. Duplicate constructor error message will come. Okay, duplicate. It will say method, but it is a constructor, guys. Duplicate constructor, the same class. So what I have to do? The same concept, guys. We have to differ in the number of parameters here. Okay, it has 0 parameters, it has 1 parameter, so different. Okay, it's allowing you to create duplicate methods. Duplicate methods or constructors when they have different count of the parameters. For example, here double B. You see, it's allowing different count of the parameters. And if I copy paste this one here, having the single parameter, again duplicate method constructor error will come. So I'll make this double data type. Even though the parameter count is same, the constructor, the type of the parameter is different. And finally here, if I copy this one and paste it here, okay, if I copy paste this one, it has the same name, same number of parameters, and same type of the parameters like int A, double B, double B. So I'll change the order of the parameters like this, double, A and here I'll say int B. Okay, so you see the errors are gone. We can create duplicate constructors inside the same class when they differ in the count of the parameters, type of the parameters, and the order of the parameters, which is similar to the method overloading. This is called as constructor overloading, guys. Okay, the same concept of method overloading when applied to the constructors is known as constructor overloading. Okay, so this is called as overloading concept, guys. This is called as overloading concept. Now we'll move on to the next topic, guys. This much is enough for overloading, guys. Okay, so more than enough for overloading. So let's move on to the next topic known as inheritance concept. Okay, the next topic is inheritance. So let's begin with the inheritance now. So inheritance is a mechanism in which one class acquires the properties, that is variables and methods of another class. Why inheritance need to be implemented in Java? What is the real situation? Okay, what is the real situation? You have to understand. Let's not go with this definition or something, but let me explain something for you, okay, here, so that you will understand the importance of the inheritance. Okay, what is the importance of the inheritance? You have to understand, guys. For example, you are creating multiple classes, one class, second class, another class, another class, like multiple classes, like 4 to 5 classes you created. And in all these 4 to 5 classes, surprisingly, inside the classes, you have the same variables and same methods. Assume that. Okay, assume that you got into a situation where, okay, let's say this is HDFC Bank, this is Kotak Mahindra Bank, this is SBI Bank, this is Axis Bank, this is SBI Bank, like that. Okay, most of the variables and methods will be same, right? For these classes in that case, right? Generally, you are creating the same variables and same methods again and again. You are duplicating across multiple classes. You are creating the same variables and methods. Is it a good approach? The approach is not good, guys. Okay, across multiple classes, if you have the same variables and methods created multiple times, you see 100 classes you create, in 100 classes you have the same variables and methods. You see how much duplication you are doing. To overcome this problem, Java has introduced a mechanism known as inheritance mechanism, where you will create only one class having the variables, having that same variables and methods, and and all these classes will become the child classes of this class, so that these classes no more has to create these variables and methods. Okay, because all these variables and methods are same and duplicated in multiple classes. Okay, though all these classes require the same variables and methods to be created, instead of duplicating them across a good number of classes, we'll create one parent class, and from the parent class we'll get all these variables and methods. This concept is called as inheritance. In real time, this is the case, guys. Okay, in real time, this is the case why inheritance came into picture. Okay, so let's do one thing. I'll give that example to you. uh, I'll create one few classes here. Let's say I'll create a class known as dog class. Just assume that I create a class known as dog class and click on finish. A dog class got created. In this dog class, I'll create some variables and methods. One is string. Dog will have some name. Okay, string, dog type, dog type. Okay, what is the type of the dog? uh, okay, otherwise animal type, I will say. Animal type. Okay, what is the type of the animal? It's a pet animal or wild animal or something. Okay, then boolean, whether this animal or whatever, the dog has a tail or not. Boolean, whether it can climb or not. Boolean, whether it can walk or not. Boolean, whether it can swim or not. Like this, some kind of variables I'm creating here. Similarly, some methods. Public, void, eat. Every animal eats, right? So, okay. System.out.println, dog is eating or something. Okay. Public void, sleep. Here I'll say dog is sleeping. For sample, this much is enough. Okay, some set of variables and some set of methods I created inside the doc class. Now I'm going to create another class. Let's say that class name is cat class. Click on finish. So here what is going to happen surprisingly is this cat class also will have the same variables and methods. Okay, string name of the cat, string animal type. You see, if you see properly here, the same variables are getting repeated here. Boolean, whether it has a tail or not. Boolean, whether it can climb. Boolean, walk. Boolean, swim. Then public void each. Same variables, same methods inside the cat class. Dog class has the same variables. Dog class has same variables, and cat class also has the same variables. System.out.println cat is eating. Public void sleep. System.out.println cat is sleeping. Cat is sleeping. Okay, let's save this. Okay, so dog class, cat class. I'll create one more class. I'll just name this as butterfly. Butterfly. Click on finish. So this butterfly class also, I'll create the same variables and methods. String name of the butterfly. String animal type. Boolean tail. Does it have a tail? Boolean whether it can climb. Boolean whether it can walk. Then Boolean whether it can swim. Public void each. Okay, so system.out.println butterfly is eating. Same method, again same method. Public void sleep. System.out.println butterfly is sleeping. Okay, now one more class I'll create. Just I'm going on creating a lot of classes here. I'll say fish class. Click on finish. Okay, here also I'll create the same string name of the fish, string animal type, then boolean tail, boolean climb, then boolean walk, then boolean swim. Okay. Now here method public void each system.out.println fish is eating. Public void sleep. System.out.println fish is sleeping. Like this. Okay, and create any number of classes, guys. You see, this many number of classes are enough. But if you observe some similarity between all these classes have the same variables, same methods. So, am I duplicating? Am I duplicating the variables and methods across multiple classes here? Yes. So instead of this, what I will do is, as a solution, I'll create only one class known as animal class. Finish. In the animal class, I'll give the same variables and methods. String name, I will say string animal type, string tail. Okay, boolean climb, boolean walk, boolean swim, public void each, public void each. Okay, here I'll say system.out.println animal type plus is eating. Okay, animal type is eating. Public void sleep system.out.println animal type plus is sleeping, like this. Done. Okay, animal type is sleeping. Now save this. Now save this, guys. Cat, dog. Save this. And now what I'm going to do here is, for example, I'll open the dog class. Here dog class is there. I'll just move it here so that you can see dog. So instead of repeating this same variables and methods here, I'll remove all these variables and methods from the dog class. Okay, for now cat class I'll just close. Okay, so dog class, I'll make this dog class a child class of animal class. I'll make this dog class a child class of this animal class. How? By using a keyword known as extends keyword, extends animal. That's it. All these properties, that is variables and methods of this animal class, will now be inherited by this dog class. Okay, will be inherited by this dog class. Okay, this is a keyword we have to use. Extends is a keyword, guys. Okay, here it will be there. Uh, Child class uses which keyword? Extends keyword to inherit the properties from the parent class. I don't have to duplicate the variables and methods across multiple classes. Rather, I will create one class which will become the parent class. Okay. The purpose of the inheritance is to use the properties, that is methods and variables inside the class, instead of recreating the same properties again in new classes. If you have to create the same variables and methods across multiple classes, instead of duplicating the same variables and methods across multiple classes, you are going to create a parent class and make this parent class as a parent of this child classes which are duplicating the variables and methods. So it will reduce the need of recreating the same variables and methods across multiple classes. Okay. Child class acquires the properties, that is variables and methods of the parent class automatically. You see here in this dog class, it looks like there is nothing, but all these variables and methods of the animal class are now part of the dog class because it is now extending the animals. Okay, extends animal. We are using the keyword extends. Now animal has become the parent class of the dog class. You see in real world also, the children will inherit the properties of the parents. Parents will inherit the properties of the grandparents, like that. Here dog class is inheriting the properties of the parent animal class. Okay, like that. You have to understand. Now, similarly, if I go with the cat class, here also I'll remove this variables and methods and simply say extends animal class. I don't have to create the variables and methods again. You see, animal, right? That's it. Okay. The task is done. Butterfly also same thing. Extends animal. If I write extends animal here, there is no need of writing all this stuff. Okay, here fish extends animal. There is no need of creating these variables and methods. Done. Save this. Okay. Animal class is now has become the parent of multiple classes in Java, that is dog class, cat class, butterfly, and fish class, and hence we are not recreating the same variables and methods which are there in the animal class across all the classes. Okay. So if you still have to use this for example, if you have to work with the dog class, let's say the variables and methods of the dog class, if you have to work, so I'll just create one more class known as demo2 with a public static void main method. Okay, I'll close all this butterfly and unnecessary stuff here. I'll just make this dog class appear here, and cat class also I'll close. Whatever the class is required, I'll open that and use that. Okay, for example, I have to work with the variables and methods of the dog class. So what I will do here is I'll create an object for the dog class. How? New dog. Like this, you have to create an object, you already know, and this object I have to assign to the variable. Okay, let's say d. Over the mouse, create local variable dog d. Dog d is called new d. Like this, we have to create an object using the object reference d dot name. Name is puffy or something. Let's say puffy. Okay, d dot puffy. Then d dot animal type. Animal type is what? It is a dog. Dog. Okay. Let's say it is a dog. Then d dot tail. Tail. Boolean value we have to give. Yes, it has a tail. Okay. This particular dog has a tail. Actually, the problem is here. I have to say Boolean, guys. Okay. That's the problem. That's a mistake. So now it becomes okay. D dot climb. Whether the dog can climb? No, false. D dot walk. D dot walk. Whether the dog can walk? True. Yes, it can walk. D dot swim. Let's say this particular dog cannot swim. So let's say false for now. Then D dot eat. D dot sleep. Done. You see, without even having the variables and methods created inside the dog class, we are able to create an object for the dog class. Since dog class is actually uh, child class of the animal class, by using the extends keyword, all the variables and methods have now been inherited by this dog class, and hence we are able to access with the help of the dog class object all the variables and methods of the animal class we are able to access, which are inherited by the dog class. Similarly, you can say cat c is equal to new cat. Cat c is equal to new cat. You can say c dot name is equal to, okay, Snoop, Snoop, Snoop or something. Just give some random name. C dot animal type is a cat. Then C dot tail, it has a tail, true. C dot climb, as it can climb, true. C dot walk, it can walk, true. C dot swim, false, it cannot swim. C dot C dot eat, C dot sleep. Okay, dog class is also over. Next, let's go with the other class. What is the other class we created? Butterfly. Okay, butterfly. I'll create an object for the butterfly using the new keyword. As you already know, butterfly, new butterfly. I'll say b is equal to butterfly, but b is equal to new butterfly. Then I'll simply say b dot name is equal to, okay, some Targaryen or okay, something. I'm just randomly, okay. B dot animal type. B dot animal type is butterfly. Then B dot tail, it doesn't have tail, so false. B dot climb, false. B dot walk, false. B dot swim, false. So if you have another property in the animal class like boolean fly, it would have been better, right? So if it has been there, then we can simply say b dot fly is equal to true. Then b dot eat, b dot sleep. Okay, done. Now similarly, fish, for fish also we can do fish. Fish is equal to fish f is equal to new fish. F dot name is equal to, okay, swimmy, something I'm giving. F dot animal type is fish. Fish. F dot tail, does it has a tail? Yes, it has a tail, true. F dot walk, it cannot walk, false. F dot climb, it cannot climb, false. It can only swim, right? Then F dot swim, true. F dot fly, false. Done. Okay, then F dot eat, F dot sleep. Just run this code and you will see that you'll get the output. Dog is eating, dog is sleeping. Cat is eating, cat is sleeping. Butterfly is eating, butterfly is sleeping. Fish is eating, fish is sleeping. Okay, done. So guys, this is the thing. Okay, this is the thing about the inheritance. You see, Instead of recreating the same variables and methods across multiple classes like dog, cat, fish, okay, dog, cat, fish, and butterfly, and all those stuff, you are simply creating one animal class, and inside the animal class, whatever the variables that are getting duplicated, right, you are creating them, and you are making this animal class a parent of this all these classes known as dog. Dog has become the child class of the animal class. Cat has become the animal of the child of the animal class. Butterfly, child of the animal class, and fish, child of the animal class. And by using the extends keyword, we can do that. Okay. Okay, I demonstrate a child class which inherits the properties from the parent class, and how to use the properties of that child class inherited from the parent class. We have to create an object for the child class, and then whatever the inherited properties are there which are coming from the parent class to the child class, we can access here with the help of the object reference of that child class. Okay, that's what is the beauty. This is called as inheritance, guys. Okay, this is called as inheritance, nothing much. Okay, this is called as inheritance, nothing much. And there are few more things that you need to understand regarding the inheritance. Child class can have specific properties like specific variables and methods which are not available in the parent class. For example, here, guys. Okay, for example, here I don't want to put boolean fly here, and I'll go to the butterfly. The butterfly, the butterfly only. In the butterfly, I'll say boolean fly. Okay, like this I'll write. This boolean fly is not there in the animal class, but boolean fly is there only in the butterfly. That means this is a specific property of the butterfly class. That doesn't mean that butterfly is not inheriting the properties of the animal class. Butterfly is inheriting the properties of the animal class. In the animal class, what are the properties we have? Uh, Name, animal type, tail, climb, walk, swim is there. Okay, all these properties are inherited by the butterfly, but fly is not part of this. You see, fly is not part of the animal class, but it has a specific property. Okay, butterfly has a specific property known as boolean fly, whereas animal has the remaining properties. From the animal, all the repeatable properties will be inherited. At same time, butterfly can have its own property, guys. Okay, that's okay. That's fine. Okay, you can use this property if it is not. This is not inherited property. Remaining all properties like name, animal type, tail, climb, walk, swim are inherited from the animal class by the butterfly class, except the fly class. Five property, except the fly property. That's what here it is meant. Okay. Objects created for the parent class can access the variables and methods that are created in the parent class only. It cannot access the child class properties. For example, here I told you, right, animal class is not having the fly variable, but butterfly is having the fly variable. Now, if I try to create, let me remove this. If I try to create an object for the animal class, for animal parent class also I can create an object, right? Animal, new animal. Animal A is equal to new animal. I'll write like animal A is equal to new animal. If I create an object for the parent class animal, then a dot what do you say? You can access all the properties of the animal class. That is name of the animal. Okay, let's say it's animal only, animal one. Okay, then a dot animal type. Animal type is animal. A dot animal type is equal to animal. Then a dot tail false. A dot walk true. A dot climb, let's say false. A dot swim. A dot swim false. A dot fly. If I say a dot fly, if I say a dot fly, it is not possible. It is not possible, guys, because the object of the parent class can only access the properties of the animal class, but it cannot access the properties of the child class. That's what we are saying here. Object created for parent class can access the variables and methods that are created in the parent class only. It cannot access the child class properties like butterfly properties and all. But child class properties can access both the inherited properties from the animal class and also the its own specific classes. Object created for child class, which is inheriting the parent class, can access both the variables and methods of parent class and its own specific child class properties also, like fly and the animal properties also. The reverse is possible, but parent class can only access the properties of the parent class only. It cannot access the properties of the child class. Whereas child class, you see, a child in real world also, the children will inherit the properties of the parents, but parents will not inherit the properties of the children, right? The reverse is not possible. Same thing here. That's what I mean to say. Nothing much. Hope you have understood inheritance now, guys. We'll be moving on to the next topic that is called as overriding. Okay, once you understand inheritance, then you will understand overriding, guys. This topic is dependent on inheritance topic. Okay, this topic is dependent on inheritance topic. So fine. So what is overriding then? When a method in the child class, that is subclass, is a duplicate of the method in the parent class. You see, in overloading concept, we have created duplicate methods inside the same class only, right? In the same class, we created duplicate methods, and it is possible to create duplicate methods inside the same class when they vary in the number of parameters, the type of parameters, and the order of the parameters. But coming to overriding, here there are two classes. One is a parent class. Another one is a child class, which is inheriting the properties from the parent class. In such situation, when a child class is inheriting the properties of the parent class, if the child class also has the same method created, even though it's getting inherited from the parent class, that is called as overriding, guys. Okay, here the method in the same method or duplicate method in the child class, which is already there in the parent class, is going to be overridden. Okay, the method in the parent class is said to be overridden by the method in the child class, that the duplicate method in the child class, and this concept is called as overriding. It will be more clear for you now. Let me explain. Okay, when the method in the child class is a duplicate method of the parent class, then the method in the child class is said to override the method in the parent class. No more inheritance happens for that method, because the method in the child class is already overriding the method in the parent class. It's restricting the child class from inheriting the same method from the parent class. Instead, the child class is insisting to use its own method. Okay, so this concept is called as overriding. Okay, so I'll explain all the things about overriding here. Practical way is better here. So let me close all this stuff, and I'll delete all this stuff also. I'll put only two classes, one or two classes. So let's say animal, and I'll delete this butterfly. What else is there? Demo 2, I'll delete. I'll delete most of the classes otherwise. Okay, what's the use? If required, I'll create again. Okay, so freshly let's create a class otherwise. Okay, so just to be clear, I'll just say I'll create an animal class and click on finish. In the animal class, I'll create a method, guys. Okay, I'll create a method known as a public void eat method. Public void eat method. Okay, now here I'll say system.out.println. I'll say animal is eating. I'll say this is an animal class. I'll create one more class known as, let's say, dog class. Click on finish. I'll drag this dog class to the right side so that you can see both animal class and dog class together. I'll make this dog class a child class of this animal class. How to make the dog class a child class of the animal class? Which keyword I have to use? I have to use extends keyword, and followed by the name of the class, which I have to make it as parent. Now dog class has become the child class of the animal class. That means the properties of the animal class are inherited automatically by the child class dog class. Okay, this method now also belongs to the dog class, guys. Okay, so if I create another class, let's say another class, let's say demo with public static void main to create the objects. I'll drag it here, and inside this main method of this demo class, I'll create an object for the dog class. Dog d is equal to new dog. Though dog doesn't have its own properties here. Dog doesn't have its own properties, that is variables and methods are not there, but dog is a child class of the animal class. Dog is inheriting the properties of the animal class. This eat method, which belongs to animal class, is also inherited by the dog class because it is a child class. So using the object reference of the dog class, I can say eat now. Okay, eat. This is possible. But what if? So if I run this code, guys, you see animal is eating will be printed. The method from the parent class will be inherited by the child class, and animal is eating will come. Okay, animal is eating is printed in the output when I run this demo class having the main method. But what if I create another method here? similar method, duplicate method, which is already there in the parent class. Even though the child class is inheriting the same method from the parent class, but intentionally I'm creating the duplicate method in the child class. System.out.println. I'll say dog is eating here. Dog is eating. Let's say due to some XYZ reasons, we have to create the same duplicate method in the child class, even though it can be inherited from the parent class. Now, in this situation, when I create an object for the dog class and say d.eat, what will be printed? Animal is eating will be printed from the parent class, or dog is eating will be printed from the child class. So I told you already, the duplicate method in the child class is said to override the to be inherited method in the parent class. That means this method will not allow this method to be inherited now. Okay, it will override. This method will override. So when I create an object for the child class, using the object reference, if I call the eat, it will not call the inherited method from the parent class because it is restricted by the or overridden by this child class method. So the eat method from the child class will be called. Okay, if it is not there, then parent class method will be inherited and called. But if there is a duplicate method in the child class, duplicate method only will be called because duplicate method is said to override the method in the parent class. Run this code. You see, it will say dog is eating, not animal is eating. Okay, that means this particular method is called instead of the inherited. This dog class is no more inheriting the eat method because it's already duplicated in the child class, and this method is said to override. Okay, you can, this is optional guys. Okay, you want to put this or not, this up to you. So just for you see, just to like when you are going through the code, just to see that this method is overriding some method in the parent class, just to have that idea, you can write override, but this is not compulsory. You can, it is optional. That particular annotation is optional. Either you can write either at override or without override also, it is overridden only. Okay, it's not compulsory in Java to provide either at override here. Okay, fine. Now you got some idea what is overriding, right? When a method in the child class, that subclass is a duplicate of a method in the parent class, that is superclass. You can also call child class as subclass and parent class as superclass. Then the method in the subclass, that is a child class, is said to override the method in the superclass. No more inheritance happens. Okay. The method will not be inherited. Instead, the method in the child class will be given preference when you create an object for the child class. Okay. When we create an object for the child class and call the overridden method, then the method in the child class only will be called. The inherited method will not be encouraged anymore. When there is no child class method, duplicate method, then inherited method was called. But once you get a duplicate method in the child class, overridden method, that overridden method in the child class only will be preferred. Okay, using the object reference when you call of the child class. Even though the name of the method in the subclass has the same name as a method in the superclass, the type of the parameters or number of parameters, and the method in the subclass will overload. I was talking about overriding here. This concept is, I told you, right, overriding. But if in case it has different parameters, let's say int a like this. So now this method is no more overriding this method in the parent class. Why? This is not a duplicate method. Why? Each method name is same, child class method and parent class method is same, but it differs in the number of parameters. You already know the overloading concept, right? In the same class, you can have multiple duplicate methods which differ in, which have the same name, but which differ in the count of the parameters, type of the parameters, and order of the parameters. But coming here, in inheritance also, the child class can have the overloading. Not only the same class can have the overloading methods, but also the child class also can have the overloading methods. This is not overriding now because it is not directly duplicating the method in the parent class. Okay, if it is duplicating the method in the parent class, then we can say that this method is overriding the method in the parent class. But here it is not a duplicate method. It has a different number of parameters. Okay, it has 0 parameters, whereas it has 1 parameter. Okay, so that's the difference. Now, if I say d.e, which method will be called? You see, this particular method has single parameter, so this method will not be called. But this method has 0 parameters, so animal is eating will be called. You see, run this code, right click, run as Java application. Animal is eating will be printed. Okay, overloaded method without having any parameters will be. But if I pass 5 or something here to this int a, this time this overloaded method will be called. Okay, dog is eating will be printed. Just see, right click, run as Java application. Dog is eating will be printed. Hope you are able to understand. In inheritance also overloading is possible. Overloading is not only possible inside the same class, but also is possible inside across the inheritance concept. Okay, if it is not a duplicate method, it is overloading. If it is a duplicate method, it is overriding. Okay, that's what you have to understand the difference. Constructors cannot be overridden, guys. Okay, so we cannot have duplicate constructors in the child classes, or okay, that is not possible. Okay, constructor cannot be overridden, as the name of the constructor need to be same as the name of the class. So for example, here this method can be overridden, right? So because we can create customized methods, animal is a name of the class, but I can have my own name for the method. It may not be same as a class name in case of methods. So eat method, I can duplicate the eat method here like this. Here dog class and eat method I can duplicate. Okay, and since dog class is child class, animal class, and this is say to override the method in the parent class. Overriding is possible with the method overriding is possible, but constructor overriding is possible. Just think whether constructor overriding is possible, not possible. You see, remove the return type, remove the return type, and say animal. Okay, because constructor should have the same name as the class name. And here also remove the return type, and because constructors will not have return type, and the name of the constructor should be same as the name of the class dog. Is there any duplication here? Dog is different, animal is different. So is it possible to override for a constructor to override the constructor in the parent class? Is it possible? Because they have the same name as the class names, it's not possible. That's what I'm saying. Okay, constructors cannot be overridden, only methods can be overridden. Constructors cannot be overridden because the name of the constructors need to be same as the name of the class names. So there is no possibility of duplication. If there is no possibility of duplication in parent and child classes, what is the matter of overriding, right? Overriding concept will not be possible at all. So this is all about the overriding concept, guys. So hope you understood. Method overriding is something we have discussed, okay? And even if they are not duplicate, it will become overloading. If it is duplicate, the child class method is a duplicate of the parent class method, then the child class method is said to override. If the child class method is not a duplicate, instead it is having some different type, number of parameters or type of the parameters or order parameters, then it's said to overload, okay? Not override. So we are done with the overriding, guys. Let's move on to the new next topic, that is packages. Okay, let's move on to the next topic, that is packages. So the packages are created to group related classes, interfaces, and other files. Okay, so what is the purpose of packages? Till now we have not created packages here, guys. Okay, default package is coming by Eclipse IDE, but this is not really a package. It's not a real package here. It's a virtual package. Just for the Eclipse IDE generally adds a virtual package here. Okay, but you can actually create a package. Under the package you can put the files. So what is the actual purpose of the packages and why we have to create? The purpose is to organize them better. These files, you see, whenever you work in real time projects, okay, the projects may not have only 3 to 4 classes. They contain hundreds of classes or thousands of classes. When a project contains thousands of classes or hundreds of classes, is it possible for you to find the required class? Is it possible for you to find the required class that you need? No. Unless you organize, it will be very difficult to go through all the classes and find the class, right? So if I take an example of the Java library here, how the Java developers from Oracle company has organized their classes. If you see here, you'll be surprised. They not only put the packages on the top of, they binded the packages under zip files also. Okay, multiple zip files are there. They are called as the jar files here. As you can see, the extension is jar, means Java archive, Java zip files are. Okay, so they organized at the next level, not only packages, at the jar files level, zip file levels they are organized. You see, there are a lot of jar files here, right? Starting from Java library has a jar file starting from java.base to jdk.xml.dom. These are the different jar files which are zip files. Each and every zip file is containing a lot of packages here, because there are hundreds of classes, guys, thousands of classes, you can say. A lot of packages they created to organize. Okay, it's a very big library that Java developers have created. So let's say I'm looking for the system class. I know that when I hover the mouse, system class is part of the java.lang package. If it is not packaged here, it will be very difficult for me to find the system class. So java.lang package. Under that, system class will be there somewhere. Okay, in alphabetical manner. If you scroll down, you will find the system class. This is how easy it is now to find the system class if it is organized under packages, right? That's what is the purpose of the packages. So now packages are not just simply packing the classes, all the related class. Okay. Let's say java.io is there. You see file related class are grouped together, right? All the file system related class are grouped under java.io, as you can see here. Under java.math, mathematical related classes, math context, bit cu, bit integer, bit decimal, Okay, mathematical rounding mode. Okay, mathematical related. Okay, related classes are binded together, grouped together, organized under a package. So like that, there are a lot of classes, a lot of packages, guys, which are organizing the classes, files, interfaces, or any other stuff based on the related things. If they are related, somehow these classes are related, they are bounded into one package like that. Okay. I'll you'll get more clarity, guys. Okay. So we generally group things to organize them better for locating them easily. What does it mean is, okay, so packages are created to group related classes, not just classes. Related classes, the classes are related to files or classes are related to mathematical formulas, okay, are grouped under different packages so that we can find them easily, organize them and find them easily. So if you talk about a real world example, if you want me to give a real world example, let me give you one simple real world example out of the Java topic. Let's say you have a house, and in that house you have a room, your own room, and there are no partitions. Okay, but you have to put all your books there, but there are no partitions. What you will do? You'll place all the books like this in a random way. Whatever the books may be, it may be your college books, or it may be some fiction books, or it may be some English grammar books, or English related books, literature books, or okay, or story books, novels, different type of books. Okay, your kid books or whatever it is. Okay, you're putting all them together. Now one of your friend came to your house and asked for a help, saying that I need a book. Okay, I need a particular book. Then you will walk into this room and you will take a lot of time to find the book that is being asked by your friend, because these books are not organized here. Okay, finally you will find the book and give it to your friend. That's okay, but it will take a lot of time because these books are not organized. Okay, if their related books are organized and properly categorized, right, then you would have given this book a way faster. Your friend has to wait like 15 or 20 minutes for you to find this book and give it to your friend. So what if another scenario where your room has partitions like this? Some partitions are there where you can organize your books. Okay, let's say your room has some partitions like this, some partitions like this. Let's say all your college books, okay, current college books you are placing here, all the fiction books, novel books, English books. Okay, so some other story books, then spiritual books. Okay, different categories or related books you are putting in different shelves here. Okay, as different, you are categorizing and organizing the books like this. Okay, science books. Okay, so encyclopedia kind of books and all. Okay, kind of books. Okay, other your kids books or whatever it is. Okay, now in the same situation, your friend comes and asks for a particular book. Let's say your friend is asking for a fiction book. Immediately you will go into this particular category and there are like 5 to 6 books. Let's say, is it you can find and give this book in just a matter of right, not even a minute. You will just go there and bring the book and give it to your friend. Okay, the time doesn't matter here. But in the last case, you are taking around 10 to 15 minutes minimum to find the book and give it to your friend, because the books were not organized. But in this case, the books are organized. The same thing with packages, guys. Okay, packages organize the related classes, interfaces, and other files in our Java projects. Because in real time projects, guys, in real time projects, there will not be only 3 files, there will be a lot of files. These files need to be organized, categorized so that you can find them easily. Okay, that's where packages come into picture. So, I'll show you one example of the benefit of packages creation. Okay, I don't have to create this. I'll show you directly because it's already created. So we have to create a project, and I'll name that project as a Facebook project. And Facebook has a lot of things, right? A lot of functionalities, right? I want to group the related class Java files under various packages. You can see this image, guys, how I did. I created a project, normal Java project in Eclipse IDE, Facebook. And under SRC, I created packages known as friends package, login package, photos package, profile package. Under the friends package, add friends.java file is there. Edit friends, you see related files, related Java files are there. Tomorrow, I want to find edit friends. I can come to the friends package and find the edit friends. It's very easy for me, right? If I don't create this package and organize these files, if I have to find the edit friends, it will take some time for me, okay, to find more than, because packages will help me like that. Okay, login related files are here. Create account, forget password, login, logout are here. Photos related, cover photo. Okay, related code is there in this file. And create album, edit photos, profile photo, view albums, view photos, profile, edit profile, and view profile, like that. You are organizing this Facebook project is very big. But here for sample, I created only 4 packages and grouped the related Java class files under the packages. So hope guys you got an idea why packages are to be created and why we have to group the related files under the packages, because the projects are really, if you really see the Facebook project, it will not be like this. It's much simple. Okay, just go to the Facebook developers and see how much big their projects are. So accessing the instance variables and methods from other class which is under the same package is fine, but when you are trying to access the uh, properties of a class which are under other packages, then it will be process will be different. Okay, so default and protected I'll explain later. So for now, just at a high level, we'll discuss about the packages. When the modifiers concept, default and protected concepts comes under modifiers, right? Then I'll explain about the packages there. Okay. So and using the asterisk symbol also I can explain now. That's not a big deal. So let's do one thing. Let's close all this stuff. Let's close all this stuff and freshly I'll delete this. I'll delete all these files, guys. Okay. We'll create the package. I'll show you how to create a package now. Under SRC, there is no package, and I'm going to create a new package. Right click new. How to create a package? Right click on SRC, like you are creating a class. Instead of creating a class, you create a package here. I'll just packages naming convention you have to know, guys. I will say pack one. Pack one. Okay. So you see there are two words, but all the letters are in lowercase. No matter how many words are there, all the letters should be in lowercase. Okay, it's not lower camel case. It's completely lowercase. Packages names are generally in complete lowercase. Under this pack one, I'll create a class. I'll just name this class as class 1. Let's say class 1. This naming convention is upper camel case. You already know. Click on finish. In the class 1, I'll create some variables and methods like int a is equal to 5 and public void sample 1 method. Okay, sample 1 method. Now, so here I'll write down system.out.println, system.out.println inside sample 1 method. Okay, inside sample 1 method, I'll save it. Now I'll create another class known as demo class. I'll create another class known as demo class. I'll put public static void main here. So you see, just observe here, guys. These two classes belong to the same package. Sample one, this class one belong to the same package, package one. You see, these two classes belong to the same package. Demo is under the same package. Class one is also under the same package. Now, in this main method, that is a different, this demo class is a different class, right? So I want to access the properties of the class one. Then what I have to do? They belong to the same package. Class one belong to the pack one. Demo also belong to the pack one. But in this main method, I want to access the properties of this variable and method of this class one. So if you remember properly, have to create an object for the class one, because external class here, from external class, if you have to access the properties of a different class, then you have to create an object, guys. If within the same class, you don't have to create an object, you can directly access these variables and methods within the same class. But outside the class, from a different class, from a method of a different class, if you have to access these variables and methods, then first thing is that we have to create an object blindly. Let's create an object, guys. Class 1 C1 is equal to new class 1. Like this, we have to create an object. Without creating an object, we cannot create. Okay. So let me just move this side so that more space is there. Okay. Now, using this object reference, I can access this variable and method. Okay. What I will do is I'll say system.out.println, system.out.println, c1.a. I can print it out. I can access it within the package, because both the classes are within the package. I just need to create an object, and using the object reference, I have to access the variable. And similarly, I need to call this method sample1 method c1 dot sample method sample1 method. Now I can run the code and see. You see, 5 will be printed and inside sample1 method got printed. I am able to access these variables from a different class within the same package. That's okay. I'll close this demo class now. I'll close the demo class. Now I'll right click on SRC. I'll try to create another package now, different package. I'll name it as pack2. Okay, I'll name it as pack2. Under this pack2, I'll create a demo class known as demo2. Demo2. Okay, with public static void main. Now, do you think this class 1 and demo2 belong to the same package or different package? the class 1 and demo 2 belong to the same package or different package. Class 1 belong to pack 1 package, demo 2 belongs to the pack 2 package. That's where is the problem now. Okay, that's where is the problem now, guys. Okay, the first thing is that better make sure that you put it as public. I'll explain why later. Okay, all the variables you just put it public. Otherwise, you see class is public, variables are public, methods are public. Okay, so let it be like that. Otherwise, you will get confused. I'll explain why they have to be public later. Okay, this is a situation, guys. This is a situation. Now this class belong to a different package. Can I access the variables and methods of this class which is outside the package? That is pack 1. Whereas this demo class is an external class which belong to another package having the main method. So same process, guys. I need to create an object for the class 1. I need to create an object for the class 1. Let me create an object for the class 1 which is outside the package. C1 is equal to new class 1. Like this, I'll try to create an object for the class 1, but this time I'm going to get an error. Just see here, I got an error, guys. Just see here, I already got an error, right? I already got an error. Why the error is coming? Is it error resolvable? Yes. We can access the variables and methods by creating an object for the class 1 which belong to the other package also. But the only thing is that this particular class need to be imported from the package because it belongs to a different package. We have to import it. How to import that? We have to write import statement here. Import pack 1. Which package? From which package I have to import? This class 1 from pack 1 dot class 1. I have to say from the pack 1 import the class 1. Then you see the error is gone. Then you see error is gone. So you don't have to type it manually. Actually, I just wanted to show you manually. But Eclipse IDE, if you have, you can import it like this. Okay, hover the mouse on this error and it will give you a statement like import statement. Import this class 1 from pack 1 package. After importing only, you can access these variables and methods of this class which is belong to the other package. But within the package, you don't have to import any class from the package. But outside the package, okay, if you try to access the variables and methods of a class outside the package, then you have to import that class from that package. Import is the keyword for this statement. Pack 1 is the package name and class 1. Okay, now c1 dot system.out.println. I can use it now. Okay, 1 minute. System.out.println c1.a. I can access. Okay, outside the package I can access. Then I can say c1 dot sample1. I can access, no problem. Okay, only thing is that this extra import statement. Okay, we have to, since this particular class 1 belongs to a different package and trying to use a method of variable properties of the class from a different, if I have to create an object and all those stuff, I have to import the class which is belong to the different package. This is pack 2. So, but I am trying to use the variables and methods of a class which belong to another package by creating an object for this class, which is not possible by default. So I have to import this class from the different package, that is pack 1. Then only I can use this. Okay, it will work. Within the package, you don't have to import. Okay, outside the package, you have to import. That these are the basics, guys. Okay, these are the basics. Now, default and protected, I'll cover later. I'll cover later during modifiers. There is a next topic is modifiers. As part of this, I'll cover the default and protected. Let's not get confused here using default is default and protected. I'll cover that as part of the modifiers anyhow. Okay, later will be covered in modifiers topic. Modifiers topic. Okay, done. Finally, using asterisk. When we have to use asterisk, I'll tell you. You see, this particular pack 1 has another class also. Let's say class 1 sample. Okay, class 1 sample. This is class 1. This is class 1 sample. Click on finish. And this also has some variables. Int b is equal to, let me put public, guys, better. Public int b is equal to 10. And here I'll write public void sample. Okay, sample method. I'll write down here system.out.println sample method. Okay, like this. Now save this. I'll close this. Within the same package, I'll say within the same package, we have class 1 sample and demo. So if you try to access the properties of this class 1 and the class 1 sample, there's no problem, guys. Okay, there's no problem. Either class 1, it belongs to the same package. Class 1 sample also belong to the same package where demo class belongs to. So I can directly create the object here. Okay, I can directly create the object here. Class 1 sample COS is equal to new class 1 sample. Like this I can create, guys. Class 1 sample, I can create an object. Okay. And I don't have to import anything because this class 1 and class 1 sample belong to the same package. I don't have to import any class here from the package. Directly I can use COS system.out.println, system.out.println, COS.p, I can say. And similarly, I can say COS.sample sample method. Okay, it will work out. No problem. Java application. Okay, it's working fine. 5 inside sample 1, 10, sample sample 1, sample method. Okay, fine. Now, instead of demo, I'll open the demo 2 now. Okay, demo 2 belongs to a different package. This class 1 belongs to pack 1 and class 1 sample also belong to the class 1, but demo 2 belongs to pack 2, which is a different package. So for class 1 accessing, I already imported this class 1 from pack 1. But if I try to create an object for the class 1 sample, just see here what's happening. Control Z. Class 1 sample COS is equal to new class 1 sample. Okay. Like this, I have to create an object. But again, you are getting error. The reason behind the error is you have to import this class 1 sample from pack 1. So again, I have to write one more import statement. Import pack 1 from the pack 1 package. I have to import the class 1 sample. Okay, there are two classes. There are two classes. I have to separately import this two classes from the pack 1. Though they belong to same package, I have to separately import. Okay, but I will show you one way where you don't have to write these two import statements. You can use only one import statement and get the job done. But before that, we'll see whether this process is working or not. COS.b and COS.sample. You see, it is working. Okay, because you have imported those individual classes from the different package and it's working fine. But here, both the classes class 1 sample belong to the same package. So there is no need of writing two statements here. If I remove one of the statement, definitely you will get error here. But I'll remove this class and in place of this class, I'll put asterisk symbol. Now you see, that means any class from the pack 1 package, all the classes from the pack 1 package, this asterisk symbol means, you see, I don't have to import it in, I import individual classes from, okay, by writing separate import statements here. You see, just I put asterisk means all the classes and things from the pack 1 are imported automatically. Okay, one more class if I create under pack, I don't have to import it separately. Okay, asterisk means all classes are, it can be accessible now. Okay, from the pack 1. Okay, allowed to be accessed. That's what is the asterisk symbol, guys. Okay, with this we are done with the packages, guys. With this we are done with the packages. Now the next topic we have is modifiers. Okay, so very important topic, guys, modifiers. So this one, you know, right, after a long time of important topics, now an important, all the topics are important, but modifiers is very important because till now we have not learned what is public, why we are using public. Okay, why we are using public, we didn't learn. So now the time has come. Even static at a high level I explained. Void I explained already as part of the methods, right? But public is something I didn't cover. What if you don't provide public? Okay, all these things will be covered as part of the modifiers case. Okay, it's a very big topic. It's a very kind of big topic having, I'll be explaining public, private, default, protected, static, final, abstract, access and non-access modifiers and all as part of this topic. Okay, it's very important topic, guys, that I'm going to cover now. So as the name speaks, modifiers modify the behavior of the classes, variables, and methods. Let me draw that here. So the name is modifiers, right? That means they are going to modify something. What are the modifiers going to modify? By providing different type of modifiers before the classes, variables, and methods, the behavior of these classes, variables, and methods will be modified. Okay, depending on the type of the modifier you put. Okay, depending on the type of the modifier you place before the class or variable or method, the behavior of these classes, variables, the default behavior of these classes, variables, and methods will be modified. Okay, they will, their properties will change. You will see that in action. Okay, because there are different type of modifiers and we have to, some modifiers are not even supported, guys. Okay, some modifiers you cannot put before a class, some modifiers you cannot put before variables or methods, like that also there. Okay, so whatever the suitable modifiers you put before the class, variables, and methods, their original behavior will change and they will work according to the provided modifier before this classes, variables, and methods. This is what modifiers are. But modifiers in Java can be categorized as like this. This is the diagram, guys. You can see. I'll maximize this diagram so that you can see the modifiers. All the modifiers in Java can be categorized into two categories at a high level. One is access modifiers. Second one is non-access modifiers. Two categories: access modifiers. Other one is non-access modifiers. Under access modifiers, we have private, public, protected, and default. Under non-access modifiers, we have static, final, and abstract. In this session, I am going to cover all the 7 modifiers. 4 modifiers are coming under access modifiers, that is private, public, protected, default. Default doesn't have any keyword, guys. Default doesn't have any, we don't have to specify any keyword. For private, we have to write private. For public, you have to write public keyword. For protected, you have to write protected keyword in Java. For default, you don't have to. If you don't write anything, automatically it becomes default. All these 4 belongs to the access modifiers category of the modifiers. And coming to the non-access modifiers, I slightly explained about static. If you remember, I slightly explained about static, the common memory and all those stuff. Okay, if something is common, you should not be storing in the object memory. You should be rather storing in a common memory known as a class memory, and accessing those static stuff also should be done using the class name rather than the object reference. That thing already covered, but whatever the remaining stuff remaining for this static non-access modifier, I'll cover in this session. Okay, then final is another non-access modifier and abstract. Okay, so let's get started with this modifiers. There are 2 types of modifiers at a high level, that is access and non-access modifiers. First, we'll start with the access modifiers, that is public, private, default, and protected. Then we'll go with the non-access modifiers, static, final, and abstract. So let's start with public, which is very easy. Public and private we can compare also, guys. Okay, public and private we can compare. Public means it's public around the project. Complete project you can access this. So you can put this public. Okay, you can put this public before classes, variables, and methods. Okay, it's supported. You can put public like this. Okay, public is supported for all the 3 things. You can provide, you can place public before a class. I'll show you the example also. Public access modifier you can place before a class, and also this public access modifier you can place before a variable, and also you can specify or mention this public access modifier before a method also. Before a method also, you can mention this public access modifier. So what does this public mean? You see, for example, here, whatever the code you have taken, let me close all this stuff. And for example, here, guys, this one, okay? You see, before the class, public is mentioned. Before the variable, public is mentioned. Before the method, public is mentioned. 3 places public is mentioned. Public, public, public. So it is supporting, right? You can specify the public access modifier before a class, before a variable, and before a method in Java. That is one thing. Okay. So when you specify this public access modifier before a class, variable, method, okay, so can be accessed directly by the classes which are in the same package. And if they are outside the package, you have to import the classes. I already showed you this example, right? As part of the packages topic, I covered you this public thing. Public means within the project, anywhere you can access. Maybe for example, demo class was there in the same package. You can still access the public stuff. You see directly, but you don't have to import anything here. You don't have to import the class from the package and all. So because a demo class belongs to the same class 1. So when you create the object, you see this class 1 is mentioned as public. So you can access within the package. You can access by directly creating the object. Okay, you can access the variable which is also specified as public. You see variable A is also specified as public. So you can access using the object reference here without any problem. And in a different class you are accessing it, but within the same package. Okay, and method also you can call. Sample1 method, if you take sample1 method is also public. Class, variable, and method are provided as a public. So you can access them throughout the project within the package and outside the package also. If you go to the outside the package demo2, if I open this demo2 here, we'll see that still I'm able to access here. I'm able to create an object for the class, means I'm able to access the class because class is specified as, class 1 is specified as public. I can access a variable also because variable is specified as public there. And I can access a method also because method is specified as public there. Okay. But only thing that we have to do here is we have to import this class because this class belong to a different package and this class belong to a different package. Hence, we have to import this class one from the pack one. Then only we can access the class variables. We can create object for the class and we can access the variable and methods. Okay. So public means can be accessed anywhere. So what about private then? Now you understood what is public. Okay. The demonstrations also are already done as part of the packages. If you don't remember, just go back to the packages and see how I explained about the public thing. Okay. Public means public, guys. Okay. It's anyone can use. Anyone can use and access within the project. Okay. Outside the class also you can access. Outside the package also you can access. Until where all these packages belong to the same project. Fine. I demonstrated already, so I don't want to demonstrate again. I just now showed you. But coming to private, let's compare public and private now, so that you can understand what is the difference between public and private. Public and private. So let's take a real world example. So before I explain the difference between public and private in a technical fashion or in the Java way, let me take a real world example, guys. Let me take a real world example. So as part of the real world example, you see, you went to one vacation, let's say in Goa, you went to vacation, and Goa is famous for what? In India, Goa is famous for beaches, right? A lot of beaches will be there in Goa. Okay. So a lot of beaches are there in Goa, guys. So not all beaches are public, guys. Okay. Not all public can access the beaches. Some beaches are there where if you there are some private beaches in Goa where let's say there is a hotel in Goa, and if you check in as a guest into this particular hotel, then only you can access this particular beach. If this beach is very good, okay, so they have built a hotel here and they restricted the access to this particular beach here. Okay, so only the people who check into this hotel, who book the rooms and okay, who get into this hotel can only access this beach. All the other remaining public cannot access. But there are many beaches in many beaches in Goa, everyone can access. Okay, your privacy won't be there, but everyone can access. Okay, everyone can access this beach. Same thing only here also, guys. If you mention something as private, you see in the class one, I mentioned this as public. So I can access this. Anyone can access within the package. You can access outside the package. You can access. Anyone can access within the project. It can be accessed. But what if I mention private? Is it possible to provide private before the class? No. I cannot specify private keyword before a class. Class doesn't support private keyword. If you try to provide private keyword here, immediately you're going to get an error saying that illegal modifier. You can only put okay public here. Okay, public is permitted here. Public is permitted and other thing is also permitted. That is default is permitted, but private is not permitted. Okay, either public or default. Either you have to put public. Default means if you don't provide anything, that is automatically default. Let's make it public until I explain default. Okay. So private I cannot provide before the class, so I am keeping that as public only. But variable and methods I can put private. Instead of public, I can say private. This is a private variable. This is a private method. Private means what? If I make this variable and method private, what will happen? These variables and methods can be accessed only within the class, not outside the class. For example, if I create one more method here, public void sample2, like this one method, if I create, in this method, I can access this variable and method, guys. Okay, system.out.println A I can access, no problem, because within the class, it's like a hotel you are checking in. Only the people who check into this hotel can access that private beach, right? This variable you can access, and sample one, this method you can access. This method you can access. Okay, system.out.println sample one. Okay, method you can access. Fine, because within the same class you can access. But what if outside the class? Outside the class one, what will happen? Whether it is in the same package or different package doesn't matter here. You see, demo class is in the same package. The class is public. Class cannot be specified with private. I already told you if you provide private before the class, what happens? You'll get illegal modifier. So I kept it public. So you still can create an object for the class. You still can create an object for the class, but using the object reference, you cannot access the variable or the method. You see, already errors are coming. Private variables and private methods cannot be accessed outside the class. Only within the class you can access. This variable is private, this method is public. You can this method is also private. This variable and method cannot be accessed outside the class. Even though this class is within the package, also you cannot access. Outside the package, anyhow you cannot access. Okay, within the package itself you are not able to access. How can you access outside the package, right? You're getting errors because they are private now. So hope you understood what is private. You put public, can be accessed anywhere within the project. But if you provide private only within the class, you can access. Outside the class, you cannot access. Maybe within the package or outside the package, doesn't matter. You cannot access anywhere. Okay, only within the class you can access. That is what is private. So these are very simple access modifiers actually. Okay, Java classes cannot be specified with private access modifier. Okay, if you try to provide that, you will get illegal modifier error, compiler error. That's another example for compiler error. So variables and methods can be specified with private access modifier and can be accessed only within the same class. Even an external class within the same package cannot access this private variables and methods. Okay, that's it. This is what is public and private, guys. Now let's move on with the next two access modifiers, that is default. Default means it's not a keyword, guys. Public is a keyword, private is a keyword, but default is not a keyword. Okay, if you don't provide public, private, or protected, automatically it becomes default. Okay, default can be specified with classes, variables, and methods, all the three things. Okay, private can be specified only with variables and methods. Public can be specified with classes, variables, and methods. Similarly, similar to public, default also can be specified with all the three things like classes, variables, and methods. Okay, so what is default? I'll explain. So before that, let's go here and in the class one, let's remove this public from the class one. So if I don't provide any access modifier like public here, it will become a default. I'm removing the private. Since I am not providing any public here, it is public or private here. This variable also is now specified with the default access modifier indirectly. If I remove this private here, this also is now, this is also now what? That is default. Okay, this also, let's keep it simple. Now class, variable, and method, all the three things are specified as what? Default. So you have to understand one definition regarding the default, okay, so that you can understand what's going to happen. Default means, if I say default, within the package, within package, within package, the classes within the package, default will act like public. Default is nothing but public for all the classes within the package. But outside package, external package, it will behave like private. It will behave like what? Private. You cannot access the classes, variables, and methods outside the package. Okay, the default specified classes, variables, and methods cannot be accessed outside the package, but within the package they are public by default. Okay, so since I made this particular class one as default class, default variable, default method, you see here there is no problem coming. You can create an object for the class one. You're able to create an object for the class one because this demo class is within the same package. So this particular class behaves like default specified class behaves like a public within the package. So we can easily create. Now coming to the variable and method also you can access because there is no problem. They are acting like public within the package. But if you see demo 2, which is outside the package, for demo 2, the class, variables, and methods cannot be accessed outside the package because default access modifier will act like private outside the package. Since this demo 2 is in an external package, if you see here, you cannot create an object for the class. You see, even I cannot import also. Even after importing also, you're not able to create an object. You cannot create an object. You cannot access an variable. You cannot access the default access modifier specified method also because outside the package, this class, variable, and method will act like private. Will act like private. You cannot access, guys. That's the reason you are getting errors everywhere. While creating object for the class, you are getting error. While accessing the variable, you are getting error. While accessing the method, you are getting error because default access modifier specified class, variable, and method outside the packages for the classes outside the packages will act like private. Within the package, will act like public. So for demo, there is no problem. For demo 2, which is outside the package, all the errors are coming. So hope you understood what is default now. Okay. Default means public within the package, private outside the package in simple terms. Okay. Default means public to all the classes inside the same package and private to all the classes which are outside the package. I demonstrated already. Okay. Now, last one, that is protected. Under access modifier category, under access modifiers category, the last one is protected. Then we'll go for the non-access modifiers. There are 3 non-access modifiers. Let's complete this access modifiers first. We have protected here, guys. There's small difference between default and protected. Okay, most of the things are same between default and protected, but there is small difference. Okay, protected is giving some extra option for us than default, but it is a keyword, guys. We have to provide this keyword, okay, to use that. So protected, coming to protected, same as default guys. That is within package. Within package, it protected also will act like what? Public only. Similar to default, protected will also act like public here within the package. But outside the package, again similar to the default, outside the package it will act like what? Outside package it will act like private. But there is a exemption. For there is an exemption in this protected. So if you have a class outside the package and this class is a parent class, inheritance, parent class, then you can access. You can access. If that is a normal class, you cannot access. If that is a normal class, you cannot access. Outside the package, if it is a normal class, you cannot access. Okay. Outside the package, if it is a normal class, it will be private. It will act like default only, that is private only. But if that class outside the package is a child class of this class in another package, even though you provide protected here, it will be public for all the classes within the package, and but outside the package, normal classes it behave like protected will behave like private, but except for child classes of this class. Have to understand this. Okay, that's the only small difference, guys. Okay, remaining all are same as default only. So first I'll show you how protected will look similar to default. But the problem here is I cannot provide protected here. It is not allowed. Classes cannot be specified with protected, either default or public. Default or public. Let's make it public for now. Okay, let's play with these variables and methods, because you cannot provide private or protected with this class. Illegal modifier will come. Only public and default can be provided. This one I will make it protected. Variable I will make it protected, and this also I will make it protected. Fine. These two things I will make it protected. Okay, variable and method I will make it protected because only those can be made protected. First, let's see about within the package. Within the package means demo class. In the demo class, which belongs to the same package, no need to worry. The class is public anyhow. You can create the object. The variable is protected. Protected is nothing but public for all the classes within the package. So it's nothing but you can access publicly. And method also, protected method also behaves like public within the package. Public within the package. And coming to this class, which is outside the package, you just see the things here. Since the class is public, you can create an object for the class by importing the class from the particular package, external package. You can create an object, but because at the class one, you cannot provide protected here. So I made it public, so you are able to create an object for the class. But you see, you cannot access the variable or method because variable and method acts like private. Okay, protected acts like private for all the classes outside the package. But there is a extra thing, that is if there is any class, let's say I'll create demo3 class here. Okay, demo3 class, and if I make this demo3 class extends, I'll make this demo3 class a child class of class 1, which is another package, class 1. Over the mouse and import this class 1 from the pack 1. Okay, import statement is required outside the package, as you already know. Now since this particular demo3, even though it's outside the package of this class 1, we can still access the variables, protected variables and methods. How? Because this is child class. So just create a method here, public void some sample method you create. Okay, some sample method you create. Try to you don't have to create an object, guys, because this is child class. Child class will inherit the properties of the class 1. So system.out.println directly say A. You can access A of the class 1, which is protected, and also you can call the method directly. What is the method we have here? Sample 1, I guess, right? Sample 1. So you can call the method directly. Sample 1 method you can call directly. This is the power of the inheritance, guys. Okay, so protected access modifier specified variables and methods can be accessed outside the package. They are not private to the classes outside the package, where the class is a child class of the this class. Okay, if the class is a child class, you can directly access. Okay, that's what is protected. So I demonstrated to you what is public, private, default and protected. The small difference between the default and protected. Coming to the default, guys, it's public within the package and private outside the package. There is no exemption. Whereas in protected, it is also public within the package and private outside the package, but there is an exemption for the classes outside the package should be child classes. Then you can access the private access modified specified variables and methods outside the package also. Okay, that's what is the thing. Let me read it for you. Protected means public to all the classes inside the same package and private to all the classes which are outside the package except for child classes. Exemption is there. Java classes cannot be specified with protected, you cannot specify, or private you cannot specify for the classes. Okay, remaining default and public you can specify for the classes. While accessing the protected variables and methods outside the packages using subclasses, we don't have to create an object because they will be inherited, right? Directly we can access the variable and method as I showed you just now. Okay, you don't have to create an object to access the variable and method of this class because it is a child class. You can directly access. Okay, child class will inherit the properties of the parent class, right? That's what is happening. These are the 4 access modifiers, guys. Now we are left out with non-access modifiers. That is static, final, and abstract. There are 3 non-access modifiers. That is static, final, and abstract. Static partially I covered to you as part of the previous thing when I was talking about classes, objects, constructors, and all those stuff. Okay, when I was uh, you see there was some variable like wheels which is common for all the cars, right? For all the cars, wheels will be 4. So I should not be creating that wheels is equal to, I should not be storing wheels is equal to 4 in all the object memories. Okay, that will waste the object memory. Okay, so if there are 100 objects, 100 times I have to write wheels is equal to 4. That's not a good thing because it is a common thing. We can move into the common memory known as static memory or class memory. So, so by just providing the static keyword before that variable, it will become a common memory. Okay, common thing for all the objects. Okay, and you have to access them using the class name car dot wheels. Okay, car dot wheels, like that you can access. Even methods also can be static, guys, and those are common methods for all the objects. Even methods which are static methods which belong to the common memory, class memory, or static memory, they also should be accessed using the class name only, class dot car dot some method name. Okay, which is static method name. So let's explore more about static now. Okay, apart from that, whatever I covered, there are a lot of things you have to learn about static, guys. Apart from whatever I covered, there are a lot of things that you have to cover as part of the you have to learn as part of static. Very important keyword, guys. A lot of people get right. Remaining all keywords are fine, easy to understand, but static is one such kind of keyword. A lot of people face problems. Okay, this is very important. Important in modifiers itself. Okay, important in Java itself. Static is one main topic you can say in Java that a lot of people get confused and they generally don't understand why they are using static. Okay, you should have the correct knowledge, common memory. Okay, common things should be made as static is something you have to understand, and there are some rules and regulations around static that I'm going to cover as part of these points now. Okay, let's see that. So coming to static, Java classes cannot be specified with static non-access modifier. Okay, we can specify static before variables and methods, but with classes we cannot specify the static keyword. Okay, for example, if you try to go to class 1 and try to provide static here, immediately you're going to get an error saying that illegal modifier. You cannot specify static here. Okay, static cannot be provided with the classes, but variables and methods we can provide the static non-access modifier. Variables declared directly inside the class but outside the methods and are specified with static modifier are known as static variables. For example, here we have a variable. Okay, let's make all these things as public, guys. Let's not confuse with access modifiers anymore. Let's make all these things as public. Let's close all this stuff. Just demo class and class 1 will be enough for now. You see, this class is public, this variable is public, and this method is public. If I try to make this class as static, immediately I'm going to get a illegal modifier error. Okay, it is an illegal modifier error, guys. Okay, classes cannot be specified with static, but variables can be specified. Public static int a is equal to 5. Public static void sample 1. You see, I can make these variables and methods as static. The variables which are declared directly in the class. You see, this particular variable is not declared inside the method, rather directly under the class this variable is created. A variable which is directly created under the class and outside the methods and mentioned with static keyword is known as static variable. Okay, I cannot make local variables as static, right? Variables declared directly inside the class but outside the methods and specified static modifier are known as static variables. For example, if I try to create a variable here, int a is equal to 10, int b is equal to 10, sorry, int b is equal to 10. Can I put static here? You see, error is coming. Okay, So we cannot make the local variables as static. Okay, we cannot make the local variables as static. The global variables, the previous session I covered, one of the previous session I covered about the type of the variables, guys, somewhere here, local and global variable types. The variables which are directly created under the class and outside the methods are called as global variables, can be specified with static. And also the methods that directly created under the class can be specified with static keyword, but the classes cannot be specified with static keyword. If you specify these variables directly created under the class as static, they become the static variables. Okay. Now we have a static variable and static method inside this class. Okay, let's go to the static thing. So this part I already covered, guys, for you. Memory allocated to static variables is different from the memory allocated to the instance variables. Instance means objects, guys. Okay. When we require to make some variable or method as static, when that particular variable, for example, in case of cars, color of the different cars will change, the price of the different cars will change, the model of the different cars will change, the company of the different cars will change, but even mileage of the different cars will change, but number of wheels of the all the cars, if you go onto the road and see here, all the cars will have 4 wheels, right? So if you try to store these wheels in each and every object of the class, I mean car, every car object, you are trying to store the wheels. Okay, wheels is equal to 4 for one of the, okay, car, another car, 50 VDI car, same 4 wheels, Honda Maze, same 4 wheels, Hyundai i10, i20, i10 or i20, again same 4 wheels. In every object, if you are trying to store that common wheels, which is 4 always for all the cars, that's not a good practice. You are wasting the memory. 100 cars created, 100 objects created for 100 type of cars, and all the cars have the 4 wheels. 100 times you will mention wheels is equal to 4 in each and every object memory. You are wasting too much of object memory. So instead of doing that, okay, what we do is we make this particular variable static. Okay, instead of having that as an instance variable, okay, normal variable. Okay, for example here, guys, this is a static variable. If I don't provide static here, it will become an instance variable. Even though it is a global variable, it belongs to the object memory. If static is provided, it belongs to the common memory and class memory. Okay, like that. Okay, it doesn't belong to the object memory. Static means it doesn't belong to non-object memory, you can say. Common memory, class memory, non-object memory, and static memory. You can give any, you can call it anything else. But if you don't have static here, it is a object memory. Okay. So wheels is a kind of variable that I have explained in previous things, which is common across all the objects. So it should not belong to the object memory because it is not different for each and every object. So we will move the wheels into the common memory or static memory or non-object memory. Okay, or class memory. That is to the car class memory. We'll move the wheels is equal to 4. And if you have to access the wheels, you have to use the class name. Okay, we should not be using the object reference because it doesn't anymore belong to the object memory. Memory allocated to the static variables is different from the memory allocated to the instance variables. Okay, that is object variables. Static variables need to be accessed with the help of the class name as they belong to the class memory. Okay. This one is also covered, right? Static variables need to be accessed with the help of the class name. We should not be using object reference because no more the static variables or static methods belong to the object memory. They belong to the class memory or common memory or non-static, static or non-object memory. Okay. Static variables are generally used to store common data. Yes, wheels is equal to 4 is one example for the common data that I already covered as part of the previous sessions. Whereas object variables or instances variables are used to store object specific data. Okay. If you are creating a variable, global variable directly under the class without specifying static, it will become a object variable or instance variable. You can call that as instance variable, guys. Okay, that global variable can further be categorized into instance variables and static variables. If your static keyword is provided before that variable directly created under the class, that is a static variable, static global variable, or else it is a instance variable or most of the cases we call that as instance. Okay? Instance means object only. Object variables are instance variables. Okay, to store the object specific data. Fine. Wheels variable, I told you, right? Wheels variable can be used as a static variable because all the cars will have the same 4 wheels, and we'll provide static keyword directly under the class. We'll create this variable and provide a static keyword. So it global variable only, but it is a static variable. Whereas a cost variable, cost, price, mileage, model, company, okay, all this color, all these are variant from one car to another car belongs to the object memory or instance where they are instance variable for which we don't provide a static keyword. So all these things are already clear for you guys. I already covered the static keyword to lot of extent in the previous parts of this training series. Okay, this session. So fine. Then static can also be used with methods, guys. Okay, not only we can specify the static with variables, the common methods also. Okay, there may be some lot of methods, guys. Most of the methods may be object specific, but some methods may be there which need to be common across all the objects. Such kind of methods are made static, which belong to the class memory or static memory or common memory or non-object memory. Okay, so methods also are static type. Static can only access static stuff. This is another thing. Okay, this one you have to understand, guys. Okay, static can only access what? Static stuff. I'll give you some examples, guys. Okay, I'll give you some examples of what stat. I'll delete this package one and package two for now. Uh, I'm saying that static can only access static stuff. That means if I create a class here, let's say demo class. Let's say demo class. Okay, with public static void main method. Simple public static void method. I'll remove this comment. Here I'll create a variable, guys. Okay, int a is equal to 5. Is it a instance variable, instance global variable, or static global variable? Here static keyword is not there before this variable. So this variable is a instance variable, object variable. Instance variable or object variable. It's not a static variable. But this method, what about the main method? Main method must and should be static only. Wherever you see, guys, when you create main method, it is static. Okay. So because this main method belongs to the class memory, fine. So I'm saying here static can only access static stuff, static methods, you can say. Otherwise, you can say static methods can only access static stuff. Here, main method is a static method. It can be a normal method also, guys. For example, you have a method like this public static void sample. This is also a static method only, okay, because static keyword is there. But all the static methods, either main method or non-main method, if they are static, they can only access static stuff. But A is a static variable? No. If I try to access A here, you see you will get an error. Error is coming already. Cannot make a static reference to the non-static field A. So in order to access this A also should be static. If I make this static, then error will be gone. Okay, if I remove static, error will be coming because static methods can only access static stuff. Here also, guys, same thing. If I try to access A, I'll get an error because this is also a static method, non-main method, but it is a static method which can only access static stuff. But A is a object variable or instance variable which cannot be accessed inside the static methods. I have to put static here so that these methods can access the static stuff. You see, errors are gone. The moment I provide static here, static methods can access the static stuff. Non-static stuff cannot be accessed. But still, there is a way, guys. Okay, there is a way. There is a way where these instance variables also can be accessed with this static methods. How? It's not a normal way. Directly you cannot access. But what you have to do is you have to create an object for this class. Okay. In order to access this instance variable, the only way is to create an object for this class and access this variable inside the static method. So demo D is equal to new demo, like this you have to create. And using the object reference of the D dot A, like this you can access. This is a way. Okay. By default, static methods can only access static stuff. If in case the static methods need to access non-static stuff like this, instance variables like this, then you have to create an object for the class, and using the object reference you have to access. You cannot access them directly even though within the class also. Here also same thing, guys. This is also a static method. It's a non-main method but a static method. Here it's not able to directly access the non-static stuff, that is instance variables or object variables. So in order to access, what we have to do, we have to create an object for the class in which that instance variable is available, and using the object reference, that is D dot A, we can access the instance variables inside the static methods. This is another way, guys. Okay. So by default, you cannot, static methods cannot access the non-static variables, and if still have to be accessed, if it is like you don't want to convert that variable into static, and still if you want to access that instance variables into the static methods, you have to create an object for the class in which that instance variable is available, and using the object reference of the class, you have to access. This is also very important topic, guys. Okay, people do like this. Okay, so there may be some situations where we'll have a static method and this is the instance variable, and you have to access the instance variable here, and there's no other way, you cannot access directly. So you create an object for the class in which this instance variable is available, and using the object reference of this class, you access the instance variable. That's fine. Okay, but directly static methods cannot access the static stuff. Okay, you have to create object to overcome this problem that I showed you. Fine. So this is all about the static methods, guys. Okay, this is all about the static methods. Methods also can be static and they only access the static stuff. Otherwise, we have to create object for the class, and using the object reference, we have to access the non-static stuff. Okay, inside the static methods. So hoping that you understood what is static. Now let's move on to the next keyword, guys, that is final. Final can be specified with classes, variables, and methods. Okay, the final non-access modifier can be specified with classes, variables, and methods. First, we'll start with a variable, guys. Okay, so I'll delete all the stuff. It's a normal demo class. I'll just write public static void main, public static void main string of args. Like this, I'll create a method, main method. Okay. Now I'm talking about the final. Okay. So final, when I'm talking about, let's not worry about the main method, guys. Okay. Let's not have the main method. Let's take this as a demo class only, but let's create a variable here, or we'll name this variable, this class as class one. Okay. Class one. Here class one is there, but here demo.java is there. That's the problem. You're getting error. Rename the file name to class one. Here also class one will be changed. Okay. Now inside this class one, what I'm trying to do is I'm going to create a variable, guys. Int a is equal to 5 variable, or int a variable, otherwise int a, normal int a. Okay, I'm declaring the variable. If I put final keyword here before the variable, final non-access modifier, if I provide, immediately you are getting an error. The reason is you have to initialize. Final variables should be initialized there itself. There itself, we have to initialize the variables. Otherwise, you'll get errors. For example, if I initialize, the error is gone. And also, you cannot update this value. Okay, for example, you have a method here, public void, some sample method. And in this method, if you are trying to update the value of a to 10, a is equal to 10 like this, you see, you are going to get an error because the final keyword is specified. Final means this is the final value that can be assigned to the variable. You cannot update the value anywhere else. Okay. If I remove final, I can update the value. You see, a is equal to 10 is possible. If I put final here, there are two rules. These variables, okay, these final variables first should be assigned with a value. That's the first thing. Should be first assigned with a value. Should be initialized there itself. You cannot initialize in the next statement. For example, you cannot do something like this. A is equal to int a and a is equal to 10. You cannot do like this, guys. It's not possible. Okay. There itself, you have to initialize in the same statement where the declaration is done and final keyword is put. There itself, you have to initialize. You have to initialize this variable, and you cannot update this value because this is final. Okay, final will be final value only. You cannot update. Okay, if you don't have final, you can update. So now this is what happens for the final variables, but methods also can be specified as final. Methods also you can specify as final, guys. Okay, for example, if I put final here, okay, system.out.println inside sample method of inside sample method of which class? Class one. Okay, inside sample method of class one, like this, I'll write the code. Here method is specified with final. So what happens if you provide a final keyword or final non-access modifier with a method? This method cannot be overridden by the child class. For example, I'll create a child class for this class one. I'll say new class two. I'll say class two. I'll say click on finish. I'll just drag this side. Now I want to make this class 2 extends class 1. Now class 2 is the child class of the class 1. But if I try to create the same method here in the class 2, I want to override this method. If you have a duplicate method in the child class, then what happens? We'll say that this method is said to override, right? Public void sample with the same name. I'm trying to create a method, but you are getting error because final methods cannot be overridden. Final methods inside the parent classes cannot be overridden. If you remove final here, I can override this method. This error is gone. But if I provide final in the methods, let's say there is a situation where you created some methods in the parent class and you don't want some methods to be overridden by the child classes. So simply you'll put final keyword here, and you see the child classes cannot create a duplicate method of this or override this method of the parent class. Okay, that's what will happen if you try to override the methods in the parent class which are of final type. Okay, so final variables values cannot be updated and need to be initialized there itself, and final keyword specified methods cannot be overridden. And coming to the final classes, guys, if I put final before the class parent class, the final classes cannot be parent class, guys. Okay, they cannot be extended. You see, if you try to make this class 2 a child class of the class 1, you are going to get an error. You're going to get an error, guys. Okay, the final classes cannot be inherited. So this is not possible. Extends is not possible. You cannot inherit you cannot make any other class a child class of the final class, because final classes are not parents of any other classes. So hope guys you got an idea about final. It's very simple. So if you put final before the variable, what will happen? The value of the variable cannot be changed on specifying it with final non-access modifier. You cannot update the value, and also you have to initialize the variable there itself. You have to initialize the variable there itself. And if you specify the final modifier before the classes, those classes cannot be inherited. Okay, the classes, final classes cannot be inherited. Final classes cannot be parent of any child classes. Okay, any classes in Java. Fine. And if you provide final modifier before the methods, these methods cannot be overridden by the child classes. Okay, if there are any child classes which are trying to override the final methods, that is not possible because parent class is not allowing that particular method, final method, to be overridden by the child classes. Hence, final keyword will be provided. So this is what is all about final, guys. Okay, you can put final before variable, method, and classes, and this is how the behavior of the classes, variables, and methods change when you provide the final non-access modifier before them. And finally, the last non-access modifier we have is abstract, guys. Okay, the last non-access modifier we have is abstract. So with this last non-access modifier, we'll be completing the modifier, and we'll be going to the next topic of Java after this. So what is abstract? What is abstract? Abstract can be provided before classes and methods, but not variables. Okay, you cannot specify abstract before a variable, guys, but you can specify abstract with classes and methods only. Okay, try that. You see here, I'll remove the final here. I can provide abstract here, not a problem. I can provide abstract here, not a problem. You see, before the class, I can provide abstract. Can I provide abstract for a variable? For example, if I provide abstract for a variable, it will give an error. Compiler error will come. Okay, compiler error is coming saying that illegal modifier. You cannot provide abstract before a variable, but for a method you can provide final, guys. Okay, sorry, abstract. There is a reason why error is coming. There is a reason why error is coming, but you can provide abstract. Okay, it's not illegal modifier, but there is a reason. So that I'm going to teach you right now. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'll delete this class 2. Delete this class 2. Let's put this class 1 the same, and here otherwise I'll delete this class 1 also. Let's create fresh. So we have to come from basics, guys. Okay, then only we'll understand. Just refresh here. I'll create a class. Let's say I'll create a class known as class 1. So we can use abstract non-access modifier with methods and classes only. Okay, that I'm going to show you right now. So first, I'll not touch classes, but I'll create method, public void sample method. Okay, public void sample method I'll create, but here I'll provide abstract keyword, non-access modifier, and try to create the body for this method. Immediately I'm going to get an error. The reason behind that is abstract non-access modifier specified methods cannot have the body. They cannot have the body, guys. Over the mouse, you see, abstract methods do not specify a body. This body is not possible. You cannot, only declaration of the method is possible. You have to only declare, but you cannot give the body. You have to put a semicolon here. Starting of the method, ending of the method will not be there for abstract methods, but still you are getting error for a different purpose. So we satisfied that. Already we satisfied that this method is only declared, but doesn't have the body because it's specified with abstract keyword. But the problem here is you're getting error because a class containing at least one abstract method also should and must be specified with abstract. That's the reason you are getting error. Abstract method sample in type class 1 can only be defined by abstract class. Okay, here method body is not the problem. A class containing at least one abstract method should also be specified as abstract. This is mandatory to provide abstract. Okay, abstract classes can only, okay, abstract classes can hold abstract methods, simple words. Okay, non-abstract classes cannot hold abstract methods. That doesn't mean that abstract classes is a combination of abstract methods and non-abstract. You can have any number of abstract methods inside the abstract class. You can have any number of non-abstract methods also. You see here, I'll not provide abstract keyword and say sample2. There's no problem here. I can create a method here. Okay, with the method body is also possible. This abstract class, still I can create the method body because this method is not provided with abstract. Okay, system dot out dot println inside sample 2 method of class 1. Okay, class 1. Now, if I create one more method, public void, abstract, I will say abstract void sample 3. Okay, public abstract void sample 3, And if I try to create the method body, is it possible to create the method body here? No, because it is abstract. Abstract classes contain both abstract and non-abstract methods, and abstract methods cannot have the method body. Only declaration should be there like this. Okay, you can have any number of abstract methods and non-abstract methods inside this abstract class. That's fine. You see, this means abstract classes means partial implementation or not. Some methods are implemented, some methods are not implemented. For example, sample method is not implemented, sample 3 method is not implemented, but sample 2 method is implemented. Okay, sample 2 method is implemented. Sample 2 method is implemented. Abstract class itself means partial implementation. If there is a situation in real time, I don't know why, where you will get this situation in real time. In real time, you may get a situation, guys. If you get a situation where you don't want to implement all the methods of the class, only few methods you want to implement and few other methods you just want to declare without body. In that case, you can create the abstract class, which actually supports the partial implementation. Whatever the methods you want to implement, you implement. Whatever the methods you don't want to implement, make them abstract and don't give the body, just declare. But who is going to implement this abstract methods which doesn't have the body? Okay, you see, sample to method is already implemented here. Some code is written here inside the method. That's okay. But sample doesn't have any code. Sample 3 doesn't have any code. But the main purpose of the methods is to have the implementation of the code. So if these methods are not implemented here, who is going to implement these methods? Simple answer is the child class of this class is going to implement the methods. Okay, let's create a child class. Let's say class C. I will say class C. Click on finish. I'll make this class C a child class of abstract class. Class C extends class 1. Okay, the class 1 is going to become the parent of the class C. But here you are getting error. The reason you are getting the error here is it's simply saying that, you see, you have extended the class 1, but class 1 has 3 methods. In that, one method is non-abstract method, which is already implemented, but there are 2 other methods which are not implemented. You have to must and should implement. You see, must implement the inherit abstract methods. It is saying you have to implement the unimplemented methods. Then only the error will be resolved. For example, here sample method is not implemented. Let's try to implement this public void sample. I will implement the sample. The moment I provide the body here, okay, you see, it will not say that sample method. It will say sample 3 method in. Okay, system.out.println. System.out.println. Here I will say inside sample method. Okay, inside sample method I will say done. Okay, I have implemented a sample method here, but here still we are getting error because there is one more method which is not implemented yet, which is also abstract method from the parent class. I have to implement that. Then only the error will be gone. This error need to go on means all the non-implemented abstract methods should be implemented here in the child class. Public void sample 3, sample 3, like this you have to implement. So system.out.println, system.out.println inside sample 3 method. Okay, inside sample 3 method. You see the error is gone. Now the child class is implementing all the abstract methods of the parent class. Okay, if child class even doesn't want to implement these methods of the parent class, then also it has to be made abstract, and the child class of this abstract class should implement that. Okay, the chain follows. So who are going either children or grandchildren of this class, abstract class, are going to implement the abstract methods. Okay, who is going to implement this abstract methods doesn't having the body, either the children or grandchildren. If the children are not implementing, children has to be made abstract also. For example, guys, there is a grandfather in your house, and your grandfather has taken a very big loan amount. Okay, and somehow situation has happened where the grandfather is unable to pay the complete loan back. Okay, so the burden has fall down on your parent, let's say father or someone. Okay, so the parents have to bear the burden of the grandparents. Okay, they will try to clear up the loan. If still these parents are also not able to clear the loan, the same burden will carry forward to the grandchildren. Okay, so here grandfather is abstract because partially loan is paid by the grandfather and remaining loan is not paid. Then parents try to pay the remaining loan, but they are also failed. Somehow they paid some amount and all, but they were not able to clear up the loan. They also have parents have also have become upset because they want to carry forward this loan to the children, and finally children have completely paid the loan, so they don't have to be abstract like that. Okay, whoever pays the complete loan, they are not abstract. Okay, but who are partially implements or partially, right, they are abstract. Okay, simple. Hope you are able to understand this concept with the help of the real world example that I gave, grandfather, father, and child. Fine. Okay. Variables cannot be specified with abstract non-access modifier that we already seen. If you try to do so, you will get illegal modifier exception, modifier error, compiler error. On specifying a method with abstract modifier, we can just declare the method without the implementation. We cannot give the method body, we just have to declare that. But a class containing at least one abstract method also need to be specified as abstract. Okay. If someone is having a method which is not having a method body, then that class having that non-implemented method should also be abstract. Okay. Who will implement this abstract methods of this abstract class? Child classes, subclasses or child classes who are inheriting this parent class will try to implement the abstract specified methods of the parent class. Okay. So that I have demonstrated already. If not the immediate children of the abstract classes are not able to implement, so then grandchildren of this class can implement. Okay, fine. Then one more thing, guys. Here, whatever it is, the children itself were able to implement the abstract methods. But can we create an object for the abstract class? Is it possible for us to create an object for the abstract class? The answer is no. It's very important, guys. Okay, just focus on this point. Objects cannot be created for the abstract classes. Try to create a demo class here. Try to create a demo class here, and try to create an object for the abstract class demo. Click on public static void main, and somewhere here drag it down. Somewhere here drag it down. So now, what you do is you try to create an object for the abstract class. What is abstract class here? Class 1 is abstract class. Try to create an object for the abstract class. I'll say class 1 C1 CO is equal to new class 1. If I try to create an object directly for the abstract class, I'm going to get an error. Instances cannot be created for the objects, guys. Okay. Instances cannot be created for the abstract classes. You see, cannot instantiate that type class 1 because it's abstract type. Then how can I access this method sample2 or this sample and sample3? So you already know that the child classes are going to inherit this method from the parent abstract class, and also they are going to implement the unimplemented abstract methods of the parent class. So if you have to access this properties of this abstract class, you have to create an object for the child class and access. You cannot directly create an object for the abstract class and access. Rather, you have to create an object for the child class, which is implementing all the methods, unimplemented methods of the parent class. For that, you can create the object class C. CC is equal to new class C. Okay, like this, you can create an object for the child class who is implementing all the abstract methods of the parent abstract class. And then using this object reference, you can access all the methods. For example, sample CC dot sample1, sample2, sorry, sample2, CC dot sample3. Okay, like this, you can access all the methods of the this class, but we cannot create directly object for the abstract class. We have to create an object for the child class, which is implementing all the abstract methods of the parent class. And now if you run this code, the methods will be executed. Okay, you see inside sample method and sampled method of class 1, sample3, like that you can do that. Okay, objects cannot be created for the abstract classes. With this, guys, with this node, we are done with abstract non-access modifier also. So 3 non-access modifiers, static, final, and abstract are completed. And non-access modifiers like public, private, default, and protected are also completed. Okay. So we are done with the modifiers topic now. What is left out? So a few more topics are left out, guys, like interfaces, wrapper classes, and primitive data types, array strings, exception handling, file handling, and collection framework, which I'm going to cover now. Okay. The next topic, interfaces, we'll see. So when I'm talking about interfaces, guys, we need to compare interfaces with the abstract classes. Okay, you will understand interfaces if you compare these interfaces with abstract classes. Okay, so let's compare these interfaces with the abstract classes and then understand the interfaces. So let's get started with the interfaces now. So the purpose of an interface is just to declare all the functionalities required before actually implementing them. I told you already, there is if you create a difference between, okay, if you compare interfaces with abstract classes, you'll know what exactly interfaces are, right? Let me first compare better. After that, I'll explain the statement and all. Okay, so here we have abstract classes. Abstract classes are all about partial implementation. Partial implementation. Abstract classes are all about partial implementation, whereas interfaces are zero implementation. Okay, here at least some implementation is there. Here only declaration and zero implementation. If you want to only declare something and the child classes of that particular thing have to implement, you are enforcing that. That is called as, okay, uh, interface. Okay, that is interface, guys. Okay, if you don't want to implement anything, zero implementation you want to do. But in abstract classes, it's a different concept where few methods you want to implement, few methods you don't want to implement. The child class of this parent abstract class will implement the unimplemented methods. That was a process you already know so far. But coming to the interfaces, guys, coming to the interfaces, it's zero implementation. No more implementation, zero implementation. Okay, so all the methods will be declared. They cannot have body. There cannot be any implemented methods inside an interface. Only the declaration part will be there. This declaration of these methods will be given to the child classes, and those child classes have to implement them. That's it. Okay. If you want to declare everything and don't want to implement anything, then we have to go for interfaces. Or if you want to partially implement something and partially unimplement something, okay, not implement something, then we have to go for abstract classes. Okay, now you know the difference between abstract classes and interfaces, right? The purpose of an interface is to just declare all the methods required before actually implementing them. But in case of abstract classes, partial implementation, few methods are implemented, few methods are not implemented. Here all methods are not implemented. Okay, all methods are by default abstract methods in interfaces. Interfaces look similar to classes, guys, and are extension of the abstract classes. Okay, here complete declaration, zero implementation. Okay, that's why we call interface as a extension of the abstract classes. So let's take an example of a bank, guys. Okay, let's explain this thing to you with the help of an example so that you can understand it well. I'll delete all these files. We'll freshly create. Let me delete this. And okay, let me create a interface, guys. Okay, let me create an interface. I'm not creating a class here. Just observe here what I'm trying to create is an interface. Okay, right click on this src and select new, and instead of creating a class, I'm going to create an interface. Select an interface and give the name of the interface. Let's say bank. So here I'm not creating the class. You just observe here, right click and I selected interface instead of the class. Okay, click on finish, guys, and interface. You see interface followed by the interface name. This is the name of the interface, and here we don't have the class keyword because this is an interface. Interface keyword is there. Okay, in place of the class keyword, we have the interface keyword. That is the syntax of the interface, guys. Public interface, interface name. And in this interface, try to create a method having some implementation or body. You will see what will happen. Public void, some sample method you try to implement. Okay. Immediately you're going to get an error saying that abstract methods do not specify. Did I mention abstract keyword anywhere? No. By default, all the methods in the interface are abstract methods. So just put a semicolon symbol here. By default, all the methods inside the interface are which methods? Abstract methods. Okay. So create variables and methods inside it. I already created one sample method, and I found it like by default it is abstract. I don't have to explicitly mention abstract keyword here. Even though I don't mention also, this method is abstract. That means all the methods inside the interface are abstract by default. You cannot implement. Only declaration can be done inside the interfaces. We can also create variables, guys. Inside the interface, we can create some variables. Int a, if I say put a semicolon, I'm getting an error. So these variables by default are final variables. Okay, we have to initialize them, guys. Okay, the final type, we have to initialize them. The error is gone. Okay, you don't have to explicitly put final here. By default, they are final. Not only final, guys, they are static also by default. They are static and final by default. Static and final by default. Okay, these methods are abstract by default. Okay, abstract by default. We don't have to specify the explicit keywords here in the interface. Okay, okay, so we don't have to specify any explicit keyword here. Okay, they are these variables are static and final by default. You have to access, they belong to the common memory, and we have to access using the bank.a, like that you have to access. Okay, if you have to access these variables. And coming to the method, they don't have declaration, and they're completely abstract by default. Okay, they're not partial implementation, zero implementation, and complete declaration. Okay, this is what interfaces are. Okay, create an interface, say bank in Eclipse IDE, and create variables and methods inside it. Variables in the interface are of static and final type by default, and in abstract classes, we both have methods which are implemented and non-implemented as partial implemented. But whereas in interfaces, we cannot implement any methods, guys. Okay, all the methods are abstract by default, so no body or nothing for this. Only declaration for this methods inside the interfaces. Okay, classes uses implements keyword to implement an interface. Okay, so for now, let me create a real bank, guys. Okay, what generally bank contains string account type one. I'll say account type one. Okay, this one string account type two. So I'm just declaring means, you see, interface will not allow me if I'm only declaring. Interface will not allow me if I'm only declaring. I have to initialize the value here because this is final and static by default. Final means you have to initialize this particular variables here itself. So here I'll say savings, and here I'll say current, two types of accounts. So these are the variables which are final and static by default. Okay, in interfaces, and we can create some methods, guys, like public void. Uh, what is that? Deposit money. Deposit money is one method I can create. I cannot create the method body because these methods are abstract by default. Only declaration I can do. Then again, one more method, public void transfer money. Transfer money. So one more method, public void withdraw money, withdraw money, etc., etc., and so on. Like this, you can create any number of variables and methods. All the methods will be abstract by default. Only declaration, no implementation. All the variables are static and final by default. They have to be initialized there itself, and you cannot update these values or modify these values because they are final. And also static means they belong to the common memory. That is interface memory here. That is non-object memory, interface memory. If you have to access this account type 1 or account type 2, you have to access with the help of the bank interface name. Okay, later. Now, so who is going to implement these methods? Similarly to the abstract classes, in abstract class also partial implementation was there. The child classes of the abstract classes were implementing the parent class abstract methods, right? But in case of interface also, all the methods are abstract methods. So the child classes here also, child classes will play the role. So let's create a child class, class C, class C. So this child class is going to, if I have to make this class C a child class of this bank interface, I should not be using extends keyword. Okay, extends keyword will not work for the interfaces. Okay, extends is for if this class want to become a child class of another class. Here parent is a class, in that case extends keyword, but here parent is not a class, parent is an interface. So we have to use another keyword known as implements keyword. Okay, just remember this, implements bank. For interfaces we have to use implements. Okay, now class C has become a child class of this bank interface with the help of this implements keyword. Now you're getting error here. The reason behind that is you have to implement all the unimplemented methods of the bank interface. All the methods in the bank interface are unimplemented or abstract methods, so we have to implement each and everything. Public void. Okay, so instead of class C, guys, I'll give some bank name. Let's say HDFC Bank. Let's say, okay, or I'll rename this file here. Type, where is that bank, guys? Class C. Okay, so not this one. We'll do one thing. One minute. I'll just rename this class C here. I'm not getting proper options there. Refactor rename option will be the refactor rename. Okay, right click on that thing that you want to change and refactor HDFC Bank. Okay, say okay. Done. Now I have to implement these methods. Okay, I have to implement these methods. Like how to implement this method? Public void deposit money. Deposit money is the method that I'm implementing in the child class of this interface, that is HDFC Bank. And here I'll say system.out.println money deposited in HDFC Bank. In HDFC Bank. Okay, done. The next one, public void transfer money. So here I'll say system.out.println money transfer from HDFC Bank to other bank. Okay, we have transferred the money from HDFC Bank to the other bank. Public void withdraw money. Here I'll write system.out.println money money withdrawn from HDFC Bank, like this. Okay. So I'll save this. What is the problem here? Why it's so maybe there is a problem here, guys. Still, it's not accepting the changing of the name. HDFC Bank. So I'll do one thing. I'll copy these things. Okay, I'll copy these things. I'll delete this. I'll delete this and freshly create. A small mistake there. Okay, right click, new class. I will say this time. I'll say HDFC Bank. Okay, directly. Click on finish, and I'll say implements. Implements bank interface. Now just paste all these methods. Still, it is not gone. Add and implemented methods. Again, the methods are coming. Deposit. Okay, there is a spelling mistake, guys. That's the reason it is not. Okay, this is not deposit. Deposit actually. Deposit money. Okay, now you see the error is gone. All the methods got implemented here because of the spelling mistake. It was not clearing up the error. Fine, guys. So, no, okay, everything is fine. So we implemented all the methods of the parent interface here in the HDFC Bank. Similarly, you can create one more class saying SBI Bank and implement the methods, the same methods of this. Okay. So now any number of methods. Okay. Classes implementing an interface can have their own specific methods apart from the methods which are acquired from an interface. For example, I'll create one more, one more class, say Axis Bank, and I'll make this Axis Bank implements bank interface. Again, the same thing. So hover the mouse. If you don't want to type by yourself this method names and all those stuff, method body and all, add and implement. Automatically Eclipse IDE will add. Okay, there's another feature of Eclipse IDE. So this override keyword is optional, guys. If you want to provide, you can provide. Otherwise, you can. It's up to you whether you want to provide or not. I'll just remove all these comments and make it look simple. So here I'll write the same statement system.out.println here also, but I'll change the bank name. I'll minimize this one so that I can drag it here and can see money deposited in Axis Bank. Money deposited in Axis Bank. And coming to the next one, system.out.println. So any number of banks, okay, can implement this interface. Money transferred from Axis Bank. And withdraw. Third one, money withdrawn from Axis Bank. Like this, okay? Money withdrawn from Axis Bank. Save this, that is done. Axis Bank, HDFC Bank is done. And we have the bank interface, okay? Now, this Axis Bank, HDFC Bank are the child classes of this bank interface, and they're implementing the unimplement abstract methods of the bank interface. That's fine. Okay, that's fine. What else I wanted to? So these methods, okay, bank interface is only having 3 methods, but these individual methods like HDFC Bank, Axis Bank classes can have their own methods apart from the overridden methods here. We can this HDFC Bank can have its own methods also. Public void. Let's say HDFC have a different feature like open flexible FDs. Okay, FD. Fixed deposits. Okay, open. This option is only there with HDFC Bank, not there with Axis Bank, let's say. And this method is not there in the bank interface also. It is only specific to the HDFC Bank, guys. Okay, apart from the methods which are inherited and implemented in the HDFC Bank from the bank interface, the HDFC Bank also has a separate method of opening the flexible fixed deposits. Okay, open flexible fixed deposits, deposit account or deposit in HDFC Bank. Okay, like this you can write. Okay, specific methods can be there. That's okay. Now the similar thing between the abstract classes and interfaces is you cannot create an object, guys. You cannot create an object for the either the abstract classes. You cannot create object. You can also cannot create objects for the interface also. Okay, also cannot create objects for the interface also. For example, here bank is an interface. If I try to create an object for the bank interface, I'll get an error. Okay, I'll say demo class. I'll create a demo class with public static void main. I'll drag it this side. Okay, so that you can see all the things. So here in this main method, if I try to create an object for the bank interface, like bank B is equal to new bank, you'll immediately get an error saying that you cannot create an object for the instance cannot be created, cannot instantiate the type bank. You cannot create an object for the bank interface, guys. Okay, but then how? You can only create the objects for the child classes of this interface, that is Axis Bank or HDFC Bank you can create. For example, HDFC Bank, let's try to create an object, HDFC Bank, which is implementing the methods of the abstract methods of the bank interface. HBank is equal to HBank is equal to new HDFC Bank. Okay, like this, I'll create an object and using the object reference HBank dot deposit money, HBank dot what is that next? Transfer money, HBank dot withdraw money. This is possible. Even system.out.println, because these variables in the interface are static and final. Static means you have to common memory, that is a interface memory, non-object memory, that is. So we have to say bank dot account type 1. Okay, system.out.println bank dot, okay, using the interface name we have to access, okay, account type 2. Similarly, another bank is also there, that is Axis Bank. So we can create object for the Axis Bank, which is implementing the bank interface and becoming the child class of the bank interface by implementing Axis Bank. I think Axis Bank A bank is equal to new Axis Bank. We can create objects for the child class of the interfaces, but we cannot directly create object for the interface. Okay, so next, A bank dot deposit money, A bank dot transfer money, A bank dot withdraw money, then A bank system.out.println, A bank bank dot bank interface dot account type 1. Okay, account type 1, system.out.println bank interface dot account type 2. Okay, that's it. What's the problem here? A semicolon came. That's okay. We'll remove the semicolon. That's fine. This is what is the way, guys. This is what is the way. If you run this code, you will get the output. Okay. Money deposited in HDFC Bank, money transferred from HDFC Bank to other bank, money withdrawn from HDFC Bank, savings and current account. Again, the same thing. Axis Bank, Axis Bank, Axis Bank, money withdrawn, deposit and transferred, savings and current account. Okay. This is how we have to work with the interfaces, guys. Okay. Okay. Objects cannot be created for an interface. I told you, right? So I demonstrated. Objects can be created for the classes which are implementing the interfaces for accessing the interface defined methods and class specified, which I have just now demonstrated, right? I created the objects for the child classes which are implementing this interface, but I cannot create an object directly for the interface. So there is one more way, guys. There is one more thing that we generally do in real time where though we will not be able to create an object for an interface, but what we can do is we can create object for the child classes of the interface. Right here, I using the new keyword, I create an object for the child interface. So here, when I create an object for the child interface, child class like HDFC Bank and assign it to the object reference of the same child class. Now HBank dot, if you remember, guys, HDFC Bank has its own method. Apart from this deposit, transfer, withdrawn, there's one more method known as open flexible deposit, right? This is there. This method is specific to the HDFC Bank. It's not there in the bank interface. Okay. So if I run this code, you see the specific method of the HDFC Bank also open flexible fixed deposit in HDFC Bank will come. But now I'm going to show you something important. Just listen here. I cannot create an object for the interface. So I create an object for the child class, one of the child class of the bank interface. So that one, I'm assigning that object to the variable of the same child class only, that is HDFC. Instead of assigning this object that is created for the HDFC Bank to the object reference of the HDFC Bank class itself, I can write bank interface here. Okay. I can say bank is equal to new HDFC Bank, object of the child class assigned to the variable of the parent interface. In this case, what happens is I'll write bank here, bank, bank, bank. This is possible, guys. Okay. People do like this. They create the object for the child class and assign that to the variable of the parent interface. You can only declare, guys, but you cannot create an object. New bank is not possible, but bank is possible. Okay. New HDFC Bank is possible, and that object you are assigning to the object reference of the bank interface this time. You see, these three methods are accessible, but last method is not accessible. This method is specific to the HDFC bank. When you create an object for the child class and assign to the variable of the parent interface, in that case, only the methods that are available in the interface can only be accessed. You cannot access this method, which is specific to the HDFC bank. But if you say HDFC bank here, in that case, you can access the specific method also. Apart from the methods of the parent interface, you can also access the specific method of the specific method of the child class. But if you give bank interface here in this you are creating object for the HDFC bank, but you are assigning that to the variable of the bank interface. In that case, specific methods cannot be accessed. Okay, the HDFC bank specific methods cannot be accessed. You'll get an error. Okay, that's what is the thing. Create an object for the class which is implementing the interface. Assign the object of the class to the interface reference variable, which we have done. Bank is equal to new HDFC bank. Using the interface reference variables, we can now access only the methods which are declared in the interface, which are declared in the interface, but uh, child class specific methods like HDFC bank specific methods cannot be accessed. That's what I mean to say. Okay, this is what is an interface, guys. So I covered all the things about interface. So all the things about interface are done. Now we have to move to the next topic, that is wrapper classes and primitive data types. Okay, next topic is wrapper classes and primitive data types, guys. Okay, so let's get started with this wrapper classes and primitive data types. Now, okay. So what are these wrapper classes and primitive data types? Already covered the primitive data types for you. If you remember or not, let me write down all the different primitive data types for you. Okay, what are the different primitive data types we have? Byte, short, int, long, float, double, char, boolean. These are the different primitive data types we have in Java. These are primitive data types. Primitive data types. For each and every primitive data type, there is an associated wrapper class. Okay, this side I'm writing the wrapper classes. For each and every primitive data type we have in Java, we have associated wrapper classes. For example, for this byte primitive data type, we have a wrapper class known as byte. Capital B is there, you see. For short primitive data type, short. For int, we have integer. It's not int, it is integer wrapper class. For long, it is long. For float, it is float. For double, it is double. For char, it is character wrapper class. For boolean, it is boolean wrapper class. So for each and every primitive data type in Java, we have the associated wrapper classes. What's the difference between these primitive data types? They look same, right? Byte, byte, short, short, int, integer, long, long, float, float. They look same. But what is the difference? These are non-object oriented. These are not classes, right? This byte is not a class. It's a primitive data type. But here, byte is a class. Class means object oriented. Automatically, class means object oriented. You see, Java has come with this basic primitive data types and also provided us with the associated wrapper classes. Sometimes, most of the times, we don't have to use this primitive data types as object oriented. We use byte a is equal to like that and integer literals will assign and all those stuff. We'll use in the normal form. But there may come some situations where we have to use this primitive data types as object oriented. Okay, we have to use this primitive data types as object oriented. In that case, Java has also provided the associated wrapper classes so that if you don't want to use this as non-object oriented and use this as object oriented, associated wrapper classes is being provided by Java. Now tell me guys, is Java 100% object oriented programming language? 100% object oriented is Java is 100% object oriented? What may be the answer? The answer is no. It's not 100%, guys. Java is an object-oriented programming language and it supports object-oriented nature, but it's not 100% just because of this primitive data types. Why Java has compromised with this primitive data types? It would have become 100% object-oriented, right? Why Java has compromised? Java is there from long time, guys. Okay, from the long time it was there, and Java, Java developers thought that okay, these primitive data types don't occupy so much of memory. They don't consume so much of your memory of your computer, and they don't, degrade the performance of your programming. Okay, when you run the programs, how fast the programs are getting executed. And in most of the operations, we need these primitive data types. So that's where they made them non-object oriented, so that the memory utilization and the speed, okay, degradation will reduce. Okay, memory utilization will reduce of by using these primitive data types instead of these wrapper classes. And also the speed degradation, the performance also will increase because of using these primitive data types. That's why the Java people have continued these primitive data types even in the latest versions of the Java versions. Okay, though the computer machines have been advanced and all, still they are promoting this primitive data types because they don't consume so much of memory, and they don't degrade your performance of your programming speed. Okay, so that's why they continued it. But there was a question they need to answer, where what if these primitive data types need to be used as object oriented? If there is situation comes where these primitive data types need to be used as object oriented in the programming, that is the reason they provided this wrapper classes. Okay, they gave an alternative for you. Even though Java is not 100% object oriented, it's supporting the 100% object oriented nature by providing the wrapper classes for each and every primitive data type. Okay, so in order to use these primitive data types as objects, we have to use wrapper classes, associated wrapper classes for each and every data type. Okay, which help us in converting the primitive data types into the objects. So what are the different primitive data types we have? For byte, short, int, long, float, double, char, boolean, or the 8 primitive data types we have. For each and every primitive data type, we have the corresponding wrapper classes. These are the corresponding wrapper classes. For byte, we have byte. For short, we have short. For int, we have integer. For long, we have long, float, float, double, double, char, character, boolean, boolean. Okay. So I am going to demonstrate a program which uses a wrapper classes for converting the primitive data types into objects and objects into the primitive. You see, whenever you want to use primitive data types as objects, how to convert them into the primitive wrapper classes, and how to convert these wrapper class objects to the primitive data types also, I'll show you. Okay, very simple program, guys, nothing much. Let me delete all these files so that I will create a normal file, and then I'll demonstrate the primitive data types there. Primitive data types and this wrapper classes there. How to convert the primitive data types to the wrapper classes, how to convert the wrapper class objects to the primitive data type variables. Okay, is something I'm going to demonstrate. I'll create a simple class known as demo class with public static void main method. Inside the main method, first I'll create a primitive data type, that is int. Okay, I don't have to give each and every example for each and every primitive data type. I'll just take int here. Int a is equal to 5. Now a is a primitive data type or wrapper class. A is declared with a primitive data type. Okay, now if I say a dot, I'll not get anything because this is a variable, guys. Okay, it is a variable declared with the int data type, so we'll not get anything. So I want to convert this into wrapper class. So what I will do is I will say integer b is equal to a. I will say, now what happens? This 5 will be stored into the b in the form of object. Now if I say b dot, you see I'm getting a lot of things. Okay, I can use these methods with this integer object. This b is object reference, a is a variable now. Okay, I converted the primitive data type into the integer object reference here. Okay, that's why I'm getting, when I say b dot, I'm getting a lot of things. Okay, so max value and lot of methods, parse int and all those things, max, a lot of things methods are coming. That's because this is an object oriented type, this is non-object oriented type. If I say a dot, nothing will come because this is variable. With variables you will not get methods, but with the object reference of this integer class you will get a lot of methods. Okay, system.out.println a if I print, and also I'll say int c is equal to b if I say. Okay, b is a object reference of this integer class. I'm converting that back to the primitive data type. If I say system.out.println a, system.out.println b, and system.out.println c, all will be printed as 5, guys. Okay, the 5 is a thing. Okay, whether they are converted to objects or primitive data types, we get 5 5 5 printed. Okay, so this is what is the wrapper classes, guys. This is what is all about. Whenever you have a situation where you have to, I'm not going to give a real-time example here, but when you get a situation where you have to use primitive data types as wrapper classes, okay, then Java has provided you with a lot of wrapper classes. You can convert from primitive data types to wrapper class objects and wrapper class objects to the primitive data type variables. Okay, so we are done with the wrapper classes and primitive data types. Now let's move on with the arrays. Next concept is arrays, guys. Okay, let's get started with arrays. What are arrays and all? I'm going to demonstrate and practically demonstrate and explain in this session in detail in this. Okay, here. So guys, coming to arrays, till now we were able to store single value into a variable, right? For example, here I'm storing a value into the variable. Okay, so this may be simply a simple code like this. So here this is a variable, guys. I can only store a single data or a literal, you can say. But if I try to store multiple values like this, okay, is it possible? Into this variable which is declared with in data type, I am able to store only one value. But if I am trying to store multiple values like this, I'm getting an error. The compiler is giving an error saying that, okay, so if you really want to store these multiple values, you should not be using in data type. Rather, you have to use integer array, it is saying. Okay, it's giving you a hint already. Compiler is giving you a kind of hint saying that you should not be using the normal variables, you have to go with arrays. So in normal variables, we can store only single value, but in arrays, we can store multiple values. And this topic is all about arrays, which will allow you to store multiple values of same data type or different data type. I'll show you everything like variety of arrays and what you can do with arrays. Okay, what you can do with arrays, I'll show you everything with you. Okay, fine. So now you understood what is the purpose of the arrays. Now you understood what is the purpose of the arrays. Using arrays, multiple values of same data type can be stored into a single variable. Into a single variable, we are going to store multiple values of the same data type. Now, these arrays, when you are going to learn arrays, are categorized into different types: single dimensional array, two dimensional array, and three dimensional array. In this, in this session, I'll be covering only single and two dimensional. I don't want to go to three dimensional. I want you guys to explore by yourself. Okay. Once I explain single and two dimensional, you can easily understand what is three dimensional. Okay. But most of the cases, even you are a developer or any role, you generally have to stick to single and two dimensional. That is more than enough. But even though we have three dimensional arrays for knowledge purpose, if you want to refer, you can Google search and find it out. With whatever the knowledge I shared here, you can easily explore three-dimensional array on the Google, guys. Okay, fine. So arrays I'm categorizing into three types: single, two, and three. But I will be covering only single and two in this session. Okay. First, let's get started with a single dimensional array. So there is an example here, as you can see. This is the syntax we have to follow. We have to create an object for the arrays, guys. Okay. So you see, if you are using new keyword, means automatically you are creating an object. For what you are creating an object? For integer array, you are creating an object. Okay. Let's remove this and let's create an object for the array of which data type. I want to store integer values, multiple integer values I want to store. I will put circular square brackets here. And in this square brackets, I have to provide the size of the array. How many values you want to store into this array? Okay. How many values? Let's say if I give 3 here. Okay. If I give 3 here, an object is created for the array, integer array, which is of size 3. That means 3 values you can store. And this object need to be assigned to an object reference. Okay, so I'll say a is equal to, like this, I'll say a is equal to, and here I'll declare that again with integer array. Whatever the integer array is there, I have to declare that. Okay, I should not be declaring with normal integer. I have to say int square brackets. You can also put the square brackets beside this variable also, but the better thing I feel is that put it beside the data type. That is better. Okay, because readability is more fine. Integer array a is equal to new integer array. Okay, the readability is good, right? In this case, if I put the square brackets beside the a, I cannot read it perfectly. Okay, so both the things are possible, but try to put the square brackets beside the data type. Integer array, it's not a int data type, it is an integer array data type. I'm declaring this variable with integer array data type, which can store how many values? 3 values. So the moment I create an object for this integer array in the computer memory, what happens? Let's see. Okay, let's understand with the computer memory. Let's assume that this is a computer memory. And the moment you say new integer array here of 3, some memory will be allocated to an object. Okay, some memory will be allocated to the object. Some object will be created, and some memory will be allocated. And this allocated memory will be split into 3 parts, because size you mentioned 3, right? So the same memory will be divided into 3 slots like this. And you can refer that this is object reference, guys. Okay, this is object, right? Object memory. To refer to this object memory, which is splitted into 3 slots. Okay, what is object reference here? A is object reference. A is object reference. Okay, it's not a variable, guys. It is an object reference, because arrays are objects, object oriented. It is an object reference. Okay, object reference. And now you need to understand next concept known as indexing. Okay, there is a concept known as indexing. Here only one memory got allocated to this object, but it got splitted into 3 parts. So the first slot is given index 0. Second slot is given index 1. Indexing will start with 0, guys. Okay. Third slot is given index 2. Now, if I want to store assign some values to this array, multiple values I can assign to the same variable kind of thing known as object reference here. I have to use the indexes. So how I will do is I'll say a of 0. If I say a of 0 is what? This slot. A of 0 is equal to 9. If I say 9 here, this 9 will go and fall into this first slot. Now, if I give a of 1 is equal to a of 1 is equal to 5, this 5 will go in fall into this second slot. A of 1 index 1, a of index 1 is 5. Then a having array having index 2, array element having index 2, these are all array elements, guys. 3 are array elements. We are assigning the values means initializing the values to the array elements. First array element, second array element, third array element, third array element. First array element is having the index 0, third array element is having index 2. Okay, and here I'll say 7, and 7 will go and fall into this slot. Okay, 957. Okay, indexing 0, 1, 2. So now I'll write the print statement system.out.println a of 0. I'll say a of 0 system dot to access also to access this the value 9. I should not be saying a. Earlier we used to write the only variable name, but we have to give the index value also so that it will refer to the proper slot and get the value. Here what will be printed in the output? If I say a of 0, 9 will be printed. If I say a of 1, what will be printed in the output? A of 1 is 5. 5 will be retrieved and printed. Okay. And if I say a of 2, 7 will be retrieved and printed. System.out.println a of 2. So here 7 will be printed. Let's run this code and see whether whatever we thought 957 are getting printed. Okay. For initializing, we use the array with index values with square brackets, and for accessing also we use arrays with square brackets with the index values. Okay. This is the process of using the single dimensional array. You see 957. We got 957 whatever we thought as expected. Okay. So this is a syntax, guys. This is a syntax. So I demonstrated declaring, creating. Okay, I demonstrated declaring. Declaring is here, and creating, assigning. Assigning also I demonstrated, and accessing. Accessing is in the print statements we access the array elements. Okay, the single dimensional array. We have done with this. We are done with this, guys. Okay, I demonstrated already. Now let me show you the diagrammatical representation of the single dimensional array. Already I have drawn the diagram for you. Okay, this is a diagrammatical representation of the single dimensional array. It has index and all those stuff. The same diagram, let's see here. Okay, the same diagram, let's see here. It may be of small size. I'll increase the size, guys, so that you can see it fully. You see integer array, a is equal to new integer out of 3. A, you see here you are assigning the data, initializing the data to these array elements. A of 0 is equal to 5, A of 1 is equal to, A of 2 is equal, and you are here you are accessing the array elements A of 0, A of 1, A of 2. And here you see array object will be created. This memory will be allocated for the array object, but it will be divided into 3 slots because you mentioned the size as 3 here. So first slot will have the index 0, second slot index 1, and third slot will have index 2, that is size -1, 3 -1, 2. Last index will be, and this is the program we have written, right? Everything is clear for you, I guess. Okay. Now there is a shortcut representation of the single dimensional arrays. This is not the shortcut representation. Okay. So if I say 3 here, I have to assign 3 values to the array elements, but it is taking 3 more lines. I want to avoid these 3 lines. So instead of creating the array like this, what I will do is I'll remove this part. Integer declaration will be same. Integer array a is equal to, here I will provide the curly braces, and here 3 values I will provide. 9 comma inside the curly braces 9 comma 5 comma 7. Okay, I don't have to assign them like this. Okay, here creation of the array is being done, declaration of the array is being done, and assigning of the values to the array elements is also done. For the first a of 0, 9 is being assigned. A of 1, 5 is being assigned. A of 2, 7 is being assigned. This is a shortcut representation of the array, guys. Okay. So we generally prefer to use a shortcut representation, right? Because it is saving us a lot of lines. Okay. Now guys, what we'll do is we'll remove this part, okay, of accessing. I'll give a lot of values here like 8, 4, 2, 3, 1, 0, 12, 55, 92, 34, 56, 78, 89, like that many values I gave. Now I want to find the size of this array. How many elements are there I want to find? For that, guys, we can manually count it, or we can go with a predefined variable of the arrays. It's not a user defined variable. There is a predefined variable in arrays known as length predefined variable. Okay, so what I will do here is I'll simply say system.out.println the name of the array, that is a dot length. I will say length is a predefined variable of the array which we can use with array object references to find the size of the arrays. How many elements are there in this array? We can find it out. Okay, run this code and let's get the number 16. 16 elements are there. Let's find out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Total 16. Okay, that's what is the functionality of this length predefined variable of the arrays, which will give the size of the arrays. Then I'll show you how to use for loop. Okay, if I have to print each and every element of this array, how many lines I have to write? 16 print statements I have to write. I don't want to go with the 16 print statements. And now I know the size of the array, 16. So I cannot write 16 lines here. System.out.println a of 0, a of 1, a of 2, a of 15. Like that I cannot write. Okay. That is not a good practice. Instead, I'll go with the for loop case. Okay. Instead, I'll go with the for loop for int I is equal to 0. Assume that I stands for index. Okay. It's a variable, but I'm just giving I variable because I actually refers to the index, right? We can understand that I stands for index. Okay. I is equal to 0, starting with the index 0, and last index will be what? Size minus 1. What is size? 16. 16 minus 1 is 15. So I less than, okay, I less than 16 I have to say. I less than 16 means up to 15 only, right? Up to 15 it will take. I plus plus. Okay. This is the size of the array. 16 is the size of the array. Size minus 1. Last element will be size minus 1. That is 15. So I less than 16 is means up to 15. I is equal to 0 to 15. That will become 16 again. I plus plus. For every iteration, I am incrementing the value of I index. Okay. Now I'll say simply instead of writing 16 print statements, I'm simply writing a of a square bracket of, I'll just give this I guys in this index. Index I I'll give. That's it. What happens here is how this will work. There are 16 elements in this array. Okay. Int I is equal to 0. I will index will be 0. 0 less than 16. That is correct. A of 0 is what? 9 will be printed in the output. Then I plus plus. I will become 1. 1 less than 16. A of 1. 5 will be printed. Like that, it will keep on going till I becomes 15. 15 less than 16 is true. A of 15. Last value 89 will be printed. Finally, I becomes 16. 16 less than 16. False will come out of the for loop. Okay. All the values of the integer array. You see from 9 to 89. You see 9 to 89. Last element is 89. All the 16 values got printed. What if I remove this part? Remove this 89, and if I run this code, what will happen? I'm getting an exception. You see, till 78 it printed, but last element I removed it. That means it is not dynamic. So I have to change the value to 15 here because now 15 elements are only there. I have to manually change it. Otherwise, you are going to get an exception. Now you didn't get an exception. To overcome this problem, guys, instead of giving 15 or 16 here, you can simply say a dot length here. Okay. If I increase the size, also not a problem. 82, 84, like that. If I give increase the size, 17 elements are there, but still a dot length will take 17 only. Okay, either you can reduce the size of the array or increase the size of the array. A dot length will get you the dynamically get you the size of the array, and no matter how many elements are there, all the elements will be printed. Just see here, all the elements got printed 9 to 84. If I reduce this many elements, for example, if I remove this up to 55 only, run this code, still it will work. You will not get any errors or exceptions here. You will not get any errors or exceptions here. 9 to 55 got printed, right? 9 to 55 got printed. So using for loop with single dimensional arrays. Okay, this is how we can use for loop with the single dimensional arrays. But there's one more loop known as for each loop. If you remember, guys, if you remember, as part of the flow control statements, I mentioned that there are three varieties of flow control statements: selection, iterative, and transfer. Okay, and in the iterative statements, looping statements, I only covered while, do while, and for. I told you that when the time comes, when the concepts known as arrays comes or collections framework comes, I'll explain about the for each loop. Right now, the time has come. We are discussing about arrays. Now the time has come for me to demonstrate how to use for each loop. Okay, so let me demonstrate the for each loop for you. How to use for each loop with single dimensional arrays. Okay, how to use for each loop. Instead of for loop, I want to use for each loop. So simple, put for again, circular bracket. Here inside this, each and every element of the array is of which type? I'm saying 9 is of which data type, 5 is of which data type? Int type. So put int here. Int element, array element, let's say, colon, name of the array A. This is the syntax of the for each loop, guys. Okay. For each and every element's data type is int. Okay. Int array element. You can say AE also if you want. AE, you can give anything. Okay, AE colon array. A means array, AE means array element. Okay, for each and every array element, I trade this for each loop. System.out.println, I'll print AE. That's it. It's very simple case. Okay, that's why whenever you get an opportunity to use some loop with this arrays, first give the preference to the for each loop. If not, only go for the for loop. Okay, first give preference you give for the for each loop, guys, whenever you are dealing with arrays. Now, what happens is how this will work. Already integer array is created with a lot of elements. So here in the first iteration, it will check, for each loop will check whether are there any elements in the array? Yes, there are elements in the array. The first element is 9. 9 will be assigned to AE. And since one element is assigned to AE, we'll go into the for loop, for each loop, and AE will be printed, that 9 will be printed. Again, it will check any more elements are left out. Yes, remaining elements are there, 5, 7, and all. This 5 will be assigned here, and 5 will be printed here. Then remaining any elements, yes, remaining 7. 7 will be assigned since element is there, 7. Like that, it will go till 55. 55 will be assigned, 55 will be printed. After 55, any more elements are there? No more elements, and will come out of the for each loop. Okay, this is how for each loop will work. Run this, you see, 9 to 55. You don't have to use a dot length or anything. Simply, this is very suitable loop that you can use with the suitable loop you can use with the arrays, guys. Okay, so you don't have to worry about length or dynamic nature or anything. So in simple terms, it's very simple compared to the for loop when you use with arrays. Okay, for each loop cannot be used with other than arrays and collections framework. Okay, so for each loop is specially designed for arrays and collections framework. So whenever there is a possibility of using for each loop with arrays, use it. Okay, then if not possible, only go for the normal loop. Okay, so for each loop is specially designed for the arrays and collections framework. So let's use for each loop over the for loop whenever there is a possibility. And there's one more thing, guys, array index out of bounds exception. Okay, there is one more thing known as array index out of bounds exception. Let me explain about this array index out of bounds exception now. So here, let's say new int of, I'll go to the backward, 3 I'll say. So what is the size of the array here? Only 3, right? The size of the array is 3. Let that be there. Okay, this logic is same. For each loop you can still use. Now what I'm doing is I'm saying a of 0 is equal to 9. A of 1 is equal to 5. A of 2 is equal to, A of 2 is equal to 7. So the size of the array is how much? 3. 3 elements are already created. But if I try to create one more element, A of 3 is equal to, A of 3 is equal to some 6 if I give, what will happen, guys? Can you assign a value to the fourth element when the size of the array is 3? No. This line at the line 11 will get an exception known as array index out of bounds exception. You are not following the size of the array. You mentioned the size of the array as 3, but you created 4 array elements, which is not correct. Java is strict. It is going to give you a runtime exception. A runtime exception. Compiler error will not come here, but you will get a exception during the runtime saying exception in thread main. At which line, guys? At which line? At 11th line. You see, 11th line. That is when you are trying to store fourth value into the array element. When the size of the array is 3, you are getting this exception. Okay, the 11th line. Which exception you are getting? Array index out of bounds exception you are getting. Array index out of bound exception. There is a separate topic on exception handling mechanism in the upcoming session. Okay, in upcoming topics, right? In upcoming topic of this session, you see, I'm going to explain about exception handling. This is one of the example of the exception, guys, that we get during runtime. And what is the reason for the exception? Index 3 out of bounds for length 3. Okay, so you are giving index 3, but the size of the array is only 3. You can go up to size -1 index only, that is 3 minus 1. Up to 2 is only possible. You cannot give a of 3. Okay, now if you remove that a of 3 and run this, you will not get exception. You see, you got 957 printed in the output as usual. Okay, it's working fine. So this is what is a single dimensional array, guys. We are done with the single dimensional array. Let's go with the two-dimensional array now. Okay, let's go with the two-dimensional array now. So what is a two-dimensional? Now you understood single dimensional, so you can also understand two-dimensional array. Okay, so let me explain this two-dimensional array for you now. So the example of a two-dimensional array will look like this, guys. Okay, so here 2 square brackets you have to provide. In single dimensional array, we provided only one single square bracket, but here you have to provide 2 square brackets, and here you have to give 2 things. Okay, 2 values. So before that, what exactly is a two-dimensional array? Two-dimensional array is nothing but an array of single dimensional arrays. So if you are going to create a two-dimensional array like this, how it will be created in the computer memory is something you have to understand. For example, I'll remove all this stuff. I'll say integer array, two-dimensional array, A is equal to new integer array. So how many arrays? How many single dimensional arrays you have to give here? If I give 2 means 2 single dimensional arrays. In each and every single dimensional array, how many elements should be there? 3 elements should be there. That's what is the concept. 2 single dimensional arrays having 3 elements each. So if I say new int of 2, 3 like this in the computer memory, how the memory will be allocated and splitted and all those stuff I am going to cover. Let's say this is the computer memory. Some memory will be allocated. Some memory will be allocated to this array object. Some memory will be allocated to this array object. And this is nothing but a two-dimensional array. You see, 2 square brackets are there, two-dimensional array. How many that is a two-dimensional array. So if you see the definition here of a two-dimensional array is nothing but array of, it is an array of single dimensional arrays. How many single dimensional arrays? 2 single dimensional arrays. Okay. This two-dimensional array consists of 2 single dimensional arrays like this. I'll break that into 2 parts. First single dimensional array, second single dimensional array. Okay. And in each and every single dimensional array, how many elements are there? 3 elements. So first element, second element, third element. Similarly, the second single dimensional array also, this is second single dimensional array. First element, second element, and third element. Okay, like this. This is the first single dimensional array. This second single dimensional array. This two dimensional array is nothing but array means how many? Here 0 index and 1 index. Okay, array of single dimensional arrays. Each and every index has an array here. Okay, so let's write down the index of the arrays. First single dimensional array index is 0. Second single dimensional array index is 1. And here each and every individual element index is 0, 1, 2. Okay, 0, 1, 2. Understood, guys? And we are referring this with the help of the object reference known as A. A is referring to this. Okay, A is referring to this memory location. If I say A of 0, 0, if I say A of 0, 0, it will come here. Okay, just see here what I'm trying to do. A of 0, 0. First array, first element is equal to, I'll say 9. So 9 will be stored here. Then A of 0, 1, index 1 this is. Okay, 0th array, 0th index single dimensional array, and element is index 1, 0, 1, A of 0, 1. So I have to give A of 0 followed by 1 is equal to, let's say 5. Let's give 5 here. Now A of 0, 2, second index. Okay, A of 0, 2. A of 0, 2 is equal to 7, I will say 7. So 7 will be stored here, guys. 7 will be stored here. Now the next array, next single dimensional array, A of 1. A of 1 means here A of 1, 0, 1, 1, 1, 2. Okay, A of 1, 0 is equal to sum 8. A of 1, 1 is equal to 6. A of 1, 2 is equal to 4. Okay, so 8, 6, 4. Here 8, here 6, here 4. Like this I filled up. Now to access this array elements, two dimensional array elements, I have to use print statements. I can use print statements. A of 0, 0. I'll copy paste this one so that time will not be wasted for us. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, A of 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 2. A of 1, 0, 1, 1, 1, 2. So all the array elements 9, 5, 7, 8, 6, 4 will be printed in the output, as you can see in the output now. 9, 5, 7, 9, 5, 7, 8, 6, 4 got printed. Okay. So again the same thing, guys, same story repeats. This is a diagrammatical representation of the two-dimensional array, which I already demonstrated, guys. It is an array of single dimensional arrays. Okay, it's in a different format, but whatever the format I demonstrated is very, very good than this diagram. So I demonstrated declaring, how to declare a two-dimensional array, how to create a two-dimensional array using the object creation, how to initialize the array elements in the two-dimensional array, and how to access the array elements in the two-dimensional array. Everything is covered in this example. Okay, now comes the shortcut representation of the two-dimensional array. Here, how many lines I have written? 6 lines. I don't have to write these 6 lines in the during the declaration and creation itself. I want to also have the initialization to be done. How to do that? Here, remove this side part and provide curly braces first. So this is an array of single dimensional arrays. How many single dimensional arrays? One single dimensional array, second single dimensional array. So here inside this curly braces provide two more curly braces. The first curly brace stands for first single dimensional array. Second curly brace stands for second single dimensional array. In each and every single dimensional array, how many elements are there? 9, 5, 7. Okay, 3 elements. 9, 5, 7. And second single dimensional array has 8, 6, 4, 3 elements. You don't have to write these statements anymore. Okay. So this is the shortcut representation of the array, which is easy to write, and you'll get the proper output 957,864. And now, instead of writing this print statements like this, okay, to access the array elements, okay, we can use for loop. Okay, we can use for loop with two-dimensional array, guys. We can use for loop with two-dimensional array. So to find the size of this array, how many single dimensional arrays are there in this two-dimensional array? If you want to find in this two-dimensional array, how many single dimensional arrays are there? If you want to find, you have to simply say system.out.println a.length. A.length in the two-dimensional array will give you the number of single dimensional arrays. First single dimensional array, second two should be the output, guys. Run this code. 2 should be the output. But if you want to find how many elements are there in this individual single dimensional arrays, if you want to find, either you have to give a of 0. A of 0 dot length will give you the size of the first single dimensional array, that is 3 elements. Run this. 3 will come. If you want to find the size of the second single dimensional array, a of 1 dot length you have to give. It will give the length size of the second single dimensional array. Okay, these are some basics. Now let's use a for loop. For int I is equal to 0. Okay, I less than number of single dimensional arrays. What is the number of single dimensional arrays here? 2 single dimensional arrays. Better to write like this, right? A dot length will give you the number of single dimensional arrays. I plus I'll write. And inside this for loop, I'll create one more for loop. Okay, because this is a two-dimensional array, we have to use 2 for loops, guys. Okay, int j is equal to 0. For every single dimensional array, we are iterating again. Okay, inside int j is equal to 0, j less than a of 0, either a of 0 or a of 1 you can give. Both will give you 3 only. J plus plus. Now here, write system.out.println a of 2 square brackets you give. In the first one you give I, the second one you give j. That's it. A of ij. Now it will print this two-dimensional array elements. Just see here how this will happen. Just see here. First I will become 0. 0 less than 2. Number of two-dimensional single dimensional arrays in this two-dimensional array are 2. So 0 less than 2 is true. Go inside. So here I is 0 for now. The condition is also satisfied. We went inside. Now j is equal to 0. Now j also has become 0. 0 less than a of 0 dot length. 0 less than 3. 3 elements are there. 0 less than 3. That's fine. A of ij. I is 0. J is 0. 0 means a of 0 means 9. 9 will be printed. Then j plus plus will happen. J will become 1. I is still 0. Okay. 1 less than 3. So 0, 1. What is 0, 1? 5. 5 will be printed. Then j will become 2. I is still 0. Okay. 2 less than 3 is still true. So here 0, 2. What is 0, 2? 7 will be printed. Then j will become 3. 3 less than 3 is false. Will come out of the for loop. And control will go to I plus plus. And here I plus plus means I will become 1. 1 less than 2 is still true. Come inside again. Again this inner for loop will run where j is equal to 0. J will reset to 0. 0 less than 3 again. Come back. Here I is 1. 1, 0. What is 1, 0? 8. 8 will be printed. Then this will become 1. 1, 1. 6 will be printed. It will become 2. 1, 2. 4 will be printed. Then it will become 3. 3 less than 3 is false. Will come out of the for loop. And here I will become 2 because of I plus plus. 2 less than 2 is also false. Will come out of this for loop. So entire two-dimensional array elements will be printed using this normal for loop. Okay. A dot length and a of 0 dot length we can use. We can also use for each loop, guys. Okay. We can also use for each loop. Let's use for each loop with two-dimensional array. Okay. Let's use for each loop with two-dimensional array. because for each loop is generally mentioned is actually mentioned for arrays only, right? So we have to use for each loop with arrays. Why should not we take advantage of the for each loop when it has, when the Java guys are giving us a better loop to use with arrays? Okay. Excuse me. For here, each and every element of this two-dimensional array is nothing but an integer array. This is an integer array. This is a single dimensional integer array. So we have to write int of array here. Okay. Yes, array colon a, like this. Okay. For each and every single dimensional array, iterate this for loop. In this another for each loop, you have to write for in this each and every single dimensional array. In this each and every single dimensional array, every element is a integer type. Integer array element colon SA. Okay. Single dimensional array. Like this we have to write. Now system.out.println AE. Now run this code. This is what we have to write, guys. Okay, you'll get the output 957864. But I want the output to be printed in a proper format, tabular format, guys. Let's say I want the output to be printed like 957864 like this. Okay. So what I'll do is instead of println, I'll write print and run this code. What is happening? Let's see. Step by step, I'll explain. So you see 957864 came, 957864 came. That's okay, but in a single line it came. You want this in two lines. So at the end of the for loop, inner for loop, you write a println statement. Okay. So after 957, it will go to the new line and 864 will be printed. Okay. So just see here, this time you'll get 957, 864. But this looks like a single number. I want spaces in between 957 and 864. Just append some space here plus give some space here. Okay. That's it. Now run this code. You can also use the same technique in the normal for loop also. So we got the array printed in a proper format now. Okay. Two-dimensional array should be printed like this, guys, generally. Okay. In this kind of format, it should be printed. Okay. So this is using for each loop with the two-dimensional array. And there are other topics on arrays, guys. Let's finish up this remaining topics of the arrays. So first thing is arrays and different data type declaration. Okay. So I'll go with a normal array, guys. Normal array. So normal single dimensional array. Integer array is equal to shortcut declaration. Shortcut representation 9, 5, 7. Let's say. Okay. So here this is an integer array. So values can be 957. If I give 5.5 here, I'll get an error. Right? I'll get an error. If I want to store 9.2, 5.5 and 7.6 here, I cannot declare this array as an integer array. I have to declare this as a double array. Double array. Then it is okay. This is double array. Okay. So arrays and different data type declarations are possible, guys. Okay. Char array will be there. Boolean array will be there. Boolean array will only have true and false values. Okay. You can experiment with all the different type of primitive data types, arrays. And the next part you have to understand is different the disadvantages of the arrays, guys. Okay. The next thing you have to understand is disadvantages of the arrays. Arrays are fixed in size. Okay. This is the next one. So fine. Anyhow, these are the two disadvantages of the array. Arrays are fixed in size. Once you give the size here, during the program, you cannot increase the size of the arrays, guys. Okay. For example, here, if I give int a is equal to integer array, a is equal to new int of 3, int of 3. Now a of 0 is equal to 9, a of 1 is equal to 5, a of 2 is equal to 7. Now at this situation, at this line, I want to increase the size of the array. Is it possible to increase the size of the array at this 12th line? No. If you have to increase the size, you have to increase it at the 6th line itself. Once you give the size here, array size is fixed. You cannot give more than 3 elements. If you try to give more than 3 elements here and try to increase the size of the array, what happens? You will get array index out of bounds exception. You see, at the 11th line, you are going to get which exception? Array index out of bounds exception. You are going to get array index out of bounds exception because size is 3. Size is fixed, guys. Okay. You cannot give 4 elements here. Only 3 elements, no problem. Okay. So that's the problem with the arrays, guys. Arrays are fixed in size. Okay. You cannot change the size of the arrays during the program. Okay. In the first line, when the array is declared and created, right there itself, you have to give the proper size. And later you cannot change the size of the array during the program, in between the program. Okay. But is there any solution to get a flexible array? Yes, there is solution, guys. Solution is a collections framework array list. Okay. In collections framework concept, which is the last topic of Java here that I'm going to cover in this session. Array list we have, which is a flexible version of the array. Okay. Which can increase in size, decrease in size and all those stuff. Okay. So This array list is flexible in size. Array list from collections framework is flexible in size, whereas arrays are fixed in size. And the next challenge about the arrays is the disadvantages of the arrays. Okay, there is a disadvantage. Second disadvantage of the array is cannot store different type of literals into a single variable. For example, here integer a is equal to shortcut representation. I'll give 9, comma true, comma 8.5, comma yes, comma then what is there? String, right? String literal. Arun Motori. Like the different literals I am giving here, different type of literals I want to store into a single variable. Multiple values are there, but each and every literal type is different. Is it possible with arrays? Not possible. But there is a way, guys. Okay, with arrays also there is a way. By declaring this array as, instead of declaring this array as integer array, declare this array as object array. Declare this array as object array. You see all the errors are gone. Different literal types are being accepted to be stored into the variable. I can use for each loop. For each and every object, each and every element is an object here. Array element colon A. Just see here, we can work with the different literals. We can store different literals into a single array, even though by default it's not possible in arrays. By using the help of the object array concept, we can do that. Okay. Now run this code. You see all the different literal types are getting printed in the output. How this is possible? How this is possible, guys? Here, 9 is not treated as in data type. It is treated as integer wrapper class. Integer wrapper class. 9 is treated as integer wrapper class object reference. True is treated as Boolean wrapper class object reference. 8.5 is treated as double wrapper class object reference. This character wrapper class object reference. String class anyhow. Okay. So all these classes, integer class, Boolean class, double class, character class, string class are the child classes of the object class. In Java, all the classes you have to understand about this object class, guys. Okay, all the classes in Java are the child classes of the object class. For example, if I show here, if I take you to this Java 8 API documentation, just see here, go to any class in Java, guys. Okay, go to any class. For example, let's go to the string class in Java. String class. Let's go to the string class. This is a string class. So if you see here, the parent of the string class is what? Object class. Object class is the parent class of all the classes in Java. Now let's go to another class, char sequence, randomly. Okay. Where is that char sequence? Okay, it's not there. So let's go to another one, sync factory. On the top, you see sync factory, a random class is also a child class of the object class. Let's go anywhere. Okay, let's go anywhere and see like different classes and see whether they have the parent class as a proxy class. Let's say proxy class. Scroll down, scroll up. Okay, proxy class has a parent class as object class. That means object class is a parent class of all the classes in Java. That's the reason here this object reference, integer object reference, integer wrapper class object reference, Boolean wrapper class object reference. Okay, the double wrapper class object reference, character wrapper class object reference, and string class object reference can be stored into the variable which is declared with the object class, because object is a parent class of all these child classes. We can store. Okay, we can store the objects of the child classes to the variables of the parent class. Okay, variables of the parent class or interface we can store. So that's how this is possible, guys. That's how it is possible. So whenever someone asks you what is object class is a parent class of all the classes in Java, and because of this object class only in arrays we can store different type of literals into the same variable. Okay, otherwise if you give int only, all the integers should only be there. If you want different literal types to be stored into the single variable, that is array variable, then you have to declare that array as object array. Then it is possible. Okay, these are converted into the wrapper class objects and stored into the object array. Okay, done. So by default we cannot store different type of literals into a single variable, but with the help of there is solution, guys, that is using object arrays that I have demonstrated just now, using which we can store different type of literals into the single variable of the array, that is object array. Okay, with this, guys, we are done with arrays. With this we are done with arrays, single dimensional arrays, two dimensional arrays, three dimensional arrays I am not going to cover. You can explore on your own in Google if you want. With this knowledge you can easily understand the three dimensional array wherever it is on the Google. Okay, that is not I am not going to cover that, because most of the cases we use single dimensional and two dimensional only. That's why I'm skipping the three dimensional arrays. Next part we have strings. Okay, strings in Java. Okay, so let's go with the strings now. Okay, let's go with the strings now. So as already explained, string is not a data type, guys. Okay, string is not a data type. Instead, it is a predefined class in Java, right? The previous topic only I covered this, right? So we have only primitive data types like byte, short, int, long, float, double, char, boolean. But string is not a data type. It looks like a data type, but it's not a data type. It's a predefined class in Java. Okay. So if you want a proof, we can go to the library of API, Java API. So simply search for Java 8 API and click on this link. And Control F and say string class. Search for string class. You see string. If I click on the string, guys, and if you see here, string is a predefined class in Java. String is a predefined class in Java. It's not a primitive data type. So what is the actual representation of the string? So we are representing the string something like this. Okay. String name is equal to Arun Motori we are representing so far. Okay. In the previous examples and all, I represented the string like this. Is this the actual representation of the string? No. This is a shortcut representation of the string. This is a shortcut representation of the string, guys, but this is not the actual representation of the string. So what is the actual representation of the string? So actual representation of the string will be like this. String name is equal to new string of in double quotes you have to give Arun Motor. Okay, this is actual representation of string. So here object is being created for the string class. The constructor of the string class you are passing the argument as a value. Okay, this is the actual representation. But in real time, do you use actual representation or shortcut representation? In real time, during Java programming, do we use actual representation or shortcut representation? We don't use the actual representation. We generally use the shortcut representation only. Okay. So no need to worry about the actual representation. That is one knowledge purpose only. So this is the actual representation of the string. This is a shortcut representation. We generally use the shortcut representation in real time. Okay. So let's concatenate two strings. Okay. So now let's talk about concatenating two strings. I already covered, guys. We use which operator? Plus operator. Plus operator, when used with numbers, it will act like addition operator. But the same plus operator, when used with strings, it will act like a concatenation operator. Okay, let me give an example here using plus operator. So here I'll take an example. String f name is equal to Arun. Okay, string l name is equal to Motori. Okay, now system.out.println f name concatenated with some space, which is also a string literal, plus L name. Okay, what will happen here? Arun string will be concatenated with this space, and then it will be concatenated with the last name. I'll get Arun Motori in the output. Arun Motori in the output. Okay. So concatenating two strings I demonstrated. Now let's see the predefined methods of the string class. Okay, there are some predefined methods of the string class which are very helpful. So let me demonstrate the different predefined methods of the string class now. Okay, what are the different predefined methods of the string class? Out of all the predefined methods of the strings, the below are the methods which are useful as part of Selenium automation or rest assured automation, or most of the IT people, guys. I should not be writing automation here. I say are useful otherwise. Okay. Out of all the predefined methods of the strings, the below are the methods which are useful. Okay, either in automation or if you are a developer or something, or if you belong to an IT where you use Java programming. These are the major. There are a lot of predefined methods, guys. Okay, if you go to the library of Java and in the string class, if you go down here on this page, you see a lot of methods are there. Okay, caret, code pointed, and compared to contain, concat. Okay, get bytes, is empty, offset, matches, length, two lowercase, two string, value of, like many methods are there. But do we use all the methods? No. Okay. And that too particularly for this session, I'm not going to cover all the methods of the string class. Rather, I'm going to cover only the important methods that are generally required in day-to-day programming. That is, first one is equals method to compare two strings. Okay. For example, I'll write a string here. String name one is equal to, I'll say Arun. Okay. Then string name 2, I'll give that as Varun. Okay. Name 2, I'll give that as Varun. Then string name 3, I'll give that as Tarun. Okay. Or else I'll give it as Arun only. Okay. So now if I say system.out.println name 1 dot equals method of the string. Okay. This is how we have to use the equals predefined method of the string class. name1 object reference dot equals method I'm accessing using the object reference of the string class. I'm accessing this equals method, and here I'll say name1 dot equals name2. Then in the next line I'll say system dot out dot println name1 dot equals name3. So what will be the result of the first one and second one, guys? Okay, if I say name1 dot equals name2, what will be the result? The result will be, is Arun equal to Varun? No, false should be printed. Now name1 dot equals name3, is Arun equal to Arun? Yes, true should be printed here. Okay, true should be printed. This is how we can use the equals method of the string class. Okay, this is how we can use the equals method of the predefined method of the string class. Run this code, guys, run this code. False true will be printed, false and true will be printed. Done. Okay, so I demonstrated the equals method. Now let's use the length predefined method. Okay, in arrays we have the length predefined variable, but for finding the size of the string, we have to use length predefined method. That's what is the difference between the finding the size of the arrays and finding the size of the strings. For finding the size of the arrays, we don't have length predefined method. For arrays, we have length predefined variable. Okay, it's not a method variable there. But in case of strings, we have to use length predefined method. Some people will ask you like, what is the difference between length predefined variable and length predefined method? You have to say that length predefined variable is to find the size of the arrays, whereas length predefined method is to find the size of the strings. Okay, so let's use the length predefined method for finding the size of the string text. So here I'll remove all this stuff. System.out.println name1 dot length predefined method. What will be the size here, guys? 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 characters, right? 4 should be printed in the output. You see 4 got printed. Okay, this is how we can use the length predefined method of the strings. Then substring, let's go with the substring, guys. Okay, so I'll do one thing. I'll just say motor here and I want to get a substring. Okay, so I'll be using the substring as system.out.println name1 dot substring of. You see there are two substring variations. One is only with begin index, other one having both begin and index. I will use the first version, begin index. I'll give the begin index as 1. What is the index means? 0. First character index is 0, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 like that. Okay, starting from index 1 means starting from R till at the end, till the end, guys, till the end. Okay, till the end. Okay, now run the code. Now run the code. You see, run motor is coming. Okay, substring of this entire string is coming. What if I use another variation where I can provide not only the begin index but also the next one is shown as end index, but is actually the position, guys. Okay, so position 1, 2, 3, 4. Only 4 I will give. What will be printed now? Starting from the index 1 till 4th position, that is run should be printed. Only run should be printed, guys. Run should be printed. This is how we can use substring to get a portion of the string out of the entire string. We can use the substring two variations. Now we have the trim. What is the trim? If I add some spaces here before this string text and after the string text, these are called as leading spaces and these are called as trailing spaces. Okay, so now if I say name1, if I print name1 as it is, name1 as it is, and run this along with the leading and trailing spaces, it will be printed. You see, leading spaces are coming, trailing spaces are coming. What if I say system.out.println name1 dot trim? I'll say it will trim the leading spaces and trailing spaces. In between space will not be trimmed, guys. Only the leading and trailing spaces will be trimmed. You see here, the next part you see, there is no leading and trailing spaces here. Okay, but here has leading and trailing spaces. In between space will not be removed, guys, using trim method. This is another useful method. Now index of. Index of is also very useful, guys. Coming to the strings, index of is also very useful to check whether the provided text is in the provided paragraph. Okay, so let me give you an example like how to use index. String, I'll write something like this. Okay, string str is equal to I love Java programming. Okay, I'll write like this. One string statement I have written. Now what I'll do is if str dot index of Java, I'll say index of Java is not equal to -1. If it is not equal to -1, then you simply print out, okay, given word is found. Here Java word is found. Okay, whatever the word you gave for the index of method is found. Okay, in this particular string text, str dot index of Java is not equal to -1. If some number is coming, okay, I'll print the number also. System.out.println str dot index of Java I'll give you'll get some positive number, guys. Okay, if this Java word is there or character is there in the string text, you'll get a positive number. You'll not get -1. Okay, run this code. You'll get, you see, you will get 7, a positive number given word is found. Okay, what is that 7, guys? Why we got 7? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Index of the Java is 7. Since positive index came, it's not equal to -1. Given word is found is printed in the output, guys. Okay, so what if I give Python here? Is Python available in the string text? No. str.index of Python means there is no index, so you'll get -1 printed here. Since it is okay, -1 not equal to -1 is false. Sorry, -1 not equal this one will result in -1, guys. Okay, -1 not equal to -1 is false, will come out of the if condition and this statement will not be printed. Okay, word is not found. You can write else block here and write down system.out.println, system.out.println, given word is not found. Okay, given word is not found. Run this code, right click, run as Java application. Given word is not found. Okay, -1 and given word is not found. Okay, since you got -1, okay, what is the problem here? Okay, here dot index of, I'll run this code again. It's coming as given word is found if it is not -1. Not equal to, this will result in, sorry, here it is Python. We have to give Python, right? I forgot to give. Okay, I gave Java. That's why it's coming. Okay. Now run this code, you will get the proper output. Given word is not found. Okay. So Python we have to give. Okay, that's the problem. Now, guys, index of is also done. The last method is a split method, which is also important, guys. So here already a statement is there. I love Java program. How many words are there? 1, 2, 3, 4. I want to get 4 words separately. I want to break this 4 words separately. How can I break? Using the space. Wherever space comes, I will break this entire statement. Okay. So to break that, str dot, there is a method known as split. And here we have to give the regular expression. That regular expression is nothing but the space. I'll give the space here. So this split method will break this entire statement into 4 words wherever the space occurs. Okay. You see, it will return you string array. Okay. String array. SA I'll say string array. Okay, if I print system.out.println SA of 0 if I print, it will print I, guys. Okay, here I will be printed. If I print system.out.println SA of 1, it will print love. Okay, if I say system.out.println SA of 2, it will print Java. If I give system.out.println SA of 3, if I give 3 here, it will print programming. Run this code. I love Java programming got printed. Okay, I love Java programming got printed. Done. So this is how we can use a split, guys. So if what if this string statement is not separated with spaces but with hyphen symbol, then in that case, still I can split this multiple words separated by this hyphen symbol. Yes. Here instead of giving the space, you give the hyphen as a regular expression using which you have to split this entire string text into the different words. Now it will work the same manner. Okay, split off hyphen we have to give. I love Java programming. Okay, done. So this is all about the strings, guys. Okay, this much is enough. This knowledge is enough for strings, understanding the strings. Now let's move on to the next topic, that is exception handling. Let's move on to the next topic, guys, that is exception handling. So already we have seen an exception, guys. Okay, before we start this topic, so I just would like to remind you that in the previous session when I'm explaining about arrays, okay, the size of the array was 3, and when I'm trying to store fourth value into the fourth element of the array, even though size of the array is 3, we got an exception there, the output. That is array index out of bounds exception we got. That is an example of an exception. Okay. And how to handle such kind of exceptions when they occur. Exceptions, compilers cannot show us like a compilers will not specify that this is the exception that you are going to get. Okay. So for example here, if I give integer array a is equal to new of int of 3. Now, if I say a of 0 is equal to 9, a of 1 is equal to 5, a of 2 is equal to 7, and a of 3 is equal to some 8. So here is a compiler giving me any error? Even though the size of the array we know that as 3, but I am trying to store into the fourth array element, which is not at all possible. At the line 11, we are going to get an exception when I run this code in the runtime. Okay. While running the program during the runtime, we are going to get an exception known as array index out of bounds exception. We are going to get, okay, exception in thread main java.lang array index out of bounds exception. It is also a predefined class in Java, guys. It belongs to this package, an exception class. And what is the reason behind the exception? Index is index 3 out of bounds. Okay, you can give only up to index 2 because size of the array is 3. The size of the array is 3. 3 minus 1, only index 2 should be allowed. 0, 1, 2 should be allowed. But you are giving index 3 at the line 11. Okay, that's the reason you got array index out of bounds exception. That's what is an example of an exception, guys. Exception is nothing but an error which is occurred during the runtime, during the program execution. This particular error didn't come during the compile time. Rather, when I'm running the program, I got. Another example I will give you. Another example I will give you, guys. I'll say int a is equal to 8. Int a is equal to 8. Now, I will say int b is equal to 8 divided by 0. System.out.println b. This is what I'm trying to do. Intentionally, no one will try to divide a number by 0, guys. Okay, is it possible in mathematics? In mathematics, is it possible to divide a number by 0? No, intentionally, no one will try to divide a number by 0. But if you try to divide a number by 0, at this line, you are going to get an exception known as arithmetic exception. At this line, you are going to get an exception known as arithmetic exception. Right click run as Java application. You see, arithmetic exception we got during the runtime. This exception is nothing but an error which occurred during runtime. The reason is you are trying to divide a number by 0. At the line 8, the problem is. So no one will intentionally try to give a number 0 here, right? I intentionally gave 0 here so that I can show you the exception. But in real time, how does it happen? Here, instead of 0, how does it happen? For example, here, let's say C, and I'll say int B. Okay, for now, I'll say int B. Before, I'll collect the input from the user, guys. Okay, into this B, I'll collect here I'll try to divide this number 8 by B. But this B, I'll try to collect them from the user. How to collect this from the user? There is a predefined class in Java known as scanner class, guys. Scanner is equal to new scanner. Like this, we have to create an object for the scanner class. Scanner is called new scanner. Import the scanner class from java.util package. And this scanner constructor cannot be empty. Here we have to type system.in. Okay, input. We are collecting the input from the user, guys. Okay. Now, using this object reference, I'll say int b is equal to scanner dot next int. I will say, okay, I want to collect integer value. So next int. If you want to collect double value, next double will be there. Okay. So next int will collect integer value from the user. Okay. Like this, if I write and run this code, there is still a problem. I'll tell you. When I run this code, you see nothing is being asked in the output. Okay. If I open this also, you say cursor is blinking, but it's expecting an input, guys, that I need to provide into the scanner class to help the user in understanding that the user has to enter some number here. I'll write a print statement here. System.out.println enter any number. Okay. Enter any number, I will say. Now run this code. This time it will be more easy for you. If I run this code, you see, now it's asking you to enter any number. Let's say if I enter a number like 2, 8 divided by 2, 2 4s are 8. So 8 divided by, I gave how much number, guys? I gave 2 as a number. That 2 will go into B, 8 divided by 2. 2 4s are 8. Okay, here I am printing B, guys. I have to print C. Okay, that's the problem. So we'll get the proper output this time. I'll just try to divide the number by 2 and we'll get the output as 4. Okay. So this is how it happens in real time, guys. Okay. So what if the user has, since we have asked the user to enter a number, but the user has entered 0. 0 is also number. So in the run during the runtime, if the user has entered 0 to divide that number, you see we'll get an exception at this line 15 because we are trying to divide a number by 0. Okay. This is what happens. These statements are prone to arithmetic exception now. This B can be anything. User can enter any number. What if the user enters 0 here? An exception may come. Then if before the exception comes, you have to handle the exception, guys. Okay, you have to handle the exception. Okay, otherwise the program execution will stop. At which line it has stopped? 15th line. What about the 17th line? Did it got executed? No. And here also, if you put some statement like system.out.println end of the program, nothing will be printed, guys. If a exception comes at this line, if the exception comes, remaining lines won't be executed, guys. Okay, that's the problem with the exception. That's why we have to handle the exception. You see, I'll give 0 here. Exception came at line 15, and did these two print statements got printed? No. Okay. When the exception comes, automatically Java will stop this, terminate this program. Okay, when an exception or runtime error comes, Java will terminate this program and remaining steps in the program will not be executed. There may be some situations where even despite of we getting the exception, the remaining statements need to be executed. Then what we have to do in the situations? We have to handle the exception, guys. Okay, exception is nothing but an error which is occurred during the runtime, that is during program execution. This is one thing. And if an exception has occurred during program execution at any step, the steps which are after the exception won't be executed. You see, the steps were not executing, right? The print statements didn't get executed because exception occurred at this 15th line. But how to handle the exception then? If I really want to handle the exception and overcome this exception handling problem of getting an exception, if an exception really comes and if I still want to continue the execution of the program, then only way in Java to handle the exception is try catch blocks. Okay, there is only one way, that is using try catch blocks. How to use this try catch blocks? We can handle the exceptions using the try catch blocks in Java. So handling the exceptions, this kind of runtime errors which occur during the runtime because of which the program execution stops and remaining lines of code will not be executed, right? That process is called as exception handling. By doing the exception handling, the occurred exception will be handled and the program execution will not stop and the remaining lines of code will be executed, guys. Okay, that's what is the use of the exception handling. Okay, syntax. We have to write the try block. The code which is prone to the the code which is prone to the exception, we have to write in the try block. And what is the action we have to take when this exception comes? We have to write in the catch block. Okay, so these are syntax of the try catch block. Two blocks are there: try block followed by catch block. Here, exception will be handled, captured here, and instead of terminating the program, the exception will be handled, and whatever the action you take here, the code that you have to write for handling the exception, you will be writing in the catch block. The exception will be catched in the try block and will be handled in the catch block. Okay. Now, with examples, it will be more clear, guys. The syntax will be more clear with these examples that I'm going to provide now. Okay. I will explain the flow of the try catch blocks now. Okay. So guys, here, let's say the exception is possible in this line, right? When the user enters 0 here, there is a possibility of the exception. So what I will do here is, I'll say try. I'll put these two lines because if there is an exception coming, is there any use of printing C? Do we have to print C if there is an exception? No, right? So that's why I'm putting these two lines which are prone to exception in the try block, and catch block, I'll write exception. Which exception is possible here? Which type of exception is possible here? We already seen, right? Arithmetic exception. Okay, this is one of the class in Java, guys, predefined class in Java which belong to java.language package. So whenever an exception occurs here in the program, guys, whenever an exception occurs here, the object of that arithmetic exception class. You see in the line 17, if a user enters 0 here as B and 8 divided by 0, immediately exception comes. That exception is nothing but the arithmetic exception. So arithmetic exception, object reference of that arithmetic exception class will be thrown at this line and program will be terminated generally. But here I put this in the try catch block. What try block will do is, whatever the object of the arithmetic exception has been captured, right, it will divert into the catch block. In order to catch the object of this arithmetic exception, which class should be provided here in the catch block? Arithmetic, the appropriate class should be provided. Arithmetic exception class should be provided. So arithmetic exception class can only handle this exception, right? The object of this arithmetic exception can be stored into the object reference of the arithmetic exception class, or the parent of the arithmetic exception class has to be provided. For now, I'll provide the arithmetic exception class. This object is nothing but the object of the arithmetic exception. I can catch it here. So that's the reason. Okay, system.out.println. I'll simply write arithmetic exception is handled. Okay, arithmetic exception is handled here. I'll write down and end of the program and end of the program. Okay, int a is equal to 8, scanners will take the input and all. Now run this code, guys. So even though we get the exception, this statement will be printed. Okay, even though the user enters 0 and exception comes, exception will be handled and arithmetic exception is handled here, will be printed. After that, the next steps will be continued, guys. Okay, program execution will not terminate. Run this code. Run this code. And for example, if I give 2 here, no problem. Because when I divide a number 8 by 2, 2 4s are 8, end of the program came. Okay, you see, when I give a proper number like 2 here, 2 went into B, 8 divided by 2, 2 4s are 8, 4 will come here, 4 got printed here, and catch block got skipped because there is no exception. Catch block got skipped and end of the program got printed. But if I run this program again, now if I enter 0 here, if the user is entering 0 here, you see arithmetic exception is handled here. This is coming from the catch block and end of the program. So when I enter 0 here, 8 divided by 0, object of the arithmetic exception is being thrown, this statement will be ignored. This will not be executed, guys. The control will go to this catch block where the object of the arithmetic exception will be stored into this E. And since it is cached, the statements that you have written, the code you have written inside this catch block will be printed. Arithmetic exception is handled here, will be printed. And finally, end of the program. Catch block got executed here. Okay, only this line got skipped. Like this, we can handle the exceptions using the try catch blocks. This is the flow of the try catch blocks, guys. Okay. So if the exception, you see here, there are three statements, guys. Statement 1, statement 2, statement 3. If the exception in the try block is occurring in statement 2, statement 3 will not be executed. The control will directly go to the catch block. Okay. Demonstrate a program having code to handle the exception using try catch block. Just now I demonstrated, guys. This is the code. Okay, where we are collecting input from the user, and if the exception is coming, the catch block is handling the exception. Okay, if the exception is not coming, catch block is getting skipped and the code is getting executed. So this is how smart the Java is. Okay, when the exception means runtime error, which will terminate our program. Okay, in whatever line the program got the exception, that line itself exception will be terminating the program, and remaining steps will not be run. End of the program will not be printed. So to overcome that problem, to continue the execution of the program, even after the exception comes, you have to handle the exceptions using the try catch block. And if it is really handled, the code written in the catch block will be executed, and the remaining steps after the try catch blocks also will be executed. So now, fine. So here in this example, guys, I was using exception class here. Can you see exception class? Instead of arithmetic exception, I'm using exception class here. So what is this exception class? How it is able to handle the exception? All these things we'll learn as part of the exception hierarchy, guys. Okay, there is something known as exception hierarchy here. So this is the exception hierarchy diagram. You see, I'll just increase the size of this. Okay, you see whatever the exception we got here is which exception? Arithmetic exception, right? This one, arithmetic exception. And we also have array index out of bounds exception. If the array size is 3 and if you try to store value into the fourth element of the array, you will get array index out of bounds exception. And there are many other type of exceptions possible in Java, guys. Okay, whatever the exception classes can be. This is an arithmetic exception is one class. Array index out of bounds exception is another class. These classes are the child class of the. These classes are the child class of the exception class. Exception is the parent of this arithmetic exception and array index out of bounds exception. And the parent of the exception class is a throwable class. Okay, that means instead of arithmetic exception, in the same example, if I give exception, still it will handle the exception, because the object of the arithmetic exception class can be saved into the parent class. Okay, object reference of the parent class. Exception is equal to new arithmetic exception, like that. Okay, so object thrown by this arithmetic exception class can be stored into the variable of the parent class known as exception class. It still can handle, even though you are getting array index out of bounds exception, or if you are getting arithmetic exception, this exception class can handle. Okay, it is because it is a parent class of the arithmetic exception class and array index out of bounds class exception. Okay, run this code, exception will be handled. You see, if I give 2 here, it will work as usual, as you know. Run this code again. This time user will enter 0 here. Okay, 1 minute. Let me. You got a different exception. You see, input mismatch exception you got. What if I give throwable here, throwable, and see whether if it handles or not, because I gave 0 and some symbol actually. Okay, 0 and symbol. Still it is coming. Throwable also is not able to handle that. So we can't do anything. Let's change it back to exception and give the proper value now. Run this. I'll enter 0 here. Arithmetic exception is handled here, end of the program. Okay, so this exception class can also handle the arithmetic exception. Okay, because it is the parent class of the arithmetic exception class. Object of the arithmetic exception class can be stored into the variable of the exception class in Java. Fine. This is what is the exception hierarchy. Even though you give throwable here, it also will work fine. Throwable. Okay, run this code. 0. You see, it's still handled. Arithmetic exception is still handled here. Okay, that is called as exception hierarchy, guys. I already demonstrated array index out of bounds exception and how to handle it. In the catch block, I didn't demonstrate how to handle it, but we can do that, guys. It's not a big deal. Okay, so we'll remove this arithmetic exception example and we'll write the array index out of bounds exception. So here we'll write integer array a is equal to new integer array of 3. I'll say size is 3, but I'll try to store more values. A of 0 is equal to 9. A of 1 is equal. No one will intentionally give the fourth element, but in real time, if you are accepting these array elements from the user, okay. For example, you are accepting these values from the user, okay. You can write like this: for int I is equal to 0, I less than a dot length. Like this, if I am writing some programmatical code, let's assume length I plus plus, okay. Then what I want to do is here I'll create a scanner class. Scanner is equal to new scanner system dot in, import the scanner class. I'll take the input from the user into this array. So what I'll do here is I'll say a of I is equal to scanner dot next int. I'll say okay, next int, and here every time system dot out dot println, system dot out dot println. So this is not coming inside the for loop. Let me write it outside the for loop and copy here system dot out dot println. Now write this system dot out dot println inside the for loop, and here enter any number. Enter any number. I'll say okay. Okay, this is fine. You will not get any exception in this code, but I'll tell you where exactly you will get the exception. Okay. Okay, so you are entering the array elements. Fine. Now for that's it. That's it. Fine. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put a equal symbol here. Okay. By mistake, I wrote the wrong program here. Equal mistake I have provided here. Right click, run as Java application. Enter any number. I'll say 9. Enter any number. Say 5. Enter any number. Say 7. You see, fourth time it is asking. It should ask only 3 times, right? Size of the array is only 3. Now 3. Exception in array index out of bounds exception at 14th line. Okay, it is asking for one more. So this is how we can get array index out of bounds exception. This line is prone to array index out of bounds exception because there's a possibility that fourth element can be okay entered. So what I will do here is I'll put this line whenever you get an exception. I'll put this in try catch block so that we can handle the exception here itself. I'll say catch block, try block. The line which is probable for exception, I'll put in the try block, and remaining I'll write in the catch block catch exception E or array arithmetic array index out of bounds exception. Like this I'll give and say E. That's okay. Put the semi this one system dot out dot println array index out of bounds exception is handled here. Okay, that's it. Now run this code, right click, run as Java application. You'll not get any otherwise I'll do one thing. At the end I'll say system dot out dot println end of the program. I'll write end of the program. Okay, so run this code, right click, run as Java application. Enter any number, say 9. Enter any number, say 5, 7. Is asking for fourth number also, but this time you see array index out of bounds exception is handled here and end of the program got printed. Okay, exception is handled, guys. Okay, so I demonstrated how to handle arithmetic exception and array index out of bounds exception, and I told you, right, exception class is the parent class of all the exception class like arithmetic and array index, and we can handle them using the exception class. Here instead of giving array index out of bounds exception, we can give exception or throwable. Anything is fine. Okay, is a grandparent. You can use either throwable in case of arithmetic exception and array index that I already demonstrated. Now we have the exception types, guys. Okay, the last topic of the exception handling is the exception types. Okay, let me cover this exception types here. So exceptions can be categorized as checked exceptions and unchecked exceptions. Okay, there are two types of exceptions, guys. Okay, one is checked exception, another one is unchecked exception. What is this checked exception? What is this unchecked exception? You have to understand. Okay, so whatever the exceptions I have demonstrated so far, it may be arithmetic exception or array index out of bounds exception. All these exceptions are unchecked exceptions. Why I'm calling them as unchecked exceptions, arithmetic exception or array index out of bounds exception? Why I'm calling them as unchecked exception? Because is the compiler giving us any hint about the exception coming here? There is a possibility of the exception here, but is the compiler giving us a hint here that there is a possibility of array index out of bounds exception, or is there a possibility of arithmetic exception here when you're trying to divide a number by 0? No, compiler is not saying anything. It's muted. So If the compiler is not telling us that there is a possibility of an exception during the runtime when you run the program, that exceptions are called as unchecked exceptions. But coming to the checked exceptions, they are reverse of the unchecked exceptions. Here compilers will let us know in advance. Before we run the programs, compilers will let us know that there is a possibility of exceptions during the runtime. If better to handle using try catch blocks or something like that, it will hint. Okay, these are called as checked exceptions. Checked exceptions are the exceptions that are checked by the compiler. Unchecked exceptions are the exceptions that are not checked by the compiler and will occur only during the execution. Okay, so arithmetic exception and array index falls into the unchecked exceptions, whereas checked exceptions, I'll demonstrate file not found exception. Okay, so let me explain the file not found exception. Okay, here guys, here what I'll do is I'll write something known as in the next topic, guys. We have a topic known as file handling, where everything will be clear what I am trying to do. But just for the sake, just focus on the exception here, but don't worry about the code that I am writing here. Blindly follow the code. The code that I am trying to write here will be explained as part of the next topic, file handling. Okay, so here file input stream, I'll write file input stream FIS is equal to new file input stream, I'll write, put a semicolon, hover the mouse on the file input stream, import this from java.io package. Now this cannot be empty, we have to provide the file. So I'll say file is equal to new file. I'll explain all this file class and file input stream class in the next session. Okay, next part of the session, java.io. Here I have to provide the file path. I'll give some random path, guys, okay, which doesn't exist. C double colon arun double slash abc.txt. This path doesn't exist. This path is not there in my computer, but still I'm giving. And this file I'm providing to the file input stream. When I'm providing it, the compiler is so smart that it is saying that unhandled exception type here. Okay, a checked exception is coming here. You may get a file not found exception. This file path may not be correct. Better to provide these two lines under the try catch block. It's saying surround them with the try catch block like this. Okay, because this file path may not be available. This file input stream when tries to find this file path may go into exception known as file not found exception. You see file not found exception. So e.print factors and all those stuff. Okay, so run this code and exception will be handled, guys. Okay, exception will be handled. The compiler has given us a suggestion and we followed the suggestion of the compiler, and you see all the exception details got, end of the program also got printed. Exception is handled and end of the program got printed. Okay, so exception got handled here. What if I don't provide this statement inside the try catch block? What if I don't provide this statement inside the try catch block? Can I run the program here? Okay, can I run the program here? I cannot run the program, guys, because it's giving me an error, right? Right click run as a Java application, errors exist will come. So only other option is I have to mute the compiler. I'm pretty damn sure that this path is correct. I'm pretty damn sure that this path is correct. Okay, this path is correct. I am pretty damn sure. So over the mouse, unhandled exception type, file not found, it is saying either I have to handle the exception or I have to ignore the exception. If I have to ignore the exception by shutting the mouth of the compiler in not giving this error, compiler error for us, I have to select this option. The moment I select that option, at the method declaration throws file not found exception will come, and if I run this code, you'll get an exception in the output because we have shut down the mouth of the compiler. You see, exception came and the program got terminated at 11th line, and the remaining statements didn't get executed. Okay, that's the problem, guys. Okay, but you understood, right, what is a checked exception and what are the two actions that you can take. Either you can handle the checked exception, which is being checked by the compiler. If the file path is not correct, there's a possibility of an exception. The compiler is stating that. Compiler is giving an error saying that there's a possibility of an exception here. Handle that with try catch blocks. Okay, try catch block. If you are very confident about this path, then you can ignore the exception by using the throws keyword here. Throws file not file handle. So compiler will shut down its mouth, will not speak anything, and you will run the program, and if the path is still wrong, you'll get an exception. If the path is correct, you will not get the exception. The exception comes here. Since the exception is not handled using try catch blocks, the program will stop here itself. End of the program will not be printed. Okay, so this is called as checked exception, guys. Okay, which are checked by the compiler, and we have to either handle the exception using try catch block or we have to ignore the exception using throws keyword. Okay, so this is all about the exception handling mechanism, guys. Okay, there are a lot of other things in exception handling, but this much of knowledge is enough, I feel, for anyone who is getting started with Java. And right, most of the things we can manage with the help of the concepts that I have covered as part of this exception handling topic. There are two more topics left out, that is file handling and collections framework, that I'm going to cover. Next topic is file handling, guys. Okay, let's get started with the file handling now. So as part of this file handling topic, first we have to understand what is a file. Okay, file is a predefined class in Java. If you want to represent any external files in Java, we have to use this file class. Okay, so let's get started here. So I'll go to the downloads folder, some folder where I see some space and all. Okay, where there are not much files, I'll delete all these files. Okay, so you see this download folders is empty now. Here I'll create a file, guys. Okay, I'll create a file here. Right click new, some normal file, normal text file. So I'll say abc.txt file. If you say properties here, it will give the txt extension. Okay, abc.txt file it is. And in this, okay, I'll write some name or something. Okay, for now I'll write some name in this file. Now save this. So this is a sample file, abc.txt file, which is there in my machine. And if I have to represent this file in the Java programming, okay, I have to first create an object for the file class. File is equal to new file. Like this, we have to create an object for the file class and import this file class from java.io package. Import this file class from java.io package. And here, this constructor cannot be empty. Over the mouse, it's asking you for the string path. In double quotes, we have to provide the path of the file. For example, here in the downloads folder, this is the file, right? This is the path of the file. Copy this path till downloads and paste it here. So it's not coming properly, guys. It's not coming properly. Let me right click here, otherwise say properties. And here is the path. See users folder, under the users folder, username folder, under the downloads folder. Okay. So we have to write like this, copy this. When I copy paste that path, guys, automatically double backward slash is coming. You cannot give single backward slash. You'll get error, guys. Okay. In Java, if you give single backward slash, here you see the file path is like single forward, single backward slash only. If you say properties here, path is single backward slash only, but still Eclipse IDE will not treat this as a single backward slash. Okay, it's an escape character or escape sequence. You have to provide double backward slash so that it will become a single backward slash. Double backward slash you have to provide. Okay, double backward slash is equal to the single backward slash. If you have to represent a single backward slash in Java, we have to provide double backward slash in the string text. Okay, now double backward slash, then you give the name of the file, downloads folder. Under downloads folder, again double backward slash abc.txt file. This is how we have to represent the files in Java. Okay, by creating an object for the file class and providing the path of the file, we have to represent the files in Java, guys. Okay, fine. Using file class, I have represented a file in Java which is available outside the project workspace, which is in my computer, that is in the downloads folder. Okay, fine. What if I have to represent a file? Let's say I'll call this as file 1. I want to represent one more file, but this file is not going to be outside my project. You see, this file is not part of my project, right? Tomorrow I copy this project and give it to my colleague or someone. They will not get this abc.txt file because abc.txt file is my downloads folder. They will not have abc.txt file in their downloads folder. So this particular path will fail. In my machine, this path will work, but in their machine, it will fail. So what I will do is under this project, I'll right click on the project and create a folder known as, here there's a folder option, guys. I'll create a folder known as files folder. Under the files folder, I'll create a file. Right click new. I'll say file. I'll name this file as xyz.txt file. Okay, xyz.txt file. Now this xyz.txt file is created inside the project, not outside the project. But that abc.txt file, we have to give the complete path. It belongs to the downloads folder, which is outside the project. This is the project workspace. In the project workspace, in the project, under the project, we created the files folder and have given xyz.txt file. Here also we can give some text or something. That's okay. And save this file. That's okay. But this xyz.txt file is under my project. We have to represent that file. File 2 is equal to new file of, either we can give the full path, but it's not recommended to give the full path for this kind of files, guys. Okay, shortcut path we can give, that's better. Okay, under the project where this file is there, under the files folder, you start with the files folder. Okay, directly start with the files folder, double backward slash xyz.txt file. Okay, so I have represented the file. This is how easy if the file is inside the project. Okay, you don't have to give the full path, you just give the under the project where exactly the file is, under the project, under the files folder, we have the xyz. So starting from files, double backward slash xyz.txt. Either you can give double backward slash or give single forward slash. Anything is fine, guys. It will be accepted. Okay. But I prefer giving double backward slash. A lot of people use double backward slash. So here also single forward slash you can give, or you have to give double backward slash. Okay. For this path to be recognized by Eclipse IDE. I represented a file and then created it. Okay. Now this XYZ file is already existing. This abc.txt file is already existing in my downloads folder. Now I'll create one more file, guys. File3 is equal to new file of under the files folder. Under the files folder, okay, mno.txt I'll say. Is there any file with this name under the files folder? Do you see any name here? mno.txt. I'll refresh the project also. You see only xyz.txt is there, but this file is not available. What if I want to create this file? What if I want to create this file3? What I have to do? There are some methods, guys. Okay. There is a method known as create new file. Okay. And also there is a method known as exist method. So I want to create this file only if this particular file is not created it. So for that, if file3 dot exists, if it exists, if it doesn't exist, I have to create. So I'll put a not operator here. So if this return true means if it exists, true. Not of true means false. If it doesn't exist, then I want to create the file. So I'll say file3 dot create new file. Okay, create new file like this. I'll say over the mouse checked exception is coming. Either you see the path is there, right? All the stuff. Okay, it's asking you to use try catch blocks or ignore the exception. Ignore the exception, checked exception given by the compiler. For now, I'll ignore the exception, guys, so that the code will look simple. So I use the exist method to see if the file is already created. If the file is not created, I want to create a file. So the file is not there, guys, so it will return false. Not of false will become true. We'll go inside the if block because it is true. If of true will become true and file will be created. After this program got executed, if I refresh the project, you will get mno.txt file. Okay, created. Okay. So right click, run as Java application. The project has been the program has been run. Now refresh the project. You see mno.txt file has been created under the files folder. Similarly, we can represent a folder, guys. Okay. Similarly, we can represent a folder in Java. How to represent the folder? Using the same file class, we can represent a folder. Here I'll represent folder. Here I'll say folder one. File folder one is equal to new file of. I have to give the path of the folder. Okay. I have to give the path of the folder that I want to create. Under this project, directly I want to create the folder. So what is the folder I want to create? Let's say sample folder. Okay. I want to create a sample folder directly under this project. So I represented the sample. Okay. I represented the sample folder here. But if this folder doesn't exist, you see at this moment, the sample folder is not there in this project. If I refresh the project also, you don't see any sample folder. The folder is not there, then only I want to create the folder. For that, I'll check if folder one dot exists. If it doesn't exist, not of, okay, not of, doesn't exist, then we have to create the folder. For creating the file, we have used a command known as create new file. For creating a folder, we should not be using create new file. We have to say mkdir. Okay, this is a command case. Okay, this will create the folder. This will create the file. This will create the folder with the given name. Okay, so just see here mkdir we have to use for creating a folder. Okay, so let's run this code and see whether the folder will be created or not. Let's run this code and see whether the sample folder will be created or not. Okay, right click, run as Java application. The code has been run. Now refresh the project. Observe that sample folder has been created. Sample folder has been created. Now what next? What else I want to do next? So these are the basic operations that we can do on the files. We can represent the files using the file class. We can represent the folder using the file class. We can create the file. We can check whether the file really exists. If it doesn't exist, we can create. If the folder doesn't exist, we can create using mkdir. So far, that's what has been explained. Now creating the file at the desired folder location. So let's say this is a folder I just now created, guys. At this folder location, at this sample folder, I want to, under this folder, I want to create the file. If I have to clearly mention at this folder, I want to create the file. So what I'll do here is I'll say file 4, I'll say, okay, fourth file is equal to new file of, I'll give the, I'll give something like this. Okay. I'll give folder one here, comma. Okay. I don't have to give the complete path, guys. I just have to give the folder name, folder one. Okay, that is sample folder. And what is the name of the file I want to create? Let's say def.txt file I want to create at this folder. Okay, at this folder path. Already folder path is there. Okay, this folder path is already there. Sample folder def.txt file will be created. This is another way of right? Okay, I want to create the def.txt file, and this one I want to create how? This file I want to create by checking, right? I have to check like this: if not of file4 dot exists, then create that file. Like this, you have to write file4 dot create file4 dot create new file. Okay, create new file. Now run this code. Under that sample folder, the def.txt file will be created. Refresh the project here. You see, under the sample folder def.txt file, empty file will be created. Okay, if you open this, there will be nothing. So this is how we can play with the files and folders for now. This exist method, create new file, mkdir, and other way of creating the file. Okay, by providing the folder path, and under that where exactly you want to create the file, like that you can give. Okay, these are the different things. So now we have some methods known as file methods known as is file, is directory, delete. These are the three methods, guys, which will check whether that is a file or directory. You see, this is a file, right? File one is a file. So I'll write down here system.out.println file1 dot is file. So what will it return? It is a file, or file one is a file or not? Yes, file one is a file, abc.txt file, guys. Okay, so it will return true. System.out.println file one, folder one, otherwise file one only, file one dot is directory. Is it a folder? Directory means folder, guys. Okay, it's not a folder. The file one is a file, but it's not a folder. So it will return false. It will return false because it is a file, not a folder. System.out.println, I'll say folder one dot is file. Folder one dot is file. This will return folder is not a file, right? Return false. System.out.println folder one dot is directory. This will return true because it is a folder. Okay, it will return true because this is a folder. Yeah, this is a folder, right? This is a folder we created. So folder one, run this code, true, false. So if I run this, right click run as Java application, you see, true, false, false, true will be printed. True, false, false, true. Okay, true, false, false, true will be printed. Okay, that's the thing. Now, so each file is directory is done. Delete is also there, guys. So if you want to delete the file, if the file exists, you want to delete the file, then you can write the code like this, guys. Okay, you can write the code if file4, that is file4 is nothing but df file you want to delete, let's say dot exists. If it exists, if it exists, then delete. Okay, if it exists, then you have to delete. So simply say file4 dot delete. Okay, file4 dot delete, you say. Okay, it will delete the file. So this file will be deleted. Even you can delete the folder also. Run this code. After this code has been run, now refresh the project once. Refresh the project once, and you see that df.txt file got deleted from here. Okay, deleted from here. So that is a delete one. Okay, then we have file writer. Then we have file writer, file reader, buffer reader, print writer. Okay, so let's go with the file writer now. File methods are done. Then let's go with the file writer. So what are this file writer? What is this file reader? What is this buffer writer? What is this buffer reader? What is this print writer? Okay, there are many things: file writer, file reader, buffer reader, print writer. Many things are there. Okay, so let's come. These are all. Writer means if you have to write into the file. Reader means if you want to read from the file. Okay, read from the text from the file and print into the output console. Buffer writer means to write into the file. Reader means to read the text from the existing file and get into the output console. Okay, so print writer is for writing. Print reader is not there. Okay, so apart from that, we have file output stream for writing, file input stream for reading. Okay, this many things are there, guys. I'm going to demonstrate one by one. I'll start with the file writer now. So what I'll do is I'll remove all this stuff. I'll remove all this stuff, and here I'll delete this folder also. I'll keep it simple. I'll keep it simple for now. Control Shift O. So here MNO and XYZ is there. I'll only put MNO here. I'll delete the XYZ. What is there in MNO? Is there any text? You see there is nothing here. Okay, in the mno.txt file, there is nothing here, but I want to write something into the mno file. So for that, I have to use any of these classes, file writer or buffer writer or print writer. I will start with file writer now. Okay, so I'll write file writer fw is equal to new file writer. I'll say, okay, I'll create an object for the file writer. Hover the mouse on the file writer, import this file writer from java.io package. Import this file writer from, you see, already imported. The constructor cannot be empty. We have to provide the file. Okay, here we have to provide the file. So file is equal to new file. Which file? Which file I am talking about? In which file I want to write the text into? So here we have the file mno.txt file, which is under the files folder. Directly you can give files // mno.txt. I'll say mno.txt like this. Put a semicolon here, and here I'll provide the file. Okay, this file I'll provide here. I'll import this file from java.io package. Done. Now this constructor is giving me checked exception. I'll ignore the exception for a while because the path is correct, so no need to worry. Now what I will do next? What I will do next is file writer. So I want to write some text into the file. Okay, into the mno.txt file, I want to write some text. So fw dot. Okay, what is the method here? You see here, if you expand this, you'll get all the methods. Write method. Okay, write of string. So I want to write something. W dot write of string. I have to provide a string text. So my name is Arun Moturi. Okay, again I'll say fw dot write of I love Java programming. Okay, I love Java programming. How many statements I have written? 2 statements. Okay, fw dot write I Java is one of the popular programming languages. Okay, like 3 statements I wanted to write. I just wrote there, and now what I want to do next? So these 3 things are done. What I want to do next? Simple. I want to simply do one thing. That is, I want this should be written, right? Let me run this code and see whether they are written or not. If I run this code and open this mno.txt file, you will not see anything here. The reason behind that is, if you go here into the methods, you should flush it. Okay, this particular text should be written to the file means you have to flush it. Okay, after writing, you have to flush it. Flush. Okay, flush and run this code. Run as Java application. This time, after writing these 3 lines, you are flushing it. Now open the mno.txt file. You see, all the 3 lines got printed in a single line. But I don't want all the lines to be printed in single line. I want all these 3 lines should be printed in separate lines in the should be written in separate lines in this text file. So what I will do here is I'll provide /n here. /n is an escape sequence. Based on the requirement, I'm explaining this /n kind of things, guys. Okay, /n. There are many things like /n, like /t/b and all those stuff. /n means new line. Okay, after this it will go to the new line. Okay, after this it will go to the new line. After this it will go to the new line. Okay, in 3 lines, these 3 statements will be printed now. Flushing is also happened. Now open the mno.txt file. You see, now these 3 lines got printed in separate lines because of this /n provided here. Okay, now the next thing is close. So close is, you see this, you are getting a warning message. As part of the good practice, it's not compulsory, guys. As part of the good practice, after you are done with using this kind of objects which are giving warning message, you can close in fw.close. It's not compulsory, guys. Otherwise, after a period of time, the Java garbage collector mechanism will clean this object. Okay, so why to give that chance? Whenever we get a chance, we'll clear it out. We'll clear the memory and all the stuff. Okay, allocated to the file. Fine. So this is what is file writing, guys. Okay, this is how we have to write the text into the file. Now similarly, we have file reader. Guys. We can read from the file. Already we have written the text into the file. mno.txt file, we have already written the text into the file. Now let's read the text from the file. Read and close are there. Okay, so what I will do here is I'll go here. Already the text is there in the file, so I'll simply represent the file. I'll remove this file reader and all those stuff, file writer and all those stuff. I'll create file reader now. File reader fr is equal to new file reader. Okay, import this file reader from java.io package and hover the mouse. Here you have to provide the file from which you want to read. Just provide the file here. That's it. Now fr dot read. Okay, fr dot read. It is reading in the form of what? Input stream reader is there, character by character. If I say fr dot read, if I print it out, system.out.println, if I say f.read here, just see what happens. Run this code, it will print some number 77. So in the MNO, the first letter you see is M. The ASCII number, ASCII value of this M is nothing but 77, guys. Okay, I'll prove you that. Just go here and ASCII table. Just search for ASCII table. ASCII table. Search for that, and in the results you will get ASCII table. And here capital M. Find the capital M. You see 77 is a number. Again, if you say, if you go back here and say system.out.println f.read, f.read, all the numbers will be printed, guys. All the numbers, okay? It will just print the numbers. So for M77, then next number is next is Y. For Y, it is printing. Sorry. For Y, it is printing which number? For Y, it is printing 121. For space, it is printing 32. For N, it is printing 110, like, and so on. Okay. So what I will do is I have to convert this ASCII numbers into the characters. For that, I have to write circular brackets here and put char data type here. It will convert the integer ASCII numbers into the character types. Okay. So char, just provide char here. Yes, provide char here. Just provide char here. Okay, char. 4 chars. Now run this code. This time you'll get characters. Here all print lns are there. Here all print lns are there. Remove the print lns. Why to go with the print ln? Let's go with the print. Okay, that will be easy. So you'll get a proper output. Right click, run as Java application. You see my n. Okay, so that means for each and every letter I have to write a print statement. That is not a good deal, right? So what I will do here is I'll write something like this. Okay, int n is equal to fr.read. I'll write some logic, guys. Just look at this logic. fr.read. This will read the ASCII number of that particular character. So what I'll do is if n is not equal to -1, if n is not equal to -1, then what you will do, you will say system.out.println. Simply say system.out.println char of that n, whatever the n that you have read. Okay. And after this, here you have to write n is equal to again f.read. Next character we have to read, right? This is a while loop, guys. Sorry, not if. Okay. We have to write while n is not equal to -1. Okay. Till n is equal to -1, we have to continue this loop. Once n becomes -1, we'll come out of the while loop. And for every character we are converting here, this integer ASCII number we are taking and converting into character and printing there, and we are going with the next character. Okay, n is equal to f.read integer, and then converting here and printing until it becomes -1. So this is the best way, guys. Now run this code. All the text in the file should be printed in the output. So here I have used print ln. That's the problem. I'll remove the print ln and make it print and run as Java application. This time it will come fine. You see, my name is Arun Motri. I love Java programming, including /n is also printed. Okay, so Java is one of the popular programming languages. This is the logic, guys. This is the logic for file reader. So file writer, I told you, file reader. Even file reader also is giving a warning message. It's optional to close, but it's the best practice to close. Okay, after you are used. Okay, warning message will go off. Done. We are done with the file writer and file reader. Now let's go with the next level file writer and file reader, that is buffer writer and buffer reader. Okay. So buffer writer is more advanced than the file writer, because here the file writer, if you have to write, if you want to write in a new line, you have to specifically mention / and escape sequence. But here you don't have to do that. You have to simply say new line. Okay, new line is there. This extra command is there. Apart, what is the difference between file writer and buffer writer? Here new line method is there. That is not there in the file writer class. Buffer writer has a new line method. Okay, so how to use this? Okay, simple. So the file will be same, guys. File will be same. I'll remove all this stuff. So what is that? Control Shift O, I'll say. So then buffer writer, buffered writer, BW is equal to new buffered writer. Okay, buffer writer, BW is equal to new buffer writer. Hover the mouse on the buffer writer and import this from java.io package. Here have to give over the mouse. It's asking for writer, guys. Again, we have to create writer class. File writer, FW is equal to new file writer. Okay, file writer. Okay, and here import this file writer from java.io, and this constructor cannot be empty. We have to give the file. The file is nothing but this file. Provide this file here. Then file writer Copy this file writer here. That's it. Now next, what is the next one? File writer, buffer writer is done. Okay. Now using this bw dot write of string is there. I'll write that. Same thing. So here in mno.txt file, I'll remove this text, guys, so that no text will be there before I write. So after that, I'll say my name is Arun Moturi. My name is Arun Moturi. Then I'll say bw dot new line. Then bw dot write. I love Java programming. I love Java programming. Then bw dot new line. Okay. Then bw dot write of Java is a popular programming language. Java is a popular programming language. Then bw dot, it's not required. New line is not required. Anyhow, it's the last line, right? So this will not work until you flush. You have to flush it. Okay, remember that flush. Here extra thing is new line. That's the only thing. fw dot flush. You have to say fw dot flush. And also here buffer writer giving a warning message. You can say bw dot close. bw dot close. That's it. Okay, you'll close the object. Now run this code, and this text will be written into the file now. Okay, open the mno.txt file. You see, it is written now. Okay, programming better. Put full stops and all the stuff. Run this. Right click, run as Java application. Now open the mno.txt file. Now you got proper thing. Okay. Now writing using the buffer writer is over. Now let's use buffer reader for reading. Okay. Buffer writer is over, guys. Okay. Write line, new line is a new thing. Okay. So here buffer reader is also advanced than the file reader, because here we have the read which reads in the form of ASCII characters, ASCII numbers, and we have to convert that into characters. But here we'll be reading line by line. We'll be reading line by line, guys. Okay. So you don't have to convert into characters and all. Line by line we'll be reading. It will be very easy. So buffered reader, very easy to use buffer reader. Br is equal to new buffer reader. Buffered reader. Put a semicolon. Hover the mouse on buffer reader and import this from java.io package. Here we have to give the reader file reader. So here write down file reader. Fr is equal to new file reader. Then here give the file. Put a semicolon. Or the mouse import and give this fr here. Okay, that's it. Now here we can read line by line, guys. Okay, br dot read line. Okay, we have read line method. System.out.println. Sorry. System.out.println. br dot read line. How many lines are there? 3 lines are there. Okay, so 3 lines. So 3 print statements I have to write. I don't have to say slash n here. Okay, just print, you say. Let's see what will happen. Right click, run as Java application. Okay, they got printed in the single line. Okay, they got printed in the single line. So we'll say print ln then. Okay, read line by line. ln will give. Okay, if you give ln, they will be printing in separate lines. Okay, let's run this. Right click, run as Java application. They will be printing in separate lines now. Okay, my name is Arun Motri. I love Java programming. Java is a popular programming language. That's fine. But this is not the correct approach of using br.readline. So while br dot, so here I'll say string line is equal to br dot read line. Okay, this will come in the form of string. If line is not equal to null, if line is not equal to null, then system.out.println, print that line. Again say line is equal to br dot read line. Next line you have to read, right? Br dot read line you have to say. Okay, and finally you have to close this reader. So say br dot close. This is the best way of writing. You have hundreds of line. You see, you don't have to write print statement every time. Okay, so run this code. Right click, run as Java application. You see all the 3 lines got printed as it is. Okay, so this is how we can use the buffer reader. Okay, buffer reader. Okay, which comes with a method known as readline, which is more advanced than the file reader. Okay, in file reader we have read, we have to convert into character, ASCII number into character, and then right. do a lot of stuff. But here, read line is making the job easy. Now we have the next one, that is print writer. The next one is a print writer, guys. Okay, print writer, print ln, print flush and close. Okay, so here you see even more advanced. Print writer is more advanced than buffer writer, because here new line we have to explicitly state, but here you can put print ln itself. Okay, print ln itself to write. So you don't have to write two lines here. Okay, write and print new line. In new line you don't have to write. Simply say print ln when you want to go to the new line. Okay, so it's giving more advanced methods, and the other methods are same, flush and close are same. So let's go with the print writer now. Okay, so close all this stuff, remove all this stuff. File is there. Now open this, and it is a writer, right? So I'll remove all this text so that I can write it freshly. Okay, so I can write it freshly. So this is called as print writer, right? This is called as a print writer. So I'll say print writer pw is equal to new print writer. I'll say print writer is equal to new print writer. For the mouse, import this. Here in print writer, we have to give the file. What is the file? This is the file. Okay, mno.txt file is a file. Now it has direct methods, guys. Pw dot print ln, I will say. Okay, directly I can give print ln. It will go to the new line after writing this text. Okay, my name is Arun Moturi. My name is Arun Moturi. Then next, pw dot print ln again. I'll say I love Java programming dot, put a semicolon. Then say pw dot print ln. Okay, print ln. Java is a Java is a this one normal print is fine. Okay, you don't have to go to the new line. Java is a popular programming language. Okay, now pw dot flush, and also pw dot close. Okay, you have to close the pw file. Now run this code, and you see, so simply the text will be entered into the text file. You see, right? It's very easy than other things. Okay, print writer is the best way to write, I can say. Okay, best way to write. There is no print reader, only print writer is there for writing. For reading, you have to again go with the buffer reader or file reader. There is no other way with print writer. So apart from this file writer, file reader, buffer writer, and buffer reader and print writer, we have two more things known as file input stream and file output stream. So these files, file writer, file reader, buffer reader, print writer, will only work with the text files. They will only work with the text files, but file output stream and file input stream will also work with the other type of files like image files, video files. By converting it into the bytecode and all, they will work, guys. Okay, but in real time, we don't use this. Okay, as part of Java programming, don't use this file output stream and file input stream. In a general programming, if you talk about, you generally use for text files only. Okay, I will demonstrate here only for the text files. Okay, so but they have the capability of dealing with the image files and video files, etc. Okay, different type of files. But I will be using file output stream and file input stream to demonstrate for the text files only. First, I will write using the file output stream, then I will read using the file input stream. Okay, so let's go with the file output stream. Your file is already there. File output stream will write, guys. Okay, I'll remove this text and save this here. So this file doesn't have any text now. Now, file output stream. File output stream, FIS is equal to new file output stream, I'll say. Okay. Pour the mouse on the file output stream and import this. And here, for the mouse, it requires a file that we have to write. Use the file here. The error will be gone. Next, FIS dot read. FIS dot what is there? This is write. Okay, we have to write in the byte format. Okay, we have to write in the byte format. Okay, we have to give the byte format. You cannot give string text here. So since you cannot write the string text here, what I will do is I will give something like this string. Okay, line 1 is equal to I'll write the text here. My name is Arun Moturi. Okay, it's so backward, you can say /n I will give. My name is Arun Moturi. String line 2. Line 2. Otherwise, I'll write like this. Okay, string line 1 is equal. String line is equal to whatever the line I want to print. Arun Moturi. I love Java programming. allow Java programming dot slash n. Java is a popular programming language. 3 lines. Okay, like this I'll write, and this line I cannot provide like this. I have to convert that, guys. Convert that to get bytes. I have to use get bytes here. Line dot get bytes. It will be converted to bytes and given to the right method, the form of bytes. Okay, this will write, and finally I have to flush it, right? FIS dot flush. Let's see, flush is there, and FIS dot close. I have to say, or close. These methods are common. Okay, so by using this method, we can write the text into the file. At this moment, there's no text in this file. Now run this code. Right click, run as Java application. The text should be written. Now open this file. You see, my name is Arun Motri. I love Java programming. Java is a popular programming language. Has been written into the file. This is called as file output stream, guys. Okay, this is how we have to use the file output stream. We have to convert the string text into the get bytes before writing. Okay, then it will work. Then coming to the file input stream for reading, guys. Okay, that is for reading. Let's go with the reading now. File input stream. FIS is equal to new file input stream. Put a semicolon here. Put a semicolon here, and give the file. Import this file. Import this file input stream from java.io, and here give file. Give this file. Then FIS dot read. Again the same thing, guys. Okay, the same thing. It will read in the character ASCII number. FIS dot read. Okay, if I say FIS dot read, and if I run this code, you see you'll get ASCII number like 77 and all. Okay, 77 is coming. So you know the logic, right? Which we have used for file reader also. Same thing we have to apply for the file input stream. The logic is very simple. Int n is equal to FIS dot read. We have to write first. After that, while, okay, while n is not equal to -1, then go with the loop, and here system.out.print. Instead of print ln, we have to use print system.out.print, and you have to print, convert that into char. Okay, ASCII number to the character, and then print. And again, you have to say n is equal to FIS dot read. The same logic that we have used for file reader, guys. Same thing. Then here FIS dot close we have to use as part of the best practice. Okay. Now run this code. All the text will be read and printed into the output console. You see, my name is Arun Motor. I love Java programming. Java is a popular programming language. Okay. So I covered everything about the file handling now. I covered everything about the file handling now. Now the next final topic of Java that I'm going to cover in this session is collections framework. Okay. That's nothing but the collections framework. So let's get started with the collections framework now. So collections framework. Collection is a group of individual objects. If you talk about arrays, guys, okay, if you talk about arrays, arrays are a group of individual values, not objects. But here, collections are by default a group of individual objects. That's what is the difference. Here, a group of individual objects you are storing into an object reference of collections. Okay. So what is this collections framework? Collections framework consists of several. It's a vast subject, guys. Okay. Collections framework is a vast subject. Okay, it contains several predefined interfaces, classes. Altogether, we generally call that as a collections framework. But here, whatever the image I am showing you is a simplified version of the collections framework, that only this predefined classes, interfaces, I am going to cover as part of the collections framework. But in reality, outside, if you see, the collections framework is very big. Okay, collections framework topic is very big, but the important things, whatever the important things that you have to learn as part of the collections framework, I simplified this diagram for you. We have to learn array list, hash set, and hash map. Along with that, we have to learn iterator. Okay. So, and these interfaces, interfaces are very simple, guys. Okay, if you learn classes, and learning interfaces is nothing. Okay, this is a hierarchy in which this collections framework is there. This is a simplified hierarchy, guys. But if you go to Google and search for collection interface, let's say, if you go to Google and say collections framework, if you say, it will be a very big topic. Okay, vast topic, you can say. Go to images, and a lot of images will come here, pop up, and you see it's a very big topic. It contains a lot of things, guys. Okay, so array list, vector. I'm not covering vectors or stack or linked list, or I'm covering array list and list. Okay, collection. That's it. This part, this only 3 part. Okay, branch I'm covering. These 3 things I'm not covering. DQ, queue, priority queue, array DQ. All these things I'm not covering. Set and hash set I'm covering. Set and hash set. Linked hash set, sorted set, tree set I'm not covering. Okay, coming to the map, we have hash map. This one I'm covering. But some enum map, abstract map, sorted map, navigable map, tree map. I'm not covering, guys. Okay. So this is a full version of the collections framework, but whatever I am providing here is a simplified version. This much is enough, guys. Okay. If you learn this much, you can do programming pretty well. And for a lot of automation engineers like who generally have to work on Selenium automation or rest assured automation or APM automation, this will be enough. You don't have to go beyond this until and unless it is really required for you to find and use any particular class in collections framework. But most of the people have to use this set of classes. Okay. So in this session, I'll be covering this set of classes, how to use this class of the collections framework, which actually store a group of individual objects, not values now. I'm talking about objects, guys. Okay. We should not be using primitive data types anymore. In collections framework, primitive data types are not supported. Only the wrapper classes. In place of the primitive data types, you have to use the wrapper classes or you have to use the predefined classes like string and all those stuff. Okay. We cannot use primitive data types in collections framework because it is a group of individual objects, not values. But in arrays, I can use primitive data types because it can store values, right? Integer array, a is equal to new, a is equal to 957, like that I can give in arrays because primitive data types are allowed. In collections framework, it will not allow the values, it will only allow objects. So in place of int primitive data type, I have to use integer wrapper class. Okay, like that and so on. And coming to the arrays, guys, if I compare arrays with this collections framework or collections, arrays are fixed in size, as I told you. Okay, as I already told you while explaining arrays, disadvantage of the arrays is arrays are fixed in size during the programming. Okay, in the big when you are declaring the array, then you can change the size of the array, but during the program you cannot modify the size of the array, guys. Okay, modify the size of the array, but collections are not like that. Collections are global or flexible in size. They can either shrink or increase in size while you are writing the code. Okay, you don't have to change the first line to change the size. Okay, so dynamically they will grow and shrink. Okay, so flexible in size. And I already told you this is the hierarchy of the collections framework that I'm going to cover in this session. I'm not going behind this topic. Okay, topics. If you want more, you can Google out and you'll get all the remaining collections framework related classes and interfaces. But this much is more than enough, guys. First, you start your journey with this one, and later, based on your requirement, you can learn the other collection classes and interfaces. Okay, fine. First, let's go with this. In this collections framework hierarchy, let's go with array list class. Array list class. Array list is a predefined class in the collections framework. Okay, so how to use this? Array list is nothing but a resizable array or flexible array, and it is of not fixed in size. It's an alternative for arrays, guys. Arrays are fixed in size, whereas array list is not fixed in size. Okay, same concept of arrays, but here array list is not fixed in size. Okay, so I am going to demonstrate an array list which stores integer values and uses for loop to print those values. Okay, let's go here and I'll remove all this stuff from here. Only main method will be there. This class. Okay, here I'll be writing the code for the array list. Okay, how to write the code for the array list? I need to create an object for the array list, guys. Array list is a predefined class. Array list a list is equal to new is equal to new array list. Like this, I'll say. Okay, array list a is equal to new array list. Hover the mouse on the array list and import this array list from java.util package. And you see a warning message is coming. Can you see that, guys? The moment I create an object for the array list, a warning message is coming because this is not the final thing. We have to also give a generic type. If you hover the mouse on this warning message, it will give you array list is a raw type. References to generic type. You see in the less than and greater than symbol, you have to provide the generic type. What type of objects you want to store into this array list, you have to specify. How? Just give less than greater than symbol here. Here also, beside the array list, give less than greater than symbol. Here write down. For example, if you want to store integer objects, write integer wrapper class. Don't write in primitive data type. It's not allowed. Collections framework will store only objects. This is optional, guys. Whether you want to write integer or don't want to write integer doesn't matter. Here, if you write, that's enough. You can write it both locations also. That's okay. Now, how to add the integer objects into this array list? A list dot. There is a method known as add method. Okay. By using this add method, I can add 9. 9 is an object here, not an integer. Okay. It's not an int primitive data type value or literal. It is an object now. A list dot. You are storing objects. 9, 5. I'm storing the second one as 5. A list dot add of 7. I am saying 7. So here, similar to arrays, here also indexing concept is there. It will be stored at the index 0. It will be stored at the index 1. It will be stored at the index 2, like this. Okay. Now, if I want to print it system.out.println, a list dot get of index. there is a method known as get method, and I have to provide the index. If I give the index 0 here, which value will be printed at the 0 index? What is there? 9 is there. So 9 will be printed. If I give system.out.println, alist dot get of 1 at the index 1, what is the value there? 5. So 5 will be printed. System.out.println alist dot get of 2. So what will be printed here? 7 will be printed. Let's see whether this concept is working fine or not. And after this, I can still add the values. Alist dot add. You see, arrays are flexible in size. Okay, still I can add more objects if I want, and say system dot out. This will be added at index dynamically. It will be added at index 3. Okay, there is no fixed in size here. You can keep on adding as many number of things as you want. Alist dot get of 3, I will say. Okay, here 8 will be printed. 8 will be printed. Okay, now run this code. 9578 should be printed in the output. Array list is not fixed in size. Okay, they are flexible in size. 9587. Okay, 9578. Sorry, 9578 got printed in the output. So for adding the objects into the array list, we have to use add method. For retrieving the values from the array list, we have to use get method. So instead of using this many number of system.out.println statements, we can simply use what? For loop. Okay, there is a concept of indexing, right? 0 1 2 3. For normal for loop, you can use for int I stands for index. Assume that I less than the size of the array list. How to find the size of the array list? How to find the size of the array? Length predefined variable was there to find the size of the array. How to find the size of the string? Length predefined method was there to find the size of the string. But to find the size of the collections, framework classes and all, we have a predefined method known as size. So how to do that? Here, name of the collection, that is a list, array list dot size method I have to give. This is size method, guys. Okay. So some people will be asking you the difference between length predefined method and size predefined method. You should be in a position to answer that. Okay. I plus plus. Okay. Now here I'll write down system.out.println alist dot get of what? Index I. That's it. The first iteration I will be 0, 0 less than size. Size is how much? 4, 0 less than 4. Okay. Get of 0 will print 9 here. Then I will become 2. I will become 1. Again 1 less than 4. Get of 1 will print 5. Then 2, 2 less than 4. Get of 2 will print 7. Then 3, 3 less than 4. Get of 3 will print 8. Then 4, 4 less than 4 is false, will come out of the for loop. Okay, run this code. Okay, using the not traditional for loop, you are able to retrieve the values of the array list. Okay, using the add method we added and using the get method we retrieved. Simple. Now, okay, for loop to print those values. Now for each loop. You see, I told you, right? For each loop is specially designed not only for arrays, but also for collections. Okay, for each loop is specially designed for arrays and collections, guys. Okay, so whenever you get a chance to use some loops with arrays or collections framework, better to go with the for each loop. Okay, so I'll go with the for each loop now. For each loop, okay, for each loop, for each and every element or object of this array list of which type? Integer type. So I'll give integer here, integer obj colon a list object array list, then system.out.println obj. I'll say that's it, nothing much. Now run this code. All the objects got printed. 9 5 7 8 are the objects which got printed here. Okay, done. This is how simple we can use for each loop with array list. Now assigning the object of the array list to the collection or list interface. You see, if you see this diagram, guys, array list is a class whose parent is list interface. So I cannot create an object for the interface, as you already know. Collection interface or list interface, we cannot create objects. But for the child classes of these interfaces, we can create the objects and assign them to the variables of the list interface or collection interface. So why I'm explaining this is some people will be writing the code like this. Okay, list. They will be writing list here. Okay, import this list. List integer a list is equal new array list. They will be creating the object for the array list and be storing the object into the object reference of the list interface. That also will result in the same thing, guys. Okay, don't get confused. Okay, you can create the object of the child class and assign the object of the child class to the variable of the parent class or parent interface. That's okay. You'll get the same result here. Run this code, you'll get the same output 9578. Not only this list interface, guys, there's a grandparent also. There is a collection interface. Array list has a grandparent known as collection interface. You can even write collection here. Less people will be writing collection here. Most people will be writing the list or array list. Most people will be writing array list or list, but less people will be writing collection. But still with collection, it will work. because it is a grandparent interface. Okay, you got the same output 9578. Okay, done. So with these guys, we are done with array list. Okay, we are done with array list. Now the next one is hash set. In the diagram, as you can see, after array list, list and collection are completed. Hash set, set and collection are there. So we have to cover this branch now. So let's go with the hash set now. Coming to the hash set, how it is different from the array list? Array list and hash set are some difference, guys. Okay, if you understand the difference between the array list and hash set, then you can understand hash set easily. So what is the difference between the array list and hash set? Let me write down. This side I will say array list. This side I will write hash set. Hash set. Okay, both are the classes. Both are these classes. But coming to the array list, it has indexing concept. Indexing concept. Here, no indexing. No indexing concept. There is no indexing. The first added value will not be added at index 0, like that. It will not be there. But in array list, indexing concept is there. First added object is at the, stored at the index 0, and second added object is stored at the index 1. But here, no indexing. So since there is indexing, we can use normal for loop. That is normal one. Okay, normal for loop we can use because there is an indexing concept. Here only for each loop we can use. We cannot use traditional for loop. We can use only normal. We can only use for each loop only. Here both traditional for loop and for each loop we can use, but here only for each loop we can use because indexing concept is not there. What is the other thing? Here, since the indexing concept is there, the objects are stored in same order, but here random order. We don't know how, in which order they will be stored. Order will be random. Order will be random, guys. Okay. So I'll show you one example. I'll remove all this stuff. We'll create the hash set, guys, which looks similar to the array list, but with the small differences. Here indexing is there. There is no indexing here. For loop, traditional for loop we can use, and for each loop we can use. Here traditional for loop we cannot use, and for each loop only we can use. Same order and random order. Okay. So these are few differences, and other differences will come in anyhow. So there are no index values. Hence, we cannot use traditional for loop. Okay, with hash set. The values are stored in random order. Here, values are stored in the same order because here indexing concept is not there. So random order. So with integer type of values, I'll show you how to create the hash set and all. So the process is same. Hash set, you just have to create an object for the hash set. Hash set is equal to new hash set. Like this, you have to create an object for the hash set. Import this hash set from java.util package, and you see warning message is coming. It is talking about the generate type. Which type of objects you want to store? Integer objects or string objects or boolean objects or character objects, anything, but they should be objects. So let's store integer only for now. Okay, let's not worry about the other types. Double objects also you can store if you want. Okay, hash set. Now that's it. Then we have to use we cannot use for loop, guys. We have to use for each loop. Okay, there's no way of using for loop because random order and indexing concept is not there. Traditional for loop is not possible. Only for each loop is possible. Okay, so first we have to add the values, right? F dot that add of 9, h set dot add of 5, s set dot add of then 7, then h set dot add of 6. Like this, some 4 values. And now I'll use for each loop. How to use for each loop? For each and every object of this hash set is an integer, so I'll use integer here. Integer, whatever the object class is there, that we have to use, and I'll say obj. I'll say obj colon hash set object difference, and here simple for each loop system.out.println obj system.out.println obj I will print. Now run this code and see what will happen. 9576 is the order, but is the order same? The order in which I have added the values is 9576, but the order in which it actually stored into the computer memory is 5679, which is different. That's what is a hash set, guys. Okay, here indexing concept is not there, so traditional for loop we cannot use. Only for each loop we can use, and the order will not be same. Order of adding will not be same. It will be storing in the random order. That's what is the difference between the hash set and array list, guys. So just to recap, index values won't be there. Okay, hence we cannot use traditional for loop, and random order will be there, and we can only use for each loop. We cannot use for loop because indexing is not there. Okay, now similar to the array list, we can also create the object of the hash set and store that into the, if you see the diagram here, we have the set interface. Set interface is there. Okay. So we can give set interface. A lot of people will be writing set interface. Set is equal to new hash set, like that they will be creating. That's okay. Okay. And most of the people will be creating hash set is equal to new hash set also. Collection is very rare, but set and hash set people use. Okay. So it's better to know. And here coming to the collection, collection will be there. Import this. This also will work because this is the grand parent interface of the hash set class. So this also will give the same output. Okay, done. So we are done with the hash set. Okay, by just simply comparing the hash set and array list, we understood what's the difference and we understood the hash set. Now there is something known as iterator. Okay, if you see the diagram here, apart from this map, in between there is a map, but at the last you have the iterator. Apart from using the for loop or traditional for loop or for each loop, we can also use the iterator for iterating, for looping purpose. So here already hash set is there. Here which one I have used? For each loop. I don't want to use for each loop. I want to use this iterator. What is this iterator? Iterator is an interface. Okay. Iterator is an interface. So I'll explain a hierarchy, guys. You have to understand this hierarchy before going any further. You see, uh, there is a collection framework. Collection interface is there. Collection interface is there. This collection interface has a predefined method. Okay, it has a predefined method known as iterator method. Predefined method known as what? Iterator method. Iterator method doesn't belong to the iterator interface. Iterator method belongs to the collection interface. The return type of this iterator method is method is iterator interface. Okay, here we'll get iterator interface. Iterator interface. So this iterator interface is a return type of the iterator method. Who is a who, to which class this iterator method belongs to the collection. Lot of people may get confused that iterator method belongs to the iterator interface. That is not correct. Iterator method belongs to the collection interface, but the return type, what it is returning, the return type interface is iterator interface, and this iterator interface has its own methods, that is has next and next. Okay, these are the two important methods. Has next is one method and next is another method. Okay, next is another method. These are the methods of the iterator interface. The method of the collection interface is iterator method. The return type of the iterator method is iterator interface. The methods of the iterator interface is as next and next. You have to remember this diagram, guys. Okay, collection interface has a method known as iterator. The return type of this iterator method is iterator interface. The methods of this iterator interface are as next and next. By using this knowledge, okay, since collection, or you can write hash set also, not a problem. Okay, whatever, because hash set will inherit the properties of the collection interface, right? So what we can do here is I can write hset dot iterator method. Okay, the inherited method from the collection interface. Iterator method belongs to the collection interface, which is inherited by the child class of the collection interface, that is hasset class. Okay, the return type of the iterator method is iterator interface. Okay, here I'll write itr and say hover the mouse and say create local variable. You see iterator of even this also has a generic type. What are the generic type the hasset has? That has come automatically here. That's okay. This iterator interface has two methods, that is has next and next. While itr dot has next is one method. The object difference of the iterator interface, using that I'm calling that method. While it has next, it has some objects. Then system dot out dot println itr dot next. Okay, print that object. If it has objects, print the first object. Next will print the first object. After that, any other objects are there? Yes, 576 is there. It will get the first object, 5 will be printed. itr dot next will print the 5. Then any other objects next has next, it will return true because 7, 6 are there. The 7 will be taken by the next and printed. Then any other objects are there? Yes, 6 is there. So we'll go inside this while loop and the next will print the 6. And any other objects are there after this 9, 5, 7, 6? No, will not print. It will be printing in random order, guys. That's okay. So we'll get 5, 6, 7, 9 because we don't know in which order in the memory these values or objects are getting stored. And whatever the order, random order they are getting stored, in that way only it will be retrieved and printed. Okay, fine. So this is how we can use iterator, guys. Iterator can also be used with the array list. Okay, let's go back to the array list example. Array list integer. Okay, array list integer a list is equal to new array list and integer, again integer. Put a semicolon here. Import this array list. Java.util package. Done. A list dot add of objects 9 They will be stored in index value is there here. Okay, indexing is there, so they will be stored in the same order. If you say 957, the same thing 957 will be there. Okay, add of 7, let's say, done. Now I'll be using the iterator method of the collection interface. Okay, iterator method. How? A-list dot iterator method. Okay, this is inherited by the ArrayList class from the collection interface. The return type of this iterator is iterator interface. I'll say itr is equal to same logic, guys. I'm just using with ArrayList. Create this local variable and then write the while loop. While you see some places while loop is more beneficial. Okay, this kind of cases you cannot use for loop or for each loop. Okay, in the case of iterator you have to use a while loop only. Itr dot has next, then system dot out dot println itr dot next. Okay, done. Now run this code in the same order. They will be printed 957. 957 got printed. Okay, so iterator can be used with both array list and hash set both. Okay, because iterator method is a predefined method of the collection interface, and the predefined method of the collection interface, that is iterator, has a return type as iterator interface. Iterator interface has predefined methods like has, next, and next. Okay, now the last part is left, guys. Okay, that is we are done with the iterator interface and iterator method. I covered everything with array list and has set. I covered has, next iterator method and all those stuff. Interface and all, everything is covered. Now final one is hash map, guys. Okay, in this diagram if you see the map interface, under that we have the hash map, which is a class. Okay, let's go with the map. So how is the map different from the array list and hash set? Map stores the objects in the form of key value pairs, whereas array list and hash set will store in the form of only value objects. But here key value objects, that's the difference. Key value pairs, name is equal to Arun. Okay, place is location is equal to Hyderabad, experience is equal to 12. Okay, like that. Okay, so okay, designation is equal to something. Okay, like key value, keys are name, location, these are the keys, and uh, object values are like Arun Motori and 12, those are the object values. Okay, so if you want to store key value object pairs, we have to go with the hash map. And instead of storing the objects as a group of objects, hash map stores objects in the form of key value pairs, key value pair objects. Okay, instead of single objects, key value pair objects. That's the difference between the array list and hash set. Okay, with the hash map. Map means it will map the keys with the value objects, key objects with the value objects. So I'll demonstrate the hash map now. Okay, we store different key value pairs and users get method to retrieve a value based on the provided key. Okay. Okay, let me demonstrate hash map. Hash map, hmap is equal to new hash map, which is the last topic, guys. So we'll be closing after this. After I explain this hash map, there's nothing for me to explain in Java, so we are done with Java. Okay, so import this hash map, import this from java.util package, and here provide this part like this, and here say uh, two things will be there. Here you should not be giving only integer or something. Here let's say the keys will be mostly in the form of string class, string. The next one, the value objects can be any type, so I'll give object class. Object is a parent class, it can store any type of values, right? Any type of objects. String comma object class, this is the best way. Now I'll say hmap dot, here put will be there, add will not be there. In hash set and array list we have the put, but add, here we have in the hash map we have put, guys. Okay, put key value objects we have to give. Let's say I'll give first one is string, guys. I'll give name here, and second one is object, it can be string or anything. So I'll give Arun Motori here. Okay, done. The first key value object has been stored into the hash map, then put again. Then I'll say experience is, let's say 12, I'll give for random. Okay, that is my experience is more than 12, but I'm just giving 12. Hmap dot put off, I'll say location, I'll give that as a string here, Hyderabad. Okay, Hyderabad, and okay, so hmap dot put off work, what work I do. I'm a corporate trainer and YouTuber. Okay, corporate trainer, YouTuber, and all content creator, whatever you call me. Okay, I'll say corporate trainer for now. So corporate trainer, okay, and YouTuber and all those stuff. So this is how I added the key value objects using the put method of the hash map. Now if I want to retrieve them, I can retrieve using the help of the keys. Okay, how to retrieve? hmap.getOff. Here I have to give, you should not give index, guys. You have to give key. You have to give key, guys. Okay, just see here, hmap.getOff. You have to give key, guys. What key you have to give? For example, if you have to give the key like name key, name here. If I run the code, name should be retrieved and printed. Okay, so Arun motor got printed. If I say system.out.println, system.out.println, hmap.getOff. If I say work, if I say work here, what is the work? Corporate trainer. Okay, run this. Right click, run as Java application. Corporate trainer will be printed. Now just give the key to the get command and it will get the object value value object. Okay, so here I'll give experience key and it will retrieve the 12 as output, and system.out.println final one, that is hmap dot sorry hmap dot location, hmap dot get of double quotes location, and yeah, run this code. You'll get all the things as per the name, work, experience, and location. Name is Arun Motori, work is corporate trainer, experience is 12, and location is Hyderabad. Okay, so instead of using this print statement, separate print statement for each and every object that is stored in the hash map, we can use for each loop. Okay, let's use for each loop here. Okay, instead of using the individual print statements, let's use the for each loop. How to use the for each loop here? For each loop. Okay, for each and every key, I have to write what is the key type. For each and every key type is what? Name, experience, location, work is string type. So string, I'll say k stands for key, and I'll say hmap dot, there's a method known as key set or something will be there, guys. Okay, key set. Okay, this will return you the set of keys in the form of set format. Okay, random order they will give you the keys. Okay, in which order these keys will be returned to this k will be, we don't know. Okay, in that random order will be there. Key set will be given in the random order. Okay, don't think that the same order it will come. So now only keys we are retrieving using the key set. Now what I will do is system.out.println, system.out.println. I'll say k key, k stands for key, plus I'll just give some colon symbol here, and plus hmap dot get of k. Get of key means value object you will get, value object you will get. Okay, so get method I'm using here to see. Let's see what will happen. All the key value objects should be coming, but in random order, guys. Okay, first you see first name is there, here experience is coming because this key set is returning the keys in the form of random order. Okay, which keys are coming first? Experience is coming first, so 12 work as corporate trainer, name Arun Motor, location Hyderabad. Okay, so this is how we can use for each loop with the hash map. Yes, is there anything else there? For each loop to print those values, and everything is completed, guys. We are done with the Java now. Okay, we are done with the Java. Lot of topics I covered as part of the Java, as part of this series. Core Java programming. I started with getting started, understanding Java programs, compiler errors, print statements, comments, variables, data types, operators and literals, flow control statements, methods, local and global variables, class and objects, constructors, this keyword, overloading, inheritance, overriding, packages, modifiers, interfaces, wrapper classes and primitive data types, arrays, strings, exception handling, file handling, and collections framework. A lot of topics I covered in a single video, guys. So with a single video, you will get to the next level in Java for sure. Okay. So with this note, guys, I am done with core Java programming topic. So that's all for this session, guys. Thank you. Bye.